Chapter 1. Is it over? March 7th, 2009. Trophy, Portugal. Son, why don't you come back? Some teams in the country are quite interested in you, and the offers are decent. Please consider it. Dad, I want to hold on a bit longer here in Europe. All right. Remember to call your mother. Often she misses you terribly. Take care. As Hao Qiang ended the call with his father and prepared to leave his apartment, he received another call from his mother. After the usual pleasantries, she said, Son, I must be honest with you. Your father is reaching his breaking point. What's wrong with Dad? Is he ill? Hao Qiang was taken aback. No, it's not that. Your father's business has been struggling for years, and we've been living off our savings. He's anxious that at the end of last year, seeing others profiting from stock trading, he decided to invest as well. Last year, he not only lost all his capital, but he also borrowed a considerable amount of debt. Last night, he suddenly mentioned wanting a divorce to prevent creditors from dragging us down, and he plans to start over somewhere else. I'm afraid he might do something reckless. Hao Qiang felt as if lightning had struck him. How could a family that once seemed affluent suddenly be in such dire straits? At just 18, he was at a loss for how to react and could only comfort his mother over the phone. After hanging up, he called his father, who laid everything bare. Once, they had been quite well off. Now they were deeply in debt. Hao Qiang urged his father not to make any rash decisions. Hao Guofu, however, maintained a pragmatic outlook. My divorce from your mother is a temporary measure to shield you both from creditors. I'm only in my 40s, and I haven't even seen you settle down yet. How could I possibly consider ending my life? Rest assured, your father built everything from scratch. Right now, I may have returned to being broke, but after more than 20 years of hard work, I still have your mother and you. At least I haven't come away with nothing. Dad, how much do you owe? Not much, just over 10 million. In yen? In baht. I wish it were that simple. As Hao Qiang hung up, his mind buzzed with confusion. Feeling disoriented, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and, as was his routine, glanced at himself in the mirror before heading out. At 184 centimeters tall, the young and robust Hao Qiang had well-defined features and sported a lively haircut. Yet, he now felt somewhat lost. Leaving his modest apartment, akin to a single hotel room, he rode his bicycle towards the Trophy Club. Having spent over 6 months in this tranquil, unpretentious town, he had grown intimately familiar with it. It was small and had a sparse population. Hao Qiang reflected on his brief past. When he was born, his parents were still small business owners in Tianhai, China, but by the time he graduated from kindergarten, his father had established a garment processing factory. Their fortunes had steadily increased. While his father handled business affairs, his mother managed personnel and finances, leading to less attention on Hao Qiang, who was often cared for by his grandparents. The generational bond made him the apple of their eye. He began playing football before entering elementary school, initially just for fun. He played more than his peers. Coupled with a nutritious upbringing, he developed a physical advantage. With this advantage came increased interest. He relished the feeling of outshining his contemporaries, basking in the glory of being a young football prodigy. His elders hoped he would excel academically and eventually inherit his father's business. However, one fateful night at the age of 8, as he lay down to sleep, he closed his eyes and saw a glowing light in the darkness. Focusing on the light, he was unsure whether it grew larger or if his vision was narrowing, but soon a luminous football appeared before him. The scene was surreal. Although his eyes were shut, he could clearly see the radiant football. Upon opening his eyes, everything returned to normal. Closing them again brought him back to darkness, but the light remained in the distance. Concentrating once more, the light expanded, and the glowing football came into sharper focus. Upon closer inspection, it felt as though his consciousness was being drawn into the mesmerizing football. Suddenly, he perceived his own body in a window, resembling a computer interface, appear before him. Fortunately, he had learned to read in elementary school. Most of the options were labeled locked. The only icon he could interact with was a calendar. Clicking on it prompted a message that indicated a daily check-in. He clicked on the current date, and a check mark appeared next to it. A notification read, "Check-in successful, reward, 1 point." Hao Qiang tried clicking on other dates, but there was no response. Returning to the main interface, he noticed that the only change was in the points displayed in the upper right corner. Points, 1. No other areas responded to his attempts. Ultimately, after many trials, he fell asleep. The following day, he shared the experience with his family, who all declared he had become obsessed with football. Even when he closed his eyes again, he could still perceive that light. Following the same procedure, he re-entered that strange realm. The only function available remained the calendar check-in. Checking in again yielded another point. Hao Qiang conducted numerous experiments. He discovered that while his consciousness resided in that space, time in the outside world stood still. Yet, he remained uncertain about the purpose of this space. He could only hypothesize based on superficial clues. Since it involved a glowing football, it must be related to the sport. Thus, he staked his life on it. Before 8, he played for enjoyment. After 8, he devoted himself entirely to training. Initially, his family opposed the idea, but Hao Qiang's determination softened their hearts. Besides honing his skills, he joined a youth training team at the age of 10. During that time, Tianhai's football culture emphasized physical training, and with his solid foundation, he naturally stood out. The youth academy ensured playing time, and coaches often sought favors from Hao Qiang's family. By then, Hao Guofu had amassed a fortune of over $1 million and didn't mind spending a little extra to ensure his son received better treatment in the academy. Hao Guofu viewed those youth coaches as beggars. Money was no issue, but they had to take good care of his son. Hao Qiang remained committed to unlocking more features, immersing himself in football training. He progressed steadily, not only showcasing superior skills among his peers, but also boasting explosive physical prowess, often leading others to suspect he had altered his age. Hao Guofu grew accustomed to taking time off to watch his son play. Hao Qiang excelled in domestic leagues, becoming a mainstay among his age group, with remarkable performances. This motivated Hao Guofu to invest even more in his son's development. An intermediary suggested that a financial contribution could secure a place in the national youth team. Without hesitation, Hao Guofu poured $200,000 into it, all for the chance to see Hao Qiang don the national team jersey in the Asian Youth Championship. Although the national youth team struggled with overall weak team strength, Hao Qiang stood out remarkably. Another intermediary approached, claiming he could recommend Hao Qiang to a European club. Hao Guofu hesitated, but Hao Qiang was adamant about going abroad. Hao Guofu invested over $1 million to ensure Hao Qiang caught the eye of foreign club scouts. At just 15, Hao Qiang caused a stir in Chinese football. He was brought to La Fabrica, the youth academy of the prestigious Real Madrid. Hao Qiang embarked on his journey abroad. Living independently in Madrid, he still cost his family over $100,000 each year. His parents visited every few months, and the expenses for flights and accommodations alone started at $100,000. Yet, despite not being at the peak of his career with nearly $20 million in his pocket, Hao Guofu didn't mind spending this amount. His wife and he also took the opportunity to travel to other European countries. Upon entering the youth training camp of Real Madrid, Hao Qiang possessed a physical advantage. However, this edge began to diminish after a year. He lamented that receiving youth training domestically seemed to have set him on the wrong path from the outset. He had expended excessive energy on physical conditioning, thereby missing the crucial foundational period for honing his technical skills. Among his peers in China, he excelled, yet in Europe, he appeared rather unrefined. Real Madrid ultimately relinquished their hold on him. Hao Guofu's career began to decline. With the factory's poor performance, he could only rely on his dwindling savings, which eventually disappeared. After being abandoned by Real Madrid, Hao Qiang shifted his focus to Munich, Germany. Bayern Munich showed no interest in him whatsoever. He then joined the youth ranks of 1860 Munich, a time when German teams were still somewhat inclined to notice Chinese players. Regrettably, after a year, he was cast aside once more. His family urged him to return home, but Hao Qiang resolutely chose to continue his pursuit abroad. He spent 6 months trialing in Monaco and another 6 with Paris Saint-Germain, eventually finding himself a trophy in Portugal and no longer a youth player. He signed a short-term contract for a year with Trophy, earning a mere €300 a month, subsisting on the monthly remittances from his parents to maintain a semblance of dignity. However, it seemed as though this existence was nearing its end. Suddenly, Hao Qiang felt he was on the brink of collapse. After more than half a year at Trophy, he had yet to seize a single opportunity to play. His professional debut felt like a distant dream. With his eyes closed, he could almost instantaneously enter a surreal realm. Yet, each day, aside from signing in, he found little else to occupy his time. The locked tiles from a decade ago remained unchanged. A glance at the calendar revealed that over the past 10 years, he had signed in daily without fail, accumulating a staggering 37-24 points. The purpose of these points remained a mystery. Now, he mused that if only these points could be converted into currency, it would be splendid. But there was no means of redemption. He even speculated whether, 10 years prior, some cosmic entity had passed by Earth and, upon sneezing, inadvertently bestowed upon him a malfunctioning piece of high technology. He felt utterly played. Having wagered everything, was he now merely the subject of ridicule? Once adorned with the title of a genius by Chinese media, he now found himself in obscurity. As he approached the trophy club, Hao Qiang understood that he was highly unlikely to receive a contract renewal after this season, given that trophy languished at the bottom of the league, with dismal performance, making them the prime candidate for relegation in the current Primera Liga season. Nevertheless, he refused to abandon football. Perhaps he would return to China in the summer. After all, China also had a professional football league. His parents had unconditionally invested so much in him. Now, with his father facing difficulties, it was only natural for him to step up. He would play to repay the debts. Chapter 2. Fireballs amidst the meteor shower. Coimbra Stadium, home of the University of Coimbra. The 21st round of the Primera Liga is underway, with Trofense visiting. Hao Qiang, donning the number 39 jersey, sits on the back row of the substitutes bench, overwhelmed by the fervent atmosphere of the stadium. To his astonishment, the mid-table University of Coimbra boasts a remarkably vast fan base. Established for over a century, the university's rich heritage surpasses that of Trofense by at least 2 tiers. In 2004, during Portugal's hosting of the Euro Cup, Coimbra Stadium underwent renovation, and now this modern arena accommodates 30,000 spectators, all seats filled today. After observing the match for a while, Hao Qiang notes that Trofense, languishing at the bottom of the league, is often subjected to relentless defeats on the road. Coimbra University scores the first goal before the end of the first half. During halftime, Hao Qiang listens to head coach Rui Silva's motivational speech in the locker room, which proves utterly ineffective. With only 4 wins out of 20 matches, 6 draws, and 10 losses, the team's spirit has long been extinguished. Hao Qiang senses the despondency of most players who seem resigned to their fate. Exhausted, they contemplate relegation. What is the point of trying when victory seems unattainable? Perhaps starting anew in the lower division would yield more wins, which sounds more appealing. The intensity and difficulty of the Super League are beyond imagination. The more one struggles, the more painful it becomes. The players leave the locker room with blank expressions, and Hao Qiang feels disheartened as well. As the second half commences, he drifts into thoughts about contacting a football agent in his home country later that evening, pondering which team he might join upon his return, and more importantly, how much he could earn. He recalls his father's debts exceeding 10 million, realizing the road to repayment will be long. Suddenly, he is jolted back to reality by the coach's sharp voice, glaring down at him. His teammates merely glance at him with indifference before returning their attention elsewhere. Confused, Hao Qiang wonders why, after 20 matches, the coach has chosen this moment to engage with him. Do you not wish to play? Rui Silva barks. Hao Qiang quickly rises, asserting, of course I want to play. Internally, he is perplexed. Had he ever played in the professional league before? No, he had not. The 40-something Rui Silva unleashes a tirade before urging him to warm up. Hao Qiang, feeling a surge of frustration, yet unable to rebel, rushes to the sidelines to warm up, only to realize that the team's main striker, Antonio, is injured and must be substituted. This realization intensifies his focus during warm-up. What an extraordinary day. Just this morning, he learned of his family's bankruptcy, and now he is about to make his professional debut? Despite the dire situation, Hao Qiang harbors hopes. Trofense's poor performance has led to a restless atmosphere. A month ago, the team experienced internal strife, with the coach imposing strict measures, resulting in 6 players being demoted to the reserve team, including 2 strikers. Otherwise, Hao Qiang would not have even had a chance to rise from the bench. Moreover, with the main striker Pesca suspended, the forward lineup is in dire straits. Hao Qiang had hoped for playing time since the last match, but Rui Silva's lack of trust in him has been evident. Today, however, the team is desperate for players. Tossing him into the fray is merely an act of fate. If they truly believed in his potential, they would not have overlooked him for so long. Trofense likely views him as a low-cost gamble, with a monthly salary of merely €300, hoping to nurture him for a year in case he blossoms unexpectedly. After completing his warm-up, Hao Qiang approaches the center line, ready to enter the field. As he steps onto the pitch before a packed audience of 30,000, he momentarily feels dizzy. He returns to the substitutes bench, where Rui Silva looks astonished, preparing to unleash another tirade. Do you truly not want to play? However, upon seeing Hao Qiang take a bottle of water, drink from it, and then pour the remainder over his head, shaking it off, his expression shifts. After wiping his face, Hao Qiang opens his eyes, filled with determination and a hint of ferocity, as if his aura has transformed in an instant. Rui Silva is left speechless, swallowing his words. Following the fourth official signal, Hao Qiang steps onto the field as the match resumes. Upon entering, he notices that Rui Silva has not assigned him any specific tasks. He decides to revert to his natural position as a central striker. Eduardo, the main striker, impatiently gestures for him to move to the left wing, barking, "You play wing." Hao Qiang feels a pang of discontent. His true position is as a striker. Yet, Eduardo, being the senior player, commands authority, leaving him no choice but to comply. The Coimbra University fans, amused by the scene of Hao Qiang being scolded, are well aware that he is a rookie. The university dominates the match, forcing Trefense into a counter-attacking stance. Hao Qiang quickly realizes a frustrating truth. His teammates refuse to pass him the ball. Twice he signals to Eduardo for a pass. Yet the latter chooses to return the ball instead. Despite Hao Qiang's active movement and availability, the ball is never sent his way. After 3 minutes on the pitch without touching the ball, he takes it upon himself to engage in defensive efforts. In the 65th minute, while chasing down a Coimbra University fullback, he decisively challenges and dispossesses him, sending the ball out of play. In that instant of contact, a blinding light flashes before him. Yet there appears to be no source of light in reality. Hao Qiang's spirit jolts, and he instinctively closes his eyes. In the darkness, a distant light remains, reminiscent of the past decade. Initially uncomfortable with his eyes shut, he has now grown accustomed to it. Focusing on the light, he draws nearer, and the vibrant essence of football engulfs his consciousness. Suddenly, he finds himself in a surreal space, nearly kneeling in awe. Finally, there's a change. In the lower right corner, a warehouse icon appears, and the first module of the central unlocking icon is activated. The image depicts a group of people standing in varying arrangements, with 4 prominent characters above reading, "Star of Hope." Hao Qiang eagerly clicks on it. 2 options present themselves. The left side offers a single draw for 100 points, while the right side allows for 10 draws at 1,000 points. Checking his points balance of 3,724, he feels overwhelmed with joy. Each day, his first task is to clock in. After 10 years, he can finally spend his points. Although he remains uncertain about what he might draw, the idea of utilizing these points gives his past decade of diligence a sense of purpose. Without hesitation, he selects the 10 consecutive draws, spending 1,000 points. Why settle for a single draw? He possesses the capability. In an instant, the scene shifts, and Hao Qiang finds himself in a magnificent stadium. Thunder rumbles overhead, and he looks up in astonishment. A meteor shower? Wait, does it seem like the meteor shower is raining down right above him? 10 meteors crash to the ground. Instinctively, he shields his head and crouches down, feeling a surge of fear. Expecting disaster, he finds that nothing occurs. The next moment, he gazes forward, where the meteors struck, and sees 10 young players dressed in various jerseys standing tall. They struck various poses, with 2 lines of text floating above their heads. The upper line displayed names, while the lower indicated ages, most of which hovered around 18. Among the names, Hao Qiang recognized a few, though there were several he did not. Just as he intended to scrutinize further, the scene abruptly shifted, and he found himself back at the interface for single or 10 draws. What was the purpose of those 10 individuals? 1,000 points. Was it merely to witness a special effects animation after 3 years of signing in? It hardly seemed worth it. Hao Qiang's mind wandered to the newly appeared warehouse icon. He promptly exited the interface and clicked on the warehouse at the lower right corner. Indeed, the once barren warehouse now displayed 10 cards. He clicked on the 18-year-old Van der Vaart, and a prompt appeared on the left side, accompanied by a new icon on the right, Use. Hao Qiang meticulously read the text on the left. Using the card would grant a boost to the player's abilities, lasting for 15 minutes, with a maximum of 2 uses per match. He was instantly elated. A decade of unwavering dedication had not been in vain. He admired his 8-year-old self for possessing such audacity and decisiveness. More importantly, the 10 years of perseverance, though not necessarily endured in humiliation, had involved the monotonous grind of daily training. How many times had he contemplated giving up, yet ultimately pressed on for the sake of his dreams? The dream had arrived. As Hao Qiang lifted his hand to tap the use icon, it hesitated mid-air. Calm down. This decision must not be hasty. First, he exited to scan through the 10 cards. Among this group of promising stars around 18, the sole forward was the Brazilian striker Fabiano. The others were either midfielders, defenders, or a goalkeeper. At least he knew Akinfeev played as a goalkeeper. As for the few names he did not recognize, he deemed them inconsequential, for their obscurity likely indicated a lack of prominence. Should he use Fabiano? Hao Qiang resolved to attempt another 10 draw. Entering the promising star interface, he decisively pressed the button for a 10 draw. The scene shifted, and he found himself once more in the empty stadium. This time, armed with experience, he instinctively gazed upwards. His prediction was correct. 10 bright lights streaked across the sky, creating a visual spectacle reminiscent of a meteor shower as they approached. Truly magnificent. Yet, confusion flickered in his eyes. Why was there one red-hued meteor among the 9 white ones, resembling a blazing fireball? The meteor was aflame. This phenomenon had not occurred in the previous round. The 10 meteors crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. As the brilliance faded, Hao Qiang focused ahead. A lineup of 10 individuals appeared, some familiar, others not. However, the most striking among them radiated a faint crimson glow, and even the name and age above his head were engulfed in flames. Hao Qiang blinked in disbelief. Robin, 19 years old. Was he not a far more enticing choice than Fabiano? Chapter 3. Be honest, and I will lead you to victory. Hao Qiang gazed at his points balance, which stood at 1724. Resolutely, he thought, since he would eventually spend it anyway, he might as well go all in and make another 10 consecutive draws. The scene shifted, and he looked up at the sky with a serious expression. 10 meteors streaked across the horizon, and once again, he spotted one glowing with fire. Was this the rhythm of consecutive winnings? The luck accumulated over 10 years of sign-ins was indeed extraordinary. As the meteors fell, Hao Qiang, drawing on his previous experience, remained calm. As the smoke cleared, 10 players struck various poses, lined up before him. He turned his gaze towards the player whose name blazed with fire. Only then did his expression change slightly. Cristiano Ronaldo, the winner of last year's Ballon d'Or. Unfortunately, the one before him was only 19 years old. Had he been 23, he would surely not merely be a rising star, but a world-class superstar. The scene vanished, and he returned to the lottery interface. Checking his balance again, he saw 724. A single draw? After some contemplation, he decided to save up. However, reaching 1,000 points would likely take him several months. Exiting the lottery screen, he suddenly noticed a new scroll icon beside the calendar. Upon clicking it, his eyes lit up. Monthly tasks? He saw a series of task contents and rewards, clear and straightforward. Goals, 137. Rewards, 100 for 0,01000 points. Assists, 2510. Rewards, 100 for 0,01000 points. League victories, 124. Rewards, 100,300,800 points. Longest running distances, 124. Rewards, 100,200,400 points. Successful dribbles, 5-10-20. Rewards, 200,400,800 points. And several other rewards. But the primary focus was indeed on goals, assists, and victories. Hao Qiang cursed under his breath as he exited this interface. He couldn't help but feel indignant. Compared to the task rewards, his accumulated 3,724 points from 10 years of sign-ins seemed utterly insignificant. Yet he soon found solace. Without the foundation built over a decade of sign-ins, how could he have his first pot of gold now? He opened his inventory, glancing back and forth between Robin and Ronaldo, hesitating over which to choose. Suddenly, he steeled himself. Only children make choices, adults take them all. First Ronaldo, then Robin. Since it was his professional debut, he naturally wanted to make a dazzling entrance and sound the first horn on the battlefield. Hao Qiang decisively used Ronaldo. After receiving the success prompt, he glanced around, belatedly realizing he had not returned to reality and felt no changes. So he immediately exited the strange space. Opening his eyes, he found himself in Coimbra Stadium, in the midst of battle. Time had not elapsed at all. He immediately began to run, noticing minimal changes. His teammates still refused to pass the ball, which only heightened his urgency. He retreated to the edge of the defensive midfield line. As he pushed forward in the attack along the wing in front of Coimbra University, he decisively engaged in joint defense with the team's fullback. In a surprising maneuver, he intercepted the ball from behind the opponent. After regaining possession, he turned and began to dribble forward, suddenly sensing a transformation. It was different now. The primary reason he had been underutilized in the trophy was that his skills had lagged compared to his teammates. In simpler terms, he had been rather crude. His physical attributes were strong, but his technique had held him back. In recent years, the Portuguese Super League's football reforms had emphasized the cultivation of technical talents. With his skills now significantly enhanced, he felt his dribbling had improved by at least 2 levels. His body felt more agile, and his flexibility had strengthened. With the elevation in skills, his dribbling speed surged, granting him an unprecedented exhilaration, as if his dribbling pace had become nearly equivalent to his off-the-ball speed. The Coimbra defenders completely underestimated him. Despite his rapid dribbling, they preconceived notions about his towering physique led them to believe he must lack agility. They thought that simply charging at him would suffice, and while they might not achieve a complete interception, they could certainly fluster him. Eduardo, the trophy striker, ran through the middle, glancing back at Hao Qiang, waiting for him to pass the ball. He had grown accustomed to teammates creating opportunities for him, and certainly, this substitute forward would be obliged to serve him. Yet, as Hao Qiang dribbled past the halfway line and encountered the first defender charging at him, he decisively opted to flick the ball and change direction towards the inside. His dribble was swift and unimpeded, and the impact left the audience in astonishment. Hao Qiang succeeded in his dribble. The Coimbra player who had lunged at him was left bewildered, as if he had foolishly offered up a golden opportunity. Even the trophy players found it hard to believe that this was the same person they had mercilessly mocked during training. Rui Silva stood at the sidelines, muttering to himself, "Pass, pass, pass, you fool." He did not believe that Hao Qiang's dribbling success would become a common occurrence. Suspecting it was merely an outburst of excitement, and certainly a fleeting moment. If he were truly that capable, he would not have displayed such a stark technical gap in training. Eduardo, meanwhile, was becoming increasingly agitated. He adjusted his positioning continuously, evading surrounding defenders, hoping to find a space to receive a pass from Hao Qiang. Yet, Hao Qiang paid him no mind, charging forward with the ball. The space on the pitch would not remain vacant forever. As Eduardo positioned himself in an open area, defenders would naturally gravitate towards him, compressing the space available for a pass. If he were blocked, Eduardo would have to seek a new opening. In a winding run, Eduardo saw Hao Qiang dribbling towards the penalty area, facing the Coimbra defense. Surely now he would pass. The little brat. Eduardo prepared to make a forward run, but his frustration mounted and hope dwindled. Could he really expect Hao Qiang to deliver a clever through ball? He hardly seemed the type for such finesse. As Hao Qiang slowed his dribble in a slightly leftward position just outside the box, the Coimbra defenders anticipated he would pass to Eduardo, who was making a forward run. Thus, one central defender marked Eduardo closely, while another charged in. Yet, as the opponent advanced, Hao Qiang still did not pass. Instead, he accelerated again, changing direction and driving towards the center of the penalty area. Eduardo had inadvertently drawn the defenders away. His forward run had turned into an offside position. He angrily flailed his arms and turned to unleash a barrage of curses at Hao Qiang. "You bastard!" But the scene before him left him utterly astonished. As if struck by lightning, with unwavering determination and a fierce glint in his eyes, Hao Qiang surged into the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot. The defender trailing Eduardo had not yet come close enough to block him, and the ball rocketed past him like a cannonball. Everyone turned their gaze towards the Coimbra goal. The goalkeeper? He stood motionless on the goal line, merely turning his head to watch the ball fly towards the upper left corner of the net. There was no ball there, for it had already entered the goal, spinning and landing after shaking the net. The Coimbra players were instantly stunned. As if struck by a bolt from the blue, Hao Qiang's fierce strike had created a thunderous effect. The goalkeeper, having failed to demonstrate even the most basic of saving skills, became nothing more than a backdrop for conceding goals. The ball has found its way in. Trophy has equalized the score. This Asian forward, who emerged from the bench, hails from China and dons the number 39 jersey. His name is Hao Qiang. Though little is known about him, he appears to be Trophy's secret weapon. In his very first offensive play, he executed a breathtaking long-distance run, culminating in a stunning goal. His ability to bypass 2 defenders was not only spectacular, but also assertive and decisive. Trophy has leveled the match against Coimbra University at 1-1. The home crowd is left in utter disbelief. The supporters of the home team exchange bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the recent events. That rookie who had amused them so much is now this formidable? This is no mere novice. He is a ravenous eagle. The sparse trophy fans are equally flabbergasted, questioning amongst themselves, are we certain we have such a player? Even the home coach, Rui Silva, stands by the sidelines, wide-eyed and blinking innocently in confusion. That brazen player, who dribbled past without passing, has scored? What extraordinary luck! Rui Silva, aside from attributing Hao Qiang's success to sheer fortune, finds no other explanation. The exhilaration of scoring in his debut match was palpable. He charged towards the sidelines, fists clenched, roaring with unrestrained joy. Having been battered by a career abroad that had nearly extinguished his spirit and deprived him of playing opportunities, he now felt reborn. In this moment, a surge of ambition ignited within him. He was transformed, destined to rewrite his legacy. Eduardo, the Brazilian forward who had just celebrated his 28th birthday yesterday, approached Hao Qiang slowly, struggling to adjust to the sudden shift in emotions. With a stern expression, he remarked, "We need a victory. Don't waste time." Compared to his earlier tirade, this statement was devoid of any foul language, indicating a newfound courtesy towards Hao Qiang. Yet, Hao Qiang dismissed him with a single retort before jogging back to midfield. "Mind your own business, and remember to pass the ball to me. If you play it straight, I'll lead you to victory." Eduardo, caught off guard, took a moment to process the audacity of the younger player, who not only spoke to him with an air of superiority, but also sought to recruit him as a subordinate. His expression shifted, as if Hao Qiang had ignited a spark within him, threatening to blaze into flames. Had it not been for the match, he might have delivered a swift slap to Hao Qiang's face. Scoring one goal has made him insufferably arrogant. Clearly, he was asking for a reprimand. The other trophy players were simply astonished by Hao Qiang's electrifying performance and subsequently reveled in the joy of equalizing, gathering around him for celebratory high-fives. However, Hao Qiang felt somewhat discontented as some teammates patted his head, treating him more like a child than a peer. After returning to the center circle, he struck a pose. At that moment, he rather agreed with Eduardo's earlier assertion. Time was fleeting, and his moment of glory could last only for 15 minutes, akin to a Cristiano Ronaldo performance. Everyone must seize the moment. He had yet to fully relish the experience. Chapter 4. What a wonderful child. Estadio de Universidade de Coimbra. The home team struggled for quite some time to recover from the devastating blow dealt by Hao Qiang's solo goal. After a sluggish start, they finally regained their composure and, buoyed by the cheers of their supporters, launched a vigorous offensive. Their physical prowess was superior to that of Trofense, and there was no reason to hesitate on home ground. A fluke. It must surely be an accident. Hao Qiang actively retraced his steps to assist in defense, striving to regain possession and initiate another offensive. Trofense equalized, boosting the team's morale and significantly enhancing their defensive efficiency. As they counterattacked with rapidity, Hao Qiang consistently positioned himself to receive the ball. Yet Eduardo began to take matters into his own hands. Following two successive fast breaks, Eduardo was intercepted while attempting to advance, leaving Hao Qiang to run in vain beside him, igniting a furious response. He roared at Eduardo, "Can you not understand a word? Do you even want to win? If you do, pass me the ball. Have you even assessed your own capabilities? If you were capable of breaching the opponent's defense, why didn't you do it earlier?" After Eduardo lost possession for the third time, Hao Qiang's composure shattered. The effects of frustration were rapidly fading. Eduardo, equally incensed, could not believe that a mere substitute forward dared to scold him. They erupted into a heated exchange on the pitch, with neither willing to relent, pointing fingers and hurling insults at one another. The supporters of the University of Coimbra were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Is there infighting among the Trofense forwards? What a spectacle! Teammates rushed to separate the two, fearing an escalation that could lead to both being sent off. Rui Silva, on the sidelines, was livid, incessantly reprimanding Hao Qiang for overstepping his bounds. What gives you the right to scold a first-team player? Do you not understand your position within the team? In the 75th minute, Hao Qiang finally received another opportunity. Eduardo sought the ball in the center, but Hao Qiang chose not to pass. Why should he? He charged forward with the ball, swift as the wind. The defense of the University of Coimbra grew wary. Yet Hao Qiang showcased his skill with a sudden stop-and-turn maneuver to evade a defender. Success. Upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, he paused briefly before accelerating once more. A defender rushed in to intercept, but Hao Qiang skillfully held his ground, leveraging his robust physique to catch the opponent off guard. He then unleashed a left-footed shot. The ball soared towards the far corner of the net, The goalkeeper of the University of Coimbra attempted a save, but failed to make contact. Bang! The ball struck the post and ricocheted away, hastily cleared by a defender. Hao Qiang looked to the heavens in frustration. Such wretched luck. The fans of the University of Coimbra were left in shock, feeling as though dark clouds loomed overhead, ready to unleash a thunderbolt at any moment. That young man is indeed formidable. Eduardo, witnessing how Qiang's shot hit the post, wore an expression of deep discontent. In terms of individual skill, he had been intercepted multiple times, while Hao Qiang managed to penetrate the penalty area and take a shot. The disparity was glaringly evident, whether Eduardo chose to acknowledge it or not. The other players of Trofense were also taking note. If they were to launch a counterattack, they needed to involve Hao Qiang. As time dwindled, the University of Coimbra, despite their solid defense, found it increasingly challenging to contain the young upstart emerging from seemingly nowhere. Yet, they pressed on, determined to intensify their attack. In the 80th minute, Hao Qiang once again received a pass from a teammate in the midfield. As he touched the ball, he attempted to accelerate forward, but misjudged and lost control. As he hurried to regain possession, he felt a disconnect between his mind and body. His mind was agile, yet his body felt clumsy. What a disaster. That spark was gone. Observing Hao Qiang's blunder, Eduardo felt a surge of satisfaction. Eagerly anticipating the moment they returned to the locker room to unleash his wrath upon this ungrateful young player. Rui Silva had fixed his gaze upon Hao Qiang. Rather than scolding him, he fell into contemplation. Hao Qiang had posed a threat with every touch in the previous minutes, though he had been a bit too individualistic. It could simply be attributed to a lack of synergy with Eduardo. If they could not synchronize, it was perhaps better for him to assert himself. Had he misjudged the situation? He shook his head. The coaching staff was not solely relying on him. No other coach had fully endorsed Hao Qiang's abilities. Perhaps it was merely the exuberance of a novice. As Hao Qiang hesitated during a defensive phase, he finally gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and entered a peculiar mental space. Then he thought of the little flying man, Robin. Upon emerging from this mental realm, Hao Qiang noticed that while the University of Coimbra launched their offense, their defensive line was somewhat vulnerable, particularly concentrated on his side. This was precisely what he had hoped for. Having previously roamed the left flank, he discreetly shifted toward the right during defense. In the 84th minute, after a successful defensive play by Trofense, the midfielders sought to organize a quick counterattack, looking for Hao Qiang's position. When a teammate delivered the ball to his feet, the players of the University of Coimbra were taken aback. How did he manage to shift to the opposite flank? Hao Qiang carefully controlled the ball, gradually increasing his speed. Wow! The sensation of deft and nimble ball control returned. Moreover, he discovered that he could skillfully dribble with his non-dominant left foot. The unity of body and ball allowed him to accelerate decisively when confronted by a defender. Breakthrough! The crowd erupted in astonishment. The fans of the University of Coimbra felt an ominous premonition intensifying, as the unfolding situation on the pitch seemed to herald impending doom. Hao Qiang surged along the right flank, and as he entered the danger zone of the attack, a defender charged in recklessly. Both players converged. Hao Qiang executed a sudden stop, deftly pushing the ball to his left and accelerating sideways to evade the defender's challenge, then deftly maneuvering past the oncoming center-back. Rui Silva was utterly astonished, displaying an expression of fear as if startled. The rapid directional changes and ball control exhibited in such close quarters were skills that not only lacked representation within Trofense, but were also rare throughout the entirety of the Primera Liga. As Hao Qiang entered the penalty area, another center-back approached aggressively. He swiftly stopped the ball and made another lateral cut, employing his signature move. Unstoppable, Hao Qiang advanced to the penalty spot, observing the bewildered goalkeeper before calmly placing a left-footed shot into the lower left corner of the net. The goalkeeper's futile attempt to save the shot only served to evoke sympathy from the home fans. Anyone who witnessed such a ferocious attack would likely be left trembling in fear. The supporters of Trofense could hardly believe their eyes as the ball rolled into the lower left corner of the net. Once they regained their composure, they erupted into jubilant cheers. Hao Qiang, the miraculous substitute, delivered a stunning performance, scoring twice to help Trofense take the lead. Could this truly be Rui Silva's secret weapon? He was making a name for himself in the Primera Liga, with Trofense languishing at the bottom of the league, desperately needing points for survival. Hao Qiang was undeniably their savior at this moment. University of Coimbra 1, 2 Trofense. After scoring, Hao Qiang raced toward the corner flag, kicking the flagpole away in celebration. This act incited the fury of nearby fans, who hurled coins, debris, and beverage bottles at him. Realizing he had mistakenly run toward the wrong section, he noticed that these fans were not allies, but rather supporters of the University of Coimbra. After a brief moment of exuberance, he quickly turned and left. Best not to provoke them further. The fans of the University of Coimbra were seething with anger, unwilling to let this affront go unpunished. Continuing to throw objects onto the pitch. Yet, he failed to hit his mark with Hao Qiang. When some teammates rushed over, brimming with excitement and surprise to congratulate him on his goal, Hao Qiang instead gestured towards the corner flag, indicating a foul. Look at them. They've gone mad. Is anyone going to do something? The referee, visibly displeased with Hao Qiang's antics, seemed to share his frustration. You scored, what's the fuss? You've damaged their corner flag and now flaunt it before them. It's a miracle I didn't throw you out of the field. And now, you dare to complain about their actions? Rui Silva, on the sidelines, was ecstatic, dancing in jubilation. They had actually turned the game around? What a surprise. This Hao Qiang, though still somewhat of a mystery, appeared to be a lucky charm for the team. Alas, such a narrow perspective. Had he been brought on earlier, perhaps Trophy wouldn't have found themselves languishing at the bottom of the league. After the celebrations, Rui Silva promptly made tactical adjustments, substituting Eduardo and another forward who had been largely ineffective. The team fortified their defense, leaving only Hao Qiang up front. Eduardo exited the field with a blank expression. With Hao Qiang having scored twice, he had no reason to confront him. If he dared to, his other teammates would likely side with Hao Qiang. Such is the nature of the team. Whoever scores is revered. Rui Silva continued to scrutinize Hao Qiang, increasingly impressed by his robust physique, resilient spirit, positive attitude, and most importantly, his explosive goal-scoring ability. What a remarkable young man. He had truly been underappreciated in the past few months. The players of Coimbra University found themselves in a daze, suddenly facing an unexpected reversal. The fans were similarly stunned, as if struck by lightning. Finally, the storm had arrived. Their premonitions had proven correct. However, this was not the time for self-pity and resentment. There was still time left in the match. They needed to focus on equalizing the score. Coimbra University also made substitutions to ramp up their offensive efforts, pushing forward with nearly their entire squad. Hao Qiang remained mobile in the center circle, constantly seeking openings for counterattacks. In the 88th minute, a clearance from Trophy's defense soared towards the central circle. Hao Qiang decisively positioned himself, straining to reach the spot where the ball would land, just as the last defender from Coimbra University lunged at him. Utilizing his physical prowess, he expertly claimed his position. As the ball descended, he controlled it flawlessly with the top of his foot. A perfect stop. The defender, attempting to tackle him, resorted to grappling and pulling, but Hao Qiang stood firm, pushing back against his opponent and deftly disengaging with a flick of his arm. With his left foot shielding the ball, he spun and charged forward along the edge. The entire audience witnessed Hao Qiang's remarkable solo effort against the Coimbra defender, leaving their fans in utter despair. Was this man a monster? Hao Qiang combined his physical strength with Robin's finesse, exhibiting a blend of power and precision. He swiftly accelerated, dribbling forward with the wind at his back. The Trophy supporters were in a frenzy, cheering for Hao Qiang, though they were unaware of his name. Otherwise, they would have been chanting it in support. As Hao Qiang approached the penalty area, he encountered the goalkeeper rushing out. He feigned a shot, prompting the keeper to lower his center of gravity and attempt a slide tackle to disrupt his control. With calm precision, Hao Qiang deftly redirected the ball to the left, leaving the goalkeeper grasping at thin air. He smoothly maneuvered past the keeper. The Coimbra fans, in despair, closed their eyes. Hao Qiang easily slotted the ball into the empty net, completing his hat trick. As he began to celebrate, he took just a couple of strides before turning to run in the opposite direction. He nearly headed back toward the corner flag, which would have been a grave mistake. As the Coimbra supporters glared at him with fury, "Kid, if you have the guts, come over here." Chapter 5. Ascending to Greatness. The Hat Trick. The remarkable substitute. Hao Qiang performed a stunning hat trick in his professional debut. Why has Trophy only now chosen to utilize him? His swift dribbling, agile and intricate ball control, combined with a calm demeanor and precise shooting skills, radiate the brilliance of a prodigy. It is utterly perplexing why Trophy has not employed him until now. The University of Coimbra could not anticipate the reversal they encountered on their home ground, facing an opponent they could not counter, rendering their struggles futile. The score stood at 1-3. Trophy was on the brink of securing 3 crucial points. Hao Qiang, brimming with confidence, witnessed the entire Coimbra team, coaches, players, and fans alike, fall into despair. Even with the score at 1-3, they could hardly believe that a single player could dismantle their collective efforts. Hao Qiang celebrated with his teammates, high-fiving in jubilation, eager for more goals once the match resumed. However, he soon realized that Coimbra was calmly passing the ball in their defense. What are they doing? Not playing anymore. No, please. In his eagerness, he pressed forward to reclaim the ball, hoping to instigate an attack from Coimbra. Yet, Coimbra preferred to play defensively, reluctant to mount an offensive. As the match entered stoppage time, Hao Qiang anxiously darted around the pitch. Coimbra's attacks were simplistic and brutish, and when Trophy successfully defended, he believed a golden opportunity had arisen, only for a teammate to clear the ball with a long kick. Hao Qiang dashed towards the ball, but found it out of reach, as Coimbra maintained their steady control. Feeling helpless, he sighed. Recognizing this was the rhythm even Trophy seemed to accept. 2 minutes later, the final whistle blew. The Coimbra fans exited silently, as if waking from a nightmare. Meanwhile, Trophy's supporters joyously celebrated a long-awaited victory. All eyes were on Hao Qiang, admiration growing with each glance. He was nothing short of a divine warrior. Back in the locker room, teammates lavished praise upon Hao Qiang's performance, some even insisting he must have held back during training. He remained speechless, feeling a sense of emptiness after the adrenaline had faded, as if still caught in a dream. Noticing others' gazes upon him, he turned to meet the eyes of the main striker, Eduardo, who quickly averted his gaze. Hao Qiang hesitated, deciding against reprimanding him. After all, they had won, and he had achieved a hat trick. Head coach Rui Silva entered the locker room, beaming after a spirited interview, radiating satisfaction. Upon seeing Hao Qiang, he smiled and remarked, "Your performance today was exceptional, exceeding my expectations. Keep it up, but do not become complacent." Hao Qiang nodded, yet inwardly thought, "Will you not offer me a word of praise?" As Trophy faced the threat of relegation, Rui Silva's job security was undoubtedly at risk if that fate befell them. In the shower, Hao Qiang hummed a tune while teammates laughed and chatted next door, their spirits buoyant after the victory. Though they remained at the bottom of the league, they embraced the moment, living for today and letting tomorrow's worries fade. Suddenly, he recalled his monthly tasks and promptly closed his eyes to enter a peculiar realm. Upon opening the daily task interface, his eyes sparkled with delight. Points galore. 3 goals completed tasks 1 and 3, netting him 100 and 400 points respectively. 1 victory earned him another 100 points, and 5 successful dribbles added 200 points, totaling an impressive 800 points. Tears nearly filled his eyes. This single match yielded more points than he had accumulated over 2 arduous years. Cursing the system under his breath, he lamented, "Could you not grant me a little more?" Adding the remaining 724 points, he now had 1,524 points in total. Determined, he decided to spend some of them. With a swift click, he initiated a 10 draw. The scene shifted, and he suddenly realized his lack of attire. Feeling somewhat awkward standing bare in the stadium, looking up at the sky, he saw 10 shooting stars streaking by, only to feel a pang of disappointment. Alas, all were glowing white lights. It seemed superstars like Robin and Ronaldo would not grace him with their presence. As the stars descended, 10 young players appeared before him, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Next time, I shall enter the system clothed, he thought ruefully. Disheartened by the outcome, he exited the system, resolving to continue accumulating points. To acquire quality items, amassing points was the true path. He returned to his modest apartment in Trophy, content to rest for the night. The next morning, he called his mother, Hao Qiang. "Mom, starting next month, you need not send me money anymore." "What? Son, please do not say such things. It's my fault for discussing our financial situation yesterday. Do not burden yourself with worries. Trust that your father and I will support you. Your living expenses will continue as usual next month, and if you find yourself in need, please tell me directly. Do not make any foolish decisions." "Mom, listen to me. I have money and can support myself." "How can you support yourself? 300 euros would only cover your rent. I played in a match yesterday and scored. I calculated it. My appearance fee, goal bonus, and winning bonus sum up to 400 euros. Though I must wait until the end of the month for payment. It will suffice for my expenses next month, so you need not worry." "What? You played in a match? Why didn't you tell me?" And Dad, although we have no television coverage of Portuguese matches here, Dad mentioned something about watching on the computer. I didn't know I would play yesterday. Football matters can be quite complex. Will you play in future matches? Absolutely. The coach nearly knelt before me in gratitude for helping the team win. You missed the scene. The fans went wild, treating me like a deity. If the coach didn't play me, the fans wouldn't allow it. Really? Then Dad and I will definitely watch your next match. Son, keep up the good work. I will send you some money to treat yourself to a nice meal. Playing football is physically demanding. You must maintain your nutrition. Hao Qiang held the phone, eyeing his strong physique. Did he lack nutrition? What he truly needed was a refinement of his football skills. Mere food would not suffice. No need. I'm doing well. Do not send me money. Once my salary arrives, I will set aside my living expenses and send you the rest. It may not be much, but please save it to help Dad with the bills. Hao Qiang choked back tears on the other end of the line, perhaps realizing her son had grown, beginning to shoulder family responsibilities. Hao Qiang felt a bit embarrassed. He knew that his modest bonus would hardly alleviate their burdens, but he wanted to contribute in any way he could. For now, he chose not to reach out to clubs back home. The system's timely activation reaffirmed his commitment to pursuing his career abroad. His enthusiasm during training was palpable, and his determination left Rui Silva almost bowing before him in admiration. For 3 consecutive days, Rui Silva and the coaching staff paid close attention to Hao Qiang's performance, recognizing his physical prowess. However, during ball training, he appeared to struggle, resembling a technical novice. His diligence was evident, yet the quality of his technical execution was hard to watch. Perhaps it was Hao Qiang's dazzling performance in the previous match that led them to believe, despite any excuses they might concoct, that they had witnessed the zenith of his technical prowess. Even with a dip in training intensity, he should still be regarded as a vanguard within the team. However, upon observing Hao Qiang's current technical display, it is evident that he has plummeted to the depths of mediocrity. What could be the reason? It is not as if Hao Qiang is being negligent. He is diligently earnest, yet the quality of his performance evokes a profound sense of despair. His teammates have also noticed that he seems to have reverted to his former self, resembling the clumsy figure he once was within the squad. Eduardo could not resist unleashing his scorn upon Hao Qiang in private. The Brazilian harbors a grudge. How petty. Last week's match was fought in the name of victory for the team. So how has it devolved into a personal vendetta? As the weekend approached, the 22nd round of the Portuguese league saw Trofense facing Setball in a relegation battle. Rui Silva hesitated over the starting lineup. Nevertheless, considering Hao Qiang's hat-trick from the previous week, it would be unreasonable to exclude him from the starting roster. Yet, his training performances over the past week had failed to instill sufficient confidence in the coaching staff. Even if one day Hao Qiang were to shine brilliantly, they would still question whether last weekend's match had been a mere dream. Despite his earnest and dedicated training, the quality of his technical execution during drills remained steady, showing no discernible improvement. Rui Silva was filled with trepidation. Trofense's home ground could accommodate only 3,000 spectators, a reflection of their status in the Portuguese league. Relegation seemed almost inevitable. To put it bluntly, their stadium hardly befits the caliber of the Primeira Liga. As a starting player, Hao Qiang took to the field brimming with confidence. While outsiders perceived a lack of progress over the past week, he felt a subtle enhancement in his skills, perhaps stemming from the influence of the young Robin and Cristiano Ronaldo. He speculated that this improvement was a product of muscle memory, with the most valuable lessons being those learned through practical experience, which leave the deepest impressions on the body. The Trofense fans focused their hopes on Hao Qiang. They understood that, at this level, the other players in the squad were merely trailing the tail end of the top leagues. Hao Qiang's previous performance had been nothing short of spectacular, with a hat-trick that left the audience in awe. Now, all hopes rested upon him to lead the team out of the mire. The clash between the two relegation-threatened teams would not be conservative, as a draw offered no advantages to either side, resulting in mutual detriment. Though Hao Qiang's natural position was center forward, he was assigned to the left-winger role due to Eduardo's presence in the center. He bore no resentment and energetically set to work as the match commenced. The defenders and midfielders of Trofense actively sought to create opportunities for him, completely disregarding his training performance earlier in the week. However, within the first 5 minutes of the match, Hao Qiang failed to succeed in 2 attempts to break through on the wing, once losing control of the ball and once having his dribble intercepted. The Trofense fans in the stands were left bewildered. What was happening? Had their superstar forgotten how to play on home soil? Had he squandered his time since the hat-trick indulging in revelry and debauchery? Eduardo observed with a cold gaze and shouted reminders to his teammates in the backline. Stop passing to him. He's useless. Passing to him is a waste of opportunity. Hao Qiang naturally overheard, as did many of the set ball players. Rui Silva raised his hands to cover his face on the sidelines. The worst fears had indeed come to fruition. Hao Qiang's previous brilliance was but a fleeting moment, though he initially maintained a steady mindset, confident in his abilities. Eduardo's provocations incited a fiery response within him. How dare he? Ignoring Eduardo, he closed his eyes and entered the system. He opened the inventory and filtered for forwards. Though he did not possess the luminous hope of a rising star, there were still forwards available. The fledgling talent, Robinho, engaged. Chapter 6. I am still a child. The mindset of most players at Trophy is akin to that of the fans, relying on Hao Qiang to elevate them to greatness. However, Hao Qiang's performance at the outset cannot be deemed particularly dreadful. Rather, it lacked any notable highlights. Coupled with Eduardo's loud provocations, the players in the defense and midfield swiftly came to grips with reality. It seemed utterly unrealistic to place their hopes entirely on Hao Qiang. As the team began to focus their efforts on Eduardo, he too failed to showcase any remarkable skills. The ball would still be lost. The two teams were of comparable strength, yet Setúbal had a slight upper hand over Trophy. Consequently, both teams found their offensive attempts repeatedly thwarted, rendering it impractical to breach the opponent's defense solely through sheer strength. Hao Qiang remained active on both offense and defense, his feet never ceasing their movement. Eduardo, failing to pose any threat, elicited no mockery from Hao Qiang. He was more in need of possession. After successfully defending against Hao Qiang early in the match, Setúbal no longer took him seriously. In the 15th minute, after assisting the midfield with a tackle on the left side of the pitch, Hao Qiang immediately turned and sprinted forward, signaling to his teammates for a pass. Veteran midfielder Bagus complied, having come to understand that passing to either Eduardo or Hao Qiang yielded similar results. One relied on physical strength to charge forward, while the other depended on lackluster technique. Neither was particularly effective. Let them alternate their attacks. At least Hao Qiang's strong defensive awareness and proactive movements alleviated his defensive burdens, making it unreasonable for Bagus to withhold passes from him. Midfielder Sandro from Setúbal lunged at Hao Qiang to apply pressure. As a seasoned 30-year-old player faced with an 18-year-old rookie, Sandro believed he could once again outmaneuver Hao Qiang. Yet, upon gaining possession, Hao Qiang did not rush to accelerate. He had sensed the evolution of his agility and ball control. When Sandro charged at him, he remained composed, deftly flicking the ball to change direction and gliding past his opponent. With a flick and a pull, he surged forward. Sandro, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. What just happened? In that fleeting moment, Hao Qiang exhibited not only speed, but also remarkable ball control. The once disheartened Trophy fans now erupted with excitement. Hao Qiang's dazzling maneuver had opened their eyes. The boy had finally awakened. As Hao Qiang reached his peak speed, Eduardo, trailing in the middle, felt a familiar thrill return. He dared not shout at Hao Qiang, continuing to make silent runs. The Setúbal defense remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, quickly falling into a passive stance, retreating until they found themselves with no ground left to concede. Center-back Ori, positioned slightly left in front of the penalty area, watched as Hao Qiang approached with the ball. His weight shifted cautiously in defense. Hao Qiang slowed his dribble, preparing for a confrontation, and the audience's expressions turned to astonishment. The towering Hao Qiang had begun to perform bicycle kicks. Rui Silva clutched his head, his gaze blank. What was happening? Suddenly, a display of skill emerged. Ori, bewildered by Hao Qiang's feints, found himself dizzy as Hao Qiang skillfully maneuvered past him, executing a swift right-footed flick to change direction and break through on his outside flank. In that moment of narrowly avoiding each other, Ori, attempting to foul, lost his balance and fell to the ground, bewildered. Another center-back, Hugo, neglected Eduardo and charged toward Hao Qiang. By then, Hao Qiang had already entered the penalty area. Noticing an opponent approaching from the right, he decelerated, changed direction to the right front, and pulled the ball with his left foot. Hugo and Hao Qiang crossed paths in succession. By the time Hugo halted and turned, Hao Qiang had positioned himself for a clear shot at the penalty spot. Facing goalkeeper Milijovic, Hao Qiang calmly swung his right leg and struck the ball toward the bottom left corner of the goal. Milijovic leaped in vain. The shot was too clever. As the ball soared into the net, Trophy's fans rose in jubilant applause. An unbelievable performance. After scoring a hat trick in his last match as a substitute, Trophy's Chinese forward had now executed a breathtaking long-range run, bypassing 3 defenders. One could only wonder where this talent had emerged from. According to records, This Chinese forward had entered the youth training camp of Real Madrid upon arriving in Europe, but failed to gain recognition. He had since passed through youth teams in Germany and France before arriving in Portugal, after trials at multiple clubs without securing a professional contract. Trophy had taken him in at a negligible cost of merely €300 per week. Now he was captivating Trophy with his performances, ensuring that teams in the Portuguese league would remember his name. His name was Hao Qiang, hailing from China, and he was relentless in scoring. Trophy led Setúbal 1-0. Hao Qiang turned and sprinted towards the sidelines, arms outstretched, reveling in the fans' cheers. As his teammates approached, Hao Qiang suddenly shouted at the bewildered Eduardo, "Shout my name." Eduardo, dazed and at a loss, stammered, Hao Qiang." With eyes sharp as blades, complemented by his physique and expression, Hao Qiang resembled an enraged beast in that moment. "Do not provoke me further. Play your game well, and remember to pass me the ball. I will lead you to victory." With that, Hao Qiang turned and jogged toward the midfield. Meanwhile, his teammates observed the spectacle. Veteran midfielder Baguz mercilessly chuckled at the stunned Eduardo. Such is the realm of the pitch. The victor reigns supreme, and only the winner holds sway. What of Hao Qiang's youth? He had scored. Eduardo, despite his seniority and age, had failed to net a goal, leaving his teammates unable to support him steadfastly. Rui Silva, shaking off his earlier doubts, now realized that Hao Qiang was indeed a player forged for battle. Perhaps it was only under pressure and in a fiercely competitive environment that Hao Qiang could truly unleash his potential. Had it been a routine match, would Rui Silva have believed it? Not for a moment. Yet the facts lay bare before him, demanding his acknowledgement. He needed to devise a rational explanation to convince himself. Setúbal's players, too, were left incredulous by Hao Qiang's performance. The player they had previously contained with ease had suddenly dismantled their defensive line? Was he merely concealing his prowess all along? With the score against them and playing away, Setúbal dared not recklessly enhance their offense. They first needed to solidify their defense. Conversely, Trophy was unified in their strategy. Hao Qiang was formidable. They needed to concentrate their efforts on creating opportunities for him. In the next 10 minutes, Hao Qiang frequently touched the ball in the attacking third, displaying rapid footwork and exceptional agility. However, the localized environment had shifted from one-on-one to at least 2 defenders per attacker. Setúbal's defensive actions grew more aggressive, resorting to fouls as Hao Qiang's solo advances often met with resistance or were thwarted by infractions. He couldn't help but feel a bit irritable. After an instance of misplacing the ball while attempting a dribble, he managed to regain his composure. His energy had waned. The boost from Robinho had dissipated. Observing Setúbal's stringent marking, the experience of the match only grew more disheartening. Thus, Hao Qiang began to actively distribute the ball to his teammates, participating more earnestly in defense. He even sprinted back to chase down opponents near his own baseline. The fans of Trophy and Rui Silva initially held high hopes that Hao Qiang would continue to excel, not necessarily in scoring, but by consistently creating opportunities in the attacking front. However, after the 25th minute, Hao Qiang increasingly retreated to the defense. In the midst of the attack, he would halt the ball and pass it to a teammate. They were baffled by his actions. "You are a winger, not a fullback." Yet, Eduardo experienced a significant shift in mindset. Hao Qiang actively passed him the ball, akin to a blend of coercion and a comforting embrace. Eduardo managed to create a slight threat during the attack, but unfortunately, he failed to score. Hao Qiang felt helpless. He had provided the opportunity, yet it was squandered. At halftime, Eduardo hung his head in shame. It was evident to all that he had more chances than Hao Qiang, who had also created numerous opportunities for him, while simultaneously diverting the opponent's main defensive forces. The true ineptitude was glaringly obvious. Upon returning to the locker room, Hao Qiang seized the moment to rest. He had expended considerable energy. His relentless movement between the front and back lines made his presence felt everywhere. His teammates lauded his performance, particularly those in the midfield and defense. With their lead, they were naturally inclined to bolster their defensive efforts. Although Hao Qiang was a winger, his defensive contributions were remarkably effective. Even compressing the defensive space in the backfield considerably eased their defensive duties. Rui Silva, however, was in a state of deep conflict. After a brief talk, he approached Hao Qiang and quietly inquired, "Qiang, do you have any issues with the forwards?" Puzzled, Hao Qiang replied, "Not at all. There are just a few of us. Does it even matter if I have an opinion?" Rui Silva retorted, "Then why did your attacking aggression plummet so drastically after scoring?" He couldn't be too blunt. A winger engaging actively in defense should ideally please the coach, but this was contingent upon certain conditions. In the recent 2 matches, Hao Qiang had proven to be the most capable forward. With more focus on defense, it was only natural that his offensive contributions would wane. Hao Qiang harbored an unspoken secret. He was on a mission. One of his monthly objectives was to cover the most distance in a match, alongside a tackling task, 6 13-21 interceptions. While the rewards were not as substantial as those for goals and assists, even the smallest gains were worthwhile. Moreover, by strengthening the defense with their lead, he increased the team's chances of victory, thus fulfilling the task of securing 2 wins. Yet, these were matters he could not share with others. He needed someone to believe him first. He could only tell Rui Silva, "I am not a center forward, so I cannot always be in the best position during every attack." Eduardo was well positioned for the pass, and I see no issue in that. Rui Silva hesitated, caught between his thoughts. Sighing, he realized that with the team ahead on the scoreboard, excessive criticism might yield counterproductive results. Ultimately, he could only express to Hao Qiang, "I still hope to see you perform better in the attack." The sincerity in his eyes was unmistakable. Rui Silva likely understood that once the match shifted to a more intense phase, relying on Trophy's defense to hold firm was uncertain. Hao Qiang silently lamented, "Why are you all so difficult to please? You pay me the least, yet expect me to shoulder the heaviest burdens." Despite my imposing stature, at 18 on the field, who doesn't remark, he's still just a kid? Chapter 7. The resounding slap, a nation in turmoil. As the second half commenced, the teams returned to the field for a fierce contest. Set ball launched an aggressive counterattack, putting immense pressure on the Trophy defense. Hao Qiang remained vigilant, actively working to alleviate the burden on the backline. His tireless efforts in reclaiming possession and engaging in fierce confrontations proved invaluable, stabilizing the team's defense. Meanwhile, the seasoned midfielder Baguz could not contain his frustration towards the forwards, Eduardo, and another Brazilian striker, Antonio, who seemed to be playing lackadaisically. He pointedly remarked to them, "You both lack the awareness he possesses." Hao Qiang felt somewhat disheartened, realizing that the sharp-eyed Baguz was using him to incite animosity. Set ball, in a state of confusion, could not discern Hao Qiang's true role on the field. Was he a winger? After scoring, he hardly resembled one. Following a relentless assault exceeding 15 minutes, Set ball needed a moment to regroup. At this juncture, Trophy seized the opportunity to counterattack. Although Hao Qiang was aware that his footwork lacked finesse, he endeavored to create opportunities for his teammates through passing and collaboration. Yet, his passes were far from incisive, merely adhering to a standard quality. Ultimately, it fell to Eduardo and Antonio to challenge Set ball's defense with their individual prowess. Trophy supporters rallied behind their team, reveling in the rare lead at home. Throughout the season, they had often faced defeats or draws, with victories being a distant dream. After 10 fruitless minutes of relentless attempts by Eduardo and Antonio, their confidence began to wane. Rui Silva, observing from the sidelines, felt increasingly anxious, sensing an ominous premonition as the match approached the 70-minute mark. Having endured numerous losses, doubt had taken root. As Set ball launched a decisive offensive, Rui Silva opted for a substitution, bringing on Barreto in place of Eduardo to bolster the defense. With hopes of scoring a second goal seemingly dashed, it was imperative to prevent conceding an equalizer. Hao Qiang, however, gazed at the vast space in Set ball's backline with a complex mix of emotions. He could see the openings, but lacked the ability to exploit them. Sighing, he acknowledged his limitations. In a moment of desperation, he closed his eyes and entered a peculiar realm, accessing a repository of cards, where he meticulously selected a card featuring Van der Vaart. Upon using it, he returned to reality, and Trophy had since shifted to a dual striker formation, partnering with Antonio. In the 75th minute, as Set ball's offensive effort faltered, Baguz swiftly passed to Hao Qiang after regaining possession in midfield. Set ball's players attempted to reclaim the ball, but Hao Qiang skillfully maneuvered, evading them. Although his technique had evidently improved, he nearly lost possession due to an overzealous touch. The disparity between his dribbling skills and those of Van der Vaart, Robin, or Ronaldo was stark. Thus, he slowed down to maintain control and avoid mistakes. Set ball's defense, despite their efforts, aggressively pursued him, yet Hao Qiang remained composed. In a moment of close engagement, he deftly changed direction and veered towards the left flank. Even the Trophy fans were taken aback, exclaiming, "Wait, did he just remember he's a left winger?" As he drew defenders towards him, he glanced toward the penalty area and decisively delivered a cross. The ball arced beautifully, bypassing the scattered defenders and landing just in front of the penalty spot. Suddenly, Set Ball's defense realized Antonio had surged forward, finding himself in a one-on-one opportunity. Hao Qiang's cross may not have been the epitome of brilliance, yet it was undeniably of a commendable standard. Antonio, with poise, controlled the ball and unleashed a shot towards the bottom left corner of the goal, maintaining Brazil's honor. As the ball nestled in the net, trophy fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Antonio celebrated by pointing at Hao Qiang, his face radiating joy. Hao Qiang took a deep breath. Having registered an assist, just one more would fulfill his mission. Rui Silva raised his fists in exuberance, leaping with delight. However, the substituted Eduardo was far from pleased. Harboring feelings of anger, he perceived Hao Qiang's cross as a blatant contrast to his previous stable passes, believing it was a deliberate slight. Yet, with 1 goal and 1 assist to his name, Hao Qiang had undoubtedly become the darling of the team. For Trophy, who found winning a match akin to scaling a mountain, the prospect of consecutive victories now seemed within reach. Although Antonio scored the goal, the majority of celebrating players approached Hao Qiang, offering him words of praise. As they returned to the half, Hao Qiang advised Antonio, "If you see space in front, just run. If the pass doesn't reach you, it's on me." Antonio eagerly nodded. "All right, I trust you." Unlike the irritable Eduardo, he was willing to cooperate. Set Ball's players furrowed their brows, feeling as though they had been outsmarted. Hao Qiang had begun the match with a burst of energy, inflicting significant damage, but had then gone quiet for nearly an hour. During that time, his contributions had been standard. He had worked hard defensively, covering vast areas. However, offensively, he had exhibited little to warrant concern. Yet now, he had suddenly pierced through their defense. This was utterly incomprehensible. Time remained, and Set Ball was not yet in a position to concede defeat. The atmosphere in the stadium became electric, with trophy fans anticipating the sweet taste of a second consecutive victory. Crucially, these were 3 vital points in their fight for survival. As Set Ball pressed forward, Trophy's defense contracted. Rui Silva, slightly more at ease, seemed to have weathered the storm of anxiety. When Hao Qiang executed a pair of overhead passes from the midfield, leading to Antonio being caught offside and then thwarted in a one-on-one, the crowd gazed at him in astonishment. This young man appeared to have suddenly transformed into a remarkably skilled attacking midfielder. Eduardo, in a fit of rage on the bench, clenched his fists, convinced that Hao Qiang's newfound creativity in passing proved he was capable of delivering quality passes, yet he stubbornly withheld them from Eduardo. In the 86th minute, Hao Qiang feigned a pass, evading one defender before swiftly advancing. The Set Ball defense was exposed, and Antonio's movements were promising. As Hao Qiang approached the defensive line, Hugo shifted his weight, attempting to cut off the passing lanes. However, with a sudden burst of speed, Hao Qiang broke through on the left side. After bypassing Hugo, he entered the penalty area, where the goalkeeper rushed out to confront him. In that moment, Hao Qiang selflessly squared the ball to the right flank of the box, where Antonio was waiting to slot it into the empty net. Trophy fans raised their fists in ecstatic celebration as Hao Qiang provided another assist, cementing a 3-0 lead over Set Ball and securing victory. With 1 goal and 2 assists, Hao Qiang once again emerged as the pivotal player of the match. His extraordinary performances over 2 consecutive games left everyone in disbelief. Rui Silva ought to reflect on his decisions. Why had he not deployed Hao Qiang sooner? Why wait until the team was on the brink of relegation to recognize this remarkable Chinese forward? Antonio rushed towards Hao Qiang and lifted him in celebration. As Hao Qiang raised his fists in exhilaration, beyond the joy of securing victory in the match, he was acutely aware that he had accomplished yet another task, his points firmly in hand. Perhaps a lottery draw would soon follow. Rui Silva laughed heartily, applauding Hao Qiang, and felt a surge of confidence regarding the team's relegation battle. Set Ball was utterly defeated, resigned to their fate, trailing by 3 goals with no hope of recovery. It seemed the effects of Hao Qiang's earlier prowess had waned. However, he was devoid of the despondency that had marked the first half. The outcome of the match was all but settled. He focused on defense, sprinting with determination, striving to secure the highest running distance on the field. Observing his spirited demeanor, the trophy supporters began to murmur appreciatively among themselves. What a remarkable player! Rui Silva, the fool, had kept him on the bench for the majority of the season. A promising talent nearly squandered by a lackluster coach. As the match entered injury time, the trophy fans spontaneously united in a chorus, chanting Hao Qiang's name. Hao Qiang strong, strong, strong. Though the home crowd numbered only 3,000, Hao Qiang felt invigorated, as if he had ascended to stardom in this desolate place. When the final whistle blew, he raised his fist in triumph, a broad smile gracing his face while his gaze remained resolute. Veteran midfielder Baguz approached him, embracing him warmly, exclaiming, "You have become our savior. You must continue to strive. Our hopes of survival rest solely upon you." Without hesitation, Hao Qiang accepted the mantle of responsibility. Fame must be seized early. He would carry the team forward. He gestured toward the trophy supporters in the stands, leaving behind a striking silhouette as he entered the players' tunnel. The atmosphere among his teammates was jubilant. 2 consecutive victories. It was their first of the season, alleviating pressure and rekindling hope for the future. Yet, Eduardo stormed up to Hao Qiang, his demeanor explosive, looking down upon him with a dark expression as he interrogated, "Are you deliberately trying to sabotage me?" Eduardo believed that Hao Qiang's failure to assist him was a personal affront. Hao Qiang glanced up briefly, thinking him irrational. Seeing Hao Qiang lower his head to remove his shoes again, Eduardo, in frustration, pushed his head. "I'm asking you a question. Are you intentionally messing with me?" The other teammates, unable to remain passive, rushed in to support Hao Qiang, but before Baguz, Antonio, and fullback Mira could intervene, Hao Qiang abruptly halted his sure removal, lunging forward and colliding shoulder first into Eduardo, sending him sprawling to the ground. Fury etched on his face. Hao Qiang mounted Eduardo, raining down slaps upon his face. "If you think I'm messing with you, then I shall do so now." The sound of slaps echoed, instilling a sense of dread among the onlookers. Eduardo's cries for mercy grew louder, eventually devolving into pleas. Helpless beneath Hao Qiang's formidable strength, he struggled in vain against the relentless barrage of blows. Blood seeping from his nose and mouth, a pitiful sight indeed. Baguz hurriedly pulled Hao Qiang away. "Stop! Enough!" Hao Qiang relented, letting out a disdainful huff. He removed his cleats, placing them before his locker, and then proceeded to the shower to cleanse himself. The teammates displayed little sympathy for Eduardo, merely reflecting on his battered visage, wondering if his mother would even recognize him upon his return home. Chapter 8. The path is taking a wrong turn. As Hao Qiang stood under the shower, memories of his completed tasks flooded his mind. Ignoring the lessons learned from the previous week, he stepped naked into the realm of consciousness. With eager anticipation, he accessed the monthly tasks. Victory matches, 2, achieved. 300 points secured. Assists, 2, completed. 100 points acquired. Longest distance run, 1, successful. Another 100 points added. Steals, 7, met the target. Another 100 points gained. Dribbles, 10, earning him 400 points. In total, he amassed 1,000 points. Time for a lottery draw. Without hesitation, Hao Qiang opted for 10 consecutive draws. Standing in the arena unashamed, he gazed upward, a smile gracing his lips as a meteor shower streaked across the sky. Here it comes, fiery meteors. Unlike his previous attempts, this time did not seem futile. 10 meteors descended with a thunderous crash. As the smoke cleared, his expression soured. Could there be a mistake? His eyes fixated on the man whose name was ablaze, the young Seedorf. He was a midfielder. To be fair, Seedorf was indeed formidable. Yet his position left Hao Qiang feeling conflicted. Upon being automatically returned to the lottery interface, he glanced at the remaining 500 points and sighed softly. Something felt amiss. If more midfielders were to appear in the future, would he have to change his position? As a natural center forward, he felt as though he was straying further from his true path. Emerging from the shower, Rui Silva stood in the locker room, ready to address the team. He had learned of Hao Qiang's recent altercation with Eduardo, who had provoked him. Observing Hao Qiang's nonchalant demeanor, Rui Silva hesitated. Even though some players had informed him that Eduardo had instigated the incident, any form of physical retaliation seemed unjustifiable. Had Hao Qiang not demonstrated unparalleled performance in the last 2 matches, Rui Silva would have surely reprimanded him. To Hao Qiang's surprise, Rui Silva chose to overlook the prior incident entirely. Ah, how convenient. Goals are the ultimate currency. Hao Qiang felt no particular gratitude or emotion towards Rui Silva. During his time at Trophy, he had neither received focused training from the coaching staff nor the foundational trust he desired. He merely sought an opportunity, and by sheer coincidence, Rui Silva had reluctantly given him a chance. Now, he aimed to solidify his position as a starter, hoping to secure a better platform come summer. Rui Silva's brief speech outlined the team's training and vacation schedule for the next 2 weeks, leading up to the FIFA match day in March. The next match would occur in 3 weeks. It suddenly dawned on Hao Qiang. His heart sank. Oh no. He realized that he would not be able to complete this month's tasks. Sigh. It was a missed opportunity. With a heavy heart, he left the stadium, where he was met with thumbs up from passing fans who even requested selfies with him. The following day, two major Portuguese media outlets, A Bola and Record, featured Hao Qiang on their front pages. They extolled his astounding performances over the 2 rounds of matches. Initially thought to be a fleeting brilliance, his shine had proven to be enduring. Simultaneously, the Portuguese media uncovered that Hao Qiang's contract with Trophy would expire at the end of June, rendering him a free agent. It was a clear message to other Primeira Liga clubs. If they wished to acquire him, they should act swiftly. In the quaint and tranquil town of Trophy, Hao Qiang's life was rather modest. Coming from a middle-class background, his years abroad had been simple. As his father had often advised, one must endure solitude and resist temptation to preserve prosperity. Yet, the primary reason for his simplicity lay in his unfulfilled potential. He had been yearning to prove himself, with football occupying his every thought. Although he was now older, Trophy offered little to sway his resolve. He adhered to a disciplined training regimen, even during holidays. Aware that his recent performances were not solely a reflection of his capabilities, he recognized this as an opportunity to accelerate his growth and could not afford to squander it. The routine of daily training had become second nature to him. As the first week passed, Rui Silva invited him to dine at a seemingly upscale seafood restaurant in Trophy. Hao Qiang initially believed this was a gesture of goodwill, a private compensation for his efforts. However, after the meal, Rui Silva presented him with a new contract. Smiling as he remarked, "Your contract is about to expire, and the club has prepared a new one for you. If you find it satisfactory, please sign it soon. Your salary has been increased 5-fold, and signing early means you can begin receiving a higher wage sooner." Hao Qiang tucked the contract away, feeling disheartened. Though young, he was no fool. His father, Hao Guofu, was a self-made entrepreneur of considerable repute. Growing up, Hao Qiang had absorbed his father's business acumen. Now, the notion of Trophy wanting to renew his contract felt insincere. He had no interest in even glancing at the contract. Fully aware of Trophy's dire circumstances, lacking prospects and resources. Initially, he sought merely a platform, but whether he could earn substantial income remained uncertain. However, it was evident that he could earn more elsewhere than at Trophy. The fondness he had begun to develop for Rui Silva evaporated in an instant. Even the meal he had consumed seemed tainted. Another week slipped by. During this time, several strangers approached, offering their services as Hao Qiang's agent, promising to secure him a lucrative contract come summer. Yet, he remained unmoved, possessing a remarkable patience. Rui Silva inquired weekly, urging him to renew his contract. Meanwhile, Hao Qiang had disposed of that contract, choosing not to divulge his truth, his desire to return to China in the summer, where clubs could offer him an annual salary exceeding 500,000 euros. Rui Silva was taken aback, admonishing him for considering abandoning his dreams. After all, he had only just emerged from the football desert of China to the pinnacle of Portuguese football. Why would he wish to return? He urged Hao Qiang to contemplate his decision, while Hao Qiang used the excuse of still deliberating to delay signing. As the month drew to a close, his salary was deposited. Apart from a base salary of 300 euros, he received nearly 1,000 euros in bonuses for goals, assists, appearance fees, and win bonuses. After paying rent and setting aside some pocket money, he transferred 800 euros to his mother's account. Upon receiving the money, Hao Qiang immediately called him. "Son, why are you really sending money home? You should keep it for yourself. I have no need for it, and I am confident I will earn more in the future. Just accept it. I don't want to seem like a stranger. Don't worry about me, Mom. This is the best time I've had since coming abroad. Just wait for the day when we can count our money together. Don't dwell on Dad's situation. It's unnecessary. Our family will soon be all right. I need to train now. I'll hang up. Take care of yourself and Dad." Hao Qiang understood that 800 euros was not a substantial amount and would not provide significant assistance to his family. Yet, he viewed it as a positive beginning. The path of paying off debts through football seemed achievable. 3 days before the commencement of the 23rd round of the league, Hao Qiang encountered Eduardo once more on the training ground. Eduardo's facial injury had healed, yet he avoided Hao Qiang's gaze, unable to look him in the eye. Antonio privately remarked to Hao Qiang that Eduardo was likely mentally shattered, displaying an abject demeanor indicative of having been psychologically scarred by their previous encounter. Hao Qiang remained unfazed. On the evening of April 5th, Trophy faced Maritimo as guests. The stadium was nearly filled with around 9,000 spectators, predominantly Maritimo supporters. Maritimo ranked in the upper echelons of the league, while Trophy had managed to ascend one position from the bottom, yet the disparity between the two teams remained substantial. As the match commenced, Trophy found themselves under tremendous pressure. Hao Qiang was assigned the position of left winger. He commenced the game with vigorous running, aiding the defense to stabilize the situation, while Maritimo, buoyed by their fans, unleashed a relentless offensive onslaught. Eduardo did not start. Antonio occupied the central forward position, with Zamorano on the right wing. 10 minutes into the game, Trophy's defense faced mounting pressure, leading to a critical moment, yet they managed to avert disaster. Trophy also initiated counterattacks, though the quality of their forward plays was lacking. Antonio displayed remarkable speed, while Zamorano exhibited excellent teamwork. In a decisive moment, Hao Qiang resolutely closed his eyes, entering a peculiar realm where he accessed his inventory. He retrieved the card featuring Seedorf, adorned in an Ajax jersey, and decisively activated it. Exiting the system, he returned to reality, eager to capitalize on the opportunity for a counterattack amidst Maritimo's aggressive advance. Maritimo's manager, the Brazilian Lazzaroni, renowned for having coached the Brazilian national team in illustrious clubs such as Juventus, observed the match with arms crossed, seemingly dismissive of Trophy's capabilities. His philosophy embraced free-spirited play and an attacking style of football. With Maritimo lacking the resources to contend for the title in the Primeira Liga, they opted for a more liberated approach, playing with vigor and pride irrespective of the outcome. The match appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. However, in the 13th minute, when Hao Qiang moved from the left flank to the center to support Baguz, he executed a wall pass, with Zamorano breaking through the defense. Hao Qiang felt the enhancement of his technical abilities bestowed by Seedorf, yet his agility in maneuvering seemed to still require refinement. Perhaps it was because Seedorf was not known for frequent bursts of explosive speed. As he approached the right side of the penalty area, Antonio's movement drew the defense back. Hao Qiang recognized the opening, but having not played for 3 weeks, he succumbed to the instinct of a natural striker and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Concentrating intently, he struck the ball, which soared with minimal spin, resembling a white arc piercing the night sky towards the corner of the goal. The Maritimo fans fell into an immediate silence, while the jubilant cheers of Trophy's supporters reverberated throughout, affirming their presence. Hao Qiang himself found it hard to believe. Was Seedorf truly that formidable? A stroke of brilliance. Chapter 9. The team's dynamics in the atmosphere. Wow. The ball is in. Hao Qiang's long-range shot finds the net. He has scored crucial goals in 3 consecutive matches in the Portuguese Super League. His magic and madness continue unabated. If Trofense can triumph over Maritimo, they might just escape the relegation zone. The quality of that long-range shot was extraordinary, powerful, and precisely aimed at the corner. The goalkeeper was utterly helpless. Rui Silva clenched his fists in celebration, although he had observed Gao's training performance as rather mediocre. Yet, once on the pitch, this young lad never disappoints. The Trofense supporters in the stands were equally exuberant, chanting, "Hao Qiang, so strong, so strong." Filled with vigor, Hao Qiang dashed off to celebrate, casually striking the corner flag with a fist, radiating confidence. Suddenly, it seemed he had found his rhythm. Although Seedorf played in midfield, his offensive skills significantly enhanced his own capabilities. There was no need for disdain. Lazzaroni frowned, having heard of Hao Qiang's performances but dismissed them as inconsequential. After all, they were a relegation-threatened team. Could they truly turn the tide? Yet, Hao Qiang's long-range shot shattered Maritimo's goal, compelling him to signal for tighter marking on Gao. Maritimo's players steadied themselves and resumed their aggressive assault after the kickoff. Trofense, buoyed by 2 consecutive victories, displayed remarkable morale and defensive tenacity. Under immense pressure, they managed to hold their ground against the opponent's onslaught. Hao Qiang, however, found himself heavily marked in attack. Each time he touched the ball, opponents rushed in to confront him. As an 18-year-old, seasoned players sought to exploit their physical advantage against him. Yet, Hao Qiang showed no fear, adapting to the confrontations and beginning to counterattack assertively. In the 22nd minute, as he received the ball on the left side of the midfield, he skillfully positioned himself and engaged in a challenge, colliding with the approaching defender while maintaining his balance, causing the opponent to stumble. Gao then deftly maneuvered past the defender and surged forward. Other Maritimo players rushed in to close him down, but in this moment, Gao remained composed, assessing the situation before delivering a precise through ball. Samorano and Antonio timed their runs perfectly, breaking the offside trap. Trifense had a golden opportunity. Lazzaroni was utterly taken aback by Gao's incisive pass. Discussing passing techniques may seem elementary, but the timing and route selection revealed true mastery. Gao's through ball pierced through Martimo's entire defense. A sight to behold that sent shivers down the opponent's spines. Although Samorano's pace faltered slightly, Antonio, who had netted twice in the previous match, was brimming with confidence and seized the one-on-one opportunity, decisively shooting towards the far corner as the goalkeeper rushed to intercept. The moment the ball rolled into Martimo's net, the Trifense fans erupted, eager to rush the pitch to embrace Hao Qiang. Antonio laughed heartily and beckoned to Gao. As Gao approached the corner flag, Antonio knelt and allowed Gao to place his foot on his thigh, mimicking a shoe-shining celebration. Rui Silva was left incredulous. So quickly, they were leading by 2 goals. The Martimo players exchanged bewildered glances at Gao and Antonio. What was happening? They hadn't even begun to respond, and now they were 2 goals down? Lazzaroni was beside himself with frustration. How could this be? He hadn't anticipated that the seemingly unassuming Trifense held such hidden talent. The Chinese forward, appearing tall and robust, but lacking agility, had proven to be both brutish and refined, delivering a crushing blow right from the start. Martimo was now flustered. They understood that their initial aggressive play had exposed too much space for Trifense to exploit on counterattacks. They had assumed Trifense could not mount a high-quality counter. Yet they now found themselves in a precarious position. The first half was only halfway through, and Hao Qiang had already secured a goal and an assist, boosting his confidence immensely. However, soon after Seedorf's influence waned, Gao, anticipating the opposition's adjustments, intensified his defensive efforts while remaining active on the field. The quality of Trifense's counterattacks visibly declined. However, at this juncture, Gao had already instilled fear in Martimo, compelling them to take him seriously. Despite the heightened marking, even as his ball control diminished, many attributed this to Gao being overwhelmed, suggesting that the mounting pressure had curtailed his performance. Yet, with consecutive victories and a favorable situation today, Trifense's collective spirit soared, and the players' form and enthusiasm reached their peak of the season. Hao Qiang actively contributed to defense and served as a pivotal link in attack, growing increasingly influential. In the 41st minute, after making a run from the left back to the midfield to receive a teammate's pass, he immediately transferred the ball to Baguz, who advanced forward to deliver a diagonal pass. Samorano drove the right flank forward, with Antonio positioning himself in front. Martimo's defensive focus was on Hao Qiang, allowing Samorano ample space to progress. As he approached the edge of the penalty area, Antonio surged into the box, anticipating a cross. Samorano's adjustment in position was slightly cumbersome as he delivered a cross. Antonio, having miscalculated his run, had to halt abruptly and turn to watch. The defender tracking him also halted, preparing to intervene. Suddenly, Hao Qiang burst into the penalty area. With determination, he leaped, his tall frame instilling an involuntary sense of fear in the Martimo defenders. If they collided midair, they could very well suffer serious injury. With unwavering resolve, Gao powered a header towards goal. The spectators witnessed the ball seemingly propelled by Gao's forehead, flying straight towards the upper right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper instinctively raised his hand to block it, but was too late. The ball nestled just below the crossbar and into the net. The Trifense fans were utterly ecstatic. They roared Hao Qiang's name with fervor. Upon landing and witnessing the goal, Gao unleashed his emotions, racing towards the sidelines and sliding on his knees in exhilaration. Leaving 3 marks on the grass, Gao could hardly contain his excitement. This was the first goal of his professional career achieved without the aid of star players. It was purely a testament to his own abilities. This goal instilled even greater confidence than the previous 5 combined. After 10 years, he was no longer just a mere participant. His dedication and training had finally borne fruit. Even if his initial journey into football had veered off course, there was still a chance for redemption. Trifense led Martimo 3-0 away from home. Lazzaroni was utterly stunned. How could it be him again? With 2 goals and an assist, Hao Qiang wasn't just shining. He was distinctly above the rest. Rui Silva couldn't stop grinning, and his teammates rushed to embrace Gao. It could be said that Gao was on the verge of securing victory for them in the first half. In the first 20 rounds, they had only won 4 matches. Now, they were on the brink of a strong 3-game winning streak. The only one remaining despondent in the corner of the bench was Eduardo. As the first half concluded, Gao exhaled deeply, returning to the locker room with a renewed sense of determination. Rui Silva urged the team to maintain their defensive discipline and counter to the end. As the second half commenced, both teams resumed play. Martimo, wary of overcommitting, began to adopt a more measured approach, striving to maintain balance in attack and defense. At this moment, they had regained their composure and started to leverage their overall team strength. They had underestimated Trefense in the first half, but were no longer treating them lightly. The quality of Trefense's counterattacks diminished, making it challenging to execute effective quick passes. In the 54th minute, as the right flank was breached, fullback Dennis rashly committed a foul, receiving a red card. Rui Silva felt as though struck by lightning. The sudden reduction in personnel dramatically shifted the circumstances. He replaced Zamorano with a fullback, but the situation for Trophy worsened significantly. Merely 5 minutes had passed when Trophy conceded their first goal. Lazzaronis nodded and applauded from the sidelines, rekindling hope. With fewer players, Trophy found themselves easily besieged. Their counterattack suppressed, and both Hao Qiang and Antonio were left running aimlessly. Realizing the dire circumstances, Rui Silva was desperate to fortify the defense. Yet he hesitated to make substitutions. After the kickoff, Hao Qiang went 5 minutes without touching the ball. His teammates frequently cleared the ball in the backfield, allowing Maritimo to effortlessly seize control. As he watched the defense teeter on the brink of collapse, anxiety enveloped him. Resolutely, he closed his eyes and entered a peculiar realm. Accessing his inventory, after sifting through a multitude of cards, he selected a young De Jong, a defensive midfielder. Upon exiting the system, Hao Qiang's consciousness returned to reality, and he immediately withdrew to a defensive position. He had always supported the backline, but now he assumed the role of a defensive midfielder. His teammates were initially taken aback, but soon they were astonished as Hao Qiang executed 2 successful interceptions against Maritimo's central attacks. Rui Silva was equally incredulous. This was outrageous. Lazzaronis was beside himself with rage. How could a striker, instead of playing his designated role, return to play as a defensive midfielder? Yet, his interceptions were fierce and precise. Remarkably, Hao Qiang possessed the strength for robust confrontations, and stationed at the midfield, he exuded a commanding presence that intimidated the opponents. The Trophy fans, who had fallen silent, now resumed chanting Hao Qiang's name. Not only did he execute interceptions, but when the opponents shifted their attack to the flanks, he promptly turned to reinforce the defense in the penalty area, suppressing the urge to inadvertently direct the ball into his own net. Each time he completed a tackle or clearance, nearby teammates eagerly high-fived him, utterly impressed. Hao Qiang was no ordinary player. This young man's vision for teamwork was beyond the ordinary. As the match approached the 80-minute mark, Hao Qiang felt a twinge of unease, for De Jong's stamina was waning. Nevertheless, he persisted in his defensive role at the midfield. At this moment, Maritimo opted to maneuver their offense around him, avoiding direct confrontations. Rui Silva sighed in despair from the sidelines. If only the forwards had performed better and the team had not been shorthanded. With Hao Qiang's recent defensive fortifications yielding counterattack opportunities, Trophy could have easily secured another goal. While they managed to hold their ground defensively, their counterattacks lacked menace. Glancing at the scoreboard displaying a 1-3 scoreline, Rui Silva dared not harbor excessive hopes. If they could maintain their defense and secure the match, that would be nothing short of perfection. Chapter 10. The arrival of the big shark, straight to the point. In the final moments of the match, Martimo unleashed a barrage of attacks, avoiding the central route and wildly crossing from the flanks. Hao Qiang retreated into the penalty area to assist the defenders in aerial defense. This approach left Lazaro on the sidelines visibly displeased. As a renowned Brazilian coach, he found such a crude and simplistic style of play devoid of the finesse and elegance characteristic of Brazilian football. Most importantly, it was a case of thunder without rain, as Martimo's fans were left merely spectating. As the final whistle blew, Hao Qiang and his teammates jubilantly celebrated their 3rd consecutive victory. With 2 goals and an assist today, he once again proved to be the pivotal player of the match. Disappointed Martimo fans exited the stadium, while Lazaro commented on Hao Qiang's performance post-match. It was hard to believe that he was merely 18 years old, from various perspectives, including physical attributes, practical performance, and team spirit. He might just be the greatest discovery of this season in the Primera Liga. Whether Lazaro was seeking an excuse for his defeat or not, Hao Qiang's staggering record of 6 goals and 3 assists over 3 matches, contributing to a total of 9 goals, certainly deserved all the accolades. On the return journey from the away match, Rui Silva urged Hao Qiang to expedite his contract renewal with the team. Hao Qiang, looking troubled, expressed that his family hoped he would return to China, having not visited home for 3 years. Although this was true, it had only been a little over a year since he last saw his parents. Rui Silva patiently guided him, hoping he could adopt a long-term perspective. After firmly establishing his place in European football, relocating his family to Portugal would not be an issue. Hao Qiang was merely playing along, and Rui Silva did not expect that the 18-year-old would attempt to deceive him. Later that night, back in his modest apartment, Hao Qiang lay in bed accessing the system to review his task earnings. He had scored 2 goals, thus completing the task of scoring 1, earning 100 points. He also completed a victory task, earning another 100 points, and achieved the longest running distance in one match, garnering yet another 100 points. In total, he only accrued 300 points, bringing his balance to over 800, insufficient for 10 consecutive draws. He exited the system, deciding to save up, as single draws felt too tedious. The team's ranking in the trophy climbed another position, their 3 consecutive wins elevating them from last place to 3rd from the bottom. With 16 teams in the Primera Liga, the bottom 2 would be relegated, while the 3rd from last would enter the relegation playoff. Team morale soared, and the atmosphere at training was vibrant. After training on Tuesday afternoon, Hao Qiang spent an additional 2 hours in the gym before leaving the club. As he stepped out of the club's doors, he noticed an Audi parked by the roadside, but paid it no mind, until a smiling figure emerged and approached him. Hao Qiang turned to face the newcomer, a middle-aged man in a suit who looked strikingly familiar. When the man reached him, Hao Qiang confirmed that he was indeed a figure of considerable stature in Portugal, Super Agent Mendes. Mendes extended his hand with a smile, introducing himself. "Nice to meet you. Jorge Mendes. You must be Hao Qiang, correct?" Hao Qiang exhaled, his expression complex as he shook Mendes's hand, offering a non-committal acknowledgement. Mendes was taken aback, having anticipated that Hao Qiang would be more enthusiastic upon meeting him. The current atmosphere, however, suggested he had miscalculated. "This is our first meeting, is it not? Why do you seem to harbor animosity towards me?" Hao Qiang, unable to contain his frustration, replied candidly. "If it weren't for your collaboration with the Portuguese Football Federation to push for football reforms, my life would be considerably easier." After signing with Trophy last year, Hao Qiang had initially relied on his physical attributes. He had acknowledged his technical shortcomings when he left Real Madrid 2 years prior. Yet shortly after joining Trophy, the Portuguese Football Federation initiated reforms, with Mendes as a key instigator. The Portuguese football scene had previously allowed for a diverse array of player types, but following the reforms, all clubs prioritized technical development. Those lacking in skill were swiftly eliminated, and naturally, Hao Qiang found himself undervalued at Trophy. While Mendes did not comprehend the source of Hao Qiang's grievances, he chuckled heartily. "Ah, it seems we share a deeper connection than I was aware of. No matter, I am here to invite you to dinner and discuss your career development." Hao Qiang glanced at the darkening sky and then at the Audi parked by the roadside. "Have you been waiting long?" Mendes replied, "I checked with the doorman to confirm you hadn't left the club. I didn't want to interrupt your training. But I really haven't been waiting long." Mendes's words were a clear indication of his sincerity. Hao Qiang approached the Audi, opened the door, and took his seat inside, with Mendes following suit. 10 minutes later, they found themselves in the finest dining establishment associated with Trophy. Mendes had initially assumed Hao Qiang to be a naive youth, yet the latter showed no signs of being overwhelmed, casually ordering his meal and then turning to Mendes, awaiting his next words. Mendes cut to the chase, stating, "You cannot renew your contract with Trophy." Hao Qiang nodded in acknowledgement. "I know." Mendes was surprised. "Oh, you know?" Hao Qiang continued, "Of course. I will soon become a free agent. If I can maintain my excellent performance, I can sign with any other club and receive significantly better treatment. Even within Portugal, any club in the Primera Liga would offer a better platform than Trophy." Admiration flickered in Mendes's eyes. "If your age is accurate, then you possess a maturity beyond my expectations, which is beneficial as it helps you discern pros and cons." Hao Qiang then posed a direct question. "What can you promise me?" Mendes, taken aback, countered, "Why should I make you any promises? Let's not waste time. You cannot broker deals for others. If you wish to sign me, do not expect me to sign blindly with you. Even if your clients include stars like Mourinho, Ronaldo, and Pepe, Your success does not preclude the possibility of exploitation or deceit. I am an unknown, and if I suffer harm, no one will advocate for me. Thus, it is best to clarify our positions. Mendez maintained a smile, his expression thoughtful. He had initially believed that securing a rising young player would be a straightforward endeavor, but now he realized he knew little of this Chinese superstar. Performance data may serve clubs, yet in dealings with clients, understanding human nature is paramount. Some clients are easily managed. Others, however, are far more challenging. Hao Qiang undoubtedly belonged to the latter category, young yet astutely perceptive. Even someone as charming as Mendez needed to ponder carefully before speaking. He recognized that if his sincerity were to appear as mere pretense, it would irrevocably sever the foundation of trust with Hao Qiang. You should be aware of my resources and team. If you sign with me, I can initially forego returns to fully nurture your career and choose the clubs best suited for your growth and development. I will do everything in my power to meet your professional and personal needs. Most importantly, you require a highly professional agent, one who does more than simply connect you with new opportunities. Because tomorrow morning, Portuguese media will publicly report Martimo's interest in you, and Lazaro One will strongly recommend that the club sign you. Anyone could refer you to them. Yet you remain unaware of Martimo's salary structure or the extent to which they would go to secure you. Furthermore, you lack insight into other clubs that have begun to show interest in you, their capabilities and intentions, and even those clubs that do not currently consider you. Regarding how to market you to them and identify potentially better opportunities, these tasks are my specialty. Engage me in a contract, and I shall ensure your satisfaction. Most importantly, I will allow you to focus solely on your game, free from other concerns. Upon hearing this, Hao Qiang smiled. Indeed, the words of a man who has risen from humble beginnings to monopolize the Portuguese market and become a formidable agent carry great weight. As the dishes were served, Hao Qiang reached out and began to dine. I require funds, as much as possible. This sounds like a goal pursued by many, but may I inquire the reason? Is it opulent mansions and luxury cars that you seek? No, I am in debt and must repay it promptly. There is a Chinese saying, a life free of debt is a light one. Once my debts are settled, I will certainly desire grand homes and exquisite vehicles, but that is not my immediate priority. Mendez also began to eat, engaging in conversation with Hao Qiang, gradually bridging the gap between them. Notably, Hao Qiang spoke candidly, without pretense or reservation, displaying a refreshing directness that Mendez appreciated, even if such a demeanor is rare in an 18-year-old player. I need ample playing time, at my age. It is imperative that I participate in numerous matches. This is undoubtedly a priority. No, it is of utmost importance, even surpassing financial considerations. Mendez nodded solemnly. Hao Qiang requires money, yet he remains unblind by its allure. As long as circumstances improve, he possesses the virtue of patience. Once their meal concluded, Mendez drove him back to his apartment. After escorting him to the exterior of the aging building, Mendez remarked, though we have yet to formalize our agreement, I can assist you in enhancing your living conditions. While Trofa lacks exceptionally luxurious hotels, I believe the finest available here will provide you with greater comfort. Hao Qiang waved his hand in farewell. No need. I have been living here for nearly a year. If I were to suddenly feel discomfort now, it would surely be a sign of my own sensitivity. I await your news, and until matters are settled, I do not wish to impose upon you. Mendez watched as Hao Qiang entered the dilapidated residential building, smiling to himself before returning to his vehicle. For the time being, Hao Qiang would not sign with him. However, Mendez could initiate contact with potential new teams on his behalf. Should he ultimately find a suitable new home for Hao Qiang, only then would an agreement be reached. No rabbit, no hawk. Until something concrete is secured, Hao Qiang would not sell himself to a stranger. Is Mendez a stranger? Certainly. The Mendez depicted in the media is merely a facade. The reality remains unknown to Hao Qiang. He has no intention of gambling on human nature. It is wiser to focus on tangible outcomes. Chapter 11. A tumultuous start and a flurry of goals. Indeed, as Mendez had predicted, the following day, the news of Martimo's vigorous pursuit of Hao Qiang spread like wildfire. This left Rui Silva in a rather awkward position, particularly as the leaked information indicated that Martimo was prepared to offer Hao Qiang a contract with a monthly salary of at least €5,000. A stark contrast to the mere €1,500 offered by Trefence. The disparity was glaringly apparent. Rui Silva understood that such a gap might render even emotional appeals futile. He could only hope that the club's higher-ups would reconsider and present a new offer to retain Hao Qiang, at least to afford him a few days of stability, sparing him from the discomfort of Rui Silva's scrutinizing gaze. After a week of recuperation, on April 11th, Trofense welcomed the challenge from Nacional, who were currently positioned 5th in the league and still harbored hopes of breaching the top 3 for a Champions League spot. Thus, they arrived with the ambition of securing 3 points. The modest stadium of Trofense, with a capacity of 3,000, was filled to the brim. To Hao Qiang's surprise, he noticed fans unfurling banners in support of him, expressing their desire for him to remain. He chose to selectively ignore those pleas for his retention. What a farce. Even without an agent, he could secure at least €5,000 a month by signing with Martimo, a far more enticing prospect than the paltry sum offered by Trofense. He had long overstayed his welcome in this desolate place. Today, Trofense relied on the trio of Hao Qiang, Antonio, and Zamorano to spearhead their offensive efforts. Although it was termed an offensive, it was primarily about seizing counterattack opportunities. Faced with a formidable opponent ranked 5th, survival was the priority. Engaging Nacional in a head-to-head battle, even if Rui Silva were impulsive, the players lacked the audacity to do so. They were all too aware of their own capabilities. However, the team's morale was on the rise. What had once felt hopeless now seemed to hold promise. If they could secure their relegation, many would not need to seek employment elsewhere and might even land new contracts. Their fighting spirit had undoubtedly improved. As the match commenced, Trofense tightened their defense, while Hao Qiang observed the unfolding situation. Upon realizing that Nacional was relentlessly pressing Trofense, he decisively closed his eyes and entered the system. He opened his inventory and began to sift through a selection of ordinary forwards. He chose to utilize the newly debuted Ashley Young. Nacional's defense was indeed focused on Hao Qiang, yet Trofense's counterattack strategy offered ample space, making it challenging for Nacional to defend effectively. In the 8th minute, after Hao Qiang positioned himself to receive Antonio's pass, he adeptly used his body to shield the ball, fending off an approaching defender before embarking on a dribbling breakthrough. This maneuver had recently become his signature move on the field. His greatest asset was undoubtedly his physicality. Though he had yet to achieve the seamless synergy of man and ball, his ability to exploit space during counterattacks sufficed. As Nacional's defenders closed in on him, Hao Qiang swiftly executed a diagonal pass to Antonio, delivering a crucial assist. To Hao Qiang's astonishment, Antonio opted to control the ball instead of shooting, then selflessly passed it to the left front. With an open goal before him, Hao Qiang calmly slotted the ball home. The Trofense supporters erupted in jubilant celebration. This marked his 4th consecutive goal in the Portuguese league, establishing him as the brightest star in their eyes. Meanwhile, Eduardo, sitting on the bench, watched in regret as Hao Qiang embraced Antonio. He recalled Hao Qiang's words during their first meeting, "You do well, and I'll help you win." Yet now, he felt he had ruined everything. Once a prominent center forward, he had now become the team's forgotten jester. How he wished he could turn back time. He would have firmly allied himself with Hao Qiang. Rui Silva was torn between joy and concern. The goal certainly brought him happiness, but the knowledge that it was Hao Qiang who initiated the counterattack and scored left him in turmoil. Following Martimo's clear interest, other clubs would surely take note of Hao Qiang, and he had received whispers that the influential agent Mendes had declared, "Want Hao Qiang? Come talk to me." The Portuguese league was Mendes's playground, and a rising star like Hao Qiang would undoubtedly fall under his purview. To clubs in the Portuguese league, Mendes was a businessman adept at orchestrating lucrative deals. Thus, it seemed unlikely that a modest club like Trofense could retain such a prodigious talent. With Nacional trailing, they escalated their offensive efforts, striving to equalize the score. Their defensive aggression also intensified. Hao Qiang found himself repeatedly fouled, growing increasingly frustrated with the opponent's tactics. As physical play turned aggressive, they resorted to underhanded tactics. However, in the 17th minute, as their left flank floundered, Zamorano surged down the right side. Receiving a brilliant pass from Baguz, Hao Qiang sprinted from the left, transitioning into the center to offer support. When Zamorano sent in a cross, Hao Qiang noticed a defender closing in and deftly redirected the ball with a header to the left front. Antonio, making a forward run, controlled the ball and unleashed a volley into the lower left corner of the net. The Trofense fans were ecstatic, their joy uncontainable. With 1 goal and 1 assist, Hao Qiang and Antonio embraced, beaming at Zamorano. Nacional was utterly flabbergasted. Was this the Trofense that had previously languished at the bottom? Their newfound fighting spirit was formidable. With Trofence's momentum surging, Nacional, desperate to respond, launched a fierce counteroffensive. Trofence steadfastly maintained their counterattacking strategy, but Hao Qiang found himself dispossessed during an attempted dribble. Though not overly disheveled, he sensed that his energy had waned. With the counterattack situation ripe for exploitation and the team performing admirably, it made no sense not to capitalize on their advantage. He resolutely closed his eyes once more and re-entered the system, ready to engage. He selected Nani from a pool of ordinary young forwards and utilized him. Upon returning to reality, he found that Nacional had heightened their defensive vigilance against him. Repeated incursions met with well-coordinated defenses led to frustrating turnovers, leaving him somewhat agitated. Once he regained his composure, he recognized that unless he could acquire a potent card, breaching Nacional's defense would prove challenging. He had become a thorn in their side. In the 38th minute, he skillfully established a presence on the left flank, receiving a pass and protecting the ball while adjusting his angle to deliver it accurately to Baguz, who surged forward. Subsequently, Baguz, Zamorano, and Antonio executed a rapid triangular passing maneuver, once again penetrating Nacional's vulnerable defense, with Baguz charging into the box to unleash a powerful shot into the net. Trofence now led Nacional 3-0 at home. Despite being under constant pressure throughout the match, the scoreline reflected Trofence's unstoppable momentum, as Trofence's players brimmed with confidence. Seemingly rising to prominence in the Portuguese league, Nacional's relentless assault continued. In a frenzied attempt, Nacional's barrage finally breached Trofence's defenses. At halftime, the score stood at 3-1 in favor of Trofence. Rui Silva emphasized the importance of defense during the intermission. As the second half commenced, Nacional's offensive onslaught intensified. They simplified their approach, employing direct and forceful tactics to threaten Trofence's goal. Observing the immense pressure on his team, Hao Qiang steeled himself and returned to defense. Experience was paramount for defensive players. Having accumulated some defensive experience in the previous match, he approached his defensive duties with strategy rather than brute force, actively positioning himself. However, once he retreated, advancing again proved to be a challenge. As the Portuguese national team observed Hao Qiang retreating to defend, they were momentarily perplexed, their faces adorned with expressions of bewilderment. They remained vigilant against a potential surprise attack from him. In the end, Hao Qiang found himself tirelessly laboring in the backfield, increasingly entangled in defensive duties. The fans of Trophy fervently chanted his name, as if his diligent defense had caught the opponents off guard, much to the delight of the spectators. In the 79th minute of the match, the resolute Trophy defense succumbed once more, conceding a goal that narrowed their lead to a mere single point. The Trophy fans grew disheartened, their mood shifting to one of anxiety. Rui Silva, unfazed, made swift substitutions, replacing Antonio and Zamorano with two defensive midfielders, adopting a more conservative approach. The team fortified their defenses. With time slipping away, the Portuguese national team could not help but feel a sense of urgency. They looked down upon Trophy's ironclad defense, incredulous that their opponents had abandoned all forward play on their home turf. Trophy, however, still had a forward, though he was engaged in defensive responsibilities. Hao Qiang, alongside his teammates, successfully thwarted the Portuguese onslaught, preserving a 3-2 scoreline in their favor. With this victory, they secured their fourth consecutive win. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Hao Qiang emerged as the focal point, embraced warmly by his teammates. Though their performance was somewhat inconsistent, the 4 consecutive victories, netting 12 points, dramatically altered their fortunes. After the match, when Rui Silva was queried about his confidence in retaining Hao Qiang, he verbally asserted his belief, yet internally felt uncertain. Conversely, the players of Trophy maintained a pragmatic outlook. If they possessed the talent, they would undoubtedly aspire to ascend higher. Remaining at Trophy offered little incentive. Was it for a life of quiet contentment, or for the allure of anonymity? Surely, an opportunity to depart would be seized without hesitation. Portuguese media continued to extol Hao Qiang's remarkable performance. That evening, he returned home to reflect on the fruits of the day's match. He had completed 3 goals, earning 400 points, 2 assists, netting 100 points, 2 league victories, accumulating 300 points, 2 matches with the longest running distance, adding 200 points, 5 successful dribbles, yielding 200 points, and 6 interceptions, collecting 100 points. In total, he amassed 1,300 points. With his previous total of over 800 points, he now boasted more than 2,100 points. He eagerly prepared for a tenfold draw, anticipating the thrill it would bring. As he entered the lottery interface, he looked up at the sky, only to be met with disappointment. Once again, it was merely a blue sky dotted with white clouds and shooting stars, devoid of any fire. He could not muster the enthusiasm to observe, retreating before the stars even fell. Determined, he initiated another tenfold draw. The scene shifted back to the stadium, and he gazed skyward once more. Wait, there was a flicker of flames, a stroke of luck, but something felt amiss. Hao Qiang's expression transformed into one of surprise. Out of 10 shooting stars, 8 appeared normal, yet 2 radiated a fiery glow. Incredible! As the 10 stars descended to Earth, Hao Qiang focused intently, confirming the presence of 2 players glowing with a crimson light, young Henry and another, Darasi. Chapter 12. Fed up, unbothered. Braga has made its move. Braga, the strongest team outside the 3 giants of the Portuguese league, has been revealed by the media to be entering the fray for Hao Qiang's signature. Reports suggest they are prepared to offer him a monthly salary of 10,000 euros. The Trofense fans, upon hearing this news, were utterly unable to remain composed. Yet, in the end, they could only sigh in resignation. They were all too aware of their own circumstances. Retaining a burgeoning superstar like Hao Qiang, who had scored 7 goals in 4 matches, seemed utterly unrealistic. By Friday, the illustrious Sporting CP had officially joined the pursuit of Hao Qiang. They had privately contacted him, hoping to arrange a pre-contract signing with a staggering monthly salary of 20,000 euros. Hao Qiang was already feeling tempted. Calculating his finances, he realized that with frugal living, he could save approximately 150,000 RMB in a month. Including bonuses, he could earn around 2 million in a year, and within 5 or 6 years, he could clear his family's debts. If his career progressed smoothly, this time frame could be significantly shortened. Nevertheless, he remained composed. On Friday evening, Trofense president, Lei Tao, invited Hao Qiang to dinner. Reluctant to attend, knowing it would likely be an unfavorable encounter, he ultimately felt obliged to accept the invitation out of respect for the club president. After a delightful meal, the elderly Lei Tao, his hair now completely gray, assumed a benevolent demeanor and addressed Hao Qiang. I understand your ambition to join a bigger club. However, you have found opportunities and growth here at Trofense. You are our prodigy, and you must consider the feelings of the fans and the interests of the team. The club can offer you a contract with a monthly salary of 3,500 euros, the highest in our squad. At the end of the season, if you still wish to leave, we will not obstruct you. In response, Hao Qiang could only feign contemplation, while internally scoffing. You truly are insatiable. Earning a mere 300 euros a month, he had turned the relegation tide for the team, which had now distanced itself from the relegation zone. With just a couple more victories, they would secure their place in the league. Yet, the club now sought to continue exploiting him. If he signed an extension now, could he still leave if he wished to in the summer? Even if he could, Trofense would undoubtedly demand a transfer fee. If another club was willing to pay, why should he let Trofense pocket that revenue? Before parting, Lei Tao asked Hao Qiang to consider the proposal overnight and provide an answer the following day. Hao Qiang knew this old man was not easily fooled. Upon returning home, he called Mendes. Delay, drag this out as long as possible. Trofense wants to profit from you. Even if it means a fallout with them, do not sign a contract. Doing so could cost you at least 1 million. Although Hao Qiang had his own ideas, Mendes' words bolstered his resolve. After all, Mendes was adept at navigating such matters. The next day, Hao Qiang arrived at the club for routine preparations. With the afternoon match looming, his teammates envied him for being sought after by a top-tier club, but Rui Silva's gaze was much more complex. He likely understood the board's intentions regarding Hao Qiang, extend his contract to retain him, and if that failed, sell him for a profit. Pressure was undoubtedly mounting on Hao Qiang. In the 25th round of the league, Trofense faced the bottom-ranked Rio Avenue. From the outset, Hao Qiang diligently engaged in both offense and defense, closely monitoring the match dynamics. Should Rio Avenue launch a full-scale assault, he would be compelled to unleash his secret weapon. Henry. However, despite their position at the bottom of the league, Rio Avenue played remarkably conservatively at home. This left Hao Qiang hesitant to deploy Henry, fearful of not maximizing his advantage. When the situation did not unfold as he had anticipated, he exerted himself to perform. Rio Avenue was wary of Trofense. With 4 consecutive victories, Trofense could be considered the form team in the league over the past month. Analyzing their goals revealed that they primarily scored on counterattacks. Thus, Rio Avenue was reluctant to provide Trefense with ample opportunities to counter. Consequently, the match devolved into a tug-of-war. Hao Qiang worked diligently in defense, earning praise from his coach and teammates for his dedication, while his offensive contributions were rather lackluster. If not for his significant contributions in the previous 4 matches, the coach and teammates might have grown dissatisfied. At this juncture, even if he attempted a breakthrough and lost possession or made an errant pass, everyone remained forgiving, unwavering in their regard for him. Thus, Hao Qiang continued to hone his skills, recognizing that growth often comes at a price, be it minor errors or significant defeats. His defensive efforts could somewhat compensate for his mistakes. Undeterred by setbacks, he began to find his rhythm. As the match approached the 72nd minute, Hao Qiang received a pass from Antonio in the penalty area. He attempted a shot, only to have it blocked by a defender. As he turned to retreat, he witnessed Trefense intercepting a swift counterattack from Rio Avenue Baguz. Having gained control, passed to the edge of the penalty area. Hao Qiang swiftly positioned himself, receiving the ball with his back to the defender. Without hesitation, he made a decisive pass to the center, then quickly turned to make a forward run. Antonio acted without delay, controlling the ball and deftly slipping a through ball past the defender's reach. Hao Qiang successfully timed his run, and this time, their synergy was palpable. Positioned slightly left of the penalty spot, he calmly executed a shot, although it lacked the visual impact of his previous goals. When the ball rolled into the bottom right corner of the net, the distant Trefense fans erupted with the same passion and joy as before. Hao Qiang felt a surge of excitement, having scored once more through his own merit. He sensed an enhancement in his technical prowess. Despite still falling short of his peak form, such goals filled him with pure pride. With this latest strike, he had scored in 5 consecutive league matches. Rui Silva, applauding from the sidelines, sighed. The better Hao Qiang performed, the less likely the team would be able to retain him. This inner conflict tormented him. Rio Avenue fought back fiercely, creating a counterattack opportunity. Yet, Hao Qiang refrained from using Henry. Having already netted 1 goal, he mistakenly believed he could score more in a more favorable attacking environment. However, when he squandered a golden opportunity in the 83rd minute, shooting wide from within the penalty area, he couldn't help but cover his face in embarrassment. His teammates, however, bore him no ill will. Missing chances is commonplace for strikers, and they instead felt Hao Qiang was being overly hard on himself. Glancing at the clock, he realized that deploying Henry at this point would likely be unwise. Thus, he gritted his teeth and focused on defense. Despite Rio Ave's relentless assaults, the score remained unchanged. Ultimately, thanks to Hao Qiang's goal, Trefense secured a 1-0 victory away at Rio Avenue, marking their 5th consecutive win. After the match, Rui Silva unexpectedly summoned Hao Qiang for an interview. When reporters inquired about his future at Trefense, Hao Qiang recognized this as the club pressuring him for a statement. Anger began to simmer within him. As long as he avoided the media, he could quietly await the season's conclusion. Yet now, the club's coach and president were employing various tactics to coerce him into signing a contract. Simplified, this was merely a business transaction. If he extended his contract, he could still transfer in the summer. Mendes had already cautioned him that he would lose at least €1 million. This was the current minimum value of the 18-year-old Hao Qiang. He faced the reporters and stated calmly, "I am currently a player for Trophy, but I cannot guarantee what the future holds. I have received numerous invitations, including from clubs in China. I have not returned home in 3 years, and my family wishes for me to come back. I am contemplating my future, but I have yet to make a decision." He was not entirely dishonest. Just over a month ago, his father had urged him to consider clubs back home. He was indeed pondering his future, though he remained uncertain about which club he would join. After the interview, Hao Qiang returned to the locker room, indifferent to Rui Silva. After showering and changing, he boarded the bus with his teammates to return to Trophy. Upon arriving back in Trophy, as the team dispersed, Rui Silva once again approached Hao Qiang, saying, "President Lidio invites you to dinner." Hao Qiang replied with annoyance, "I am tired. I simply wish to go home and rest." With that, he walked away without looking back. Portuguese media continued to focus on Hao Qiang's performance, while Chinese outlets echoed the reports from their Portuguese counterparts. Hao Qiang's reputation in Chinese football soared, re-establishing his presence among fans. His past participation in the World Youth Championship and his subsequent high-profile transfer to Real Madrid had once made him a sensation. After 3 years of obscurity, Hao Qiang made a stunning comeback in the eyes of domestic fans, almost universally hailed as a triumphant return. Gao Guofu called him as numerous clubs in China expressed interest in signing him, offering lucrative terms. However, compared to the insights Hao Qiang had received through Mendes, he sensed that greater opportunities awaited him abroad. Thus, after a brief conversation with his father, he conveyed that he would not consider returning to play in China for the time being. Understanding that Hao Qiang had several viable options, both in terms of platform and income that equaled or surpassed those in China, Gao Guofu felt reassured, allowing his son to make his own choices. And he offered a warm sentiment. Son, pursue your dreams boldly and steadfastly. Dreams? He was uncertain when he had begun to fear that word. Yet now, it seemed he could reclaim his aspirations from the shadows. People are naturally drawn to ascendancy. This is true in football and in life. Stars are not merely forged through endurance. They are sculpted through fierce competition that sees others eliminated. Upon returning to training after a day of rest, the competition for Hao Qiang's signature had reached a fever pitch, as Portuguese media reported. Following Sporting Lisbon's pursuit of him, Benfica also entered the fray. Hao Qiang's remarkable performance, scoring in 5 consecutive matches, had captured the attention of the Primeira Liga giants. At only 18 years of age, he was naturally seen as possessing vast potential for growth. The most critical factor was that Hao Qiang was on the verge of becoming a free agent, making the cost of signing him relatively low. Before training commenced, Rui Silva summoned Hao Qiang to his office. Hao Qiang's demeanor towards Rui Silva had grown somewhat frosty, as he had grown weary of the situation. Rui Silva, with a troubled expression, pointed to a contract on his desk and said, "Qiang, if you do not sign a new contract, you will no longer be included in the matchday squad and will be barred from training with the team. I do not wish to do this, but it is a directive from the president." The facade had finally been shattered. Faced with €1 million stakes, the club's actions were hardly surprising. Hao Qiang approached the desk and picked up the contract, prompting Rui Silva to breathe a sigh of relief, believing Hao Qiang had come to his senses. However, Hao Qiang slowly tossed the contract into the office trash bin. Rui Silva's expression instantly soured. "Qiang, do not act impulsively." Hao Qiang remained silent, even too indifferent to spare Rui Silva a glance. Was it the pressure from the club president that weighed on him? Or was it a reflection of Rui Silva's own desire for him to sign? Hao Qiang chose not to ponder, for he did not care. He turned and left, ignoring Rui Silva's calls as he exited the office. Rui Silva sighed heavily and slumped into his chair. Chapter 13. A Pig's Ally. Respect. Hao Qiang returned to the locker room to change back into the casual attire he had arrived in, leaving behind the training kit, jersey, and socks distributed by Trophy. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he turned to leave. The training facility of the small club was modest in size, and as Hao Qiang exited the building, some players on the training field spotted him. Baguz called out to him, but he did not respond. Antonio sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow. Perhaps only Eduardo relished the spectacle, finding it amusing. Upon stepping out of the training complex, Hao Qiang let out a soft sigh, not out of regret for missing team, training, and matches. At the moment he severed ties with the club, he felt no remorse. After nearly 3 years of wandering in Europe, he had tasted the warmth and coldness of human interactions across different nations, witnessing the fickleness of society. The Western world, often portrayed as advanced, civilized, and cultured, was riddled with petty individuals. Having faced discrimination, today marked the first time he felt truly exploited. He had no desire to accuse anyone. He chose to resist in his own way. He did not perceive himself as particularly brave, nor was he moved by his own plight. He was merely defending his own interests. What saddened him was the realization that this month's objectives would likely remain unfulfilled. A missed opportunity could haunt one for a lifetime. Those were points that slipped away. On his way to a nearby park, Hao Qiang called Mendes to inform him of his situation. Mendes, upon hearing the news, erupted in anger, vehemently cursing Trophy's president, Leto, over the phone. In the end, he reassured Hao Qiang that even based solely on his performance in the last 5 matches, he was confident he could find him a desirable new club. As for being sidelined by Trophy, Mendes could only arrange for 2 coaches to assist him. Hao Qiang arrived at the park and began to jog. The landscaping at Trophy was commendable, allowing him to train while also uplifting his spirits. After returning to his apartment for lunch, he was awoken from his midday nap by a phone call. The 2 coaches arranged by Mendes had arrived at Trophy and settled into their hotel. Before the end of the Portuguese Premier League, they would serve as Hao Qiang's personal trainers. These coaches differed from typical personal trainers in gyms, as they specialized in their respective fields, and football coaches were required to hold certifications. one focused on physical conditioning and the other on technical skills. Hao Qiang found himself leading a fulfilling routine, splitting his time between physical and strength training and technical practice. Soon, news of his absence from Trophy's training squad was leaked to the media. The official explanation from Trophy was that Hao Qiang was unwell. As the weekend approached, Mendes took it upon himself to conduct an interview, criticizing Trophy. He lambasted the club for its lack of integrity and respect towards players, asserting that their failure to renew Hao Qiang's contract after a year was his prerogative. Now, they barred him from both the matchday squad and training with the team. Such actions had irreparably tarnished the club's reputation and credibility. At the very least, considering Hao Qiang's contribution in leading the team to 5 consecutive victories, it was unfathomable for anyone to stoop to such unscrupulous behavior. Trophy was constrained by its own limitations, ultimately due to its financial struggles. It was only natural for Hao Qiang's market value to exceed €1 million. His demonstrated prowess, contributions to the team, and his mere 18 years of age provided ample room for speculation. Trophy certainly hoped to profit from a transfer involving him. While a transfer fee exceeding €1 million may not seem substantial, the club's total annual salary expenditure was less than that amount. Thus, it was no surprise they resorted to extreme measures to coerce Hao Qiang into submission. They could not afford to wait any longer. Among the 3 major clubs in the Portuguese Premier League, 2 had already expressed interest in competing for Hao Qiang. The longer the situation dragged on, the more uncertain it became. Unfortunately, Hao Qiang thwarted their plans, rendering Trophy the subject of ridicule in the Premier League. A small faction of Trophy's fans protested the club's actions, but given that Trophy was a smaller team, the fan base was limited, and their protests failed to gain significant traction. In the 26th round of the league, Trophy faced Braga away. Hao Qiang did not attend the match. Instead, he focused on training. With no matches to play, he intensified his training regimen. When the 2 private coaches reported to Mendes about Hao Qiang's progress, they unanimously praised his remarkable willpower. Mendes was already aware of Hao Qiang's technical shortcomings, given that Trophy held few secrets from him. The news of Hao Qiang's exclusion reached fans back home, igniting a strong protective instinct among them. If Hao Qiang were to falter, it would be one thing. But he had been the standout player in the last 5 matches of the Premier League, embodying the highest expectations for a player in the history of Chinese football. The fact that he was cast aside by Trophy left fans fearing for his future. However, domestic sports commentators and journalists recognized that Hao Qiang's contract with Trophy was nearing its end, and even a temporary exclusion meant he would only miss the remaining 5 matches of the league. The pivotal question remained: what choice would Hao Qiang make in the summer? Fans at home fervently hoped he would not return, as a wave of anti-corruption and anti-match fixing fervor swept through domestic football, revealing a sport that seemed irreparably tainted. Trophy lost 0-1 to Braga in the away match. Previously, Hao Qiang had steered the team to a remarkable 15 points, helping Trophy escape the relegation zone, now holding a 5-point cushion above the drop zone. Although the final 5 matches of the league would be grueling, external expectations suggested that Trophy only needed to secure 6 points to ensure survival. Now, they had 4 matches left to amass points. Following the defeat, anxiety gripped the fans, and protests against the club escalated. Even during normal training, a handful of fans rallied outside the training facility, brandishing banners in support of Hao Qiang while hurling insults at the club's president and head coach. In the 27th round of the league, Trophy hosted the bottom-placed Belenenses. After a fiercely contested 90 minutes, the match ended in a 1-1 draw. While it may have seemed acceptable to avoid letting Belenenses close the gap, the reality was that only 2 direct relegation spots existed, with the team in 3rd from the bottom facing relegation playoffs. Clearly, Trophy's situation had worsened. After the match, fans collectively expressed their disdain for Trophy's president, Leto. The prospects of Trophy's survival were once again clouded with uncertainty. More and more team managers seized the opportunity to criticize Trophy in interviews, turning the club into a pariah. The morale and spirit within the team plummeted drastically. In the 28th round of the league, Trophy faced the prestigious Benfica away and suffered a disheartening 0-4 defeat. Their ranking fell to 3rd from the bottom. Fans clamored for the reintegration of Hao Qiang into the squad. Rui Silva was thoroughly flustered. No matter how he attempted to inspire the players in the locker room, his efforts proved futile. Under mounting pressure from fans and public opinion, President Leto ordered Rui Silva to reinstate Hao Qiang. Yet, as the weekend approached, Rui Silva struggled to make contact with Hao Qiang. Unbeknownst to the fans, the club had already reconsidered its stance on bringing back Hao Qiang. Otherwise, they would have provided clues. Hao Qiang habitually frequented a gym affiliated with Trophy and a nearby baseball field, where he focused on physical conditioning and ball skills. In the 29th round of the league, Trophy hosted the dominant Porto. Unsurprisingly, they suffered a devastating 0-5 defeat. Although Trophy's ranking remained unchanged, they now found themselves just 1 point ahead of Setball, while trailing Naval by 2 points. The hope for relegation survival has begun to dwindle. On Monday, Rui Silva, after much effort, finally located Hao Qiang in the gym. Hao Qiang was drenched in sweat on the treadmill, ignoring the curious glances of others. Rui Silva earnestly urged him to return to the team. The chairman had recognized his previous errors and was willing to make amends. The team needed him, and he could not abandon them. Antonio and Baguz were all waiting for his return. "Qiang, come back with me and continue our fight. Surely, you wouldn't want to witness the team that once relied on you to avoid relegation ultimately succumb to it, would you?" Hao Qiang halted, as the fitness coach beside him checked his heart rate and nodded in approval. After adjusting his breathing, he stepped off the treadmill for a drink. As Hao Qiang sat down to rest, Rui Silva hurried to his side, sitting beside him with an anxious expression, his eyes filled with earnestness. Hao Qiang turned to Rui Silva and solemnly stated, "I feel I am no longer a player of Trophy." Rui Silva exclaimed, "How could that be? Your contract has not yet expired." Hao Qiang retorted sharply, "It is mid-May, yet my salary for April has not been paid." Rui Silva's expression stiffened, taken aback by the audacity of Leitao. How much could Hao Qiang's salary possibly be? Even with bonuses, it would scarcely reach 1,500 euros. To think they wouldn't even pay him that meager sum. What a scoundrel! If it weren't for that despicable chairman forcing Hao Qiang to renew his contract, Trophy wouldn't have suddenly found itself in such dire straits. The morale has plummeted, and the team is difficult to manage. Relegation is imminent. To seek out Hao Qiang to return while still withholding his wages, what a typical traitor. Rui Silva gritted his teeth and declared, "I assure you, the club will pay your salary. Please return to the team." Hao Qiang took a sip of water and replied coolly, "Without my wages, I cannot return. I am under no obligation to do so. Furthermore, if you believe I am someone who can be summoned and dismissed at will, I apologize. But I still possess a measure of dignity. You Europeans love to speak of respect. Right now, I need Leitao's respect. He must publicly apologize to me before I consider whether to return." With that, Hao Qiang stood and walked off to engage in lower body strength training. Rui Silva attempted to follow, but halted after a couple of steps. After leaving the gym, he called Leitao. It would be easy to arrange for Hao Qiang's overdue salary. However, a public apology was necessary. Leitao immediately lost his composure. The club chairman. He was once like a stray dog without a home. I took him in, I paid him, I supported him, and now he wants me to apologize. What a fantasy. Chapter 14. Vanishing into thin air, a self-inflicted misfortune. Even if Leitao were to contemplate it, as the club president, he could not publicly apologize to player Hao Qiang. Such an act would be tantamount to a self-inflicted demise. Rui Silva was acutely aware that if the team were relegated, he would inevitably face dismissal. To preserve his position, he resolved to seize even the slightest glimmer of hope. Thus, he appealed to Leitao with reason and emotion. "Mr. President, this is no longer merely a matter between you and Hao Qiang. Have you not observed the fans' reactions over the past 3 weeks? What are other teams in the Primera Liga saying about us? If you can publicly apologize, it would mitigate our losses and help restore our club's image and reputation. If you do nothing, have you considered how the club will attract new players in the future? This is not just about apologizing to Hao Qiang. It's about saving Trofense and demonstrating our commitment to our players and fans. Although Trofense may be modest, it still has its supporters. And where there are supporters, there inevitably exists a small faction of extremists. In recent days, some of these extreme fans had protested at Leitao's doorstep, intruding upon his life and unsettling his family. Overwhelmed, Leitao, upon hearing Rui Silva's counsel, reluctantly acquiesced, regardless of the resentment, bitterness, and humiliation he felt. Nonetheless, he recognized the necessity of safeguarding the broader interests. As the major shareholder and president of the club, he understood that maintaining the fans' goodwill was paramount. On Tuesday morning, both the Record and a Bola newspapers in Portugal published Leitao's public apology. Although his apology to Hao Qiang consisted of mere phrases, the majority expressed regret to the fans. Ultimately, it provided the public with an explanation. Rui Silva subsequently attempted to contact Hao Qiang by phone. No one answered. Rui Silva felt a chill of despair. The president had publicly apologized, and Hao Qiang's salary had been released. Surely it was now time for Hao Qiang to fulfill his commitments? Distracted throughout the day, Rui Silva made 18 attempts to call Hao Qiang over the span of 8 hours, yet none connected. When he finally sought out Hao Qiang in person that evening, he found him absent from the gym. He then ventured to a nearby baseball field, but there too, Hao Qiang was nowhere to be found. Despite a growing sense of foreboding, Rui Silva pressed on to the apartment Hao Qiang had rented. He nearly battered the door down, yet no one responded. The neighbors opted to call the police. The landlord eventually arrived, delivering shocking news. Hao Qiang had vacated the premises 2 days prior. Rui Silva felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Now, he truly had no idea where to find Hao Qiang. Vanished without a trace. The following day, upon discovering Hao Qiang's absence from the team, Lighthouse summoned Rui Silva to his office. Where is he? Lighthouse's tone was harsh, though he had an inkling of what had transpired. Rui Silva, looking haggard, felt as though he was on the brink of a mental breakdown after enduring this ordeal for over half a month. Having failed to appreciate what they possessed, only to feel the sting of loss, Trefense found itself in dire straits. At the season's lowest point, they had unexpectedly discovered they held a trump card against any opponent. Deploying this trump card would guarantee victory, yet they had inadvertently lost it. The subsequent 4 matches without their trump card resulted in 1 draw and 3 losses. They initially needed just 6 points to ensure their survival, yet now the final match of the Primera Liga loomed. Even a victory might not suffice for survival. Moreover, with morale dwindling, who could inspire confidence in them to triumph in this life-or-death battle? Oh, the calamity! Rui Silva recounted his futile search for Hao Qiang to Lighthouse. Upon hearing this, Lighthouse's rage boiled over, and he smashed a cup in his office. He deceived me. I will sue him. I will demand the Federation impose a ban on him, ensuring he can never play again. Observing Lighthouse's fury escalate to madness, Rui Silva sighed deeply and quietly exited the office. Hao Qiang had departed from Trefense. Whether Lighthouse would publicly apologize to him held no significance. He was indifferent and had no intention of returning to flaunt his presence. Instead, he chose to focus on more pressing matters. At the invitation of Mendes, Hao Qiang traveled to Porto, where he visited the headquarters of Mendes' agency, gaining further insight into Mendes' capabilities. Before they formally signed a contract, Mendes provided Hao Qiang with an overview of the current transfer situation. The 3 major clubs in the Primera Liga were interested in Hao Qiang. However, they could not offer him sufficient playing time. Teams like Porto were even inclined to loan him out. Beyond the 3 giants, at least 5 other clubs expressed a desire to recruit him, with 5 matches yielding 8 goals and 4 assists, totaling 12 contributions. Hao Qiang had made a name for himself in the Primera Liga. However, teams outside the elite could not provide much in terms of opportunity. Thus, Mendes turned his gaze toward the top 5 leagues. As for leagues like the Eredivisie, the situation would be similar to Portugal, and the results might not be any better. The Premier League required work permits, Serie A had restrictions on non-EU transfers, and the technical standards in Spain surpassed those of the Primera Liga, making it challenging for Hao Qiang to impress many clubs. The days of simply selling oneself with highlight reels were long gone. If Hao Qiang were required to undergo trials, it would only consume more time. The only remaining options were the Bundesliga and Ligue 1. Mendes found a suitable destination for him. After signing with Mendes, his assistant captured a photograph of their handshake. Mendes then embraced Hao Qiang as they exited. I have arranged a hotel for you in Porto. Maintain your training routine as you did at Trefense. If you have any needs, feel free to call me directly. I must finalize your transfer before June arrives. Afterward, I will be exceedingly busy. Also, keep my assistant's number. They are equally at your service. Hao Qiang had no other demands. He merely wished to sign with a new club as soon as possible. Mendes would indeed be busy, darting across Europe as the major leagues concluded, with the primary focus being the transfer of his star client, Cristiano Ronaldo. Although Hao Qiang ranked lower among Mendes' clientele, Mendes would not neglect him, particularly given Hao Qiang's unique situation of free transfer. Such transfers could not be delayed, for with time, potential clubs might question why he had not been snatched up sooner if he were indeed so talented. Swift resolution was paramount. Hao Qiang settled temporarily in Porto, continuing his daily training. May 24th, the final match of the Primera Liga. At the Estadio Municipal de Braga, mid-table Ferreira welcomed Trefense challenge. The Ferreira fans, relaxed in their mindset, had little to gain or lose, As long as their team did not suffer defeat at home, they were content. However, Trofense desperately needed 3 points to have any hope of at least competing for relegation playoffs, and with a stroke of luck, they might secure survival. Over 1,000 Trofense fans arrived at the away match, believing that after Leitao's public apology to Hao Qiang, they would witness his return to the pitch for the final showdown. They were convinced that if Hao Qiang were present, their chances of securing a playoff spot would significantly increase. Competing against a team from the Segunda Liga would hardly be a challenge with Hao Qiang in their ranks. Yet, as the starting players took the field, the absence of Hao Qiang was palpable. He was nowhere to be found on the substitutes bench either. In that moment, every Trofense supporter, whether present in the stadium or watching on television, felt as if struck by lightning. A profound sense of dread enveloped them. Hao Qiang had not returned. The head coach, Rui Silva, stood on the sidelines, seemingly transformed over the course of a month, appearing somewhat aged, with the earlier confidence now vanished. His brow furrowed. He appeared to have foreseen the impending calamity. As the match commenced, Trofense was in dire need of a victory. Thus they played with fervor and aggression. Eduardo returned to the position of starting center forward, yet the team had suffered through the last 4 matches, managing only 1 draw and 3 losses. Even the devoted Trofense supporters expressed disdain for his lackluster performance. The morale within the team was shattered, and Trofense launched desperate assaults, exposing numerous vulnerabilities in their defense. Ferreira, initially devoid of malice, found the back door wide open due to Trofense disarray. By halftime, Ferreira had established a 2-0 lead over Trofense. The players were engulfed in fear, their fighting spirit extinguished. Local fans opted to turn away from the match, doubting any miraculous turnaround in the second half. The most fervent supporters regrouped, storming to the home of Leitao to unleash a torrent of vitriol. The Trofense fans were not averse to the notion of relegation. In fact, they had mentally prepared for it halfway through the season, recognizing their underwhelming performances that did not merit a place in the Primera Liga. As long as the team united and fought until the very end, they would harbor no grievances should relegation occur. However, the crucial emergence of Hao Qiang had instilled in them the belief that survival was achievable, and the circumstances had once been favorable. Yet, the club president, motivated by self-interest, chose to dismiss Hao Qiang. Perhaps Leitao had overestimated his confidence, believing that Trofense could endure without Hao Qiang's prowess. The harsh reality, however, delivered a stinging blow to his face, an outcome unacceptable to the fans. They understood Hao Qiang's departure, even if it meant leaving the club without a transfer fee, questioning why Trofense had not secured him for a longer duration the previous year. Lacking motivation, Trofense opted to feign inactivity in the second half. Ferreira, sensing victory, chose to withdraw. As the match concluded in a somber silence, Rui Silva silently turned towards the players' tunnel, still bewildered as to how the team had descended to such depths. Hope had been within their grasp, yet they inexplicably chose the path toward demise. The local supporters of Trofense were incensed, particularly as Setball triumphed in their final match, overtaking Trofense, sealing their fate after 30 rounds of competition. Trofense found themselves second from the bottom in the standings, facing direct relegation. Fans erupted in anger outside Leitao's residence, and although police arrived to maintain order, the supporters remained unwilling to disperse. Chaos erupted within Trofense. On May 31st, Hao Qiang, accompanied by Mendes, boarded a flight departing Porto, landing in France. Chapter 15. Arrival in Ligue 1, landing in Lille. France. Lille. Accompanied by Mendes, Hao Qiang arrived at the northern frontier of France. As he sat in the car, gazing at the sights of Lille, the 5th largest city in France, he indeed appeared somewhat like a country bumpkin visiting the city. Having spent nearly a year in Trophy, accustomed to the simplicity of rural life, he was naturally captivated by the urban splendor. Perhaps it was also because he was en route to the Ligue 1 club Lille. Should the signing go smoothly, he would reside here, thereby fueling his curiosity about the city. Exiting the main urban area of Lille, they traveled eastward and eventually stopped about 10 kilometers from the city center. Stepping out of the vehicle, Mendes pointed to the training facility nestled in the suburbs, saying, "This is Lille's Lookin Training Center. We will meet with the sports director, Van der Maat, here. He has a penchant for talent." As Hao Qiang followed Mendes towards the entrance of the training base, he pondered, "Talent? Am I one?" Mendes introduced himself, and soon Van der Maat appeared to usher them inside. After greeting Hao Qiang, Van der Maat engaged in a lively discussion with Mendes. Mendes primarily represented players from Latin America, whose style resonated well with Ligue 1, although his reach had yet to extend into France. Nonetheless, it did not hinder him from facilitating some of his clients' transitions into Ligue 1. Hao Qiang proceeded to undergo a medical examination, with Mendes and Van der Meyde observing closely. Besides the standard tests, they monitored his heart rate and other physical data during exercise. The Look and Training Center was well equipped with medical facilities, and the medical team attentively tracked Hao Qiang's data while he exercised on the treadmill. Watching from outside, Van der Meyde nodded, remarking, "He has a robust physique, quite commendable for an almost 19-year-old. I have reviewed all 5 of his match recordings in the Primera Liga. His team's spirit is impeccable, and his data is remarkably impressive. However, his performance during matches exhibits significant fluctuations and lacks sufficient stability. Jorge, can you sincerely tell me why you recommended him to Lille? You could have sent him to any club in the Primera Liga." With a beaming smile, Mendes replied, "The competition among the 3 giants of the Primera Liga is too fierce for him. Securing a starting position would be quite challenging. However, at Lille, he might have that opportunity. Last season, you experimented with numerous strikers, and what was the outcome? None satisfied you. You've seen the match footage. His performance indeed lacks consistency, but if he were entirely stable, I would surely not have recommended him to Lille. He would be heading straight to one of Europe's elite clubs. What do you think?" Van der Meyde pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. If a young forward capable of contributing 12 goals in 5 matches could maintain that level of performance, he would undoubtedly be a prodigious talent. Regrettably, Hao Qiang's gameplay often featured bursts of brilliance that caught opponents off guard but failed to deliver sustained, formidable impact. The medical examination concluded swiftly, and Hao Qiang had anticipated engaging in some ball training during the trial. However, Van der Meyde led him and Mendes directly to the office to proceed with the signing. Before finalizing the contract, Van der Meyde suggested to Mendes, "What if we change the duration to 4 years?" Mendes chuckled and shook his head. "No, let us stick with 2 years. If his development meets your satisfaction after a year, we can renew the contract. If not, it mitigates your losses." Van der Meyde laughed. "I fear that a year from now, we may want to keep him, but with him entering the final year of his contract, we might lose him." Mendes unabashedly stated, "The cost of signing him for Lille is quite low. Even if he departs, it would not result in a loss for you, correct? Sometimes, when you wish to gamble, I can create the game. Sign him for 4 years. That is possible, but the signing fee would double, and his salary and bonuses would increase by 50%. If you wish to gamble, you must be prepared to stake more." Van der Meyde chuckled, shaking his head. "You've made me quite conflicted. Let us proceed with the previously agreed terms." Hao Qiang affixed his signature to the contract and then shook hands with Van der Meyde. "Welcome to Lille." After 3 years of wandering, Hao Qiang had grown accustomed to the mundane signing process. The team was on break, and he only needed to report before the summer training camp commenced. Van der Meyde invited Mendes to dinner, but Mendes waved him off, stating, "This is my busiest time. I'll reach out to you when things settle down." Mendes then departed with Hao Qiang from the Look and Training Center. The driver took them to the airport. Although his contract would only take effect when the transfer window opened on July 1st, transferring his player registration from the Portuguese Football Association to the French Football Association. The signing fee from Lille would be paid immediately. Flying from Lille to Paris, Mendes was set to part ways with Hao Qiang. While waiting for their respective next flights, Mendes shared stories of stars' journeys to success, emphasizing the essence of perseverance, unwavering focus, and avoiding distractions off the field. He ultimately advised Hao Qiang not to miss Lille's summer preparations and to return as early as possible to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Before his return, Mendes' team would select suitable accommodation for him to facilitate training and matches, with the costs naturally borne by Hao Qiang. Mendes then took his leave. Hao Qiang wandered through the airport and, before boarding, purchased several books to learn French. China, Tianhai. With the burgeoning development of the Chinese economy in recent years, particularly in the real estate sector, Tianhai had seen the emergence of numerous upscale villa communities. However, nearly 12 years ago, when there were no villa districts in Tianhai, the first villa community, Zijingwa Garden, symbolized wealth. Essentially, anyone of prominence in Tianhai would purchase a villa there. Hao Qiang's family resided in this community. Even after more than a decade, Zijingwa Garden remained an elegant environment, though the buildings bore the marks of time. As Hao Qiang arrived by taxi and pulled up to his home, he gazed at the familiar residence with a slight frown. The door was ajar, and he could faintly hear his mother, Hao Qiang, in a frantic and helpless tone from inside. I've told you Mr. Gu is not here. If you don't leave, I will call the police. Upon entering, Hao Qiang discovered the spacious living room filled with unfamiliar faces. His mother stood trembling beside the dining table in anger. Sister-in-law, it's only right that we come to collect the debt that Mr. Gu owes. One of the intruders asserted. If Mr. Gu isn't here, we can wait for him. If he doesn't return tonight, we shall stay here until he does. Don't worry, we won't disturb you. You can carry on with your affairs. A room full of men in their 30s, dressed in shirts and trousers, hardly resembled lowly thugs. Just as Hao Qiang was about to dial a number, Hao Qiang gently grasped her hand. Son, you're back? He studied his mother closely. 3 years prior, when he left, she was 37, and now at 40, she seemed to have aged considerably, her once youthful appearance now marred by weariness. Oh, so this is Mr. Gu's son. I heard you were playing football abroad. You're back for a holiday? Care for a smoke? One of the men approached him with a cigarette. Hao Qiang gently pulled his mother behind him and glared fiercely. Get out. The intruders, intimidated by Hao Qiang's imposing stature, recoiled in fear, realizing they were dealing with someone formidable. Had it been an ordinary person, they would not have resorted to such civilized tactics to collect their debt. Hao Qiang clutched Hao Qiang's arm tightly. She truly fears for her son's safety. In a one-on-one confrontation, her only concern is that Hao Qiang might strike too hard and land himself in legal trouble. However, with a multitude of opponents now, Hao Qiang is deeply worried that if Hao Qiang loses his temper, he might end up suffering. Son, why don't you go to your grandmother's or your maternal grandmother's house? I'll come to find you later. But instead, Hao Qiang pulls out his phone and makes a call. Lu, it's Hao Qiang. I'm back, and some unsavory characters have come to my house. Can you come and handle this? After hanging up, Hao Qiang lets out a soft sigh. The intruders, on the other hand, seem to relax. What a joke. Are those here to collect debts really afraid of Hao Qiang rallying his allies? If things get out of hand, they can always call for help later. Regardless, if this escalates, the neighbors, who are prominent figures, will tarnish the reputation of Hao Guofu. At that moment, someone else enters the house. Hearing the hurried footsteps, Hao Qiang instinctively turns to protect Hao Qiang, only to find that the newcomer is his father. Yet, seeing Hao Guofu's state fills Hao Qiang with mixed emotions. The last time he saw his father, despite his rotund figure, he still exuded affluence. Now, however, there is a hint of age and an unmistakable sense of decline. Upon noticing Hao Qiang, Hao Guofu initially displays joy, but upon seeing the others in the house, his expression darkens. He turns and heads into the kitchen, emerging with a kitchen knife. Dad, husband, both Hao Qiang and Hao Qiang gasp in shock. Although Hao Guofu appears downcast, his face is filled with fury, lending him an imposing presence. He strides into the living room and slams the knife onto the coffee table. Hao Qiang's heart aches. Dad, our coffee table is made of golden silk enamel. That blade has scratched it. It's ruined now. I've told you not to harass my family. Since you've come here, I'll take responsibility alone. I don't have any money, so you can chop off one of my hands as payment. If I still can't pay later, you can take another. How does that sound? I'm not making things difficult for you, am I? Mr. Hao, what use is your hand to us? We want money. I don't have any. This house must be worth at least several million. The house belongs to my wife, and we're already divorced. Suddenly, police sirens wail outside. The people inside exchange glances. Hao Guofu turns to Hao Qiang. Did you call the police? It was me who asked Lu to come, replies Hao Qiang. Sighing deeply, Hao Guofu laments, true. Calling the police may drive them away, but what then? In a few days, they'll send another group. Lu Hong, who used to be Hao Qiang's neighbor, had maintained contact since Hao Qiang's family moved to Zijingwa Garden. Lu, who has always had money, is generous with friends. Having graduated from police academy, he recently joined the local precinct. Dressed in uniform, he arrives at Hao Qiang's house with colleagues, acknowledging Hao Qiang before turning his serious demeanor toward the strangers. The intruders divulge the debts owed by Hao Guofu. Lu Hong, unfazed, warns them, come with me now, and you'll be detained for 10 days but released shortly. If you refuse, you'll be serving 3 years. The group of men, seasoned in life, are unimpressed, dismissing Lu Hong as a mere rookie officer attempting to intimidate them. As Lu produces handcuffs to enforce the arrest, the men begin to shuffle toward the exit. However, as they step outside the villa, they are met with a shocking sight: 3 police cars and 10 officers awaiting them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Hong is not naive. Hao Qiang had already indicated that troublemakers were inside, so he wouldn't arrive unprepared. All the collectors are handcuffed and seated by the roadside, awaiting transport to the precinct. Hao Guofu's expression darkens. As Hao Qiang sees Lu Hong off, he notices numerous neighbors gathering, pointing and whispering, suggesting that rumors will soon spread throughout the community. Upon returning home, he finds He Yuqing wiping tears while cleaning. The living room is in disarray with cigarette butts strewn everywhere. After sitting down, Hao Guofu looks at Hao Qiang and forces a smile. Why have you suddenly returned? Didn't you say you were signing with a club in Europe? Hao Qiang pours 2 glasses of water and places them on the table. Dad, let us not pretend everything is fine. You need to repay the debts tomorrow. Oh, I wish I could, but funds are scarce. I've saved what little I have for you, to help with any urgent needs. Whether for your return to play football, or if you face financial difficulties abroad. I didn't want you to be left without money. Hao Qiang has always felt warmth in this home, so at this moment, he isn't particularly moved. He understands that parents will always look out for their children. I have money. I'll keep some for myself and give you the rest. You need to pay off the debts. As for the troublemakers from tonight, I've told Lu Hong to deal with them harshly. He Yuqing approaches, taking his hand and choking back tears. Son, your intentions are enough. Keep the money for yourself. Your father and I don't need it. Hao Guofu agrees. Yes, save it. You'll need it for your future wife. Furrowing his brow, Hao Qiang insists. I have enough to pay. Hao Guofu chuckles bitterly. Son, the debt exceeds 10 million. It's not in Thai baht or Japanese yen. I understand. But how much do you actually have? Close to 20 million. 20 million? In baht. Hao Qiang responds with resignation. To be precise, it's over 18 million. If only it had been a year ago, 200,000 euros would have exchanged for 20 million. Hao Guofu inquires, where did you get this money? Didn't you just earn an extra 1,000 euros a month? He Yuqing is equally astonished. Hao Qiang shrugs. I signed with Lille in France, and they gave me a signing bonus of 200,000 euros. My agent is quite decent. He took nothing and transferred everything to my account. However, I doubt he'll be so generous next time. Starting next month, my salary will be 30,000 euros per month. He Yuqing asks, son, is that true? Hao Qiang casually replies, the news of my signing is already on Lille's official website, though it hasn't been reported domestically. Suddenly, Hao Guofu stands up, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He turns to Hao Qiang and says, son, take your mother and go abroad to live. Keep the money, and I'll handle my own debts. You've worked hard for your earnings. Don't spend recklessly. Save it for your future wife. Dad, are you serious? I'm only thinking of what's best for you. I want you to live well. The two lock eyes, and for perhaps the first time, Hao Qiang sees his father's eyes glistening with tears, truly moved. He Yuqing also weeps, embracing Hao Guofu. Our son has grown up. He has this filial piety. You don't need to suffer out there. Pay off the debts, and let us live simply. You need to take care of your health. In the future, we'll need to help our son with his children. Hao Qiang closes his eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. How did the conversation suddenly shift to having grandchildren? Chapter 16. A family reunion and the matchmaker. After spending a restful night at home, Hao Qiang awoke the next morning to the delightful aroma of breakfast prepared by He Yuqing. The house was filled with a long-awaited atmosphere of joy and warmth, and the spirits of both parents had noticeably improved. As they prepared to leave for the bank, Hao Qiang paused at the door and suddenly inquired, Dad, where's our Mercedes? Although it had been years since he left Tianhai, he was certain that it had not reached the point of being scrapped. With a hint of resignation, Hao Guofu replied, we sold it off 6 months ago to settle debts. What about the Volkswagen that Mom uses for grocery shopping? Hao Qiang pressed. That was sold too. In that moment, Hao Qiang comprehended the extent of the family's hardships over the past year, a reality that his mother had only revealed to him 3 months prior. After completing their banking errands that morning, Hao Qiang took his father to a luxury car dealership. After perusing the options, he selected the latest model of Porsche Cayenne. Despite his father's attempts to dissuade him, Hao Qiang remained resolute and took the keys. We are here to pay off debts, but we shouldn't appear too destitute. Those who pressured us into selling our house must see that President Hao still possesses strength. Hao Guofu felt a wave of emotion. Rather than bitterness, he was filled with warmth. It was unexpected that, during his own low point, it would be his son who helped him stand tall. Reluctantly, Hao Guofu accepted the gift, understanding that his son had inherited his unwavering commitment to family. Driving the new car, the father-son duo spent the day repaying their debts, finishing just as dusk fell. Besides the car purchase, Hao Qiang still had nearly 5 million in his account. He left about 800,000 $1,000,000 for himself and transferred the remaining $4 million to his father. Although Hao Guofu urged him to keep the money, Hao Qiang preferred not to carry cash, fearing he might be tempted to spend it. At 7 in the evening, the two arrived at an esteemed old restaurant in Tianhai, where He Yuqing had reserved a private room. Grandparents, along with maternal grandparents, were all in attendance. And with the addition of Hao Guofu and He Yuqing's siblings, the room was nearly full with 20 guests. This family reunion was significant for Hao Qiang, who, despite being relatively unknown in European football, returned home with pride. Over the past year, Hao Guofu and He Yuqing had endured considerable difficulties, refraining from troubling their relatives for fear of straining familial bonds. Now, with the storm behind them, both parents shared the same sentiment as their son, who had been away for 3 years. They longed to gather more often and relished the happiness of family togetherness. As the guest of honor, Hao Qiang shared his experiences abroad, while the elders expressed concern about his future, particularly regarding marriage. With Hao Qiang approaching 19, the older generation's traditional mindset led them to believe he should be contemplating marriage and children. He Yuqing, who married at 20, echoed this sentiment, suggesting that it was indeed time for Hao Qiang to consider settling down. However, she conceded that it would be prudent to first date and gain experience. Hao Qiang felt a twinge of annoyance. I'm leaving for football abroad in a month. When would I have time for romance? He dismissed the notion, insisting that if he were to meet someone compatible, they could go abroad together. I want to have time to care for anyone. If she takes care of me, what difference is that from having a nanny? Such matters should not be forced. They should come naturally. Oh, you must not leave it to chance. Many have squandered their opportunities that way. I will inquire among my friends and arrange a few blind dates for you, He Yuqing declared with determination, while Hao Qiang merely shook his head, choosing not to argue further. After the family dinner, Hao Qiang spent his time either accompanying his mother on shopping excursions or working out at the nearby gym or sports field. A few months prior, Hao Guofu had taken a job in human resources for a company, earning a decent salary, though nothing compared to his previous successes. Once feeling hindered by slow earnings, he now relished the ease of driving to work in the Qian, a luxury he had not experienced in years. One evening, after returning home from practice, Hao Qiang was taken aback to find several formally dressed middle-aged individuals seated in the living room. Hao Guofu quickly rose to introduce them. Son, these are the leaders from our development zone. Assuming his father was in trouble, Hao Qiang listened attentively as the officials urged his father to continue operating the garment factory. They even hinted at the possibility of assisting him with a bank loan. Hao Guofu was visibly reluctant. He recalled the struggles of the past, maintaining a business that was clearly financially unsustainable, using personal savings to keep it afloat, which ultimately led to the erosion of 2 decades of hard work. Even if the banks offered small loans, he had no desire to continue down that path, given the high operational costs and immense pressure involved. The district leaders left, disappointed. During dinner, Hao Qiang inquired about the factory's status. It's mostly idle now. Your mother checks on it weekly, his father replied. After a moment's thought, Hao Qiang suggested, why not resume running the factory? Son, it's not that I don't want to, but we can't compete with the southern factories. There are no orders, his father lamented. We can design, produce, and sell everything in one go. With the internet, we don't even need a physical store. Online sales can save significant costs. I've seen countless studios in places like Madrid, Munich, Paris, and Monaco with well-designed clothes that just lack exposure and thus lack market competitiveness and investment. Hao Guofu pondered this, shaking his head. The cost of advertising is astronomical. Hiring a celebrity would cost millions. It's unfeasible. I could be a spokesperson, even if I don't make it in League One. I could surely rank among the top 10 in the domestic league. I have that much confidence. If I succeed in League One, our brand will undoubtedly gain traction, Hao Qiang asserted. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hao Guofu turned to He Yuqing. Should we give it a try? He Yuqing was uncertain, but, seeing the determination in her son's eyes, responded, let us heed our son's advice regarding business matters. While he should listen to us when it comes to family issues, like finding a wife. Hao Qiang sighed inwardly, realizing his mother was perhaps a bit too idle. The next day, Hao Guofu approached the district leaders for support, eager to return to his former profession, which would provide jobs and contribute to the GDP, an effort that was met with robust backing from the district. Meanwhile, Hao Qiang embarked on an array of blind dates. As He Yuqing arranged meetings with any eligible young women she knew, Hao Qiang felt somewhat resigned to this arrangement, considering it merely a diversion from his training and French language studies. He had a foundational knowledge of French, having spent nearly 6 months with youth teams in Monaco and Paris Saint-Germain, though he was only comfortable with basic conversational phrases. The suitors I encounter are predominantly recent university graduates, typically 3 years my junior. I find myself meeting one young lady after another. Some seem to disdain my youth, as if my under-20 status renders my search for companionship a mere jest, while others are unable to accept my robust physique, reminiscent of a strong man. I am left with little recourse. My physique, a result of both innate advantages and relentless dedication over the years, is not that of excess weight, but rather sculpted muscle. Yet, some young ladies simply do not find that appealing. My self-esteem takes a slight blow. Eventually, unable to restrain my curiosity, I inquired about their preferred type. The response was to retrieve a phone and display several photographs. Without hesitation, I excused myself. There was little left to discuss. Their preference leaned towards a more effeminate style, a persona I could never hope to embody. I took my leave swiftly. Chapter 17. The main position? Strive for it. Hao Guofu and He Yuqing busied themselves, while Hao Qiang trained at his own pace, occasionally indulging in matchmaking outings as a form of relaxation. The absurdity of an 18-year-old seeking a partner struck him as humorous in retrospect. Despite claiming an annual income of $1 million, he feared no one would believe him. As he celebrated his 19th birthday amidst the joyful gathering of friends and family at the end of June, Hao Qiang soon embarked on his journey to Lille. Hao Guofu drove him to the airport. Before parting, he observed the rejuvenated spirit of Hao Guofu and He Yuqing, regaining some of her former radiance, which brought him a sense of solace. Hao Guofu advised him not to stray while abroad, while He Yuqing urged him to engage with female students and pursue romantic opportunities if they arose. Lost in thought during security checks, Hao Qiang struggled to comprehend the long separation from his parents. While Hao Guofu, being a man, exhibited little sentimentality, He Yuqing constantly worried. While waiting at the airport, Hao Qiang received a message from a previous matchmaker, inquiring if he was the Chinese prodigy reported by the sports media joining Lille. He replied affirmatively. The other party promptly suggested another meeting. Regrettably, Hao Qiang informed them, "I apologize, I am boarding now. Let us converse when I return home." Some encounters, once missed, are forever lost. Upon arriving in Lille, Hao Qiang had already contacted Mendes' team beforehand, who provided him with accommodation options. He preferred not to stay in an apartment, as he had minimal luggage and lacked fitness facilities. He selected a 5-star hotel in the heart of Lille, the Hôtel Le Muris, and took a taxi there to explore its amenities. The restaurant, bar, library, spa, gym, and pool catered to his lifestyle needs. After negotiating a long-term stay discount of 10, he settled on a quarterly rate of 13,000 euros. He paid up front and subsequently dropped off his belongings in his room. The luxurious room, though not overly spacious at around 30 square meters, was tastefully decorated, providing him comfort. After settling in, he purchased a vehicle for transportation. As the distance from the hotel to Lille's main stadium, Stade Pierre-Marois, was approximately 7 to 8 kilometers, and nearly 15 kilometers to the training base. Having obtained a European driver's license the previous summer without returning home, he felt proud of acquiring this skill. With limited funds remaining, just under 30,000 euros, he opted for a BMW 7 Series, which was about 500,000 yuan cheaper than in his home country, making it a worthwhile expense. When he returned to the hotel in his new car, even the lobby manager regarded him with newfound respect, oblivious to the fact that his wallet was nearly empty. Reflecting on the 2 million euros signing bonus he had received a month prior, he found it amusing that he was now down to just 30,000 euros. Had he not given his father the 400,000 euros, he mused, he might have returned in a Lamborghini instead of just a BMW. During the day, he engaged in fitness and study at the hotel, while in the evenings, he drove around to familiarize himself with the city. With his state of mind well adjusted, he was prepared for Lille's pre-season training. In early July, as he drove to the Leuven training ground and entered the locker room for the first time, he found several teammates already present, chatting and laughing. His arrival merely prompted a few glances, with some offering him smiles as greetings. After changing, he left the locker room to warm up on the field, as more than 20 players gathered for training. Head coach Rudy Garcia and his coaching staff made their entrance at the last moment. They lined up in 3 rows, with Hao Qiang positioned at the edge of the last row, attentively listening to the coach's address. The preparation for the new season begins today. I do not care how you spent your holidays, whether basking in the sun among women, lying in bed indulging in junk food, or drowning in alcohol to the point of forgetting the day of the week. Starting today, everyone must give 200% effort in training. Show me your dedication, your awareness, and your fighting spirit. I reiterate, to earn opportunities in the new season, you must first prove yourselves in training. Now commence your warm-ups. Applause erupted, and the players began their warm-up laps followed by stretching exercises. The summer training primarily focused on physical conditioning, with an emphasis on aerobic training. Hao Qiang managed well, but was thoroughly chastised by assistant coach Bampao. Sprint at full speed. Do you think simply outrunning the goalkeeper is sufficient? No. You must be faster than yourself. Every training exercise requires your utmost effort. Otherwise, you will remain stagnant in a position you mistakenly believe to be optimal. So sprint with no allowances for yourself. After being admonished, Hao Qiang truly felt the intensity of training at a top-tier league club, comparable to that of smaller clubs. Yet, perhaps this was merely the standard set by Lille's coaching staff. In the dual training of endurance and strength, Hao Qiang made a lasting impression on Rudy Garcia. Judging by his physique, he was undoubtedly a promising center forward. His speed and explosiveness were merely adequate. However, as the team transitioned beyond the initial physical conditioning phase, they began to incorporate ball work into their training regimen. In terms of agility and ball control, Hao Qiang was evidently one of the lower tiers within the team. As players dribbled around cones, new signings like Gervinho and the loaned Aubameyang performed admirably, but the standout was the Belgian superstar Eden Hazard, who had been meticulously nurtured by the club's sporting director, Van Dam, for years prior. After witnessing Hazard's fluid dribbling, which flowed seamlessly without interruption, Hao Qiang felt pressured to attempt his dribbling. However, while changing direction, he accidentally knocked over a flagpole, leaving many in stunned silence. Hazard leaned toward midfielder Carve and whispered, "Could he possibly be a fraud?" Hao Qiang joined Lille on a free transfer, costing the club virtually nothing. Nonetheless, his monthly salary of €30,000 caused discontent among many first-team players, as this level placed him in the mid-tier salary range. Even though they understood that the club had saved on transfer fees by signing him, it still felt unjust to others. Hao Qiang felt a sense of urgency. He had not performed well, but was disinclined to offer explanations. Rudy Garcia felt somewhat disappointed. Had Hao Qiang's skills been stronger, he might have harbored greater expectations for him. After training, teammates were surprised to find Hao Qiang remaining on the training field, repeatedly practicing his dribbling. Many silently scoffed, thinking, now he decides to train? What was he doing as a child? While it cannot be said that practicing at 19 is futile, it is fair to assert that for players lacking foundational skills, progress may be somewhat slower. By late July, Lille had played 2 friendly matches within 3 days, gearing up for the new season. After finishing 5th in the league last season, Lille needed to compete in the UEFA Europa League qualifiers, prompting the season to commence before the League One opener. In these 2 friendly matches, Hao Qiang played only 50 minutes in total, averaging just 25 minutes per game. He barely had the chance to showcase his abilities before the matches concluded. However, preseason friendlies primarily served to reacquaint players with game conditions. Hao Qiang was not among the top-tier forwards in Lille, which left him feeling anxious. Unable to contain himself, he contacted Mendes to inquire whether Lille would guarantee his playing time. Mendes' response was blunt, "I don't know. Do you? How? Do you naively believe that a top-league club would trust you unconditionally? You will have opportunities, but it is imperative that you seize them and secure a pivotal position to ensure more consistent playing time." Hao Qiang remained silent. He understood the principle. However, having previously held a starting position at Trophy, he had grown disenchanted with the prospect of being a substitute. "Qiang, I did not fully elucidate the situation at Lille." Mendes continued. "Last season, they experimented with at least 3 forwards, and during the summer, they parted ways with some of them. Ultimately, Wittek emerged as the starter. But ever since his injury 2 years ago, he has not been the formidable striker he once was. It can be said that Lille has consistently lacked a genuine starting center forward. I believe your chances at Lille will be more promising than at other clubs, as the coach is unlikely to place excessive trust in Wittek." After listening to Mendes' explanation, Hao Qiang readjusted his mindset and resolved to strive for a starting position. Initially, he anticipated a prolonged wait for his opportunity, much like during his time at Trophy. However, in the first leg of the UEFA Europa League 3rd qualifying round, he found himself on the matchday roster, traveling with the team to Serbia. After a night's rest at the hotel in Serbia, he was pleasantly surprised to learn the following morning that he had been named in the starting lineup. His situation within the team appeared to be far better than he had envisioned. In reality, Rudy Garcia often rotates players in less critical cup matches to provide newcomers with experience, a fact well known to those familiar with him. Had Hao Qiang paid attention, he would have noticed that Hazard, Wittek, and Cabai had not accompanied the team to Serbia, leading him to this realization. That evening, Lille faced off against Savarno. Hao Qiang started as the center forward, partnering with Gervinho and Aubameyang. Despite fielding a substitute-heavy lineup, Lille was undeniably stronger than the relatively unknown Savarno. Hao Qiang actively participated in both offense and defense, yet the two wingers, like whirlwinds, monopolized the ball whenever they had the chance, refusing to pass. Hao Qiang repeatedly adjusted his positioning in the attack, making forward runs, diagonal cuts, and proactively seeking the ball, but his teammates were unwilling to cooperate. Although Aubameyang had been loaned from AC Milan, he too aspired to secure a starting position at Lille, while Hazard was assuredly occupying one. There was still an unresolved starting spot on the wing, making competition inevitable. The two wingers relentlessly pressed forward, shooting at every opportunity upon entering the penalty area, leaving Hao Qiang entirely overlooked. Frustration simmered within him, yet he persisted, continuing to run when required. However, Savarno's defense soon recognized the disunity and lack of synergy within Lille's forward line. The individual dribbling prowess of Aubameyang and Gervinho posed significant challenges for the defenders, leading them to focus their efforts on stifling any inward cuts from the wings. As a result, Hao Qiang found himself with increasing opportunities to showcase his skills, patiently awaiting the moment when those two wingers would finally choose to pass him the ball. Chapter 18. A debut with a double. Whenever Aubameyang and Gervinho encountered obstacles in their breakthroughs or had their shots blocked, Hao Qiang was always the first to rush in for a reclaim. In the center forward position, he resembled a diligent laborer. Few paid attention to his performance, as the two wingers showed little inclination to create opportunities for him. Admittedly, Gervinho and Aubameyang occasionally showcased their explosive pace and dazzling maneuvers, yet they failed to maintain a continuous onslaught. However, Lille's head coach, Rudy Garcia, was keenly observing Hao Qiang's display from the sidelines. His proactive defending was commendable, with only 7 or 8 touches in the first 30 minutes. Hao Qiang executed tactical passes and positioned himself effectively. Yet, sending the ball away meant he could only assume the role of a spectator. He neither surrendered nor descended into negativity. Garcia recognized the underlying issues but refrained from expressing frustration towards the players. Since the objective was to cultivate talent, ample space for expression was essential. The growth of young players often accompanies numerous mistakes and repeated failures. Extracting lessons from these setbacks and accumulating experience is vital for facing future competitions. Garcia tacitly accepted Gervinho and Aubameyang's actions. However, after 30 minutes, Savarno intensified their marking on the two, restricting their operational space and diminishing their efficiency, causing them to hesitate in their breakthroughs. In the 36th minute, Debuchy surged up the right flank to assist Gervinho, who, confronted with tight defensive coverage, opted to pass the ball. Debuchy swiftly maneuvered past, reaching the byline, and decisively delivered a cross. The fullback had little room for hesitation. Below world class, all were merely tools. As the cross soared into the penalty area, Hao Qiang not only awaited its arrival eagerly, but also felt a fervent thirst for the opportunity. Savarno's defense had relaxed its grip on him significantly 10 minutes prior. Suddenly, upon seeing Hao Qiang presented with a golden opportunity, their mindset fractured. Lille, devoid of sportsmanship. To them, Lille's players seemed to disregard Hao Qiang, the starting center forward, yet unexpectedly created a chance for him. Hao Qiang met the incoming ball with a powerful header. The ball flew straight to the upper left corner of the goal. Savarno's players displayed expressions of dismay. After landing, Hao Qiang turned and dashed towards the sidelines to celebrate his inaugural goal since joining Lille. Although very few Lille fans traveled to the away game, many viewers were watching on television. Everyone felt unfamiliar with Hao Qiang, knowing nothing about him. Nonetheless, a goal naturally warranted celebration. His teammates approached him with smiles to congratulate him on his goal. While Hao Qiang smiled and high-fived his teammates, he was acutely aware that this goal would likely not alter his standing within the team. During the match, he realized that Lille was merely using this opportunity for practice. The head coach had rested key players. In the eyes of Lille's players, it was Aubameyang and Gervinho's individual prowess that had torn apart Savarno's defense, allowing Hao Qiang to seize a simple opportunity to score with a header. Such opportunities could easily have been converted by others as well. Scoring was the expected performance. Failing to do so would lead to a drop in evaluation. Rudy Garcia, however, gazed at Hao Qiang thoughtfully. Mendes had not been entirely incorrect. Last season, Lille experimented with various center forwards, ultimately discarding those who proved ineffective and retaining those who were barely sufficient. The acquisition of Hao Qiang by Van Damme was merely a gamble. The team would continue the work of testing center forwards from the previous season. As of now, who could genuinely establish a foothold in the center forward position remained in the early stages of experimentation. With the goal scored, the lead calmed Hao Qiang's mindset. On the pitch, he played with increased composure. Perhaps stimulated by Hao Qiang's goal, Aubameyang and Gervinho began to exhibit more energy, displaying vigorous efforts, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed somewhat in vain. By the end of the half, both were somewhat disappointed with their performances. Hao Qiang, however, held his head high, exuding immense confidence. During the halftime break, Rudy Garcia delivered a speech, emphasizing the need for enhanced teamwork. Without naming names, it served as a reminder to Aubameyang and Gervinho. Their time for individual expression had been ample. It was now time to showcase their team spirit. As the second half commenced, Hao Qiang became increasingly adept in the center forward position. He utilized his physicality to act as a pivot, distributing the ball to teammates while anticipating passes as he turned and advanced into open spaces. Aubameyang and Gervinho dared not dismiss Garcia's words. When their breakthroughs faltered, they would pass the ball into the penalty area seeking Hao Qiang. However, Hao Qiang's attempts to control the ball on 2 occasions within the penalty box ended in interception, prompting a slight frown from Garcia. Hao Qiang revealed his shortcomings, almost prompting Garcia to summon Henry. Yet he restrained himself. After all, they were leading, and there was no immediate pressure from competing with starting players today. Gaining practical experience was an essential pathway to improvement. In the 61st minute, Hao Qiang received a pass from a teammate within the penalty area for the 3rd time. This time, he refrained from hastily attempting to dribble or change direction and instead engaged in physical confrontation with the defender, shoulder to shoulder. At the moment he managed to displace his opponent, he suddenly executed a deft cut and moved towards the center. Sayarno's defender appeared caught off guard, likely not anticipating Hao Qiang's proactive approach. As he regained his balance and attempted to reclaim, he was bypassed. After maneuvering past the defender, Hao Qiang decisively shot. Unfortunately, the attempt was too direct, allowing the goalkeeper to block it. However, the rebound fell right in front of him, and he immediately took a step forward for a follow-up shot, this time unleashing a powerful drive. The ball rocketed into the net like a cannonball. The goalkeeper had no time to react and was left helpless. With a confident smile on his face, Hao Qiang once again sprinted to the sidelines to celebrate. At this moment, he brimmed with enthusiasm, and the goal greatly bolstered his confidence. Rudy Garcia nodded in approval, applauding the goal. He could see Hao Qiang growing and improving during the match. Despite appearing as a tall and imposing figure, he was not inflexible. Such players were to Garcia's liking. However, determining just how strong he truly was remained challenging, for in Garcia's eyes, Sayarno's level was at best mid-table in League One. Goals scored against Sayarno carried little weight. Once again, his teammates congratulated Hao Qiang, who at that moment envisioned the possibility of achieving a hat trick. Yet, 4 minutes later, he was substituted by Brazilian forward Melo. Although reluctant, Hao Qiang complied and exited the field. As for the center forward position, Wittek was the starter, Melo the substitute, and Hao Qiang was 3rd in line. Potentially tied for 3rd since the 29-year-old winger, Flau, could also play as a center forward. Sitting on the bench, Hao Qiang attentively observed the game, primarily focusing on Melo's performance. Melo received more opportunities than he did, as Gervinho and Aubameyang were wary of offending the 24-year-old Melo. Melo was the most likely candidate to replace Wittek, and he might become the team's future starting center forward. Melo possessed the refined, technical skills typical of Brazilian players, allowing for greater ball control, which could translate to more shooting opportunities. However, despite nearly 30 minutes of play, he failed to breach the opponent's goal, with his shooting quality being rather mediocre. Ultimately, Lille secured a 2-0 victory over Sayarno, with Hao Qiang's 2 goals proving pivotal in their triumph. After the match, in the locker room, Rudy Garcia did not commend Hao Qiang's performance. The other players did not appear particularly exhilarated by the victory. It felt as though defeating Sayarno was akin to winning a mere friendly match. Hao Qiang was uncertain whether his performance today would leave a favorable impression on his coach. and he could only await the future opportunity that Rudy Garcia might extend to him. As he waited at the airport for his flight back to France, he closed his eyes and entered the system. For the past 3 months, he had diligently checked in every day. Even though the points he earned were merely 1, he did not let this solitary point slip away. The principle of accumulating small amounts to achieve greater totals was undeniable. Upon opening the tasks, he was greeted with a notification of task completion, which brought a smile to his face. His efforts had finally yielded visible rewards. 1 victory achieved and 1 goal scored, resulting in a total of 200 points. Adding this to his previous total, he now had over 400 points. Exiting the system, he reflected that this was the only match in July, and the monthly tasks would refresh the day after tomorrow. One must not be too greedy. Having something is certainly better than having nothing. The French media merely glossed over Lille's victory in the first leg of the UEFA Europa League third qualifying round, only briefly mentioning Hao Qiang's debut where he scored twice. This was insufficient to attract outside attention, let alone create a sensation. Sevilla was ultimately too weak. For Lille to generate a stir, they would have to face an unexpected loss, which would subject them to harsh criticism from the media. Chapter 19. Show off with abandon. I shall only focus on scoring. Lille returned to their homeland to continue their vigorous preparations. Despite scoring twice in the match, Hao Qiang's performance in technical training highlighted the disparity between him and his teammates, leading to some of them regarding him with mocking glances. It seemed he had become the comedic relief of the team, a source of amusement for the more skilled players. Hao Qiang remained indifferent to this. He had encountered similar situations during his past years at various clubs across Europe. The only way to alter his circumstances was through relentless self-improvement. Upon returning from Serbia, he found himself increasingly the subject of attention from hotel staff. It was not until Friday that the hotel manager approached him to confirm whether he was the Chinese player from Lille. Nodding in affirmation, he was then asked for autographs and photos, which encouraged other staff members to join in. It appeared that he was beginning to gain a semblance of recognition in the place he was staying. On August 6th, the second leg of the UEFA Europa League third qualifying round commenced at Lille's home ground. Although Hao Qiang had anticipated a starting position, he found himself on the bench instead. 3 days later, the new season of Ligue 1 kicked off. Coach Rudy Garcia aimed to help the main players regain their match rhythm. Despite having failed to best Lille in the first leg at home, Chavano's performance was evidently lacking. Their defensive strategy was further fortified when they played away. Given the opponent's weak capabilities, Garcia adopted an aggressive formation of 4-2-4. Gervinho and Larsen Touré played as wingers, while Melo and Wittek occupied the dual center-forward positions. From the outset, Lille unleashed a barrage of attacks against Chavano, dominating the match. However, the attendance was low, and the atmosphere in the stadium felt somewhat desolate. Seated beside Aubameyang and Hazard, Hao Qiang watched the game intently, observing the shifting dynamics on the field. In contrast, Aubameyang and Hazard appeared more relaxed, even engaging in quiet conversation across Hao Qiang. Garcia, standing at the sidelines, was visibly troubled as the match wore on. Despite Lille's relentless pressure, their aggressive formation failed to translate into high-quality attacks. The forwards' performance was disappointing, and it was clear that players were overly focused on individual displays, resulting in poor teamwork. The two forwards notably refrained from passing to one another, further exacerbating the team's disarray. By the 70th minute, Garcia shook his head, feeling that ample time had been provided. His disappointment prompted a substitution, utilizing all 3 available changes. The midfield and defense remained untouched, but Wittek, Melo, and Gervinho were replaced by Hao Qiang, Aubameyang, and Hazard. Hazard took on the role of an attacking midfielder, shifting the team's formation to 4-3-3. If Lille's earlier assault could be likened to a tempest, the pace noticeably slowed after the substitutions. Leading 2-0 on aggregate, they had little reason to overexert themselves. Upon entering the field, Hao Qiang diligently fulfilled his duties, defending when necessary and positioning himself to receive passes. However, the team's lack of rhythm left him feeling that opportunities were scarce. Yet, inevitably, a moment of brilliance emerged. In the 77th minute, as Chavano's morale waned and they sought to retaliate without the strength to do so, Hazard suddenly surged forward, captivating the attention of the 15,000 spectators. Hao Qiang's spirits lifted as he observed Hazard's movements while simultaneously making runs to exploit spaces. Hazard, with remarkable agility, maneuvered past defenders, accelerating towards the edge of the penalty area. At that moment, Hao Qiang had found an opening and awaited a pass. However, Hazard, seemingly oblivious to him, pressed on into the penalty area. Surrounded by defenders, he opted to break through from the outside, yet as he reached the goal line, the angle was nearly non-existent. Reluctantly, he delivered a cross. Hao Qiang, who had diligently positioned himself for a pass, found himself receiving the ball at a moment when it seemed Hazard might falter. It was a golden opportunity, a perfect setup. With the goal in sight, Hao Qiang struck the ball with precision. The goalkeeper, caught off guard, was unable to block the shot, and the ball rolled into the net. Surprised, Hao Qiang exclaimed to himself, "Did that just happen? Incredible. That was too easy." He glanced back at the casually jogging Hazard, giving him a thumbs up, acknowledging his brilliance. "You're truly exceptional. If you keep serving me such opportunities, I'll take a season's worth." Hazard approached Hao Qiang for a quick high five before heading back to the center circle. Although he perceived Hazard as somewhat aloof, the previous play had certainly left a stunning visual impact. The fusion of speed and skill showcased an extraordinary force that left him envious. Through this match, he had witnessed Hazard's prowess, undeniably a rising star of the Belgian generation. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Hao Qiang could feel their applause directed largely at Hazard's performance rather than his own opportunistic goal. Yet, this mattered little to him. Was scoring a mistake? To be frank, since the beginning of the new season, he had become the team's leading scorer. Coming off the bench after 70 minutes to net a goal meant he had accomplished one of his monthly objectives, and with a victory, there would be even greater rewards. How satisfying. Garcia regarded Hao Qiang, recognizing that this goal neither enhanced nor diminished his assessment of the player. Yet, perhaps the lackluster performances of Witek and Melo during the previous 70 minutes made Hao Qiang's contribution stand out even more favorably. Lille led Shevano 3-0 on aggregate, eliminating any suspense regarding their progression. Hazard, evidently conserving energy, seemed to be enjoying the match atmosphere rather than charging in with reckless abandon. As Larsen Touré and Aubameyang witnessed Hao Qiang's goal, they both intensified their efforts, eager to make their mark. Meanwhile, Witek and Melo, who had been substituted, were left feeling frustrated. Had they enjoyed the same service from Hazard, they might have already decimated Shevano's goal. Hao Qiang continued to actively seek opportunities on the field, yet Aubameyang and Touré stubbornly refused to pass him the ball. Hazard, playing in a relaxed manner as an attacking midfielder, casually distributed passes as if he were playing a leisurely game at 38 instead of 18. As the match approached its conclusion, Aubameyang and Touré persisted in their individual pursuits. Despite not receiving passes for an extended period, Hao Qiang remained proactive in positioning himself to receive the ball. As the match entered stoppage time, Aubameyang made a dazzling run down the left flank, cutting into the penalty area as two Shevano defenders closed in on him. Attempting to bypass them, the ball deflected off a defender's leg and rolled past. Undeterred, Aubameyang pressed forward, breaking through the defense. Just as the ball lay before him, Hao Qiang, positioned at the left side of the penalty area, anticipated a pass. Although Aubameyang did not actively seek him out, the ball came to him. He rushed forward to control it, glancing at the goal just as the goalkeeper charged out to intercept. In that decisive moment, Hao Qiang advanced a step, deftly evading the goalkeeper's lunge. With calm precision, he executed a left-footed shot into the open net. The ball glided along the inside of the left post and into the goal. The Lille supporters were left in disbelief. This new recruit was rather enigmatic. It seemed he had barely made an impact in the first leg, yet here he was, having scored both goals. Today was no different. The frequent touches on the ball were virtually invisible, yet when he did make contact, it resulted in a goal. Aubameyang was filled with frustration, while Hao Qiang ran to the sidelines to celebrate. Passing by Aubameyang, he didn't spare a glance in his direction. If one wishes to showcase their talents, they should do so without reservation, as my sole focus is on scoring. After all the efforts you put forth, you still failed to net a goal, ultimately benefiting me instead. This serves as a punishment for your lack of team spirit. The entire Shevano team appeared utterly bewildered. In both the first and second legs, they genuinely failed to perceive the threat posed by Hao Qiang. Yet, astonishingly, all 4 goals conceded were scored by him. It was as if Hao Qiang possessed an innate aura for goals or a unique ability to thwart opponents. Rudiger Garcia found himself lost in contemplation. Although it seemed that Hao Qiang's second goal was rather simple, one cannot deny that his instinct in front of the goal was impressive. Were it not for this, the opportunity to score would not have fallen to him. Today still bore some fruits. The match concluded swiftly, with Lille advancing to the next round by eliminating Shevano with an aggregate score of 4-0. Among the forwards, Only Hazard appeared completely at ease. The others were all visibly disheartened. In contrast, Hao Qiang was in high spirits. Scoring 2 goals was not something to be taken lightly. The match fees, goal bonuses, victory rewards, and the system's accolades would keep him elated for quite some time. As for his fellow forwards, the glances they cast toward him, tinged with resentment, only served to amplify his joy. Chapter 20. Everyone wants to shine, count me in. In a span of just 7 days, Hao Qiang made his mark with 4 goals, featuring in 1 starting match and 1 as a substitute. It seemed as if he had embarked on a dreamlike beginning in Lille. However, the French newspaper L'Equipe merely referred to him as the lucky boy, suggesting that the goals were not a result of his skill, but rather a mere coincidence. As if the ball fortuitously struck him and found its way into the net, just as he was brimming with anticipation for the new Ligue 1 season. Convinced that he would at least secure a place on the matchday roster as a substitute, Rudy Garcia's announcement at the pre-match briefing on Saturday afternoon struck him like a bolt from the blue. The 18-man squad list was revealed, and his name was conspicuously absent. Initially taken aback, Hao Qiang soon descended into confusion. His bewilderment did not escape the notice of his teammates, who, just days earlier, had harbored resentment. Did he truly believe that scoring a few goals in the Europa League qualifiers would suffice to earn him a spot in Ligue 1? How naive he was. On the night of the match, Hao Qiang chose not to attend the game in person. Instead, he remained in his hotel, oscillating between the gym and the pool. After concluding his workout and indulging in a spa treatment, he returned to his room and turned on the television to catch the post-match news. The sports channel's continuous updates on the Ligue 1 results caused him to furrow his brow. Lille had succumbed to a 1-2 defeat against Lorient in their season opener. A disappointing home loss. Before retiring for the night, he perused the match report on his phone. It was disheartening. Wittek had been substituted before the 60-minute mark, and the substitute Malo had failed to make an impact. Lille's sole goal had come from an own goal by the opposing team during a chaotic scramble. Hao Qiang fell into a deep slumber. The defeat cast a pall over the team's training atmosphere. The media unleashed scathing critiques of Lille's performance, targeting everyone from the head coach to the players. They were all subjected to Rudy Garcia's reprimands, leaving no room for joy. Hao Qiang felt like an outsider, a stranger in a world of discontent, yet he remained focused on his training, hoping to earn a spot on the roster for the next round. Yet disappointment awaited him once more. Rudy Garcia had no intention of granting him an opportunity on the most critical battleground of the league. To secure a place on the matchday roster, Hao Qiang would need to displace either Melo or Wittek from the center forward position. The substitute list could not accommodate 2 center forwards. A backup goalkeeper was a necessity, along with at least 2 defenders, 1 central and 1 fullback. The midfield required a minimum of 2 players, whether a defensive midfielder or an attacking midfielder, plus a winger for tactical adjustments. The forward line could have no more than 3 players, consisting of 1 center forward and 1 winger on each flank. With Lille's first team comprising 31 players, only 18 could be registered for a match. Thus, alongside Hao Qiang, 12 of his teammates would also have to watch the game from the sidelines. Once again, Hao Qiang filled the matchday hours with training. His thirst for competitive play intensified, yet without the coach's support, he felt powerless. In the second round of the Ligue 1, Lille faced Marseille away. After 90 minutes of play, Rudy Garcia departed the pitch with an impassive expression. Lille had suffered a 0-1 defeat, marking 2 consecutive losses to start the new season. The French media escalated their criticism, zeroing in on Lille's faltering morale. The forward line mirrored the previous match's performance. Wittek started but proved ineffective, and Melo, who came on as a substitute, failed to make a difference. Amidst this disarray, Hao Qiang remained patiently poised, awaiting his opportunity. With the league's dismal start weighing heavily upon them, Lille also had to divert their focus to European competitions. In the 4th round of the Europa League qualifiers, Lille drew the Belgian team Genk. Should they eliminate their opponents, they would secure a place in the Europa League group stage. While the financial rewards were modest, every little bit counted, and the team also needed opportunities to hone their skills. Finally, in the match against Genk, Hao Qiang found himself listed on the matchday roster. Whether he would start or come on as a substitute remained uncertain, but he was prepared to give his all. On August 20th, at the Cristal Stadium, he sat on the substitute bench while Melo took the field as the starting center forward. Wittek remained at home to recuperate, leaving the team to rely heavily on Melo for league matches. Lille's lineup was a blend of starters and substitutes: goalkeeper Butler, defenders Debuchy, Rami, Chiru, and B. Ria. midfielders Balmont, Mavuba, and Dumont, forwards Gervinho, Malo, and Hazard. As the match commenced, Genk adopted a defensive stance. Lille attempted to accelerate the pace, aiming for a quick victory. Yet they faced staunch resistance from Genk. Hazard and Gervinho surged down both flanks, probing for openings, but their efforts merely generated perilous moments without yielding any goals. Hao Qiang observed Malo's struggles on the pitch with a sense of helplessness. Rudy Garcia's envisioned strategy hinged on Hazard and Gervinho leveraging their individual abilities, or the support of midfield teammates, to breach the opponent's defense and find Malo in the center for a shot. This was a conventional tactic, yet both players, while capable of dismantling the defense, often hesitated to pass, opting instead to pursue personal glory, hoping to score independently. However, Genk was not a meek adversary, repeatedly thwarting their attempts to shoot or intercepting the ball. Malo waited in vain at the center. Lille's attacks fell into a predictable cycle. And although Hazard had made appearances in League One the previous season, his primary emergence as a starter came last season, where he gained recognition and drew the attention of opponents. As one of Europe's hottest young talents, even unfamiliar foes could not afford to overlook him. Gervinho, while less renowned than Hazard, possessed greater experience, having debuted in the Belgian league at 16 and consistently played as a starter. After 2 years in League One with Le Mans, he had bolstered his market value. Upon joining Lille, media expectations were high. If only they had a formidable center forward, their attacking lineup would rival any in League One, brimming with potential. Yet, theory often diverged from reality. The dismal start of 2 consecutive defeats underscored their struggles. As they played as individuals rather than a cohesive unit, observers might perceive the two as lone wolves. Yet Hao Qiang sensed a deeper issue among the team. Their lack of trust in the center forwards, be it Malo, Wittek, or himself, along with other versatile players, rendered them unreliable in their teammates' eyes. Given the choice between entrusting a struggling center forward or taking matters into their own hands, they opted for the latter, as their talents were certainly not geared towards being mere support players. After withstanding pressure for over half an hour, Genk intensified their counterattacks. Just before the end of the first half, a rapid counter led to a breakthrough in Lille's defense, resulting in the first goal for Genk. Rudy Garcia's face turned cold. Upon returning to the dressing room at halftime, he directly called out the 2 wingers, demanding that they embody a spirit of teamwork in the second half and refrain from playing solo. As the second half began, Lille displayed signs of improved teamwork, with teammates exchanging more passes. However, Genk, now leading, fortified their defense, leaving Lille unable to create any significant scoring opportunities. As the match approached the 70-minute mark, Garcia's patience wore thin. He signaled for Hao Qiang to warm up. 2 minutes later, Lille made a substitution. Melolo stormed off the field, brimming with resentment, while Hao Qiang, undeterred by the emotions of his counterpart, charged onto the pitch following a substitution. Upon witnessing Hao Qiang's entrance, both Hazard and Gervinho wore expressions of exasperation. The other teammates were largely perplexed by the coach's intentions. Was it truly the case that a group of seasoned players would accompany a novice? They harbored a lingering suspicion that Garcia's adjustments reflected a lack of hope for the match, a reckless abandonment of expectations. Consequently, Hazard and Gervinho reverted to their previous habits, embarking on individual endeavors and entirely disregarding Hao Qiang. Observing as the two attempted to cut inside from the flanks without posing any threat, frustration simmered within Hao Qiang. Although merely 19 years of age and lacking the wealth of experience possessed by his teammates, he felt that their behavior was profoundly inconsiderate. Did they not see the scoreline? Did they not care about losing the match? Lille held a slight advantage on the field, with the majority of their players pressing into the opponent's half. In his relentless pursuit of the ball, Hao Qiang managed to bridge the gap with his midfield teammates, creating opportunities for quick passes. In stark contrast, Hazard and Gervinho displayed a noticeable lethargy in defense, far removed from his own fervor and activity level. In light of this, Hao Qiang recognized that he could only rely on himself, and he was determined to fight for both the equalizer and a potential lead. With resolute decisiveness, he entered the system, accessing the repository to summon Henry. Upon utilizing the resource, he exited the system and opened his eyes. His expression was as calm as water, yet his gaze was sharp and fierce. If it was a show they desired, then let them all partake in the spectacle. Chapter 21. A Stroke of Genius? The fans of Genk are already celebrating the impending victory. They can see the talents of Lille working diligently, Hazard and Gervinho indeed pose a significant threat to their defense with their explosive power. Ultimately, relying solely on individual brilliance, Cenk finds it challenging to contain them one-on-one. Whether through dual defense or triple coverage, they manage to thwart the duo's attempts to breach Cenk's goal. The substitute Hao Qiang appears unassuming in their eyes. His tall and robust physique leads them to mistakenly perceive him merely as a traditional center forward, perhaps a mere support for Hazard or Gervinho's playmaking. In the 76th minute, Hazard once again finds himself under pressure while attempting to dribble past defenders, resulting in a loss of possession. Hao Qiang immediately turns to track back, reaching the halfway line where he collaborates with Mawuba to regain control of the ball. Lille swiftly transitions into a counterattack. Mawuba passes to Balmont, and Hao Qiang makes a proactive run towards Balmont, even though Balmont is not inclined to pass to Hao Qiang. Delivering the ball to him at this moment is a secure choice, as Cenk's defense is habitually focused on marking Hazard and Gervinho. Upon receiving Balmont's pass, Hao Qiang advances with the ball. At this moment, he experiences a long-lost sense of fluid dribbling, the ball seemingly glued to his feet. The exhilaration he feels surpasses even the thrill of driving at full throttle in the suburbs of Lille. Cenk prioritizes stifling Lille's wing play, leaving the central defense relatively lax. It can only be described as conventional. As Hao Qiang approaches the defensive midfielder Tuzer, he momentarily pauses his dribbling rhythm, appearing as though he might pass. Hazard and Gervinho are also making runs near the top corners of the penalty area. Tuzer advances to disrupt Hao Qiang's potential pass, but in the next instant, Hao Qiang accelerates sharply, skillfully evading Tuzer. The breakthrough is clean and decisive. Hao Qiang's dribbling astonishes all present. No one expected him to forego passing and attempt to take on the defenders himself. Hazard and Gervinho, momentarily taken aback, quickly adjust their runs inward. Uncertain if Hao Qiang can execute a challenging through ball, they realize they must position themselves. Their movements inadvertently draw the defense further back towards the goal, prompting Cenk's defenders to closely mark the pair. Yet, Hao Qiang continues his advance, and as he enters the penalty area, the two Cenk central defenders display expressions of sheer terror and frustration. In that instant, they realize, this man intends to shoot. He will not pass. The two defenders converge in an attempt to block Hao Qiang's shooting angle, but it is too late. Hao Qiang unleashes a powerful strike. The ball rockets off like a cannonball. Although it seems somewhat central, as it veers towards the left side of the goal, it curves away, causing the goalkeeper to react a moment too late. The ball finds the net. Lille has equalized. The substitute, a Chinese forward named Hao Qiang, has become Lille's top scorer of the season, marking his 5th goal in the UEFA Europa League. His efficiency is terrifying. Cenk successfully contained Hazard, Gervinho, and even Melo, yet they failed to account for Hao Qiang. As he witnesses his powerful shot find the back of the net, Hao Qiang, with a stoic expression, turns and jogs towards the midfield. The score is equalized. It is not a moment worthy of celebration. His teammates, however, stand in stunned disbelief. Hao Qiang's seamless dribble and shot leave them shaken. They cannot help but regard him with newfound respect. Yet, based on their observations during training, doubts creep into their minds. How did he accomplish this? Was it mere luck? Perhaps that is the only explanation. One by one, his teammates come to high-five him. Reluctantly, even Hazard and Gervinho offer their congratulations. Rudi Garcia applauds, a smile breaking through his astonishment. While he is indeed surprised by Hao Qiang's performance, he attributes it to the hard work and dedication he has shown in training. It may not be an earth-shattering feat, dribbling, breaking through, shooting. The circumstances are not particularly complex, nor is the difficulty exceedingly high. Hazard could accomplish this with ease. However, Hao Qiang is not Hazard, and the opponents were already focused on defending against Hazard and Gervinho. This does not deter Rudi Garcia from elevating his evaluation of Hao Qiang. Cenk is in distress. In the knockout stage, starting at home, they naturally aim to secure a victory on their turf. Now that Lille has equalized, they must intensify their offensive efforts. Rudi Garcia signals to his team to retreat and prepare for counterattacks while making substitutions. Aubameyang and Touré come on for Hazard and Gervinho. Lille's formation tightens, allowing Hao Qiang to occupy the center-forward position unabashedly. He continues to press defensively, disrupting the opponent's midfield organization. As Cenk begins to push forward, Lille finds ample opportunities for counterattacks. However, these attacks typically unfold down the flanks, as progress through the center proves challenging. Consequently, Hao Qiang nearly loses his composure. Aubameyang and Touré also attempt to play solo. They are no different from the recently substituted Hazard and Gervinho. If anything, their contributions are even less threatening than those generated by Hazard and Gervinho. After 2 consecutive counterattacks, Hao Qiang finds himself isolated, watching as the team's efforts are thwarted. He nearly erupts in frustration. In the 84th minute, Hao Qiang tracks back deep once more. When carve passes the ball to him, the 2 wingers make their runs. Hao Qiang drives straight down the center, accelerating as he dribbles forward. His speed increases, leaving Rudy Garcia increasingly astonished. The improvement in his ball control seems to have transformed him into a different player. Yet, this time, after evading the defensive midfielder, he charges toward the penalty area only to be thwarted by a coordinated defense from the central defenders. Aubameyang and Touré, positioned nearby, fail to receive a pass from Hao Qiang and cannot help but express their frustration. Hao Qiang hears their loud inquiries but remains unfazed. Turning to focus on his defensive duties, Rudy Garcia furrows his brow. Is it just the 2 of them? There is no sense of team spirit. Do they prefer to play solo? 2 minutes later, Lille successfully defends in their own half and launches a quick counterattack. Hao Qiang actively runs towards the left flank. Aubameyang receives a pass from the left back, Balia, but, under pressure from the opponent, instinctively passes the ball to Hao Qiang, then makes a forward run. He awaits a diagonal pass from Hao Qiang, whether to his feet or into space. Anything would suffice, as long as the ball comes back to him. However, Hao Qiang, after receiving the ball, immediately accelerates and cuts in, completely ignoring the flank. Aubameyang is instantly consumed by rage. Has he become so blind to his teammates after scoring? Once again, Touzé, the Genk defensive midfielder, opts for a proactive approach against Hao Qiang, lunging forward to challenge him. As Touzé approaches, Hao Qiang decisively flicks the ball and changes direction, causing Touzé to lose his balance and fall. Hao Qiang, however, only slightly reduces his speed, taking a step to adjust before continuing his advance. Upon reaching the edge of the penalty area and facing the central defender Hubert, Hao Qiang slows his dribbling. As he decelerates, Hubert assumes that Hao Qiang lacks the audacity to break through and steps forward to challenge him for the ball. In that split second, Hao Qiang deftly nudges the ball to the right and accelerates forward. The combination of his flick and cut leaves Hubert wide-eyed in astonishment. At this moment, he realized that Hao Qiang's recent deceleration was a shift in rhythm. The fluctuation between slow and fast had left a chink in his defensive armor, rendering him passive after being deceived. As Hao Qiang dribbled into the penalty area, he unleashed another powerful shot. The football, propelled by his right foot, soared towards the far corner of the goal. The goalkeeper lunged in a desperate attempt to save, yet he could not reach the ball, rendered powerless. The fans of Genk were left in a state of bewilderment. The Lille supporters were equally astonished. Hao Qiang, scoring twice in 3 consecutive UEFA Europa League matches. It was more than miraculous. It was utterly unfathomable. His dazzling dribble and surge were truly unforgettable, a spectacle of extraordinary brilliance. Rudy Garcia's substitution proved to be a stroke of genius. Hao Qiang's 2 goals propelled Lille to a remarkable comeback against Genk, now leading 2-1. Was this indeed a masterstroke from Rudy Garcia? His mind was swirling with thoughts. He was even plagued by doubts, questioning whether he was dreaming, whether his eyes were deceiving him, and whether Hao Qiang had been concealing his talents all along. Although Hao Qiang had scored twice in the previous 2 matches, today's double was in a league of its own. The earlier goals were merely opportunistic, while today's were a true testament to his individual prowess. Chapter 22. A fiery debut in League One. Hao Qiang once again propelled the ball into the net of Genk, and at the moment of scoring, he turned and roared towards the sidelines, exuberantly unleashing the passion that surged within him. Aubameyang and Touré, albeit reluctantly, hurried to congratulate Hao Qiang on his goal. In stark contrast to Carve, Balmont, and Mavuba, who regarded Hao Qiang with newfound respect, Aubameyang, Touré, and the substituted Hazard and Gervinho were suddenly gripped by a sense of crisis. Melo's expression was particularly one of despondency. No one could have anticipated that Hao Qiang would achieve a brace in 3 consecutive Europa League matches. It was simply outrageous. As Hao Qiang turned to celebrate with his teammates, it was evident that he was rather dismissive of Aubameyang and Touré, engaging instead with Carve and Balmont in more meaningful exchanges. Aubameyang and Touré wore expressions of awkwardness. Hao Qiang's coldness towards them was hardly surprising. They had never regarded him as an equal. Yet, to their astonishment, Hao Qiang truly began to distance himself. Why not play team football? Must they compel him to channel his inner Henry? Rudy Garcia clapped with a beaming smile, glancing back at his assistant, Bompard, as if seeking validation from his reaction. Had they misjudged him all along? Was Hao Qiang indeed more formidable than they had assessed? Bompard, who often pressured Hao Qiang during training, not out of malice, but to ignite the drive and ambition inherent in every young player, was now visibly taken aback by Hao Qiang's performance. The players of Genk were left reeling, as though they had been inexplicably turned around. In the 88th minute, Hao Qiang received a pass from Balmont during a counterattack. He swiftly maneuvered, only to realize that Henry had vanished. After losing the ball, he immediately turned to defend, leaving the stage to Aubameyang and Touré. In the following minutes, Hao Qiang's assistance in defense drew the admiration of Mavuba and the other midfield players. This lad has great potential. Rudy Garcia, typically stern and serious, wore a smile as he urged his team on. As the final whistle blew, Lille triumphed over Genk with a score of 2-1, securing an advantageous position in the first leg of the Europa League qualifying round. After exchanging high-fives with his teammates, Hao Qiang was intercepted by reporters, standing before a UEFA advertising backdrop for a post-match interview. When asked about his remarkable achievement of scoring braces in 3 consecutive Europa League matches, Hao Qiang candidly stated, "If I were to receive more time on the pitch, I am confident that I could perform even better." The reporter was momentarily taken aback. How audacious of him. Was this not a subtle pressure on the head coach? Though he hadn't completed a total of 270 minutes in 3 matches, he was clearly vying for a starting position and needed to assert himself. He could not simply acquiesce to arrangements. The reporter then inquired about his feelings since joining Lille. Hao Qiang replied, "The competition within the team is intense, but I am confident that I can become a key player here." The reporter regarded Hao Qiang with a mixture of intrigue and disbelief. This young man was truly unafraid to stake his claim. Such ambition is essential in the realm of competitive sports. Without it, one cannot hope to succeed. Upon returning to the locker room, Hao Qiang swiftly showered and changed. Rudy Garcia praised him in the post-match press conference, promising to provide him with more opportunities in the future, while also advising caution and rationality for young players. Many Lille players sensed a shift in the competitive landscape of the forward line. Carve jestingly remarked to Hazard, "Now he has left all of you forwards in disgrace." Since the beginning of the new season, Lille had played 5 matches, scoring a total of 7 goals, 6 by Hao Qiang and 1 from an opponent's own goal. The other forwards were yet to make their mark. Not merely disgraceful, but utterly humiliating. Hazard looked on helplessly, speechless. On the return journey, French media highlighted Hao Qiang's trio of braces, proclaiming, "A new talent emerges in Lille's forward line." After a restful night at the hotel, Hao Qiang awoke rejuvenated, ready to engage with the system. He felt compelled to partake in the lottery with a sense of ceremony, hoping his earnestness would win the favor of the system. This month, having competed in 2 Europa League matches, he had completed several tasks. 1 goal scored, 300 points. 1 victory achieved, 400 points, totaling 900 points. Adding his previous points, his balance exceeded 1,300. He navigated the interface and opted for a 10 draw. As the scene shifted, Hao Qiang gazed intently at the horizon, and suddenly, his vision brightened. Among the shooting stars, there was a glimmer. His devotion had indeed touched the system. As the meteors struck the ground and the smoke cleared, Hao Qiang's expression shifted to one of disappointment. The illustrious player revealed by the flames was none other than Steven Gerrard. Where were the forwards? Hao Qiang exited the system. Though he had received something, the absence of a forward left him somewhat disheartened. After a 2-day respite, as the 3rd round of Ligue 1 approached, Hao Qiang was included in the matchday squad, replacing Melo. At the Stade Pierre-Mauroy, Lille hosted Toulouse. Seated on the bench, Hao Qiang attentively observed the game. Lille held a superior advantage over Toulouse, yet the persistent issue remained. The wingers were overly individualistic, making scoring a challenge. As the first half drew to a close, Toulouse struck first, with Gignac's goal leaving Lille fans despondent. Frustrated, the supporters began to boo the team. What was happening? Were they on the brink of a winless streak? Following the fall of the Lion dynasty, Ligue 1 had become a battleground of chaos. Although Lille was not the foremost contender for the title, they certainly had the potential to be part of the race. However, their current performance seemed far removed from any championship aspirations. If they continued to falter, they might find themselves in the relegation zone. Rudy Garcia was nearing his breaking point. During halftime, he chastised the team's performance and specifically instructed Hazard and Abraniak to collaborate more with their teammates in the second half. Shortly after the restart, Lille launched a flurry of crosses. A cross from a brainiac resulted in a handball by a Toulouse defender, granting Lille a penalty. Although Wittek desired to take the penalty, it was Carve who stood at the spot. The referee blew the whistle. Carve ran up, and with precision, he scored. Lille equalized at 1-1 against Toulouse. With renewed vigor following the equalizer, Lille intensified their offensive efforts, continuing to push for a goal through a series of crosses. However, despite their dominance, they failed to convert their chances. After Wittek squandered a golden opportunity, Rudy Garcia made a substitution. Hao Qiang prepared to enter the fray, and Lille fans turned their attention to him. After all, he was the team's top scorer. They were eager to witness what he could bring to the game. Hao Qiang stepped onto the pitch without hesitation, decisively closing his eyes to enter the system. He opened his inventory. Sifting through a plethora of ordinary cards in search of a forward, he discovered a card of a 20-year-old Filippo Inzaghi. Confusion flickered in his mind. How could Inzaghi not be illuminated by the flames? Upon closer inspection, he noticed that this 20-year-old Inzaghi was still clad in Verona's colors, seemingly from a time when Verona was not even in Serie A. This makes perfect sense. At the age of 20, without having competed in top-tier leagues, it is indeed challenging for one to ignite a spark. Regarding these ordinary cards, Hao Qiang possesses an abundance. Previously, he had some disdain for them, always opting for superior options when available. However, he now perceives them as a means of resourcefulness, striving to utilize 2 cards in every match to enhance his prowess, bolster his performance, and accumulate rewards, which surely surpasses relying solely on his own efforts. Inzaghi deployed. Hao Qiang disengaged from the system, his consciousness returning to reality. Yet, upon his entry, Hazard and Oblak began to operate independently. Hao Qiang, incensed, erupted in anger when Hazard, during a dribbling maneuver, was thwarted and the ball rolled out of play. He shouted furiously at Hazard, "Do you not comprehend the coach's instructions? Pass the ball." Hazard, stung by Hao Qiang's outburst, felt a surge of indignation. Yet he was aware that Hao Qiang wielded the coach's earlier directives as a form of pressure against him. Thus, he could only endure in silence. "Pass. Very well, I shall pass. But should you fail to score, just wait and see how I will mercilessly criticize you post-match." Chapter 23. What constitutes a surprise? At the tender age of 18, Azar found himself in the throes of fatigue, a consequence of relentless exertion as the match progressed into its final stages. His once potent ability to cut inside and threaten the defense had diminished significantly by the time Hao Qiang entered the fray. Consequently, he opted for a more conservative approach, frequently passing the ball in an attempt to connect with the striker, Hao Qiang. Yet, their collaboration over the course of nearly 10 minutes yielded dismal results, leaving the Toulouse defenders bewildered. Hao Qiang persistently made runs into the penalty area, angling and darting in various directions, while Azar's passes seemed to veer off course, entirely misaligned with his movements. Hao Qiang felt as though Azar was deliberately undermining him, sending errant passes in his direction. In turn, Azar was equally frustrated, gesturing insistently for Hao Qiang to adjust his positioning. Why could he not simply receive the ball at his feet? Azar was resolute in his determination to maintain professionalism in their passing game, for it pertained to the very essence of his career. After all, he was a prodigious talent nurtured by the team, and he could not disregard the collective honor and integrity of the squad. Yet, their synergy remained elusive. The sight of Rudy Garcia on the sidelines was one of exasperation, his mouth contorted in disbelief. He understood, however, that the lack of chemistry stemmed from the limited collaboration between Hao Qiang and Azar. A closer inspection of Hao Qiang's movements revealed a strategy focused on exploiting space and evading the offside trap. Although he suspected that Hao Qiang might be a tad too eager for immediate results, he called upon Gervinho, imparting instructions for his impending entry onto the pitch. Lille continued to make substitutions. Gervinho replaced a brainiac. Meanwhile, Hao Qiang felt a sense of urgency. His desire to contribute was palpable. Yet the influence of Inzaghi had instilled in him an obsession with outsmarting the offside rule. Whenever the offensive scenario presented itself, he was poised to seize an opportunity. Should his teammates delay their passes, he found himself offside. If they were too quick, he would still be out of position. When teammates sent the ball to his feet, he had to abruptly halt, rendering his efforts futile. The Lille supporters in the stands expressed their disappointment with Hao Qiang's performance. What was he doing? Was he merely running aimlessly? Many fans silently criticized him, likening his movements to that of a headless chicken. As Inzaghi's influence waned, Hao Qiang became increasingly anxious. At this moment, Toulouse intensified their offensive efforts, hoping to capitalize on Lille's ineffective attacking line. In the 85th minute, Toulouse's attempts to breach the Lille defense posed no significant threat. Hao Qiang pivoted and sprinted from the center circle towards the front lines. Azar, struggling to advance on the left flank, seemed to be hindered by frustration, possibly a result of simmering anger that had exacerbated his fatigue. He made a lateral pass to the center, exhibiting a demeanor of defeat. Carve swiftly initiated a transition, shifting the ball to the right flank, where Gervinho made a decisive run, cutting inside to receive the ball and penetrate the defense. Hao Qiang, sensing the moment, abruptly altered his trajectory, darting into the right side of the penalty area. Gervinho, aware of the urgency imparted by Garcia, acted without hesitation, delivering a perfectly timed through ball. As the ball rolled into the right side of the penalty area, the Toulouse defenders raised their hands, signaling for offside. However, the linesman remained unmoved. Hao Qiang had successfully evaded the offside trap, and Gervinho's delivery was impeccable. Entering the penalty area, Hao Qiang took a touch to adjust before glancing at the goal. Noticing the goalkeeper, Brando, rushing towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful shot, sending the ball flying into the near corner of the net. Brando was unable to react in time, and as the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers at the Pierre-Mauroy Stadium, Lille had scored. The substitute, Hao Qiang, had netted the decisive goal for Lille, an astonishing feat for a player making his debut in Ligue 1. Rudy Garcia might consider granting him more opportunities, for it was worth noting that Hao Qiang had scored 6 goals in 3 Europa League matches prior, showcasing an astonishing efficiency. Although he had not displayed considerable technical prowess during this match, often struggling to connect with his teammates, it was merely a matter of developing mutual understanding. Now, with his goal, he had unequivocally demonstrated his capabilities. Lille led 2-1 against Toulouse. The Toulouse fans and players were left in shock, utterly unprepared for Hao Qiang's remarkable strike. No one expected such a seamless collaboration marked by successful runs and precise execution. On the sidelines, Rudy Garcia pumped his fists in triumph, his gaze toward Hao Qiang imbued with admiration. What defines a surprise? This, indeed, was the very essence of astonishment. Hao Qiang sprinted towards the sidelines. Amidst the thunderous applause of the home fans, he leaped high, punching the air in exhilaration, roaring with wild abandon. His teammates rushed to him, while Azar, smiling yet internally conflicted, pondered how he would confront Hao Qiang in the locker room after this remarkable goal. Hao Qiang turned to embrace his teammates, offering a sincere pat on Gervinho's shoulder and giving him a thumbs up, proclaiming, "What a brilliant pass." Azar, overhearing this, turned and walked back to the defense. "What are you suggesting?" Gervinho, bemused, observed Hao Qiang's demeanor, as if he believed himself to be merely a cog in the wheel of the team. If not for the directive he received to take the field, would he have been the one to pass the ball to him? As Toulouse prepared to restart the game, Hao Qiang realized that Inzaghi's influence had dissipated. Thus, when Toulouse launched their offensive, he immediately dedicated himself to defensive duties. His spirited defensive performance only endeared him more to Rudy Garcia. Meanwhile, Wittek, who had been substituted, frowned, taken aback by the unexpected threat this once clumsy newcomer posed to his position. In the realm of forwards, scoring goals reigned supreme as the primary indicator of one's prowess. Setting aside his goals for the moment, to discuss any other abilities without acknowledgement of his scoring would be sheer folly. Aside from Carve's penalty goal, Hao Qiang accounted for all of Lille's remaining strikes. Even if the significance of his Europa League goals was debatable, the quantity was undeniable. Even the blind could not pretend they had not seen. In the final minutes of the match, Lille found themselves with a golden opportunity for a counterattack. However, Hao Qiang refrained from overindulging in possession. Recognizing that the intensity of competition in Ligue 1 far exceeded that of the Primera Liga or recent Europa League encounters, he decisively passed the ball. As Azar struggled to advance, while Gervinho surged ahead. Regrettably, Gervinho was unable to capitalize on the chance he created through his solo effort. As stoppage time approached, Lille slowed the pace, controlling possession to run down the clock. Ultimately, they secured a hard-fought 2-1 victory. Tears of joy streamed down the faces of Lille supporters. For this was their first league win of the new season, an arduous achievement that even bore a hint of luck. Throughout the match, there had been scarcely a handful of threatening shots on goal. Hao Qiang's solitary shot, however, stood out as commendable, reflecting on his series of peculiar runs. It became clear that he had been relentlessly testing the offside line. The Lille players exhaled a collective sigh of relief. At least they had emerged victorious, alleviating a significant amount of pressure. Hao Qiang, on the other hand, felt invigorated. Scoring on his debut was a sublime experience. As he exited the field and made his way towards the tunnel, numerous Lille fans in the stands applauded and cheered for him, further boosting his spirits. Upon entering the locker room, he encountered Azar, who had removed his shoes. Hao Qiang initially contemplated nudging Azar to ensure he would provide proper support in the future, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. He recognized the importance of maintaining a broader perspective. Though Azar was younger, he had far more experience in crucial matches. Having played the full duration of 3 consecutive League One games and participated in the Europa League just days prior. Sighing, Hao Qiang decided it was unwise to hold grudges against a younger player. His last-minute heroics had certainly caused his teammates to regard him with newfound respect. Carve inquired loudly, "How? Why are you performing so poorly in training? Is it intentional?" Had Carve made such a statement before today, it would have constituted a public humiliation for Hao Qiang. However, now many merely chuckled and, upon glancing at Hao Qiang, seemed to agree with Carve's assertion. He must be doing it on purpose, deliberately underperforming, only to astonish everyone during the competition. Yet, Hao Qiang replied nonchalantly, "This is my current ability. I am striving to improve as quickly as possible." Ma Wuba shook his head and remarked, "Your performance in the competition far surpasses your training efforts." Hao Qiang sighed softly, saying, "Believe it or not, I took a wrong turn in my youth. For a significant period, my training emphasized strength and endurance over technique, leaving my foundation somewhat lacking." Carve laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Thank goodness you took that wrong turn. If you had mastered your technique, wouldn't you have become a super genius?" Bang! Azar threw down his cleats and walked expressionlessly toward the bathroom. The others exchanged silent smiles. Yet, Hao Qiang furrowed his brow. What has got him so worked up? It's not like they were talking about him. Hao Qiang truly did not understand. The title of super genius had, until now, been exclusively Azar's. Chapter 24. This is unscientific. The fortunate boy saves Lille. The French newspaper L'Equipe has placed Hao Qiang on the front page. Lille fans have begun to fervently discuss the previously unremarkable new recruit, Hao Qiang. He is brimming with energy, training diligently, capturing the attention of both Pomper and Rudy Garcia. His attitude has never been in question, yet his technical displays during practice remain somewhat unsatisfactory. With Lille set to visit the Parc des Princes to challenge Paris Saint-Germain in the next round, Rudy Garcia opted for rotation in the UEFA Europa League qualifying round's second leg, having established a comfortable 2-1 lead in the first leg. As long as Lille avoids defeat at home, even a narrow 0-1 loss would see them advance past Genk into the group stage of the Europa League. On the eve of the match, during the preparation meeting, Hao Qiang learned he would be in the starting lineup, which filled him with joy, prompting him to retire to his hotel room early for rest. Ready for battle. August 27th, Stade Pierre Marois. Hao Qiang took to the field as a starter against Genk. Lille's lineup was notably youthful. Goalkeeper, Batel. Defenders, Debuchy, Rami, Emerson, Soro. Midfielders, Sakay, Gay, Dumont. Forwards, Salabur, Hao Qiang, Aubameyang. Except for Dumont and Batel, both born before 1985. All other players were born after, with 4 from the 1990s. As the match commenced, Hao Qiang actively moved in the attacking area, while Genk fortified their midfield, launching relentless assaults on Lille's playmaking. Lille's frontline struggled to find any opportunities, suffocated in midfield, their attacking organization in disarray. Hasty forward passes often resulted in errors. After 20 minutes, Hao Qiang's expression reflected his inner turmoil as he observed his teammates in the midfield, unable to suppress his frustration. What are you even playing at? Dumont and Gay were primarily defensive, lacking in creativity, while Sakay was overwhelmed. Genk's midfield pressure led to frequent interceptions and swift counterattacks, leaving Lille's defense alarmed. The fullbacks dared not push forward, failing to provide support for the forwards. Hao Qiang, as a center forward, hardly touched the ball. Even Aubameyang and Salabur, when dropping back for support, often found themselves besieged while attempting to retain possession. The core issue lay in the midfield. Lille fans remained calm, rationalizing that the team was merely in training and a lackluster performance was understandable. However, when Genk struck first in the 26th minute, breaking through Lille's defense with a rapid attack, the fans' composure began to waver. After finally securing a 2-1 away victory, Were they really going to relinquish their advantage at home? Were they to surrender their chance at advancement? Rudy Garcia found himself in a quandary. Though their previous victory over Toulouse had halted a slump, they were now preparing to visit the Parc des Princes, where league priorities necessitated rotation. If the first-choice players faced Genk today, they would likely suffer against Paris Saint-Germain come the weekend. Conceding a goal dealt a heavy blow to team morale, whether it was training or youthful inexperience. It seemed all too convenient an excuse for their inadequacy. This was far from the match Hao Qiang had envisioned. As he stood in the center circle with Aubameyang, preparing for a kickoff, Hao Qiang suddenly urged, "Make your run for the opportunity." Aubameyang paused, momentarily perplexed by Hao Qiang's intent. Hao Qiang nudged the ball, then closed his eyes, entering an extraordinary realm. He opened his mental repository, glancing between the fiery De Rossi and Gerrard, ultimately choosing Gerrard. Execution complete. Lille fans sighed in disappointment. Genk's players were filled with determination. With the aggregate score at 2-2, Genk needed another goal to take the lead. Currently, Lille held an advantage due to away goals. Rudy Garcia contemplated substituting carve in the second half to gain control of the midfield. However, he soon furrowed his brow, staring curiously at Hao Qiang, who had returned to midfield, closely aligning with his teammates. As Genk intensified their pressure, Hao Qiang coordinated short passes with Gay, Dumont, and Sakai. Pass, movement, support, pass, movement. When Hao Qiang suddenly surged forward to receive a pass from Sakai, he broke free from Genk's midfield clutches. Yet, Genk's defenders advanced to intercept him. Surveying his options, he noticed neither Aubameyang nor Saliba making any notable runs. Frustration surged within him. Blocked ahead, he was compelled to pass to Aubameyang, who was thwarted by an opponent, sending the ball out of play. Hao Qiang shouted angrily at Aubameyang, "Are you deaf to instructions? Can't you see the space ahead?" Only then did Aubameyang grasp the meaning behind Hao Qiang's earlier words. It turned out that Hao Qiang had retreated to assist in midfield ball control, helping Lille stabilize their play, willingly supplying ammunition to the forwards. This moment revealed Hao Qiang's struggle to keep pace with the rhythm of the game. Though Aubameyang felt a twinge of annoyance at Hao Qiang's commanding demeanor, he recognized that the pitch was akin to a battlefield. Missing a tactical opportunity warranted criticism. Rudy Garcia appeared bewildered, perceiving an unfamiliarity in Hao Qiang's demeanor. The Lille substitutes sat in astonishment. Carve contemplated thoughtfully, while Gervinho looked on in surprise. They could hardly fathom that the previously passive Hao Qiang displayed such a spirit of selflessness and dedication. Yet, that was merely the beginning. Organizing play in midfield demanded more than mere desire. Perhaps their earlier success had caught Genk off guard. However, 5 minutes later, when Hao Qiang found himself besieged by opponents in the midfield and was forced to deliver a diagonal pass back to the defense, Rudy Garcia's eyes lit up. Debuchy found space, advancing with the ball. At that moment, Hao Qiang positioned himself to receive on the right flank. Debuchy promptly passed to him. Hao Qiang then returned the ball diagonally to Sakai, evading the pursuing defender. Hao Qiang swiftly turned and dashed forward, receiving a through ball from Sakai. As he evaded a defender in the attacking zone, he decisively sent a diagonal pass towards the right side. Saliba, lagging in his run, found himself closely pressed by a fullback. He nudged the ball towards the center, seeing Hao Qiang point ahead, prompting him to pass without hesitation. Genk's defense scrambled back rapidly. Yet, Hao Qiang controlled the ball, shifting direction towards the center, drawing nearly all defenders towards him. In that instant, he delivered a perfectly weighted pass into the left side of the penalty area. Aubameyang, racing in, successfully timed his run to evade the offside trap, seizing a golden opportunity. Rudy Garcia was left astounded. Aubameyang took a touch to adjust and unleashed a fierce shot, sending the ball into the bottom right corner of the net. Hao Qiang exhaled in relief. Alas, these guys have dashed my dreams of being a center forward. Had the midfield been more stable, he would never have summoned Gerrard. And yet, here he was, directing the forwards. Which Lille player endured such a burden? The cheers from Stade Pierre-Mauroy reverberated far and wide. Aubameyang dashed off to celebrate, then turned to greet Hao Qiang with a smile and an embrace. Rudy Garcia then glanced back at Pompier, his eyes seeming to ask, "What do you think?" Pompier, wide-eyed and somewhat apprehensive, shook his head, "I don't know." This was not the first time Hao Qiang had unexpectedly revealed such extraordinary talent. Today, he had transitioned seamlessly from center forward to midfield orchestrator. Not only was it perplexing, but also intimidating. Pompier felt on the verge of tears. He ruthlessly exploited Hao Qiang's potential during training, believing he had a thorough understanding of him. Yet, observing Hao Qiang's performance on the field now, he realizes he knows nothing at all. Gervinho wore an expression of discomfort. Today, Hao Qiang is responsible for orchestrating plays, and the team had opportunities for quick breaks. This should have been his moment to shine. Yet, it was Aubameyang who seized the spotlight. Alas, fortune has not favored him. Meanwhile, Carve clapped, but wore a grave expression. Hao Qiang's recent display of organization, coordination, and the delivery of threatening passes instilled a profound sense of urgency within him. Just 4 days prior, he had jested about Hazard in the locker room, but now he felt uneasy watching Hao Qiang. Bro, are you trying to take my place? Hank was bewildered. Wait a minute, isn't Hao Qiang a center forward? And surely, he must be a rookie. How is it that in the last match he played as a center forward, and now he has retreated to play in midfield? Moreover, he dismantled their zonal defense. A seamless orchestration of advancement shattered their defensive line. This defies logic. Chapter 25. How could this be so frustrating? Hank had clearly sensed a shift in the situation. Yet, in pursuit of advancing to the knockout stage of the UEFA Europa League, they needed to launch a fierce attack on the road. Hao Qiang was gradually finding his rhythm. Without a central figure in the midfield, he had now assumed the role of the orchestrator. This sensation was quite novel for him, at least on the front line. The wingers were solitary wolves, retreating to the midfield. He felt like the sun surrounded by stars. His teammates were eager to pass him the ball, and even the fullbacks, focused primarily on defense, actively sought to connect with him. Only in this way could Lille's attack smoothly progress into the offensive third. Henk attempted to curtail Hao Qiang's influence through tighter marking and quicker pressing. In the 38th minute, while under pressure in the center circle, Hao Qiang swiftly executed a wall pass with Sukai. Instead of advancing, he pivoted leftward. The Henk midfield line retreated initially, but quickly pressed forward upon noticing Hao Qiang's movement. However, he halted the ball and decisively delivered a long pass. The ball soared towards the right area just outside the penalty box. Henk's players turned to follow the trajectory, only to see Saliba cut inside to receive Hao Qiang's exquisite over-the-top through ball from over 40 yards. The crowd collectively gasped. What vision and passing! A stroke of genius. Yet, Hao Qiang muttered under his breath, "Damn it, finish it." Saliba's touch was slightly delayed, allowing the Henk defenders to close in. Just as a confrontation loomed, Saliba deftly nudged the ball to create a modicum of space and decisively shot. The ball kissed the inside of the right post and nestled into the net. The goalkeeper, rushing in, was left helpless. Lille's fans erupted in ecstatic cheers. The aggregate score had transformed to 4-2. This secured their position. Hao Qiang exhaled in relief. His efforts bore fruit. 2 assists, a tangible contribution. Rudy Garcia gazed at Hao Qiang, utterly astonished. This young man was remarkably proficient in midfield. How had this gone unnoticed before? The players on the field celebrated, while the substitutes from Lille exchanged bewildered glances. If the previous assists were flukes, a result of Hao Qiang's exceptional performance, then who could rationally explain this precise over-the-top through ball? That lad was indeed enigmatic. Hao Qiang glanced at the score on the big screen. With a 2-goal lead, could he revert to playing as a striker? If not, there was little he could do. Gerard was about to fade into the background. After Henk's kickoff, they surprisingly ceased their offensive. They appeared disoriented, struggling to comprehend the unfolding match. Their minds were buzzing, in need of calm. The first half swiftly concluded. Hao Qiang felt a tinge of frustration. He had yet to receive a decent opportunity in the attacking third during the last 5 minutes. Upon returning to the locker room for a brief respite, Rudy Garcia found himself at a loss. How should he adjust? Perhaps no adjustments were necessary. He encouraged the team to carry on with their momentum in the second half. Both teams returned to the field for the continuation of the match. Henk had not given up. They stabilized their morale during halftime, preparing for a renewed effort in the second half. Lille's fans, now relaxed and in high spirits, anticipated an even better performance from their team. They were overly optimistic. At the start of the second half, Hao Qiang reverted to the center-forward position. He felt that he had instilled rhythm in the midfield during the first half, turning the tide from a 0-1 deficit to a 2-1 lead. A process during which Lille's midfield had risen to the occasion. He believed he could now focus on securing goals as a striker. However, Henk's offensive resurgence was imminent. They once again fortified their midfield, launching aggressive counterattacks. Lille's midfield was once more under siege. Before Hao Qiang could voice his grievances, Aubameyang bellowed at him to return and facilitate the attack. Hao Qiang's expression soured. Aubameyang shouted for him to help organize the midfield. Saliber's gaze also seemed to implore Hao Qiang to take action. What else could he do? He needed to bolster the midfield. Even the players in the defense and midfield cast hopeful glances at Hao Qiang. However, they could not place excessive demands on him, as he was the starting center forward. Retreating to organize was commendable, yet it was equally understandable if he chose not to. Hao Qiang gritted his teeth. Stubbornly, he refused to go back. How could they be so unreasonable? He was a center forward, after all. If they failed to create opportunities for him, he had not complained. Now they were trying to force him back into a midfield role? Absolutely not. It was unreasonable to blame Hao Qiang for his stubbornness. He had dreamt of scoring a hat trick all night. Yet today, he had not even had a chance to shoot from his position as center forward. How could he not be frustrated? In the 62nd minute, Hank unexpectedly transitioned from a quick attack to a powerful onslaught. They overwhelmed Lille's penalty area, creating chaos. Forward Balda managed to poke the ball into the net amidst the scramble. Hao Qiang felt like kneeling before his teammates. How could they be so frustrating? Lille's fans grew anxious, instinctively directing their gaze towards Hao Qiang. They had long noticed he was occupying the center forward position, yet he had not received any decent chances, having been thwarted in several challenges without even managing to gain control of the ball. There was indeed a lack of substantial attacking support. The ball near him felt like a mountain of blades. At that moment, he glanced at the aggregate score, Lille 4, Hank 3. If Hank scored again, they would take the lead based on away goals. Rudy Garcia furrowed his brow. He had initially believed today's match would solidify their midfield, only to discover he had miscalculated. As Hao Qiang moved towards the center circle to restart play, midfielder Gay cautiously approached him, requesting his assistance in the midfield. Gay was a product of Lille's youth academy and had virtually no chance of being a starter in significant matches, often failing to even make the squad list. If the team was not in a training phase, he would be virtually invisible. If Lille failed to advance to the group stage of the Europa League, his opportunities to play would dwindle immensely. When it came to Lille's most crucial League One matches, he could hardly expect to start unless the entire midfield was injured. Hao Qiang was truly exasperated. During training, they all strutted around with an air of superiority, but when it came to the match, where was their confidence? The kickoff saw Lille engage in a chaotic offensive display. The midfield was directly suppressed. Hao Qiang ran aimlessly in the front, realizing that today's match was a futile endeavor that would exhaust the center forward without yielding results. He quietly retreated, closing his eyes and entering a peculiar mental space. He opened his inventory, gazing at the card of De Rossi, hesitating for a moment before softly sighing. Use. Exit system. His consciousness returned to reality. As he dropped back to the defensive midfield position, he adjusted his mindset. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, his focus unwavering. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. His teammates were instantly invigorated. Even the Lille fans began to cheer uncontrollably. Hao Qiang was back. The midfield had a backbone. Hank's players appeared flustered but pressed on with their offensive efforts. Hao Qiang's robust physique provided him with a distinct advantage in one-on-one defensive situations. With De Rossi's influence, he actively engaged in pressing and intercepting during Hank's offensive maneuvers. When Hank's midfielder Putel attempted to outmaneuver him, Hao Qiang simultaneously pivoted to position himself and intercepted the ball. The fierce challenge nearly sent Putel tumbling to the ground. Struggling to maintain his balance, Putel managed to stay upright, but the ball was already lost. A wave of jubilation erupted from the Lille fans. Rudy Garcia was momentarily dazzled from the sidelines. This defense, remarkably strong. After intercepting the ball, Hao Qiang swiftly advanced to launch an attack. Due to a deep withdrawal of positions and Hank's reinforcement in midfield, he could only deliver passes to the wingers, unable to follow up himself. Ultimately, he feared further complications in the defensive line. Both Saliber and Aubameyang had solo incursions within 5 minutes. Each managed to take a shot, yet luck eluded them in finding the net. Hank's defense began to show signs of disarray, making it impossible to disregard the threats posed by Aubameyang and Saliber. In the 73rd minute, as Hank organized an offensive maneuver from midfield, Hao Qiang unexpectedly shifted from a passive stance to an aggressive pursuit. Tuzer was caught off guard by Hao Qiang's sudden press. In a moment of panic, he attempted to turn and pass back, but was dispossessed by Hao Qiang, who seized the opportunity, forcing Tuzer to lose his balance and fall. With the ball now at his feet, Hao Qiang drove forward, initiating a rapid counterattack. Just as he hoped to exploit the Hank defense, the remaining defenders surged toward the center. Left with no choice, Hao Qiang played a diagonal pass toward the left side of the penalty area. Aubameyang, with deft control and acceleration, sliced into the box, evading the retreating defenders of Hank. With a decisive push, he sent the ball into the net. Aubameyang scored his second goal. He sprinted to the sidelines, performing a somersault in celebration. Hao Qiang smirked, feeling a sense of relief. It turned out it was not a hat trick of goals, but rather a hat trick of assists. Chapter 26, Swapping Fools. Turning a blind eye? The deafening cheers reverberated throughout the Morris Stadium. Aubameyang was brimming with pride, yet he did not forget to embrace Hao Qiang, giving him a hearty pat on the chest. In the end, he praised, "You are indeed the most suited for the midfield." However, the smile on Hao Qiang's face froze. His gaze towards Aubameyang's retreating figure filled with resentment. "Your whole family is fit for the midfield." The players from Genk were engulfed in despair. They simply could not contain this lad. Hao Qiang. Rudiger Garcia, with a smile, clapped incessantly. Aubameyang's goal was anticipated. The opportunity presented itself, and his prowess made such a strike effortless. Yet, the manner in which the opportunity was created, along with Hao Qiang's remarkable efficiency in intercepting the ball recently, truly opened his eyes. Initially, he had thought Hao Qiang to be a dullard, but now he perceived a mysterious aura about him, brimming with infinite surprises. Carve scratched his head, appearing calm on the surface, yet turmoil churned within him. If Hao Qiang were to transition to the midfield, Lille's midfield would undoubtedly undergo a complete reshuffle. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic, believing it would not affect his starting position. After Genk kicked off, they resolutely launched a strong offensive. Hao Qiang retreated his position, embodying the spirit of loving what one does, especially with De Rossi's backing. Why not play? Isn't playing any position still about playing football? As Hao Qiang swiftly became the most formidable barrier in midfield, leading his teammates in countering Genk, the fans erupted in incessant cheers. Rudiger Garcia was entranced, utterly oblivious to the passage of time. Genk attempted to circumvent Hao Qiang, yet their efforts proved futile. In the 79th minute, a ball cleared by Lille's defense was controlled by Tazer with his chest, only for Hao Qiang to snatch the ball away in a decisive challenge. Frustrated, Tazer spun around, but Hao Qiang, while dribbling forward, collided with him, sending him sprawling to the ground in disarray. Hao Qiang advanced, crossing the midfield line to deliver a diagonal pass to the right flank. Saliba charged forward, nearing the edge of the penalty area, and delivered a cross. Aubameyang cut inside, receiving the ball, deftly evading the advancing goalkeeper, and slotted it into the empty net. A hat trick. Hao Qiang felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, realizing he had merely played the role of a supporting actor. Alas, Lille led Genk 4-2, with an aggregate score of 6-3. The Lille fans could finally breathe easy. Their advancement secured. Genk's morale was shattered, leaving them seemingly devoid of hope. After the kickoff, Hao Qiang quietly returned to the forward position. De Rossi's influence had waned, and the score was comfortably safe. Surely, he could enjoy a moment in the forward line now. Observing Hao Qiang's departure, Gay, Sukai, and Dumont looked on with solemn respect. This was the epitome of a good teammate and a star of the team. As Genk weakened their offensive, Lille began to slow the tempo of the game. The pace of the match rapidly diminished. Hao Qiang felt disheartened. Goodness, were they genuinely intent on preventing him from playing center forward? With roughly 10 minutes left in the match, he managed a solitary long-range shot before the final whistle blew. Lille advanced to the UEFA Europa League group stage. Hao Qiang felt a sense of solitude in his performance, yet his teammates regarded him with newfound admiration. Rudiger Garcia only realized his oversight too late. He had forgotten to substitute Hao Qiang, initially planning to give him 60 to 70 minutes of playtime, allowing him to rest for the upcoming weekend match. He inadvertently allowed Hao Qiang to play the full game. Perhaps he had been anticipating that Hao Qiang would showcase even more astonishing skills. Alas, the original plan had gone awry. Upon returning to the locker room, Hao Qiang found a cheerful atmosphere. He silently closed his eyes and entered the system to complete his tasks and celebrate with a lottery draw. Completing 6 interceptions, 2 assists, and 4 victories this month yielded him a total of 1,000 points, with a balance of over 1,300 remaining. He opened the lottery interface for the rising star and pressed for a 10-time draw. As the scene shifted, he gazed towards the horizon, appearing somewhat distracted. However, upon seeing the shooting stars glimmering with fiery light, his spirits lifted. Remarkable. He had expected to see nothing but the blue skies, yet he was pleasantly surprised to receive something. As the meteors fell, the dust settled, and he focused on a player whose name glowed. A forward. Adriano, clad in Parma's jersey. Aged 20. Content: He exited the system, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to shine in the next match. French media did not excessively report Lille's advancement to the Europa League group stage. After defeating Genk away the previous week, everyone believed Lille's progression was nearly guaranteed. Yet only those watching the match knew the second leg was fraught with peril. Ultimately, it was Lille's failure to perform to their full potential, not Genk's superiority. As preparations for the weekend league match commenced, Hao Qiang remained diligent in training, though the fatigue from the match necessitated a period of recovery. No teammates dared to mock him, yet private discussions about him increased. There was a consensus. Hao Qiang was merely pretending. He had not showcased his true abilities. When the weekend's league match arrived, Hao Qiang was eager to make a significant impact. However, when Rudiger Garcia announced the 18-man squad in the pre-match briefing, it felt as though lightning had struck. He was not included in the squad. Confused, he pondered the thoughts of coach Rudiger Garcia. Previously, Lille's players had taken a somewhat schadenfreude approach to Hao Qiang's absence from the match squad, but today they were filled with astonishment, glancing at Hao Qiang with uncertainty. Given his demonstrated abilities and contributions, it would have been reasonable to include him as a substitute to provide a change of luck. However, Rudiger Garcia had his own considerations. He could only include two center forwards. Wittek started, and Melo was on the bench. Replacing Melo or Wittek with Hao Qiang without giving Melo sufficient time to prove himself would surely incite discord. Originally, he should have given Melo time during the week, allowing Hao Qiang to be a substitute on the weekend. Yet, he had forgotten to substitute Hao Qiang during the week, resulting in Melo sitting on the bench for 90 minutes. By the weekend, both out of fairness and reason, he needed to give Melo playing time. Disappointed, Hao Qiang could do nothing but accept the coach's decision. On match day, he trained with the team in the morning, while the team departed for Paris in the afternoon, leaving him behind in Lille. He drove around, indulging in a hair wash and cut to refresh his appearance. Returning to the hotel, he engaged in a workout, swimming, and a spa session, a complete self-care routine. When he finally returned to his room to retire for the night, he turned on the television to check the match reports from the latest round of Ligue 1. Paris Saint-Germain triumphed over Lille with a score of 3-0. Hao Qiang was taken aback by this scoreline. Paris Saint-Germain had a significant reputation, being the team of the French capital, yet in recent years, their performance had not matched Lille's. Impressive results equated to strength. Lille, a strong team, had suffered such a heavy defeat away. Good grief, in August, Lille had played 4 Ligue 1 matches and had only won once. Were they seriously contending for the championship? They might as well be working in a factory. Hao Qiang went to bed. The next day, the French media inundated the public with criticism of Lille. Rudiger Garcia's photo, with his hands covering his face upon witnessing Lille's goal being breached for the third time in the 90th minute, made the headlines. French football commentators lambasted Garcia's choices. If the team's defense was lacking, fair enough. Which team could guarantee not conceding a goal in every match? At the 70-minute mark, Lille found themselves a goal behind, ultimately conceding 2 more as they were compelled to push all their forces forward, thus granting Paris Saint-Germain the opportunity for rapid counterattacks. What was displayed by the forward line? Hazard's performance in the 90th minute was utterly dismal, with frequent dribbling attempts that, while lacking in flamboyance, were executed with ferocity. Yet, the result? A complete lack of impact. Wittek played for 60 minutes, while Melo contributed for 30. In the harsh critique of French media, a fool swap for a fool, Aubameyang and Gervinho each played a half. Their performances merely a diminished reflection of Hazard. The French media raised a pertinent question. Where is Lille's top scorer? Why was he not even included in the squad list? Hao Qiang has played 4 matches in the Europa League and 1 in Ligue 1, totaling 5 matches with 7 goals and 3 assists, an impressive tally of 10 direct contributions. Even if the opponents in the Europa League were not formidable, he had previously dismantled Toulouse's defense, securing 3 vital points for Lille. How could Rudy Garcia overlook him? Even Lille's fans have voiced their dissatisfaction with Garcia on social media. Following this round of matches, the league will break for the FIFA international window in September. Hao Qiang has no national team duties, yet there is a significant call from the domestic football community for his inclusion. However, the national team declared their failure to qualify for the 2010 World Cup last summer, and there are no significant matches that necessitate Hao Qiang's selection. Chapter 27. The opportunity arises, strive for advancement. Hao Qiang diligently followed his training regimen in Lille. At the training base, several players who had not been called up to the national team were also honing their skills. On the first weekend of September, after finishing his training, Hao Qiang returned to the hotel, eager to indulge in a delightful meal at the restaurant. However, the lobby manager intercepted him. "Mr. Hao, a parcel has arrived for you." Approaching the front desk, Hao Qiang saw the lobby manager wheeling out a luggage cart laden with 3 large boxes. Upon inspecting the delivery slip, he confirmed that it was a package sent by his parents from China. He requested the hotel staff to deliver the boxes to his room. After enjoying his meal, Hao Qiang returned to his room and eagerly unboxed the 3 parcels. Inside were an array of garments, long and short-sleeved t-shirts, hoodies, and trench coats for the upper body, along with casual pants and jeans for the lower body. The styles were striking, featuring vividly colored prints and unique designs adorned with flowing Chinese characters. He was particularly fond of a national-style hoodie emblazoned with the character Jun. Upon closer inspection, he admired the meticulous craftsmanship and pleasant texture, suggesting that the materials used were of high quality. Trying it on, he felt quite pleased with the fit. Hao Qiang called his parents to inform them that he had received the package. Over the past 3.5 months, Hao Guofu and He Yuqing had indeed poured their hearts and souls into their venture, tirelessly working day and night, reminiscent of their early entrepreneurial days. They meticulously recruited a design team, combining market positioning to innovate brand style and philosophy, designing styles, and initiating production. However, they were cautious not to overproduce, wary of hiring too many workers on the production line for fear of incurring losses. They were prepared to sell off the garments at flea markets if they failed to gain traction in the market. Currently, they had not opened any physical stores, concerned that it would inflate sales costs. An online store had been launched, but without purchasing traffic, sales remained elusive. Initially, they had adhered to a conventional approach, showcasing only images of the garments without any models. This was not due to frugality. Hao Qiang had insisted on being the spokesperson. Hiring others as models would be a waste of resources. As the moment approached, Hao Qiang found himself pondering. Could he truly breathe new life into his family's business? He could not make all the decisions alone. He had to await the market's response. He registered an account on a domestic social media platform and, fortuitously granting himself a day off the following day, purchased a professional photography set. Taking advantage of the splendid weather in the hotel garden, he enlisted the lobby manager to assist him as a photographer while he changed outfits to model the clothing. After the session, he tipped the lobby manager generously. Back in his room, he uploaded the photos to his computer, sending them to Hao Guofu, and subsequently shared some on his social media. He captioned the post, "Hello everyone. I am Hao Qiang, an ordinary Chinese football player. The clothing I am wearing in the images is from a new brand I am endorsing. If you like it, please search for the HQ Specialty Store. Authentic products, fair dealings, professional after-sales service, personally guaranteed. I hope for your support." After posting, he felt a sense of accomplishment and decided to rest. The following day, he returned to the training base. Although he did not pay much attention to it, a wave of excitement quietly surged on domestic social media. Upon seeing his post, many expressed skepticism in the comments. Hao Qiang, the Chinese player? Could it be the one from Lille? Is he just trying to ride on the coattails of fame? How could Hao Qiang, playing in Lille, have the time to endorse products? Yet those in the photos undeniably resembled him, and if they were digitally altered, the likeness was uncanny. Even if someone bore a resemblance to him, his robust physique was not easily replicated. The brand name HQ, Hao Qiang? Would they dare to exploit his fame without facing potential legal consequences? Wow, this really is Hao Qiang. One photo revealed the name of the hotel, confirming it was indeed in Lille. If it were a deception, did that mean he had traveled to France for the shoot? 3 days later, Hao Qiang updated his social media again. He had received numerous replies and comments, but he was too fatigued from training to care. He simply uploaded a casual selfie from the training base, now regularly wearing his own brand's clothing. His second post was not promotional, with the training camp about to commence. He hoped to be included in the roster for the weekend. After this update, the comments section erupted. Many had already begun to follow his account, and seeing his latest selfie from the training base provided undeniable proof that he was indeed Hao Qiang. "I can't believe it's really him. Hurry up and train. Stop selling clothes. If this is actually Hao Qiang, I'm all in for support. When will he be in the national team? We ought to support Chinese players who are still thriving abroad." Hao Qiang continued to pay little heed to social media. Lille had begun preparations for the weekend league match, and he was determined to concentrate solely on his training. For reasons unknown, after the FIFA match day concluded, the atmosphere during team training felt unusually heavy. Some players wore expressions of fatigue, while others appeared burdened with worries. As the focus of the French media shifted back to Ligue 1, Lille found itself once again under scrutiny. The dismal start to the season cast a shadow of pressure from the top down. Rudy Garcia's stern demeanor made it seem as if he were attending a perpetual funeral. The players felt the weight of his gaze, which not only increased their stress, but also made them anxious, fearing they might inadvertently provoke his ire. On the eve of the 5th round of the league, during the pre-match briefing, Hao Qiang heard his name announced by Rudy Garcia as part of the matchday squad. He was immediately filled with determination. Later that evening, as he prepared to rest early, his father called. "Son, it's done." "What happened now?" "No, it's sold out." Hao Guofu's exuberant tone brought a wave of relief. Yet, a sense of bewilderment followed. "In just a few days, everything is sold out?" "Yes, within just 2 days. Your advertising worked wonders. But I only posted twice on social media. I didn't do much else." Those 2 posts kept our online customer service inundated with inquiries. Everyone wanted to confirm if the person in the pictures was you. Once we confirmed it, they bought it. Hao Qiang was taken aback. But then he considered the time difference. It was around 3 a.m. in China. "Dad, it's the middle of the night there. Are you dreaming?" "I'm not joking. Your mother and I have been busy processing all the orders until now, getting ready to ship them out tomorrow morning. How come you two are working so late?" "Isn't the factory empty? We're short-staffed. It's not just the 2 of us. The design team assistants helped pack orders and fill out shipping labels. Everyone is exhausted. I can't talk anymore. I'm treating all the staff to dinner." Hao Qiang hung up the phone, a smile breaking across his face. It had been a long time since he had heard his father speak with such vigor and excitement. Content, he drifted off to sleep. The next evening, at the Stade Pierre Marois, Hao Qiang sat on the bench, awaiting his opportunity. Lille was set to face Socox at home, a promising chance for a rebound, given the opponent's weaker strength. Wittek, who had held a starting position throughout the season, found himself on the bench today. Rudy Garcia opted to bring 2 strikers to the bench, reducing the number of wingers. Hao Qiang watched the match intently. The pace of the game was somewhat lackluster. Lille appeared weary. Hazard, despite his youth, had already been selected for the Belgian national team. Although Lille is situated less than 10 kilometers from the Belgian border, the exhaustion from matches and the rigors of travel rendered it difficult for Hazard to regain peak form swiftly. The match unfolded in a rather dull manner. By halftime, neither team had managed to score. Socox lacked the capability to find the net, while Lille struggled with their form. Rudy Garcia's gloomy demeanor seemed on the verge of eruption. The Lille supporters were gradually losing their patience, and after 60 minutes, boos erupted from the stands. With such dismal performance at home, how could one expect the fans to cheer? In the 67th minute, Rudy Garcia shook his head and glanced back at the substitutes bench, signaling Hao Qiang and Aubameyang to warm up. Hao Qiang promptly rose and jogged towards the sidelines, closely followed by Aubameyang. As the 2 prepared to enter the field, Aubameyang quietly asked Hao Qiang, "Will you be playing in midfield?" Hao Qiang shot him a piercing glance. "Are you looking for trouble?" If he were to enter as a midfielder today, Rudy Garcia would surely have him benched. His sole mission upon entering was clear: to score. "Remember to pass to me when you get on the field. Don't make me scold you." Aubameyang, taken aback by Hao Qiang's fierce gaze and words, instinctively nodded. Melo and Hazard were both substituted. The former lacked ability, while the latter was out of form. Their removal was wholly justified. After a quick high-five with Melo, Hao Qiang dashed onto the pitch, determined to seize the opportunity and claim a starting position. Chapter 28. That guy is outrageous. When Hao Qiang made his substitution, the Lille players felt a surge of energy. Particularly, the midfield trio of Carve, Mavuba, and Balmont appeared invigorated. Their attacking efforts had been stifled, and they were growing increasingly frustrated. At that moment, with Hao Qiang's entrance, a glimmer of hope arose within them. Could he be the one to break the deadlock? From the outset, Hao Qiang displayed an eagerness to move into space and immediately sought to connect with his teammates on the flanks. As he ran, he closed his eyes and entered a peculiar realm of focus. Without hesitation, he called for the ball. Upon receiving a pass from Gervinho, he faced the center-back Bresset and, with a deft touch, took a shot to test the waters. The strike was powerful, striking the advertising boards beyond the goal line, just a meter away from the net. Nonetheless, this display of strength caught the Socox players off guard. This kid was hitting with incredible force, regardless of the outcome. He had begun to put pressure on the opposition, lifting the spirits of the Lille squad. The Lille fans were taken aback. In stark contrast to the lackluster Melo, Hao Qiang exuded a fighting spirit that was palpable. The entire team visibly increased their work rate. Hao Qiang also contributed to the defensive effort with zeal. After a triangular exchange with carve and Balmont, he swiftly angled a pass to the left flank. Aubameyang attempted to cut inside to create a shooting opportunity, but was thwarted by defender Pex. Hao Qiang shot a piercing glare at Aubameyang, reminding him of the warning he had issued before entering the match. Don't make me resort to harsh words. 2 minutes later, left-back Barrios surged forward, receiving a pass from Aubameyang before delivering a cross into the box. Hao Qiang moved into position, receiving the ball and charging towards the penalty area. Pex committed to a challenge, but Hao Qiang, with his left foot controlling the ball and his right arm shielding it, stood firm against the oncoming pressure. Pex, attempting to wrestle for position, was astounded when he realized he could not displace Hao Qiang. Indeed, this young man was a force to be reckoned with. With his robust physique, Hao Qiang, after withstanding Pex's challenge, executed a sharp cut inside, utilizing his strength and speed. He capitalized on the brief moment when Pex regained his balance to break through. Hao Qiang was confident in his power. However, combining strength, speed, and skill demanded a high level of overall ability, and he felt the potency of that strength coursing through him. Adriano, a paragon of brute aesthetics. After maneuvering past Pex, Hao Qiang unleashed a powerful shot with his left foot, sending the ball arcing menacingly toward the goal. The goalkeeper Richer was momentarily frozen in disbelief. However, the ball veered off course and struck the outside of the left post, ricocheting out of play. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and the Lille fans exchanged glances, a tinge of fear creeping in. Hao Qiang was proving to be formidable. The Lille players' morale surged once more. Pex and Bresset, the Socox center-backs, exchanged serious glances, fully aware of the threat posed by Hao Qiang. 3 minutes later, Gervinho's attempt to cut inside from the right was thwarted, and although Cabet's interception failed, Mavuba was quick to seize the ball. Initiating a rapid counterattack, Cabet advanced, while Hao Qiang retreated to provide support. As the Socox defenders compressed the space in their penalty area, Hao Qiang deftly shifted the ball and cut inside, evading the challenge from the defensive midfielder Dalmate. As Dalmate lunged, Hao Qiang pulled the ball in front of him, pivoting to shield it. Dalmate's challenge missed, and as he attempted to recover, Hao Qiang seized the moment, accelerating past him and inadvertently colliding with Dalmate, causing the latter to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Dalmate raised his hand in protest, but the referee paid him no heed. With Dalmate out of the way, Hao Qiang took a decisive step forward before unleashing a shot. The ball rocketed toward the center of the goal. Richer, noticing a slight deflection as the ball approached at breakneck speed, instinctively raised his hand to block it. The ball ricocheted upward, and as Richer looked up, he saw it descending toward the top of the net. He silently cursed his luck. He had no control over where the ball would land. If it were to find its way into the net, he could only accept defeat. Richer then shouted at his defenders, urging them to tighten their grip on Hao Qiang and prevent him from shooting with ease. The Lille fans ceased their jeers and broke into applause. Rudy Garcia, fully engrossed in the match, felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't he started Hao Qiang? He had merely sought to avoid discord within the locker room, but this adherence to convention was misguided. Last month, Hao Qiang had already proven his prowess. Alas, he hoped it was not too late to correct this oversight. Socox intensified their defensive efforts. Hao Qiang actively orchestrated the attack in the forward line. However, if he merely dribbled and shot, he would become an easy target for the opposition. Aubameyang and Gervinho launched 2 consecutive incursions, creating danger in the box. Yet they still fell short of breaking the deadlock. In the 84th minute, Lille organized an offensive play, with Debuchy advancing on the right. However, his subsequent cross left everyone baffled, as it was unclear whom he intended to target. Socox, facing mounting pressure, opted for a direct header clearance. Cabet controlled the ball in the attacking third and, after a wall pass with Balmont, decisively delivered a short pass to the left side of the penalty area. Hao Qiang positioned himself to receive, stopped the ball, and began to cut to the right. Dalmate, sensing the threat, lunged to intercept his path. Yet, Hao Qiang adjusted his pace, skillfully maneuvering around Dalmate. Once he had evaded this obstacle, he charged into the penalty area. Center-back Bresset closed in, pressing him closely. Hao Qiang used his left arm to shield, while his right foot protected the ball as he barreled forward. Bresset pulled and tugged, attempting to gain the upper hand. But after a brief struggle, Hao Qiang abruptly halted and shielded the ball. Bresset lunged past him, and as he attempted to recover, Hao Qiang deftly shifted the ball to evade him. Just as he sidestepped Bresset, Pex lunged in aggressively. Hao Qiang swiftly pivoted, regaining his balance and engaging in direct confrontation. When they collided, Pex stumbled back 2 steps, allowing Hao Qiang to take a step forward to adjust, simultaneously causing Bressett's challenge to miss its mark. With resolve, he unleashed a thunderous shot. The ball soared like a cannonball, aimed at the upper right corner of the goal. Richer was left motionless, cold sweat trickling down his face. Oh my God! The ball found the net. Lille had finally broken the deadlock at home. The goal came from the substitute Chinese forward Hao Qiang. This 19-year-old striker had continuously shaken our nerves with his formidable strength and solid technique over the past several minutes. He had overpoweringly maneuvered past Socox's 2 central defenders, delivering an impeccable strike that pierced through Richer's grasp. Lille led Socox 1-0 at home. Previously, French media had criticized Rudy Garcia's choices, questioning why the team's top scorer was left on the bench. If Hao Qiang had started today, would Lille have endured such a struggle at home? Would they have scored only in the dying moments of the match? Rudy Garcia should have granted this young player more opportunities and confidence. The Moulins Stadium erupted in jubilation. The Lille fans cheered wildly, losing themselves in ecstasy. Rudy Garcia let out a roar, as though releasing the frustrations he had harbored. Hao Qiang, after scoring, sprinted towards the sidelines, celebrating with a passionate slide kneel. With fists clenched and his torso arched back, he resembled a fierce beast unleashed. His teammates rushed to him, joining in the celebratory slide kneel beside him. Carve embraced Hao Qiang's head, shaking it in exhilaration. You are an absolute beast. Substituted from the game, Melo wore a gloomy expression, while Wicca's face was clouded with anger. This scenario is likely to usher in a new dynamic in the competition for the center-forward position, with Hao Qiang standing inevitably rising. As for the rivalry between Wicca and Melo, both are steadfast in their belief of being superior to the other. Hazard, with an incredulous look, gazed at Hao Qiang as if witnessing a bizarre spectacle. Technical players steadfastly believe that skill is the primary force on the field. Yet Hao Qiang has demonstrated a heroic solo effort through strength and confrontational prowess. As a prodigy from Lille, he was anointed as the prince 4 years ago by Van Damme. At this moment, Hazard felt a sense of urgency. The attacking strategy had originally revolved around him, evolving into various offensive maneuvers. The emergence of Hao Qiang disrupts the forward line's dynamics and heralds a transformative change in the offensive front. The fans of Socox were engulfed in profound disappointment. They had hoped to secure a draw against Lille away from home, only to find their defenses breached. Pex and Bresch stood with their hands on their hips, glaring furiously at Hao Qiang, who was surrounded by his teammates. That guy has gone completely off the charts. Chapter 29, You Truly Shine. With little time left in the match, after Socox kicked off, Hao Qiang once again closed his eyes and entered the peculiar space. He opened his inventory and casually selected a card of De La Peña to use. Attacking midfielder. After all, he had an entire stock of these ordinary cards. Why not make use of them? At this moment, Lille needed to bolster their defense to avoid a potential disaster. As Socox launched a vigorous attack, Hao Qiang returned to assist the midfield. At least in this small patch of the midfield, he garnered quite a bit of goodwill. Carve was almost captivated by Hao Qiang's performance. Look at this kid's awareness. Now compare him with those other veterans on the front line. Yes, you possess talent and skill, and you certainly have had your share of flashy moves. But when it comes to defense, who has the same level of awareness as this formidable player? You all should take a good lesson from him. Socox did not attack through the center, for if they could penetrate Lille's defense through the middle, they would not have been suppressed throughout the match. In the 88th minute, Lille initiated a swift counterattack. Hao Qiang received a pass from Gervinho in the central front and quickly relayed the ball to Aubameyang. The pass was accurate, but Aubameyang's solo advance past the defense was thwarted by the goalkeeper, who intercepted the ball. Aubameyang wore a frustrated expression, but still turned back to give Hao Qiang a thumbs up. Hao Qiang was equally vexed. Couldn't you just put the ball in the net so I could get an assist? 3 minutes later, the match had entered stoppage time. Lille seized another opportunity for a rapid counterattack. This time, Hao Qiang dribbled the ball forward from midfield, seizing the moment to deliver a low diagonal pass. Aubameyang made an inward run, deftly maneuvering past the center-back, Pex. Hao Qiang hoped he would send the ball into the net. Yet, this fellow opted to square the ball across the goal, where Gervinho swiftly arrived to slot the ball into the net. Hao Qiang felt a wave of disappointment. What the hell? Now you suddenly know how to pass. If you have the ability, shoot it yourself. Hao Qiang was frustrated. He missed out on an assist. Yet the goal still counted. However, The fans and teammates would not overlook his role in orchestrating the attack. The Lille supporters erupted with joy. Things had changed. Ever since Hao Qiang stepped onto the pitch, the team's attacking dynamic had transformed entirely. Rudy Garcia felt a weight lift off his shoulders. It was as if the skies cleared, the rain ceased, and he regained his confidence. As the match concluded, Hao Qiang felt unsatisfied. Ultimately, he had come on as a substitute. Without the complete exhaustion that comes from playing the full match, he felt he hadn't played to his fullest potential. Carve came over to high-five him, smiling as he patted him on the back. "I've been looking forward to your appearance, but you still managed to surprise me today." Hao Qiang shrugged, saying, "Just an extraordinary performance." Carve laughed heartily. "Then you've been extraordinary every match." As Hao Qiang left the field, he was interviewed, sharing his thoughts on the match while also applying a bit of pressure on Rudy Garcia, expressing that he was always ready for battle and hoped for more playing time. In the locker room post-match, Hazard appeared somewhat dejected, while his teammates were laughing and celebrating. The victory had lifted them from the shadows of last month's poor league performance. Yet, it was not the well-known prodigy who led the team out of adversity, but rather the Chinese forward who seemed to have emerged from nowhere. Hao Qiang was in high spirits, humming a tune as he showered, changed, and grabbed a bite before leaving the stadium. Rudy Garcia publicly praised his performance after the match. Since the new season began, the young Chinese forward has been consistently creating surprises, and if he maintains this form, he will undoubtedly receive more opportunities. Back at the hotel, Hao Qiang lay on his bed, reflecting on his performance during the match. It wasn't vanity, rather. He aimed to revisit the sensations of his extraordinary play in his mind, believing it would aid in his improvement. The next morning, while having breakfast at the hotel, his parents called to congratulate him on his performance in League One. They had been quite busy lately and had not been able to watch his matches last month. Hao Qiang casually inquired, "How are things at the factory?" Hao Qiang sighed. "The workers are exhausted. They say if this continues, someone might get hurt. Your father has given them 2 days off, and now he is hiring new staff, but the online store is still overwhelmed. I've even started working as customer service." "Haven't you sold out already? How can you still be busy?" "Yes. Just this morning, suddenly many people came urging us to restock. They are quite demanding." "Son, this is all you're doing. Your photos are everywhere in the sports news today." Hao Qiang was puzzled. "Demanding? What do you mean?" "I'll send you a few screenshots so you'll understand." After a while, his mother sent him a multimedia message. He opened it and nearly spewed his milk. "I love your family's clothes, but your restocking speed makes me very unhappy. As soon as you have stock, put it up immediately. I want as much as you have. Don't be ungrateful. I can't wait. You just put up the stock, take the pictures, and I'll do the embroidery myself. You truly shine." Hao Qiang had no idea how many fans he had. Upon returning to his hotel room and opening his computer, he posted a new update, thanking everyone for their support and once again assuring them that he would take full responsibility for any after-sales issues. At that moment, he noticed his follower count on social media, which was rather astonishing. It had exceeded 1 million. He was unaware that his overwhelming performance against Socox had directly garnered 200,000 followers overnight. Alas, it wasn't that Chinese fans hadn't seen the world. It was just that they had never witnessed a Chinese player exhibit such a dominant performance as Hao Qiang. He also noticed that many people had sent him private messages. Since he had a recovery training day, he wouldn't head to the training base until the afternoon. Thus, he patiently began to review the messages. Some were encouraging. Others congratulated him on the victory, some proposed advertising collaborations, and a few piqued his interest successfully. Flirty and bold confessions filled the screen. Some were straightforwardly asking to be his girlfriend, while others coyly offered paid photos. There were even poetic expressions of admiration. Was this a test of my literacy? Hao Qiang ultimately did not reply to the last message. He wanted to respond, but realized there were too many. He couldn't keep up. All he could do was let out a long sigh in front of the computer. Separated by half the globe, unseen and untouched, what was the point of idle chatter? The young women who had previously gone on blind dates with him were now sending him messages daily, and he hadn't replied in quite a while. These ladies were purely daydreaming. They hadn't even met him face to face, yet insisted on establishing a relationship and publicly declaring their coupledom. Boarding the train without a ticket while wanting to weld the doors shut? Did they think Hao Qiang was some foolish son of a landlord? He resolved to proceed with training step by step. On Thursday night, the first round of the Europa League group stage commenced. Lille's 3 opponents in this group were Valencia, Slavia Prague, and Genoa. Tonight, they faced Valencia. Hao Qiang sat on the bench, feeling a bit disheartened. He had thought that upon reaching the Europa League stage, he would be a starter. Yet, Witek was the one who took the starting position. He couldn't shake the feeling that Rudy Garcia was merely painting a rosy picture for him through the media to keep him content. Hao Qiang patiently observed the match. Lille and Valencia engaged in a fierce battle with a fast-paced rhythm. The quality of the game was high, with both teams slightly leaning towards defense. Therefore, the attacking phase relied heavily on the individual capabilities of the players. Hazard, starting the match, was active but found it challenging to execute explosive maneuvers against Valencia's defense. As the first half concluded, the two teams shook hands, settling for a stalemate. Hao Qiang remained on the field, passing the ball with his teammates to warm up. In the second half, both teams resumed their battle. As the match progressed past the 75-minute mark, the deadlock remained unbroken. Rudy Garcia acknowledged the situation. Melo replaced Witek. Gervinho took the place of Aubameyang, and Mawuba substituted for Balmont. Hao Qiang felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. It seemed he had little involvement in this match. Shortly after Garcia made his substitutions, Valencia scored. Mata, who had just come on, shattered the stalemate. Hao Qiang's expression soured. It appeared that even his chance to be the savior had been utterly extinguished by Rudy Garcia. To his surprise, Hao Qiang noticed Hazard gazing at him from the center circle. Their eyes met briefly before Hazard averted his gaze. Hao Qiang found this perplexing. Why was Hazard watching him while he was focused on his own game? Was he to blame for conceding a goal? Hazard felt a sense of discontent within. He realized that had the team not exhausted its substitution quota, Rudy Garcia would likely have called upon him to take a risk. After the restart, Hazard elevated his performance, determined to defy the odds. Without Hao Qiang, could Lille truly fail to score? Valencia fortified their defense, yet they were unprepared for Hazard's relentless dribbling and breakthroughs. Even when they effectively closed off the inside lanes, prying the ball from his feet proved a daunting task. In the 83rd minute, Hazard unleashed a powerful long-range shot from outside the penalty area, forcing Valencia's goalkeeper, Cesar Sanchez, into a fumble. Gervinho capitalized on the opportunity, following up with a shot that found the back of the net. Lille equalized. Yet, Hazard remained unsatisfied, and his subsequent attempts at goal were wildly off target. Ultimately, the match concluded with both teams settling for a 1-1 draw. As the game came to an end, Hao Qiang rose to head towards the players' tunnel, only to discover Hazard still observing him on the pitch. He furrowed his brow, puzzled by the peculiar behavior of this Belgian football prodigy. Chapter 30. Show off and see who scores. Hao Qiang, who did not participate in the Europa League, made it to the league's matchday squad this weekend, taking the position of starting center forward. Rudy Garcia appears to have genuinely elevated his status within the team rather than merely making empty promises. However, Hao Qiang is acutely aware that if he fails to seize this opportunity and underperforms, he will inevitably find himself back on the bench. Lille faced Lens away this weekend at the F-Lix Bollaert Stadium, where nearly 40,000 spectators created an electrifying atmosphere. Although Hao Qiang started the match, Azar was relegated to the substitutes bench, likely due to fatigue from midweek Europa League play. Cabai also did not start, suggesting that Garcia did not regard Lens as a formidable opponent. The attacking trio of Aubameyang, Hao Qiang, and Gervinho aimed to break through, while Dumont, Mawuba, and Balmont formed the midfield. The defense consisted of Beria, Cheru, Rami, and Debuchy, with Butler guarding the goal. As the match commenced, Hao Qiang was notably active in both offensive and defensive movements. However, Lens, benefiting from home advantage, quickly found their rhythm, momentarily suppressing Lille's efforts. The midfield struggled to maintain possession, failing to orchestrate fluid attacking plays. After 10 minutes without a significant opportunity, Hao Qiang closed his eyes and accessed the system to unlock his inventory. He selected a card of a skilled technical player, utilizing it to enhance his capabilities in the match, optimizing his performance, and fostering personal growth. With Lille under pressure, Hao Qiang returned to assist the midfield in transitioning between defense and attack. Lens midfielder Kovacevic attempted to stifle him with aggressive pressing, but Hao Qiang responded with resolute physicality, firmly holding his ground. His youthful audacity was evident. He exuded confidence on the pitch. Yet, Rudy Garcia noted a slight decline in Hao Qiang's performance today, as his pace slowed, although his steadiness remained commendable. In a position just beyond the midfield, he exhibited control, shielding the ball and delivering precise passes. Aubameyang and Gervinho were given ample space to exploit their technical prowess, but their attempts to penetrate the defense, whether through the flanks or cutting into the box, yielded unsatisfactory results. Despite generating threats, their shooting opportunities were subpar. Lens maintained a patient and solid approach. Hao Qiang's initial exuberance waned, yet he refrained from overly extravagant maneuvers, allowing him to gradually elevate his performance, avoiding a drastic fall when the card's effects diminished. Nevertheless, the quality of his passing began to falter, leading to some errors. Given his previous consistent displays, teammates and coaches deemed this fluctuation as normal. In the 34th minute, Lens launched a rapid counterattack down the right flank, executing a combination play. Center forward Joma set up winger Kakari, who cut inside and unleashed a powerful shot towards the top right corner of the goal. Butler was left powerless to intervene. Lens took the lead at home, 1-0 against Lille. The visiting Lille fans wore somber expressions, witnessing their midfield being overwhelmed and lacking creative organization. Hao Qiang's retreat to bolster defense and assist in orchestrating attacks was entirely justified, yet Aubameyang and Gervinho's successive individual efforts resulted in repeated disappointments. With Lens ahead, their fans cheered as the team sought to maintain stability after the kickoff. They adopted a more conservative formation, allowing Lille to press forward, subtly altering the dynamics of the match. Consequently, Hao Qiang's movement extended further up the pitch. As Aubameyang and Gervinho lost their optimal breakthrough space, they became more cautious, focusing on delivering crosses to Hao Qiang. A month prior, they might have overlooked him, but now they were compelled to acknowledge his presence. Whether due to his recognized talents or his commanding aura on the field, Hao Qiang tirelessly made penetrating runs into the box, but often found himself unable to make contact. As the quality of crosses left much to be desired, Lens continued to retreat in their formation, prioritizing stability. Nearing the end of the first half, Lille pressed forward. After Beria combined with Aubameyang for a wall pass and delivered a cross from the left, Hao Qiang positioned himself expertly, darting towards the near post. Lens center-back Yahia failed to notice Hao Qiang's positioning and prepared to leap to clear the ball. However, Hao Qiang seized the moment, leaping ahead of him and catching Yahia off guard. Yahia's jump was rendered ineffective against Hao Qiang's formidable frame. If he could secure the positioning advantage, it was exceedingly difficult for the opponent to alter the circumstances. The incoming ball met Hao Qiang's head, sending it towards the top left corner of the goal. Lens goalkeeper Lenge instinctively raised a hand to intercept, but failed to make contact. Upon landing, Hao Qiang turned and raised his right fist towards the center circle, radiating confidence. The Lille fans erupted in jubilation as Hao Qiang's header equalized the score. This goal greatly bolstered his confidence. Although merely an equalizer, it brought a smile to Rudy Garcia's face, who applauded Hao Qiang's performance. This center forward seemed divinely appointed. In the first half, Hao Qiang did not showcase particularly explosive skills, yet he contributed significantly. During challenging moments, he actively supported defense, organized attacks, and distributed the ball to the wingers. His tactical impact was evident, even if there was vast room for improvement in his overall abilities and effectiveness. As Lens adopted a more conservative approach, Lille seized the opportunity to advance, with Hao Qiang decisively transforming into a pivotal center forward, his sole objective being to score. His header was a testament to fulfilling a center forward's primary duty. Rudy Garcia recognized immense potential in him. Azar on the substitutes bench frowned, pondering how Hao Qiang had found the net again. Wittek and Melo sighed in dismay, unable to suppress their admiration. This individual is truly formidable. Following a brief intermission, the match resumed for the second half. Lens initiated their pressing strategy once more. Hao Qiang promptly utilized his second card, adjusting to the evolving dynamics. He maintained close ties with the midfield, actively contributing to defensive efforts. His team's spirit soared to new heights. Even Aubameyang and Gervinho felt a tinge of inadequacy in his presence. After Hao Qiang provided them with opportunities, they could not help but monitor his positioning. However, Hao Qiang could not always advance, given that his starting position was too close to the midfield, while the two wingers were rapid players. Yet, whenever he managed to keep pace, and they lacked optimal breakthrough avenues, they would undoubtedly look to assist him. Within a span of 25 minutes, Hao Qiang attempted 3 shots. Though the results were mediocre, nonetheless, having scored, his overall performance received commendation from teammates and coaches, preventing his rating from plummeting. The match reached a stalemate as the situation became increasingly tense. Approaching the 70-minute mark, Lille made substitutions, introducing Azar and Cabaye while replacing Dumont and Balmont. Azar took on the role of an attacking midfielder, while Cabaye anchored the midfield. The former aimed to enhance central penetration and creativity, while the latter ensured stability and ball control. After the substitutions, Lille appeared somewhat disorganized. Carve stabilized the midfield, gradually allowing Lille to compete with Lens, improving their passing stability and ball retention. However, Azar, upon receiving the ball behind Hao Qiang, surged forward with relentless energy, akin to a sports car devoid of brakes. Unstoppable once it accelerated, Hao Qiang continuously maneuvered ahead, making incisive runs, diagonal dashes, and S-shaped serpentine movements, eagerly seizing those fleeting gaps. Yet, Hazard remained obstinate, refusing to deliver the pass. He possessed the prowess to dribble forward and launch a shot from the edge of the penalty area. Twice he disregarded Hao Qiang, treating him merely as a pawn to shield his advance, ultimately penetrating the penalty box without crafting a golden opportunity. On one occasion, a shot from the edge of the small box was thwarted directly by the goalkeeper, sending shivers through the Lens defense. Hao Qiang, frustrated, gestured for a pass, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Rudy Garcia, on the sidelines, shook his head slightly, yet felt powerless. Hazard was a favored prince, supported by Van Dam, and no one dared challenge him. To be blunt, should a conflict arise between him and Hazard, Rudy Garcia could easily predict that he would be the one dismissed, not Hazard. Thus, one could not demand too much from Hazard. Despite his frustration, Hao Qiang's zeal for movement remained undiminished. As the match approached the 86th minute, Hazard made another swift dribble, advancing toward the Lens penalty area, yet again chose to overlook Hao Qiang's run. Hao Qiang positioned himself behind the defensive line, in an offside position. Hazard, however, opted to advance, only to be intercepted by center-back Chiller, who made contact with the ball. The ball fortuitously deflected into the right side of the penalty area. Hazard pursued, entangled with Chiller, but it was Gervinho who swiftly entered the right side of the penalty area and made a cross. As the ball rolled rapidly toward the goal, Hao Qiang eagerly positioned himself to meet it with a shot. Goalkeeper Lunge was left helpless as the ball rolled in from his left side. The Lens players protested that Hao Qiang was offside, yet the assistant referee did not raise his flag. While Hao Qiang had indeed been offside previously, this time it was not Hazard's pass, but rather Gervinho's. At the moment Gervinho delivered the ball, Hao Qiang was no longer offside. It was a legitimate goal. In an instant, Hao Qiang's gloom dissipated, and he turned to the sidelines, passionately sliding on his knees in celebration. Upon rising, he struck the corner flag with a fist and spun around, arms wide open to embrace his teammates. Observing the complex expression on Hazard's face, Hao Qiang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Let him showcase his flair, for it was Hao Qiang who found the back of the net. In both halves, with headers and kicks, he had scored a brace. Chapter 31. Why should I bear the blame? The ball is in. Hao Qiang. Once again, it is Hao Qiang. In the final moments of the third round of the league, Hao Qiang scored a crucial goal that secured Lille a valuable victory. In the previous match, he came off the bench and broke the deadlock with a key goal. Today, facing Lens as a guest, Hao Qiang started the match and scored twice. If only Rudy Garcia had utilized Hao Qiang earlier, Lille's season would not have begun in such a disastrous manner. Although the goal had an element of luck, Hao Qiang's persistent movement and ability to seize opportunities in front of the goal deserve commendation. This 19-year-old forward reminds me of Benzema when he first arrived at the Bernabeu. Lille triumphed 2-1 over Lens. Perhaps Lille is on the verge of a two-match winning streak in Ligue 1. The Lille fans chanted Hao Qiang's name in unison, and at this moment, they had unanimously recognized him as the greatest discovery in Lille's attack this season. Rudy Garcia applauded, his smile unwavering. As the team returned to their half, Garcia gestured for the players to strengthen their defense. He utilized the final substitution, replacing Aubameyang with a brainiac. The Lens players wore a sullen expression. If their defense was breached head-on, it was a testament to their inferiority. Yet, they narrowly intercepted a pass intended for Hazard, which inadvertently allowed Gervinho to deliver a crucial assist. At this moment, the entire team felt a surge of frustration. Lille fortified their defense, and Hao Qiang dropped back to assist the midfield in pressing and intercepting. Hazard moved forward to partner with Gervinho in a dual striker formation. Lille's formation compacted, creating more space for counterattacks ahead. This setup was ideal for Hazard and Gervinho to exploit. However, in the closing moments of the match, Hazard failed to convert two solo runs into goals, shooting wide. When the final whistle blew, Hao Qiang clenched his fist and roared. "It feels good. Truly good." Carve approached him for a high five and embraced him, teasing Hazard. You made our superstar a little anxious. Hao Qiang looked at the glum-faced Hazard and sighed. We're teammates. I don't understand what he's jealous about. I'm not competing with him for a position. Cabai laughed heartily, recognizing that Hao Qiang was also poking fun at Hazard. How could Hazard not feel frustrated? In terms of skill, speed, and experience, he could hardly be considered inferior to Hao Qiang. Hao Qiang was merely taller and stronger than him. And, of course, he could score goals. It was astonishing to realize that Hao Qiang had unknowingly netted double-digit goals in the new season. To be precise, he had exactly 10 goals, 4 in the league and 6 in the Europa League. How could his attacking teammates remain calm? As he exited the pitch, he was immediately approached by reporters for a post-match interview. Hao Qiang, having played the full match, was in high spirits. He paid little attention to the reporters' questions, simply expressing his joy into the microphone. He yearned for more matches and hoped to help the team secure additional victories. However, Rudy Garcia refrained from praising Hao Qiang again at the post-match press conference. Instead, he appeared relaxed as he stated, in fact, his performance today lacked the impact of his previous match when he came off the bench. His individual capabilities seemed to have diminished. Yet, one must acknowledge that he knows how to score, which makes it difficult for me to fault his performance. Scoring is the most challenging aspect of football. Teams worldwide strive to find ways to score more goals. We now have a player with a remarkably high scoring efficiency, even solely based on statistics. I should offer him more trust and opportunities. But I hope he remains grounded and does not become complacent due to his goals, halting his progress. France's L'Equipe also placed Hao Qiang on the front page. Lille's rising star carries the banner of the attack. Chinese media not only reposted all the positive reports about Hao Qiang from France, but also established dedicated news sections tracking his performances. Upon returning from the away match, Hao Qiang indulged in a spa at the hotel and then retreated to his room to close his eyes and enter the system. The tasks he had completed should have earned him enough points for a tenfold reward. He had already scored 3 goals this month. Tasks 1 and 3 for goals scored were completed, earning him 100,400 points. Tasks 1 and 2 for league victories were also completed, earning him 100,300 points. And then nothing. Despite playing the full match, he had not completed the task for running the longest distance. Hao Qiang felt a pang of disappointment and resolved to exert himself more in his next starting appearance. He pocketed a total of 900 points, bringing his balance to over 1,200 points when combined with the previous balance of over 300 points. Transition, lottery, tenfold, let us go. As the scene shifted, Hao Qiang gazed up at the sky, blue skies and white clouds with shooting stars. Hao Qiang pouted, greatly disappointed. All ordinary shooting stars. It seemed his luck had balanced out. Without waiting for the shooting stars to strike the ground, he exited the system. Sleep, with a surge of excitement. Hao Qiang threw himself into training, and his form increasingly pleased Rudy Garcia. The other players naturally elevated their enthusiasm, giving their all in every training session. Hazard seemed to begin targeting Hao Qiang specifically. However, Hao Qiang did not take it to heart. Why bother arguing with a spoiled child? In the middle of the week, there were no matches, and as the weekend approached, Lille prepared to host Nice in the 7th round of the league. Hao Qiang continued to start. After a week of rest and preparation, he was ready to showcase his abilities in the match. Gervinho and Hazard joined him in the offensive efforts. At the Moustoir Stadium, after 2 consecutive victories, Lille's fans had settled down and were enthusiastically cheering for their team. Shortly after the start of the first half, Hao Qiang entered the system to open his inventory and randomly selected a card of a technical player. He played actively on both ends, while Nice adopted a relatively conservative approach, focusing on counterattacks. Hao Qiang knew that a direct advance would be futile, so he played as a pivot, passing to teammates and then moving into space. This style of play was effective. If a teammate had an opportunity, they would advance, but if the chance was poor, they should still pass the ball back to him. However, after 20 minutes of play, Hao Qiang's initial energy waned, and he had yet to find a scoring opportunity in the box. Hazard was far too selfish. He would return passes to Hao Qiang in a flash. Yet passing to him felt like an endless cycle. Both the coach and the fans recognized the issue. Hazard, with his inflated ego and undeniable skill, was not necessarily trying to showcase intricate moves to outsmart opponents. Simply put, forcing a solo run was too difficult. Even Messi, who had just conquered European football, didn't relentlessly push forward every match. Hazard was seen as a rising star capable of challenging Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo in the future. Thus, it was only natural for him to enjoy certain privileges on the pitch. Yet, after so much time, He had failed to dismantle the Nice defense, which was decidedly disappointing. Just before halftime, Nice managed to break through Lille's defense with a swift counterattack, with forward Armai opening the scoring and breaking the deadlock. As the first half concluded, Hao Qiang returned to the dressing room feeling somewhat dejected. However, he remained silent. If no one else had complaints, why should he be anxious? Carve expressed his grievances without naming names, but it was clear he was targeting Hazard. Belia, on the other hand, complained to the entire forward line, which irked Hao Qiang, who shot him an annoyed glance. Why shift the blame onto everyone? Yet, he noticed Belia's peculiar gaze and heard him say, "Can't the forward line introduce any fresh changes?" Hao Qiang realized that the other party was subtly signaling to him. He immediately understood. Belia is drawing parallels between himself and Hazard's playing style, suggesting that they might as well let him play on his own. Rudiger Garcia's expression is one of discontent. If the prince were to revel in his own play while securing a victory, he would have nothing to complain about. Yet, observing Hazard, whose jersey is drenched in sweat as he repeatedly wipes his brow and drinks water, one cannot help but wonder what he has been striving for over the past 45 minutes. Rudiger Garcia can only offer a muted critique of the forward line. Hao Qiang and Gervinho are truly frustrated. They dare not criticize Hazard, so why should they bear the brunt of the blame? He has passed the ball when it needed to be, made the runs expected of him, and even taken on responsibilities that were not his own. Why, then, must he still face censure? Alas, such is the disparity in status within the team. Departing the locker room with a hint of indignation as the second half commences, Hao Qiang glances at Hazard, reminiscent of the times when Hazard inexplicably focused his gaze on him. Hesitant to speak, he ultimately swallows his words. Let us observe for now. Who knows, perhaps this young man may yet find his way back to the right path. Chapter 32. The Aura of Goals, A New Horizon. At the Maruva Stadium, the Lille fans were palpably restless. As the second half commenced, Hazard continued to pursue solo efforts. Hao Qiang, meanwhile, had discarded yet another ordinary card. Observing Hazard's relentless attempts to showcase his skills, which yielded little fruit, his frustration escalated. The Lille supporters felt a complex mix of emotions as they watched Hazard repeatedly attempt to advance with little success. While it would be unfair to claim that Hazard lacked talent, his technical ability was indeed formidable. He seemed perpetually unable to transcend the limitations of a winger, the challenge of transforming technical prowess into scoring efficiency. In contrast, Hao Qiang, seemingly lacking in skill, was achieving remarkable efficiency. The fan sentiments were largely conflicted. They yearned for dazzling techniques, while simultaneously craving thrilling goals. With Lille's roster configuration, one would expect that the combination of Hazard and Hao Qiang would yield explosive results. Alas, Hazard was unwilling to sacrifice his own glory for the sake of Hao Qiang's terrifying efficiency. Nice, too, remained steadfast, launching rapid counterattacks upon regaining possession from Hazard. The pressure on Lille's defense paradoxically diminished. Hao Qiang felt he had squandered 2 valuable cards. Even the simplest of cards could have proven advantageous. Yet he had missed the opportunity entirely. Hao Qiang was not alone in his growing ire towards Hazard. His teammates began to reduce their passes to him. In the 65th minute, as Hao Qiang positioned himself to receive a pass from Balmont in the central attacking area, he deftly redirected the ball, feigning an advance to draw the defense. Shielding the ball with his body, he maneuvered past the midfielder Eko Vafni and calmly delivered a precise through ball. Gervinho surged inside, skillfully collecting the ball and cutting in from the right side of the penalty area, catching the center back, Chid unaware. How had the play shifted to this side? Lille had been predominantly attacking down the left flank, as if Hazard were the sole striker. Consequently, the right and central areas had posed little threat. Yet this time, Gervinho's breakthrough split the defense wide open. Once inside the right flank of the penalty area, Gervinho unleashed a powerful shot into the far corner of the net. The Lille fans erupted in joyous celebration. Gervinho pointed in celebration towards Hao Qiang, who felt a sense of calm wash over him, having at least garnered an assist. This match marked the final game of September, and the tasks at hand seemed exceedingly limited. Hazard maintained a stoic demeanor, showing no particular excitement for his teammate's goal. Rudy Garcia, on the sidelines, breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally equalized. Hao Qiang's contribution to Gervinho's goal earned him commendation. The players of Nice were filled with resentment. They had primarily focused their efforts on neutralizing Hazard, only to be left anxious as the game unfolded. Yet, it was not Hazard who found the back of the net. With Lille's morale rejuvenated, Hazard resumed his attempts at solo play. Hao Qiang was reluctant to pass to Hazard any further. Assisting him while making runs only resulted in watching Hazard either break through or shoot, completely disregarding his presence. However, the other teammates hesitated to deny Hazard the ball altogether. Reducing his passes did not equate to withholding all passes. Hazard's south-escalating drive suggested he was on the verge of a breakout. Observing Hazard's performance, Rudy Garcia settled into a contemplative mood. The growth of young players often comes at a cost. A talent like Hazard warranted the team's willingness to incur that cost for his development. At least Hazard displayed significant enthusiasm. He did not bow to adversity. Despite his tactical impact being nearly negligible and his team's spirit requiring enhancement, Rudy Garcia still hoped to witness the moment when Hazard's perseverance bore fruit. Hazard's threat was palpable as he cut inside from the flanks towards the penalty area, wreaking havoc on Nice's defense. Regardless of his inner discontent, Hao Qiang knew he had to make proactive runs. Opportunities for forwards arise from movement. Countless fruitless runs could ultimately culminate in a decisive strike. In the 82nd minute, Hazard deftly maneuvered from the left flank, cutting inside while evading defenders. As he faced a barrage of pressure, he suddenly halted his dribble, accelerating to slice through to the central area just outside the penalty box. He then unleashed a shot. Hao Qiang, anticipating the play, surged forward into the central area of the penalty box. In such moments, exceptional players typically deliver a precise pass. As for Hazard, Hao Qiang held no hope. Nevertheless, he pressed on. To refrain from running would be to accept defeat, allowing Hazard's performance to dominate the narrative. As Hazard's shot thundered forth, he witnessed Nice's goalkeeper Ospina barely manage to parry the ball away. The goalkeeper's fumble? The Nice defenders were caught off guard. Hao Qiang accelerated towards the small box, flicking the rebounding ball with his foot into the center of the goal. As Ospina regained his footing, he was unable to react in time for a second save. When the ball nestled into the net, Ospina raised his hand to signal for an offside. Yet the linesman did not raise his flag. Wow. Hao Qiang, once again Hao Qiang. He had scored in 3 consecutive League One matches. Another invaluable goal had come to pass. His diligence and enthusiasm had been rewarded. Why was he so adept at seizing such opportunities? We had previously witnessed his relentless runs, devoid of hesitation, even when Hazard monopolized the ball and disregarded his existence. Yet, Hao Qiang's refusal to give up had led to this moment of collective jubilation. Lille 2-1 Nice. Hao Qiang's 5th goal in League One had arrived. He was indeed Lille's fortuitous talisman. As Hao Qiang charged towards the sidelines in jubilant celebration, he glanced back at the dazed and disheartened Hazard, who appeared on the verge of tears. Despite his relentless efforts, he had gained nothing. Regardless of how he looked down upon Hao Qiang, the latter continued to widen the statistical gap between them. Even Wittek and Melo, seated on the bench, had conceded. This Chinese forward possessed an inexplicable knack for scoring. It was as if he carried an aura of goals. After celebrating with his teammates, Hao Qiang turned back to see Hazard, visibly shaken and suffering a heavy blow. He made his way back to the defensive line, remaining actively engaged without a hint of slackness. Nice's counterattacks were loud yet lacked substance, failing to create significant threats. Lille's efficiency in counterattacks noticeably declined in Hazard's absence. One could not dismiss Hazard's abilities just because he had not scored. He was undeniably Lille's most skillful player. It was merely a matter of him becoming overly fixated, narrowing his own path. Lille could not extend their lead further. As the final whistle blew, Hao Qiang once again became the focal point of the match. He and his teammates laughed and high-fived in celebration, and any lingering frustration within him vanished entirely. A forward possesses the remarkable ability to elevate his rating with a single goal. Moreover, this marks Hao Qiang's 3rd consecutive goal in League One, and his exhilaration is palpable. In a surge of excitement, he removed his jersey on the sidelines, revealing a physique adorned with powerful muscles that stirred the fervor of the Lille fans in the stands. Just look at this young man. Despite his tender years, his chiseled 8-pack abs leave men agape and women captivated. Hao Qiang tossed his jersey into the crowd as a token for the fans, subsequently applauding in gratitude, a smile gracing his face as he departed the field. Upon approaching the sidelines for an interview with a beautiful reporter, he noticed her gaze linger on his chest and abdominal muscles with an unmistakable intensity. Hao Qiang instinctively touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be shirtless during the interview. After all, he was slightly bashful. The atmosphere had shifted completely once he left the pitch. The reporter's eyes seemed to convey a myriad of unspoken words. However, The questions posed to him dampened his spirits. What do you think of Hazard's performance? Hao Qiang inwardly cursed. That sly fox. Has he truly laid a trap for me? Though he harbored a desire to critique Hazard from head to toe, his spoken words nonetheless conveyed support and understanding for the player, instantly broadening his perspective. Chapter 33. Always protect yourself. Lille celebrates their third consecutive victory in League One. Rudy Garcia was unable to contain his joy. In the locker room, Hao Qiang gained the recognition of more teammates, and everyone was sharing laughter after the match. Rami even approached Hao Qiang for a friendly muscle competition. Rami, being a robust center back, had the physical advantage, yet Hao Qiang possessed an indomitable spirit. They engaged in an arm wrestling contest right there, with teammates placing bets of €1,000 each. Four players stood behind Hao Qiang: Aubameyang, Gervinho, Carve, and Beaumont. The majority rallied behind Rami, while a few, including the listless Hazard who returned to the locker room looking deflated, refrained from participating. Hao Qiang and Rami sat across from each other at a table, and Carve encouraged Hao Qiang with a pat on the shoulder. Although the support for Hao Qiang was scant, a victory would yield substantial rewards for them. In other words, with Hao Qiang being the underdog, the odds were certainly in their favor. Hao Qiang jested with Rami, suggesting, "How about you let me win, and I'll share half the winnings?" Rami laughed heartily, exuding confidence, determined to triumph. The two clasped hands, and upon finding their rhythm, they exerted their strength simultaneously. Initially, Hao Qiang held back, resisting Rami's force. Realizing Rami's fade of strength, he grinned, his eyes sharp, and suddenly unleashed his power. Rami faltered immediately. With a decisive move, Hao Qiang pinned Rami's hand to the table. A collective gasp erupted from those supporting Rami. Carve rushed to collect the bets. Hao Qiang, observing Rami's incredulous expression, playfully patted his shoulder and laughed. "You truly did let me win." Rami paused, realizing Hao Qiang was offering him a graceful exit. Apart from his dedication to football, Hao Qiang was quite easygoing regarding other matters and would not wish to embarrass anyone. Rami chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Hazard sat before his locker, looking even more disheartened by the unfolding scene. In high spirits, Hao Qiang took a shower and returned to the hotel. As he entered the lobby, the manager intercepted him, saying, "Sir, someone is looking for you." Before he could finish, a girl wearing a Lille jersey rushed towards Hao Qiang, gazing up at him with excitement. "Finally, I've met you. Hao Qiang, I declare that I am now your fan." The lobby manager appeared helpless, saying, "I apologize. I thought she was your friend. But it seems she is not. I will ask her to leave." Hao Qiang quickly stopped the manager. "What nonsense. She is my fan. If you send her away, it will appear as though I'm being pretentious." He asked the manager to step aside, turning his attention to the girl, who radiated youthful energy. He welcomed her with a smile. She seemed to be of a similar age, perhaps just a year younger. Standing just over 5 feet tall, she had a slender figure and was rather attractive. Hao Qiang smiled and said, "Welcome to my fan club." The girl looked surprised and asked, "Do you have a fan club?" Hao Qiang replied, "Of course. I have over 1 million fans in China." This was no exaggeration, as his social media following had indeed surpassed that mark. The girl's expression reflected a dawning realization. Hao Qiang continued, "What would you like? An autograph? A photo? Or I could gift you a jersey, but are you truly my fan?" At that moment, Hao Qiang caught a glimpse of the number on the back of her jersey through the reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window. At first glance, it appeared to be number 28. But upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably 26. Although it lacked a player's name, Hao Qiang was all too familiar with the number. The girl, upon being questioned, candidly admitted, "I originally came to cheer for Hazard, but he performed terribly, like an immature child. You, however, are tenacious and a true warrior. So I decided to support you instead." Hao Qiang felt invigorated. Hazard likely had no idea he had lost a fan to him. "Thank you for your support. So, would you prefer an autograph or a photo?" The girl shook her head, suddenly looking a bit troubled. "I came here to wait for you after the match, but I haven't had dinner yet, and I'm not familiar with this place. Would you mind taking me out to eat?" Hao Qiang was taken aback, then asked, "You're not a local from Lille?" "No," she replied. "Where are you from?" "Brussels." Hao Qiang sighed lightly, realizing she was a Belgian girl. This made sense, as Lille is less than 100 kilometers from Brussels, and the Belgian league pales in comparison to League One. The girl had come to support the Belgian football prodigy Hazard, but unexpectedly shifted her allegiance to Hao Qiang. "I'll take you to a restaurant," he assured her. Just then, the lobby manager approached Hao Qiang, advising him, "Sir, I recommend exercising caution. Be wary of being deceived." The girl rolled her eyes, clearly displeased with the manager's overreach. She shook her head, stating, I don't want to stay here any longer. Can you take me to another restaurant? While Hao Qiang remained vigilant, he felt no immediate danger. He smiled at the manager, acknowledging the well-intentioned warning. Upon exiting the hotel, Hao Qiang drove the girl to a high-end restaurant in Lille. Earning €3,000 a month, he had frequented several upscale dining establishments in the area. Seated in the elegant restaurant, although he could still eat well, he had already replenished much of his energy in the locker room. He encouraged the girl to place her order. At that moment, he belatedly asked, By the way, what is your name? I'm Anome Hapate, she replied. Hao Qiang. You seem quite lacking in caution to only think to ask my name now. Hao Qiang, listening to her accent, repeated her name twice before saying, From now on, I'll call you Glutinous Rice. I hadn't intended to ask your name, considering I have so many fans. It's impossible to remember everyone's name. However, since we are dining together, it's only right to know yours. Hapate glanced at the menu and remarked, Everything is so expensive, I'm hesitant to order. What if you leave me here after the meal? I don't want to end up as a server. Hao Qiang chuckled, Order whatever you like, don't worry. I don't sell my fans. After receiving repeated confirmation that she could order freely, she proceeded to order a variety of exquisitely presented dishes from the menu without hesitation. Despite being tall and robust, Hao Qiang maintained good dietary habits. 7 dishes on the table were actually not excessive, as these upscale restaurants typically serve smaller, refined portions. Unlike the 2-person servings back in China, Hao Qiang sampled each dish with a small taste. While Hapate was hungry, she ate with grace, thoughtfully commenting on each dish. She would encourage Hao Qiang to try the dishes she found delicious, and upon noticing his lack of response, she playfully fed him with her fork. Hao Qiang was taken aback. The gesture felt somewhat intimate, yet he quickly dismissed any reservations. The girl exuded a lively and bold demeanor, otherwise, she wouldn't have waited for him at the hotel. Hao Qiang politely declined her offer, ultimately leading to a bit of waste. Once Hapate had her fill, she commented, Had I known you wouldn't eat, I wouldn't have ordered so much. Hao Qiang chose to ignore her remark. After settling the bill and leaving a tip, he asked her, Do you really not need an autograph or a photo? Hapate shook her head, saying, I now have a new question. Hao Qiang inquired, What is it? Hapate expressed her distress, imploring, Could you lend me €50? I can't return home. I wish to stay at a decent hotel for a night. But I lack sufficient funds. Hao Qiang glanced at the time on his phone. Indeed, there were no more buses or trains from Lille to Brussels at this hour. On match days, he usually felt exhilarated, especially after a victory. He would find it hard to sleep for a while upon returning to the hotel. So he replied, I will take you back to Brussels. A girl should not spend the night alone outside, especially when abroad. Hapate appeared astonished, asking, Are you really willing to drive me home? Hao Qiang smiled and nodded. You won't drive me to some secluded spot and do anything to me, will you? Hao Qiang sighed and pulled approximately €400 from his wallet, placing them on the table. I will call a cab for you. This money is enough for you to get home. Hapate quickly stood up, taking the money and placing it in Hao Qiang's hand. I'm sorry. I was just joking earlier. Please don't take it seriously. Keep the money and just take me home. Thank you. Hao Qiang regarded it as a mere excursion. He drove his BMW with Hapate towards Brussels. Once on the highway, he found himself astonished. Had he truly impulsively driven from France to Belgium? Perhaps it was just the excitement from the win. During the drive, Hapate engaged in conversation with Hao Qiang. However, as a fan, she proved to be rather inept, persistently inquiring about his career history. Frustrated, Hao Qiang contemplated abandoning this fan in the wilderness. Hapate, however, was taken aback by how young Hao Qiang was. Having already traversed various corners of European football, Madrid, Munich, Monaco, Paris, Trophy, and now Lille. As they chatted, it felt as though he was reminiscing about his own past. The journey had certainly encompassed some bittersweet moments, yet having endured them, he found himself able to look past them. One could only say that the places he had visited previously did not leave behind particularly memorable experiences. But things were different now. He was confident in creating his own brilliance in Lille. As Hao Qiang drove into Brussels, he had to rouse Hapate, who had just fallen asleep in the passenger seat. Glutinous rice, we arrived at your home. He needed her directions, for otherwise, he would merely wander aimlessly in Brussels. Hapate, groggy at first, quickly became alert and guided him. Soon, his car halted in front of a row house. Hao Qiang examined the house. Although it was a townhouse, it was not particularly large. It suggested that her family's circumstances were decent, though not exceptionally affluent. He smiled and bid farewell to Hapate. Just as she was about to close the car door after exiting, she suddenly opened it again and leaned forward, kneeling in the passenger's seat, and, to Hao Qiang's astonishment, kissed him on the lips. Before he could fully comprehend the sensation, she blushed and retreated. Hao Qiang, I'm leaving now. Please drive safely on your way back, or perhaps you could stay at my place for the night. You could park elsewhere and come in through my back door. Hao Qiang snapped back to reality, bemused. Why would I sneak into your house like a thief? I can simply return to my hotel. Goodbye. Hapate watched as his car vanished down the street before she turned and walked home. Meanwhile, Hao Qiang, on his way back, realized he felt as though he had lost something significant. Have I just lost my first kiss? He pondered. Europe is so chaotic and dangerous. A young man must always protect himself. How bizarre it was that his first kiss had vanished so inexplicably. Chapter 34. Such a strong reason. A fervent wave of admiration for Hao Qiang has swept across major Chinese football forums and social media platforms. After scoring pivotal goals in 3 consecutive League One matches to lead his team to victory, Hao Qiang has emerged as a beacon of hope for Chinese football. Indeed, Hao Qiang is remarkable. Throughout the annals of Chinese football history, few can match his stature as a classic center forward. A classic center forward? Perhaps only those who have merely viewed highlight reels would utter such claims. Anyone who has witnessed even a single match featuring Hao Qiang would surely recognize that he is, in fact, a versatile forward. Versatile forward? A closer examination of several of Hao Qiang's matches would reveal his proficiency from midfield to the front line. Let there be no contention. I shall refer to him as the Emperor Hao. Leal's Hazard is said to be a prodigious talent, and his skills are undeniably exceptional. Yet it is our Emperor Hao who is instrumental in securing victories. The fervor surrounding Hao Qiang remains unabated. Major Chinese sports media outlets and football-related platforms are eager to obtain first-hand information about him. Currently, they are merely relaying reports from France and offering commentary on the matches. New media football platforms have begun to live-stream League One matches, inviting prominent figures as guests to watch Hao Qiang play, ensuring high viewership. Furthermore, they plan to dispatch teams to Lille, France, to gather information about Hao Qiang through press conferences, post-match interviews, and exclusive invitations. Simply rehashing French media reports and subjective commentary will not sufficiently ignite fan interest. To capture user engagement, they must establish unique channels for exclusive news. From local stations to national broadcasters, from newspapers to magazines, and from portals to new media companies, numerous outlets have dispatched frontline teams to Lille, France, to closely follow and report on Hao Qiang's performances. Even in executing such a standard operation as sending teams, these media outlets feel compelled to issue press releases to garner attention and captivate fans. Lo and behold, Lu Yuxi has been dispatched to France. Lu Chong has joined her. Zhu Shirwei has also been sent to cover the Emperor Hao. My dear Chao Qingqing has gone too. And Tang Yidong. How could Li Yingying leave as well? Though Chinese football may falter, it is not devoid of beautiful journalists and hosts. Naturally, many can capture the hearts of fans, with numerous being hailed as goddesses. With the emergence of Hao Qiang, Chinese football media has sent teams to the front lines, specifically assigning their star reporters to cover the event. The age-old adage of beauty accompanying heroism rings true. These enchanting women have undoubtedly taken notice of Hao Qiang, and when reporting on his League One performances on social media, they spare no effort. At this juncture, the opportunity to travel to Lille, France, is one they eagerly embrace. It is evident to all that as long as Hao Qiang maintains his performance, even if he merely secures his footing in League One, he is destined to become the foremost football star in contemporary China. The pairing of stars with journalists or hosts is a common choice among domestic players, particularly those from local teams, where it is not uncommon for a star to marry a beautiful reporter or host from a local station. As the goddesses in fans' hearts journey to France, many among them harbor a resolve to share in Hao Qiang's struggles abroad. Previously, there have been Chinese players who ventured to France, such as Li Jinyu, whose life there was remarkably monotonous and arduous, even requiring him to cook for himself. These goddesses naively assume that Hao Qiang is enduring similarly sorrowful and tearful days in France. If they could share in his hardships, would it not naturally forge an unbreakable bond? When Hao Qiang eventually achieves success and returns home in glory, they would be the silent supporters behind him. As the goddesses of Chinese football flock to Lille, the domestic male fans wail in despair. If only I were Hao Qiang. Such a fortunate fate. Although the Emperor Hao possesses a strong physique, one must wonder if he can withstand it all. Alas, whether this is a boon or a bane remains uncertain. The domestic media continues its frivolous antics. Let's not even discuss whether they are pushing the goddesses into a fire pit. But are they not complicating matters for the Emperor Hao? Shouldn't he focus on playing? Indeed, if the Emperor Hao were to falter, they would share in the responsibility. With no thoughts of women, he can play with divine focus. Even Hao Qiang, upon seeing these reports, managed to carve out some time amidst her busy schedule to peruse the profiles of these beautiful journalists and hosts. Subsequently, she sent Hao Qiang an essay, meticulously analyzing each girl's appearance, education, and past experiences. Who possesses the fortune-bringing visage? Who boasts a favorable physique for childbearing? Who excels in both character and academics? Who has the advantage of youth? Upon reading this unnamed yet comprehensive guide to potential partners, Hao Qiang felt overwhelmed. His mother is truly overzealous. She takes hearsay as gospel. On Tuesday afternoon, after training, Hao Qiang unexpectedly spotted Hapit sitting in the hotel lobby awaiting his arrival. This time, the lobby manager refrained from asking her to leave, likely considering their recent friendly exchange. What could this mean? Has she run away from home? Hapit approached Hao Qiang with a radiant smile, gazing up at him as she twirled in place. Do you think I look beautiful today? I dressed up after school. Hao Qiang chuckled. You look lovely indeed. But surely you did not travel an hour by train just for a compliment? Hapit took his hand with a sense of entitlement, stating, I am here to treat you to dinner. You helped me last time, so today it is my turn. Hao Qiang agreed with a smile. All right, let's go. Hapit held on to his hand without letting go, leading him to the restaurant while raising an eyebrow in a show of defiance at the lobby manager. This time, the manager did not attempt to caution Hao Qiang. Upon reaching the restaurant, they ordered dinner. Hapit cheerfully inquired about Hao Qiang's day, and he shared his daily tasks at the training base. Suddenly, Hapit exclaimed, the day after tomorrow, I will be going to the Czech Republic to cheer for you. Hao Qiang chuckled wryly. I'm sorry, but I want to be going to the Czech Republic. Huh? ISNT Lille playing in the Czech Republic? Why aren't you going? The coach won't let me. Is he foolish? You're performing so well. Why wouldn't he use you? He'll have me play in the league on the weekend. I'm not needed for the Europa League match the day after tomorrow. Hapit's eyes widened in realization, and she laughed. Then I won't go to the Czech Republic either. If you're not playing, I won't watch Lille's match. I'll come to find you instead. Don't you have school? I'll come after school. Hao Qiang brushed it off. After they finished dinner, he paid the bill. Hapit, a step behind, protested. Didn't we agree that I would treat you? Hao Qiang casually replied. In China, men care about face. If a woman pays, it either means the man lacks capability or is living off her. I've always been traditional, and now I possess the means. How could I let you pay? Hapit scoffed. Then you're quite the male chauvinist. Hao Qiang remained unfazed. In truth, this is the case in most parts of the world. When you grow a bit older, you'll come to understand he left it at that, feeling it unnecessary to discuss the dynamics of adult relationships with her. Even in Western countries, it is considered entirely natural for men to cover the bill. Perhaps her education at this age has idealized the concept of women being wholly independent. When she enters society, her perspective will surely evolve. After dinner, Hapit requested that Hao Qiang show her around Lille. He did not decline, and they strolled through a nearby park. As evening approached, Hao Qiang drove her to the train station. Upon arriving at the platform to send her off, Hapit suddenly gestured for him to lean down. Hao Qiang initially believed she wished to share a secret, but to his surprise, as he bent down, before he could even turn his face, she had wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. This encounter lingered longer than the last. Caught off guard yet thoroughly enjoying the moment, Hao Qiang smiled and inquired, Why did you kiss me? To his astonishment, Hapit replied with unwavering confidence, Because I like you. If I didn't, why would I be your fan? In that instant, Hao Qiang found himself utterly speechless. What a compelling reason. As Hapit boarded the train, she waved goodbye from the window and blew him a playful kiss. Hao Qiang couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and bewilderment. The next day, Lille was set to travel to the Czech Republic, preparing to face Slavia Prague in an away match. Hao Qiang did not make the squad list. He returned to the hotel early that afternoon, seeking to conserve his energy for the weekend's game, yet he remained committed to his training. After a workout at the hotel pool, the lobby manager called to inform him, Your friend has arrived again. Chapter 35, Trouble Ahead? In the second round of the UEFA Europa League group stage, Lille faced Slavia Prague as guests. Notable players such as Hazard, Hao Qiang, and Carve were absent from the roster, remaining in their homeland to recuperate. Vitek and Melo hoped to elevate their form and showcase their abilities through an easy win. Despite conceding an early goal, Lille surged back to score 5 goals. Although they held back some strength, the match resembled a father effortlessly disciplining his son. However, by the end of the game, both Vitek and Melo found themselves feeling somewhat embarrassed. Vitek played for 60 minutes, while Melo contributed for 30 minutes. Yet neither of them managed to score. Gervinho shone with a brace, and other young players also made significant contributions, while they joyfully boarded the return flight. Melo and Vitek appeared disheartened, their confidence seemingly dwindling. Anyone observing them could easily discern their sentiments. Why was scoring so elusive? For 3 consecutive days, Hao Qiang strolled around Lille with glutinous rice, perhaps enjoying the company, as even dinner tasted more delightful. When it was time to see her off at the train station, Hao Qiang had grown accustomed to kissing glutinous rice goodbye, his kissing skills markedly improving. However, the newly arrived Chinese media entourage was abruptly informed from home to refrain from contacting Hao Qiang. They were taken aback. Having traveled to France for work, they were now barred from fulfilling their duties? Suddenly, shocking developments arose in Chinese football, with multiple club officials being taken away by police. Media outlets with insider information sensed an impending earthquake within the Chinese football scene. The Ministry of Public Security intervened, launching a crackdown on match fixing and corruption in Chinese football. Those implicated ranged from players to club management, referees to the heads of the Football Association. Was Hao Qiang involved? It appeared that he indeed was. Officials from the Football Association, who were taken in for questioning, had implicated Hao Qiang, seemingly using him as a scapegoat. Showcasing his financial contributions to the youth national team as a commonplace practice within the hidden rules of domestic football. Before the weekend, Hao Guofu was summoned for questioning. Although He Yuqing was in disarray, he did not inform Hao Qiang that his father had been taken in. Lu Hong, a childhood friend of Hao Qiang, worked at the police station and, through connections, managed to gather some information about the case. Ultimately, he reassured He Yuqing, Uncle Hao is fine, as long as he knows how to speak. Hao Guofu was released within 24 hours. The domestic football media exploded. How could Hao Qiang's father be implicated? This is the reality of Chinese football, so deeply entrenched in corruption that even a spot on the youth national team must be purchased. It was no wonder that Hao Qiang left the country early. Had he remained, his family might have faced financial ruin just to allow him to play. Why spend money in such a corrupt system when he could receive superior training abroad? The environment is different. Domestically, it feels like throwing money to the dogs, whereas abroad, one at least has the chance to shape their own fate. Now, it remained uncertain whether Hao Qiang would face any repercussions. Upon returning home, Hao Guofu noticed a throng of reporters waiting outside the community. Neighbors were beginning to gossip. The Hao family had seen their fair share of drama over the years. Ups and downs, glory and despair, yet still managed to capture media attention, living a truly spectacular life. Hao Guofu and He Yuqing intended to head to work, but seeing the crowd of reporters outside, he realized he needed to say something to disperse them, otherwise, they would never have peace. Approaching the garage, he found He Yuqing standing by their Porsche Cayenne, and he said, "Let us take your car out." Just days prior, he had purchased a more modest vehicle for his wife, a Volkswagen CC, which was less ostentatious than the Cayenne. He Yuqing instantly understood Hao Guofu's intent. In times of heightened scrutiny, it was unwise to draw attention. As they drove the CC out of the community, they voluntarily stopped. Stepping out of the car, they stood closely together, facing the reporters who eagerly thrust microphones towards them. They inquired about the extent of Hao Guofu's involvement in the case. He felt an urge to strike the reporters, but restrained himself. How deep was his involvement? It felt as if he were being treated like a principal suspect. With a furrowed brow and a look of despair, he confessed, "I admit I spent money for Hao Qiang, but I had no choice." The youth training coach said he needed to pay to play. Hao Qiang has always been exceptional among his peers, yet to compete for the youth national team. They asked me for money. If I didn't pay, he wouldn't be selected. As a father, I couldn't bear to see Hao Qiang miss out on opportunities. He needs games, experience, and growth, so I had no choice but to pay them. Sighing, he continued, "We are just ordinary citizens. We don't want to cause trouble. Everything is for our child. As long as Hao Qiang achieves success, we don't want to dwell on the past. We are fully cooperating with the investigation." But I reiterate, Hao Qiang was unaware of all this at the time. He only learned of it after going abroad. I hope this case does not affect him. If it does hinder his development abroad, I I would feel guilty for a lifetime. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. His emotions were stirred, reflecting on the tumultuous journey they had endured through the years. Now that Hao Qiang was thriving, he felt immense pride as a father, yet also feared any negative repercussions that might impact his son. Once aired, Hao Guofu's interview sparked widespread discussion. He epitomized the typical Chinese parent, investing unconditionally for their child's success. This was precisely what Lu Hong meant when he said that as long as Hao Guofu spoke up, he would be safe. It wasn't that he willingly offered bribes. He was being extorted. Hao Guofu wasn't naive. He understood the reality of the situation. No matter how wealthy he had been, he had never foolishly squandered his hard-earned wealth. He simply reassured himself that spending money meant ensuring that Hao Qiang was well taken care of. Support for Hao Qiang on social media only grew stronger. Even a typical father like Hao Guofu received considerable backing. In the 8th round of League One, Lille faced Boulogne as visitors. The opponent was relatively weak, and Hao Qiang was eager to make his mark. However, the away match proved to be challenging. Hazard, having conserved his energy, sought to dominate single-handedly. Boulogne implemented extreme counter-defensive tactics against Lille, maintaining a high level of vigilance towards Hao Qiang. No one dared to underestimate Lille's top scorer. Today, Hao Qiang had learned to be shrewd. He remained active but refrained from recklessly deploying his card, fearful of not touching the ball after taking performance-enhancing substances, rendering him ineffective. Before halftime, Boulogne struck first with a quick counterattack, leading Lille 1-0 at home. Lille's players grew anxious. Were they replaying last week's script? Yet it was different this time. They failed to equalize before halftime. Rudy Garcia was equally exasperated. It was evident that Hazard was becoming increasingly reckless, focused solely on individual glory, treating his teammates as mere props. Oh, my dear prince. Even if you consider yourself the next Messi or Ronaldo, surely it's time to rein in your excesses? Rudy Garcia's patience was wearing thin. The core issue remained. With Van Damme supporting Hazard, no one in the Lille locker room dared to confront him. Hao Qiang felt utterly helpless. He was under close scrutiny, while Hazard sought to tackle challenges alone, seemingly determined to crash against the wall without turning back. During halftime, Rudy Garcia's adjustments felt futile, reduced to mere verbal encouragement for improved teamwork. If the core player Hazard remains indifferent, the rest of the team is rendered ineffective. The challenge of the match is already formidable, and with a lackluster core, it leaves many feeling disheartened. It's not that they lack effort. Rather, the individual responsible for converting their hard work into results has narrowed the path and is unwilling to heed advice. Emerging from the locker room, Hao Qiang felt compelled to take action. He needed to broaden the scope. He approached Hazard proactively. Upon noticing Hao Qiang's approach, Hazard stepped back with a stern expression. Nonetheless, Hao Qiang persisted in closing the distance. Hazard frowned. What do you want? Hao Qiang inwardly cursed the man's lineage for his arrogance. How can you be so haughty? Skillful as you may be, your performance leaves much to be desired. If Hao Qiang had not been treated similarly to his other teammates and was not singled out, he might have resorted to using his fists to impart some sense. I understand your desire to score, but if you believe you can single-handedly navigate the ball into the opponent's net, offer me your assurance. If you can guarantee this, I shall retreat to play in midfield or defense in the second half, helping the team maintain a solid defense to prevent further goals. I will merely watch as you score, at least securing a draw for us. If you can net 2 goals, even better, we could emerge victorious and return to Lille in high spirits. Hazard hesitated, torn between words, ultimately choosing silence and maintaining his icy demeanor. Who among us can confidently guarantee victory in a one-on-many duel? No matter how self-assured he may be, he would not dare to make such a boast. Should he fail, he would be left with no choice but to submit to the ridicule of Hao Qiang and his teammates after the match. Chapter 36. The Moment of Truth. Watch How Long. Hazard fell into silence, not out of disregard but rather from pride. Hao Qiang noticed that this prodigy could still comprehend human speech. However, he was too proud to engage in friendly communication. Hao Qiang persevered in his efforts. You want to score? I will assist you. In the second half, I will create opportunities for you. Just focus on your positioning. How does that sound? If I fail to pass to you, or if my pass is poor, the responsibility lies with me. Although we may be young, we both understand how to play the game efficiently, right? I will support you, and you lead us to victory. I can afford to miss out on a goal bonus. It does not concern me. Did Hao Qiang genuinely not care? Of course he did. Yet, if Hazard remained obstinate, unless he was substituted, Hao Qiang would merely be a spectator in the forward line. Opportunities for rebounds like the last match were not something one could encounter every day. Such uncertainty was disconcerting. Upon hearing this, Hazard displayed a look of doubt. Hao Qiang would assist him? This stirred something within him. Nevertheless, his pride held him back, and he could only nod in response. He was acutely aware of how much he had struggled since the new season began. Last season, he had burst onto the scene, catching most League One teams off guard or leading them to underestimate him. This season, however, defenses had tightened their grip, leaving him with little room to maneuver. Perhaps once his skills improved further, the situation would become much more favorable. But if he continued to play the way he had been, Lille would pay a hefty price in terms of match results for his growth. Hao Qiang had heard a saying in Madrid: the success of a genius drains the lifeblood of countless others. Looking at Hazard now, wasn't this precisely the case? Everyone was accompanying the prince in his studies, but how much time and youth had been wasted while waiting for him to soar? As both teams returned to the pitch, they resumed battle. Boulogne, lacking ambition as a smaller club, was content with a 1-0 lead against Lille at home. They sought not to inflict further wounds, but were satisfied with a victory. The second half commenced. Lille played steadily, and as Hazard received the ball on the left flank, Shenfeng made an active run to offer support. The two began to engage in simple passing and movement. Hazard was able to evade a defender through clever positioning, cutting inside with a noticeably higher success rate. He observed Hao Qiang diligently supporting him, fulfilling his promise, and thus temporarily set aside his opinions about him. It seemed the dynamics of Lille's forward line were beginning to reshape. Hao Qiang discreetly took a performance-enhancing substance. Now in October, although he had scored in the previous match and achieved victory, only one system task had been completed, leaving him without sufficient points for a tenfold draw. All he had were ordinary cards. If he possessed a card that ignited flames, he would have no desire to engage in idle chatter with Hazard. Now, willingly assisting Hazard was largely due to his own desire to make an impact. If he were to take on the Boulogne defense alone, he would hardly have confidence in his abilities. With the system at his disposal, Hao Qiang remained rational. As a center forward, he could not focus solely on the goal. If he did not actively coordinate with his teammates, wouldn't he be limiting his own options? Observing Hao Qiang and Hazard striking a number of positive combinations, his teammates were instantly enlightened. They noticed that before the second half began, Hao Qiang had a private discussion with Hazard. It appeared to have had some effect. Alas, it was a tough task for Lille's leading scorer. Not only did he need to score on the pitch, but he also had to engage in motivational talks with Lille's super talent. Hazard's form began to improve, yet he remained engaged in short-distance combinations with Hao Qiang. The utilization of space ahead was insufficient. In the 58th minute, after his shot from a tight angle on the left side of the penalty area was blocked by the goalkeeper, Hao Qiang gestured for Hazard to make a run into the box. Hazard, while not angered, expressed skepticism. Could they successfully connect if the distance was too far apart? Following two attacking phases, Hao Qiang's over-the-top passes were somewhat demanding, and a subsequent ground pass was intercepted. Hao Qiang signaled to Hazard again. "This one is mine." Hazard furrowed his brow, not out of dissatisfaction, but rather concerned that their fears might materialize. As the distance increased, their connection appeared fraught with challenges. In the 65th minute, the effect of Hao Qiang's first card began to wane. He received a pass from Carve with his back to the goal in the central forward position. Hazard quickly made an inward run. However, Hao Qiang pulled the ball and turned toward the right flank. The defender marking him was caught off guard. Wait. He always mindlessly turning or passing to the left. How had things changed? As Hao Qiang turned with the ball, Hazard continued his forward run. The defender, determined, approached Hao Qiang for an interception. Hao Qiang deftly retained possession, timing his pass perfectly to send a through ball. Hazard successfully timed his run to evade the offside trap. He smoothly carried the ball into the penalty area, evading the approaching center back, and unleashed a powerful shot into the top right corner of the goal. The Lille fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Hazard was nearly in tears. It had arrived. It had finally arrived. His first goal of the League One season. Hao Qiang exhaled in relief, finally leveling the score. Rudy Garcia applauded, his admiration for Hao Qiang growing. Hao Qiang had fulfilled the role of a center forward effectively, and his playmaking ability brought him immense joy. Hazard rushed to celebrate with a slide, but when he stood up, he did not see Hao Qiang there to congratulate him. Hao Qiang had already returned to the halfway line. It was merely an equalizer. What was there to celebrate? Upon Hazard's return, he extended his hand, and they exchanged a casual high five. Boulogne's defense was left in disarray. Hao Qiang's physicality was indeed formidable. If he charged forward, it might be manageable, but as a pivot, he rendered them helpless. The defense was confident in marking him, but struggled to contain his playmaking. Yet the current situation compelled them to devote their utmost efforts to block both Hao Qiang and Hazard. Boulogne resumed play, and Lille continued to apply pressure. The adjusted defense from Boulogne began to surround Hao Qiang and Hazard. Hazard could still stretch to the flanks, but for Hao Qiang to make a connection, he would have to withdraw significantly, which seemed unnecessary. Thus, whether Hazard pulled wide to assess the situation, it remained difficult to establish a connection with Hao Qiang. At this moment, Hao Qiang occupied the majority of the opponent's defensive force, and Hazard was drawing ire. The other Lille players found themselves with ample space to operate. Cabaye and Balmont took turns advancing towards the edge of the penalty area to orchestrate attacks, while Gervinho began to stir trouble on the right flank. However, Gervinho's shooting quality today was utterly dismal. Within 10 minutes, he squandered 3 promising opportunities, failing to even direct a single shot on target. Rudy Garcia's patience wore thin. One could argue that Lille had created excellent chances for others through the interplay between Hao Qiang and Hazard. Yet, they failed to capitalize on any of these opportunities. Hao Qiang consumed his second card. He had noticed that Boulogne's defense was beginning to flounder, while Gervinho posed no substantial threat with his shots. Boulogne's defense could not afford to overlook the situation. As Hao Qiang began to connect with Hazard again, the threat of Lille's left flank surged. In the 81st minute, Hao Qiang delivered an over-the-top through ball from outside the penalty area. Perhaps due to their growing synergy, this time, Hazard successfully timed his inward run to evade the offside trap. However, upon receiving the ball with his chest and facing the approaching goalkeeper, he attempted to bypass the keeper with a sudden acceleration and successful cut, only to have the ball intercepted by a Boulogne center-back before he could shoot into the empty net. The Lille fans were left in dismay. Azar, retreating, gave a thumbs-up to Hao Qiang. As the match reached the 86th minute, Hao Qiang received the ball with his back to the goal in the center, just outside the penalty area. Azar's dynamic movement forced the Bologna defense to shift their focus prematurely. While running, Azar keenly observed Hao Qiang, contemplating how he might deliver the ball. However, this time, he was surprised to see Hao Qiang skillfully pivot and veer toward the right flank, sending a diagonal pass toward Gervinho. With a serious demeanor, Hao Qiang surged into the penalty area, not even casting a glance at Azar. Was he merely setting the stage for Azar? If Azar believed that, it would signify his naivety. After Azar had drawn the attention of the Bologna defense, it was only natural for Hao Qiang to seize the opportunity for himself. Yet, a direct assault does not guarantee success. As Azar occupied the Bologna defense, Hao Qiang began to coordinate with Gervinho. The right flank still offered ample space for effective play, allowing for a series of deft touches that created an advantageous attacking depth before he swiftly delivered a cross. Hao Qiang, making a timely run, positioned himself expertly, using his body to fend off the hurried central defender, striking the ball with precision toward the near post. The Bologna goalkeeper, caught off guard, was slow to react, and the ball rolled into the net, brushing against the lower right corner. The Lille fans erupted in thunderous cheers. In this moment of desperation, all eyes were on the Emperor Hao. Chapter 37. I want a pair of 6, but must have a pair of 1. Hao Qiang. Once again, the remarkable and audacious Hao Qiang scores a crucial goal. Toulouse, Socox, Reims, Nice, Boulogne. Hao Qiang repeatedly performs miraculous last-minute strikes, leading his team to comebacks and victories. Lille is indeed fortunate. This Chinese forward, acquired on a free transfer, has become the greatest revelation of the season. He has swiftly resolved the long-standing striker dilemma that plagued Lille. They have now turned the tide in the away match, leading Boulogne 2-1. Hao Qiang joyfully rushes to the sidelines to celebrate. Azar follows suit, yet he senses something amiss, though he cannot quite pinpoint it. If it weren't for his own goal today, his composure might have wavered. At least he has opened his account and chooses not to dwell on Hao Qiang's earlier disregard for him. After all, the most crucial rule in football is to score goals. Rudy Garcia nods in approval, recognizing Hao Qiang's tireless efforts as he reaps the rewards. Truly, a prize player. Rudy Garcia, at this moment, no longer even glances at the substitutes Melo and Wittek, who are utterly dejected and can only seek solace in one another. Rudy Garcia silently resolves to bring one less striker in the future, allowing space for players in other positions. In late August, Hao Qiang made his League One debut, coming off the bench to turn the tide. In September, he scored in all 3 matches, leading Lille to a trio of victories. effectively lifting the team from a disastrous start. Now that October has arrived, Rudy Garcia can make a decisive choice. Hao Qiang is undoubtedly the first-choice striker. Lille's fans have grown increasingly fond of Hao Qiang. Although he is not a product of Lille's youth academy, he arrived at just 19 years of age, and fans naturally hope he will serve Lille for many years to come, contributing to the club's success. Lille substitutes to bolster their defense. Hao Qiang slightly withdraws, allowing the stage for Azar to showcase his skills. He aims to see if he can complete the task of covering the most distance on the pitch. Alone, faced with Lille's tight defense, struggles to gain any advantage and finds it exceedingly difficult to level the score. In the dying moments, Azar mishandles a clear chance to double his tally. Even if Hao Qiang were in the attacking position, he understands that Azar would not pass him the ball. Thus, he remains unfazed. The match concludes, and Lille's players rejoice, securing their fourth consecutive victory. With Azar having scored, he engages in jovial conversations with teammates in the locker room. Hao Qiang, witnessing this, mutters a remark about childishness. After showering and changing, he casually grabs a snack to replenish his energy, though he does not overindulge. He wonders if Nuomi might be waiting for him in Lille. Yet he shakes his head, realizing he could be overthinking it. He has no idea when he will return to Lille. With his bag slung over his shoulder, he and his teammates gradually exit the locker room. On their way to the parking lot, a throng of reporters fills the mixed zone, but Hao Qiang pays them no mind. Today, Azar is the star, attracting a multitude of French and Belgian reporters eager to interview him. However, at this moment, Hao Qiang hears several melodious voices calling out in Chinese. It seems they are calling his name. Hao Qiang, Hao Qiang. Turning towards the sound, he is instantly captivated. Oh my! He sees an array of Asian faces, their Mandarin pronunciation impeccable and clear. This group of young ladies must be genuine natives of China. Reflecting on the essay Hao Qiang had previously sent him, he suddenly realizes, has the goddess squad of Chinese football arrived? Hao Qiang immediately strides towards them, admiring the slender figures and striking features of the young women, some with chic short hair, others with flowing locks that exude charm. It is a delightful sight. Hao Qiang's spirits lift. Lu Yuxi, Lu Chong, Zhu Shirwei, Chao Qingqing, Tang Yitong, and Li Yingying, although from different organizations, had coordinated upon arriving in France. Previously, they shared a photo of their dinner gathering in Lille on social media, posing with peace signs and smiles that had stirred envy among Chinese fans. This had inevitably placed a considerable amount of pressure on Hao Qiang. Male fans expressed great resentment towards him. You went abroad and took away our 6 flower goddesses. Can you handle it? As 6 microphones extend towards him, Hao Qiang senses the admiration in the eyes of the goddess squad. In a buoyant mood, he shares his feelings about the match, spreading a wave of positive energy in the football realm. The 6 women gaze at Hao Qiang, their hearts racing with excitement. At last, they meet the main character. While watching him on television had been somewhat distant, observing him up close reveals his impressive stature. He is indeed tall and robust for his age. After all, during matches, he often contends with defenders, who are typically tall, making him appear only equal to them. Yet in reality, he towers over these 6 women, complemented by his powerful physique, refined features, and spirited short hair. Clad in a national brand leisure outfit showcasing Chinese aesthetics, he is completely at ease during the interview, exuding both height and charisma, easily endearing himself to others. Hao Qiang discusses the match, but there is little to elaborate on. He has contributed a goal and an assist. He cannot excessively boast about his performance. Suddenly, Li Yingying brings up a contentious issue from the domestic football scene. Inquiring about his perspective, the other 5 women exchange glances, clearly surprised by her boldness. They had collectively agreed to avoid this topic, not wanting to burden Hao Qiang. However, Li Yingying has her own intentions. She is not seeking to put him in a difficult position, especially since she has seen Guo Guofu's interview from back home. Hao Qiang cannot feign ignorance and should express a clear stance. The other 5 women quickly realize the validity of this approach. Hao Qiang exhales softly. My family is just an ordinary household. I feel a deep sense of guilt knowing they have spent money on my behalf, as that is their hard-earned money. Now that order is being restored and chaos addressed, it is a positive development. Li Yingying immediately reassures him. Hao Qiang nods repeatedly. The 5 women widen their eyes in astonishment. Are we, one step behind, always trailing? Finally, Hao Qiang adds, if you have contacts back home, could you help me inquire if that money can be recovered? If it can, I'll take you all out for a meal as a thank you. The 6 women are left in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Not to mention the meat already in the belly of the wolf. Can it even be regurgitated? Even if there is any left, it is surely destined to be confiscated. As Hao Qiang prepares to leave, Li Yingying speaks up. Hao Qiang, I have a rather bold request. Hao Qiang looks at the young lady, whose gentle beauty radiates an air of intellect, and finds himself softening his tone. Yes, go ahead. I would like to invite you for an exclusive interview, if you have the time. Hao Qiang casually nods. No problem. The other 5 women exchange glances, their eyes darting between Li Yingying and Hao Qiang. They realize they have truly fallen behind. The eldest among them, Lu Qiang, takes charge and says to Hao Qiang, "This is rather unfair, isn't it?" Curious, Hao Qiang asks, "Do you all want interviews too?" The 5 women nod emphatically. Of course. I want one too. Absolutely. We cannot have favoritism. Hao Qiang is puzzled. Is it really necessary to complicate matters? Can't I just do one interview and you all share the content? Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, he reluctantly agrees. After all, he does have some free time. However, he doubts that the questions for each of the 6 will be particularly novel. Hao Qiang, goodbye. Good night. Rest well. Keep up the good work. Hao Qiang turned towards the parking lot, unexpectedly catching sight of Azar, who was gazing at him with a look of astonishment. Moments ago, he had been engaged in an interview, as had Azar, yet upon turning his head to glance at Hao Qiang, Azar could not tear his gaze away. Why was Hao Qiang surrounded by a group of 6 beautiful ladies? Did they not recognize this Belgian prodigy? Were they unaware of who the Prince of Lille was? As Azar scrutinized the middle-aged journalist from Belgium before him, a sense of discomfort welled up within him. Lille had just secured their 4th consecutive victory, climbing the ranks in the league and poised to join the upper echelons of the standings. The French media lauded the performances of Hao Qiang and Azar in the second half. According to L'Equipe, an explosive chemistry had emerged in Lille's attack. Both Azar and Hao Qiang contributed goals to the team's comeback, eliciting immense excitement among the fans. Hao Qiang devoted his days to rigorous training, extending his practice after afternoon sessions, and then fulfilling his promise to partake in an exclusive interview with the Goddess Group. He had anticipated a 1-on-6 engagement, but it seemed they had coordinated among themselves, providing him with a schedule that allotted 1 day for each of them, ensuring he faced a 1-on-1 interview every day. Chapter 38. The star player is abducted. As dusk descended, Hao Qiang drove to the neighborhood on the outskirts of Lille, following the address provided by Lu Yingying. The rent in the suburbs was affordable, and most of them resided near the eastern outskirts. Hao Qiang ascended the staircase of a typical apartment building, which offered slightly better conditions than his previous residence in Trophy. When Lu Yingying opened the door to greet him, he was taken aback by her transformed appearance. Lu Yingying, evidently having put effort into her grooming, looked dignified and elegant, exuding a remarkable aura. Hao Qiang entered her apartment with a faint smile. Lu Yingying poured him a glass of water while he surveyed the tidy yet modest apartment, harboring no particular thoughts about it. He settled onto a single sofa, and Lu Yingying, with a warm smile, inquired about his well-being and casually chatted about his life in Lille. Hao Qiang, not one to indulge in sentimentality, replied that everything was fine. Quite frankly, he did not believe Lu Yingying should concern herself with his living conditions. If he were residing in a 5-star hotel and still sought comfort from others, he would feel rather foolish. The interview commenced formally, transitioning into a question-and-answer format where Lu Yingying initiated topics, allowing Hao Qiang to express himself freely. It felt more like a retrospective of his life. However, an unsettling feeling brewed within him as Lu Yingying probed deeply into his experiences since being cast out by Real Madrid, detailing the hardships he endured across various countries. He sensed a glimmer of pity on her face, prompting him to introspect. Had he truly suffered so grievously? While it was accurate that he had not seen his family for an extended period, had he not prepared himself for this before venturing abroad? If he had not contemplated this beforehand, why lament after leaving his homeland? The absence of a social circle and the inconveniences of life abroad were also mentioned. After the interview concluded, he retorted, "Do you think I am a rather delicate person?" Lu Yingying paused, then shook her head. Puzzled, Hao Qiang inquired further, "Then why do I perceive sympathy woven into your questions?" He genuinely did not regard the past 3 years as particularly arduous. His peers, engrossed in their studies, expended immense effort, with little time for leisure beyond basic meals and sleep, all amidst fierce competition. He felt no need for sympathy for his decision to venture abroad. With a smile, Lu Yingying remarked, "Perhaps you view your experiences as mundane, yet to us, You stand as a role model for many Chinese players and should serve as an exemplar for the new generation. Hao Qiang gently shook his head, asserting, I merely strive to do my best. I do not wish to be adorned with accolades. Since this is an interview, I hope your reporting remains as authentic and objective as possible, avoiding the portrayal of me as a pitiful figure seeking sympathy, for that is rather off-putting. Lu Yingying's expression turned awkward. Indeed, they had intended to highlight the struggles he faced to emphasize his current success. Were they to convey to all the young football enthusiasts in China that, to become a star player, one could simply achieve success with ease? Although Lu Yingying needed to rethink her writing approach, she gained a new understanding of Hao Qiang. As mealtime approached, she invited him warmly, stay for a meal. I suspect it has been a while since you savored home-cooked dishes. My culinary skills are average, so please be forgiving. Hao Qiang, however, managed a rueful smile. I have matters to attend to. Thank you for your kindness. I shall treat you another day. Lu Yingying was taken aback, perhaps not anticipating that her efforts would go unreciprocated. Did she lack charm as an older sister? After Hao Qiang departed, Lu Yingying stood by the window, watching him drive away in his BMW, letting out a soft sigh. She couldn't help but wonder if one of the other 5 had arranged a private meeting with him. Upon returning to the hotel, Nuomi awaited him, her mouth occupied with a lollipop. As Hao Qiang entered, she withdrew the candy and offered it to him, saying, try it, it's fruit-flavored. Hao Qiang shook his head, replying, I'm not fond of sweets. Hapit did not press, instead producing several jerseys for him to sign. My classmates heard that I know you and hope to acquire your autograph. Are all Belgians fans of Lille? He asked. No, they are fans of Hazard. But I don't know him. I do. I can ask for you. No need. They are capable of asking themselves. If not, they can only cherish your jerseys. Hao Qiang felt a strange discomfort, as though he were merely an optional choice. If there were more fans like you, I believe I could conquer the world. After signing the jerseys, he watched as Hapa drew a heart on one and signed her name on the back. Such a child, he mused. This jersey is mine. The rest are for them. What do you wish to eat tonight? He inquired. Let us go to the movies first, and then we can decide what to eat afterward. All right then, let us go. Hao Qiang and Hapit exited the hotel together, finding their companionship refreshing and devoid of worries. Yet, facing the female football deities of Chinese football, he felt an entirely different sensation. Whether it was the essay sent by Hao Qiang or the journalist's identities looming over him, he was unsure. As FIFA matchdays arrived, Hao Qiang had no national team commitments, allowing him to remain in Lille for his training. On Tuesday evening, he returned to Lu Yuxi's apartment for another exclusive interview. Over the next few days, he would tackle their interviews one by one, feeling as though he were squandering time. After 6 interviews, he recounted similar tales, though his interviewers found them fresh and engaging, while he felt he was merely reiterating yesterday's narrative. Despite their enthusiastic invitations, he declined them all. Hapit visited him every day after school, traveling from Brussels to Lille to spend time with him, while he enjoyed solitary drives to admire the scenery. With Hapit by his side, they explored many famous landmarks in Lille together. Hao Qiang grew increasingly familiar with the city, while Hapit began drafting plans for excursions to other French cities with him. The bustling Grand Place in Lille was alive on Sunday. After training for 6 days, he relished his day of rest, maintaining a pleasant routine. Dressed in casual attire with Chinese flair and sporting sunglasses, he strolled with Hapit, who had brought him homemade cookies that morning. After a while, they grew weary and decided to rest beneath a sunshade, while Hapit went to procure some local delicacies, leaving Hao Qiang waiting with a bottle of mineral water. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yingying and her 5 companions were also out shopping nearby. Over the past few days, they had harbored suspicions about one another, each believing someone must have arranged a bold encounter with Hao Qiang. However, upon observing their social media platforms, none had posted pictures of themselves with him, leading them to lower their guard. When someone suggested a group outing, all eagerly responded. Their striking beauty attracted attention from several foreign admirers along the way, yet they remained vigilant and ignored their advances. At the Grand Place, they first captured photographs of the church and took group selfies. As they prepared to find a place for lunch, Chao Qingqing suddenly halted her companions, pointing towards a figure beneath a sunshade. Hey, is that Hao Qiang? The group squinted closely. The broad back and the casual, Chinese-styled attire could belong to no other. Instantly, their minds began to race with ideas, considering how they might either shoo away the person beside him or create a serendipitous encounter by splitting off from the group. As the plan had yet to be fully formulated in their minds, The 6 individuals were left astonished. Suddenly, a young girl approached, holding a takeout bag, and sat beside Hao Qiang. To their surprise, she began to feed him with a small fork. Hao Qiang had only tasted a bite from Hapate, subsequently encouraging her to eat on her own, as he held no interest in such snacks. He pondered whether to take Hapate to try Chinese cuisine for lunch, albeit apprehensive about her acceptance of it. "Do you want to eat Chinese food?" Hapate inquired, turning to Hao Qiang. "Chinese cuisine? Sure. But if it's not to your liking, you must make amends." Hao Qiang understood that her notion of making amends involved compensating with other delicacies. "Then let us go? All right, let me wipe my mouth, and I'd like a sip of your water." She took Hao Qiang's mineral water and drained the remaining 1/3. As they departed the square hand in hand, the 6 women were utterly dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, realizing their miscalculation. Disastrous. The top Chinese football star has been whisked away by a foreign girl. How can this be? Chapter 39. The fragile vessel of friendship. Having witnessed Hao Qiang and Hapate hand in hand as they approached a BMW by the roadside outside the Grand Square, the 6 women were engulfed by a myriad of emotions. They were acutely aware that this was Hao Qiang's vehicle. Zhu Shirwei chuckled bitterly, remarking that he seemed to be living a much more luxurious life than they had anticipated. Just a week prior, they had endeavored to cast a shadow of hardship over Hao Qiang's persona, yet it appeared he was reveling in a life of ease. That foreign girl doesn't seem to be of age, Lu Chang pondered thoughtfully. Chao Qingqing scoffed. "You do realize she is a foreigner, right? Can you really measure her by Chinese standards?" Lu Yushi sighed. "Perhaps he simply prefers the younger ones." Li Yingying interjected. "In such an open foreign culture, after spending so much time abroad, it's only natural for him to indulge. It merely indicates someone has beaten us to the punch." She left the rest unsaid. The 6 women were ostensibly there for work, yet an underlying competitive tension existed among them. In essence, whoever could monopolize Hao Qiang's private time would have the advantage of first-hand information to relay back home. That was the crux of their mission. Suddenly, their enthusiasm for shopping dissipated, and after a collective meal, they returned to their apartment to rest. Hao Qiang was enjoying his day off with Hapate, having truly immersed himself in the liberal mindset of his extended stay abroad. He was open to forming connections. If he harbored any thoughts or psychological reservations, he would simply refrain from engaging. This was his approach with the 6 women. He did not wish for his daily life to transform into a media spectacle. In the following week, the 6 women invited Hao Qiang to their homes for dinner. Hao Qiang attended each invitation as a means to pass the time, gradually engaging in conversation at the dining table. However, the same issues persisted. After 6 one-on-one dinners, the topics remained largely unchanged. They felt they were getting to know Hao Qiang better and that their relationship was deepening, while Hao Qiang's experience of these interactions was increasingly robotic and repetitive. As the FIFA match day concluded, the League One match of the 9th round commenced on October 18th, with Lille facing Rennes at their home ground. The 6 women sat attentively in the media section of the stadium, their primary task being to gather information during the match to relay back to headquarters. This would enable their media platform to provide timely news updates alongside live match broadcasts. The atmosphere in the stadium, with countless Lille fans raising banners in support of Hao Qiang, was an experience that could not be fully captured through television. Before the match began, Hao Qiang exchanged a few words with Hazard. Following the previous match's strategy, he expressed his willingness to assist Hazard in scoring, having netted a goal in the last game. Hazard had established a foundation of trust with Hao Qiang. Lille adopted a 4-3-3 formation, while Rennes lined up in a 4-2-3-1. Rennes, focused on defense, struggled to initiate effective attacks. As the match unfolded, both Hazard and Gervinho attempted to advance individually, believing that one could resolve the issue without team effort. However, this approach proved less than effective. After 10 minutes, as they pushed into a dangerous attacking zone, they quickly passed the ball to Hao Qiang, hoping he could serve as a pivot. Yet, he encountered a significant challenge. Rennes midfielder Mvila was both swift and agile, and while Hao Qiang was not physically imposing, he found himself frequently dispossessed by Mvila or forced into erratic ball control by the defender, Aubert, resulting in loss of possession. As it became evident that Hao Qiang was struggling under pressure, Hazard and Gervinho were left to fend for themselves. Hazard began to feel that Hao Qiang was unreliable. Coach Rudy Garcia, astute to the situation, recognized that Hao Qiang was indeed struggling against the quick and nimble opposition. Hao Qiang noticed that Hazard and Gervinho were reluctant to pass him the ball, clearly doubting his effectiveness and withholding their trust. The reality was harsh. The vessel of friendship was indeed fragile. Ren counterattacks lacked the necessary threat, rendering the match somewhat dull. As the first half came to a close, Hao Qiang approached Hazard, who, without waiting for him to speak, stated, "This match does not suit your skill set. There's no point in wasting breath. If I pass to you, the result will only be interception." Anger surged within Hao Qiang. When Hazard lost the ball in his own attempts, what did his teammates say then? After merely 20 minutes without a solid performance, he was not only dismissed but condemned. Hao Qiang chose not to waste further words on Hazard. Such arrogance was truly spoiled. Returning to the locker room, Garcia made tactical adjustments, recognizing the underwhelming performance of the forward line. Yet he believed there was still potential for Hao Qiang. The speed and agility of Rennes' two center-backs and midfielder could not overshadow Hao Qiang's height, which could be utilized for aerial threats within the penalty area. He made the necessary adjustments, bolstering Hao Qiang's confidence. As the second half resumed, Hao Qiang advanced his position, ready to penetrate the penalty box. In confrontations, he was indeed a match for Lille's two center-backs. Once in the box, he could often shake off Mvila, as his presence in the penalty area was largely unaffected. However, despite his frequent movements, he still awaited a pass from his teammates. Hazard monopolized the ball, driving forward on his own, completely disregarding Garcia's tactical adjustments. He had no intention of willingly assisting Hao Qiang. This behavior was not new. Despite Hao Qiang's rising frustration, he refrained from confronting Hazard again. Since returning from the national team, Hazard's form had dipped and his stamina waned rapidly. At the 60-minute mark, Garcia made substitutions, bringing on Aubameyang and a Brainiac to replace Hazard and Gervinho. In the media section, the six women frowned as they observed the match. Today, Hao Qiang had made little impact. The first half had been riddled with dispossessions, and his subsequent movements seemed futile. The Lille fans remained calm, having enjoyed a 4-match winning streak. They were not overly disheartened by a potential draw against Rennes. Overall, both teams seemed unable to outmaneuver each other, and with time still left in the match, they maintained their patience. With Aubameyang and a Brainiac on the field, the atmosphere remained lukewarm. Yet, after 70 minutes, Lille's offensive momentum began to build, with Aubameyang on the left and a Brainiac on the right. The midfield, led by carve, focused on maintaining composure while delivering support to the flanks. Fullbacks Biria and Debuchy frequently surged forward to provide assistance or launch direct attacks into the box. Lille's strategy was straightforward: bombard the ball towards Hao Qiang's head. After Hao Qiang misfired twice with headers, fans expressed mild disappointment, yet Rudy Garcia remained invigorated. Hao Qiang's positioning and physicality in the penalty area indeed confer him an advantage. The two central defenders of Rennes seem somewhat overwhelmed. This affirms the accuracy of his judgment. It now hinges on whether Lille's flanks can deliver crosses of high quality. In the 77th minute, Hao Qiang received his second yellow card. Nonetheless, he has recently demonstrated his ability to score with headers, indicating a resurgence in form. Today, however, he suffered a setback in his ground play. Yet, within the penalty area, he sought to redeem himself through physical confrontation and incisive movement. The two Rennes central defenders closely marked Hao Qiang, yet his robust challenges and physicality rendered them quite beleaguered. Azar, seated on the bench, appeared unfazed. The team's attacking strategy has become rather simplistic and brutish, something he views with disdain. Is this not merely a gamble? Rough men doing coarse work. After the 80th minute, Lille intensified their pressing in the attacking third, deeming it essential to adopt a winning mentality at home. In the 84th minute, Aubameyang's cross from the flank was cleared by a Rennes defender. Mawuba and Balmont collaborated in the forward line to control the ball's descent, with Cabai making a supporting run, subsequently transitioning the ball to the right flank. Ablaniak, upon receiving the ball, faced pressure and opted for a lateral pass. Debuchy, hugging the touchline, swiftly advanced to the byline and skillfully maneuvered the ball. He then delivered a cross just before the baseline. In the penalty area, Hao Qiang engaged in a physical contest with the central defender, Aube, successfully establishing his position. Despite Aube's attempts to push him off balance, Hao Qiang remained resolute. As the ball approached, he leapt, executing a textbook header that sent the ball soaring. Upon landing, he watched as the ball soared toward the upper right corner of the goal, with Rennes goalkeeper Duchesne nearly making a miraculous save. The ball nestled into the back of the net. The Morlake's stadium erupted with thunderous cheers. Hao Qiang, with a cold demeanor, strode towards the sidelines in triumphant celebration. Azar on the bench looked on in astonishment. Can it be that this fellow is truly so fortunate? Chapter 40. Different paths, no collaboration. Hao Qiang. Once again, it is Hao Qiang. His madness and brilliance continue unabated. Hao Qiang's goal-scoring prowess is nothing short of astonishing. Although he has frequently remained inconspicuous throughout the match, he has created a flurry of threats within the penalty area in the last several minutes. This time, he skillfully contended against Obey in the box, delivering a magnificent header that found its way into the Rennes net. This marks his 7th goal in Ligue 1, significantly increasing Lille's chances of securing their 6th consecutive league victory. Lille leads Rennes 1-0 at home. The players from Rennes display their discontent. Yet Obey can only shake his head in resignation. While Mvila can thwart Hao Qiang's footwork, he is helpless against Hao Qiang's aerial assault. Football matches often unfold in this manner, with each player showcasing their strengths while minimizing their weaknesses. Rudi Garcia wears a smile of delight, turning to his assistant, Bompard, to discuss strengthening Hao Qiang's capabilities as a pillar-like striker during training. As Hao Qiang celebrates, the clouds of doubt in his heart dissipate. Previously, he extended an olive branch to Hazard, only to feel that his goodwill was squandered. Since there is no chemistry between them, they shall each follow their own path. He understands that Hazard dismisses his roughness. Yet now, Hao Qiang perceives himself as the leader who carries Lille on his shoulders. Without his goals, Lille would not only struggle to challenge for the top spots on the standings, but might even find themselves fighting for relegation. As Carve walks alongside Hao Qiang back to the defense, he casts a meaningful glance at Hazard. Scoring goals is undoubtedly the most challenging aspect of the game. Regardless of how Hao Qiang managed to find the net, be it luck or simply seizing an opportunity, why do the others fail to capitalize on such chances? Why do they lack his fortune? The midfielders and defenders toil tirelessly, primarily engaged in 2 tasks: preventing goals and delivering ammunition to the forwards. To secure victory, it ultimately relies on the attackers. They understand that Hazard needs to mature to elevate his game. However, when the team is capable of winning yet fails to do so, who bears the cost of that failure? No one escapes such accountability. The entire team must shoulder it together. Who possesses the high-mindedness to take the blame for the sake of another's growth? As Carve reaches the midfield, he shares another embrace with Hao Qiang, resolute in his decision to offer Hao Qiang more support, even if he cannot entirely ignore Hazard. With Rennes restarting the game, Lille tightens its formation to bolster their defense. Without hesitation, Hao Qiang lends his support to the backline. His efforts do not go unnoticed by his teammates, nor can the fans resist giving him a thumbs up. This young man exemplifies remarkable team spirit. The 6 dazzling reporters in the media box observe with keen interest. Hao Qiang's goal ignites an atmosphere of fervor, epitomizing the allure of football, and they can clearly sense the adoration Lille supporters have for Hao Qiang. Rennes' aggressive play results in defensive vulnerabilities. Positioned somewhat deeper, Hao Qiang can only assist his teammates. To avoid another interception by Mvila, he strives to position himself for a swift pass. Though he may have sacrificed some forward passes, he has created better opportunities for his midfield comrades. Unfortunately, Aubameyang and a Brainiac fail to capitalize on their counterattacks, and repeated attempts result in no further goals. Fortunately, Lille's defense remains steadfast, ultimately securing a 1-0 victory at home. Hao Qiang celebrates with a clenched fist as teammates rush to embrace him once more. Lille achieves 5 consecutive wins in the league. As he exits the pitch and heads toward the locker room, he refrains from casting another glance at Hazard. While the latter possesses remarkable talent, he is solely focused on honing his technical skills, treating his teammates as mere tools. If they are useful, they are valued. If not, they are disregarded. Hao Qiang also harbors ambitions for improvement, yet he understands that he cannot solely prioritize himself. Since Hazard insists on his own path, so too shall Hao Qiang. Different paths, no collaboration. When faced with the 6 dazzling reporters for a post-match interview, Hao Qiang speaks eloquently, uplifted by their fervent gazes. Their excitement is palpable, having been inspired by the stadium atmosphere and witnessing a Chinese player decisively influence the match outcome. They are increasingly convinced that Hao Qiang has emerged as China's foremost football star, despite being only 19 years old. No other player in Chinese football has stirred such a monumental wave in Ligue 1. French publication L'Equipe remarked on Hao Qiang's consecutive 5-match scoring streak, heralding him as Lille's true star. Previously, all eyes were on Hazard, yet throughout the season, he has only managed a solitary goal in Ligue 1, leaving many disappointed despite his impressive dribbling statistics. which are built upon squandering the majority of the team's offensive opportunities. Hao Qiang, however, stands apart. His goal tally alone eclipses the performances of others. While some may question his strength and technical deficiencies, his ability to score is what a team most desperately requires. For a forward, everything else is mere triviality. The French media expresses considerable curiosity about Hao Qiang, delving into his history. They discover that this young man possesses a remarkably rich background, having traversed the paths that typically encompass an entire career in merely 3 years. Madrid, Munich, Monaco, Paris, Troyes, and now Lille. Hao Qiang instantly becomes a beacon of inspiration. Pursuing his football dreams, he perseveres through adversity and accumulates invaluable experience. Ultimately, after shining at Troyes, he is maneuvered to Lille by Mendes, assuming the role of the current spearhead of Lille's attack. On Tuesday, Hao Qiang made headlines in French entertainment news. Renowned French supermodel Constance Jablonski, who has gained immense popularity in the European and American modeling scene this year, extolled Hao Qiang on social media. His performance in Lille has left her astounded. It's hard to believe he is only 19. I want his jersey, Lille, and my hero. Constance Jablonski's praise stems from her roots in Lille, naturally making her a fan of the club. French media interpreted her social media post as a gesture of admiration towards Hao Qiang. The following day, he learned of this news through Nuomi. As he only possesses a Chinese social media account and has not registered for any foreign platforms, he is acutely aware of his own worth. Seizing this opportunity, he created a foreign social media account, with his first post tagging Constance Jablonski. "Thank you for your support. Send me your address, and I'll have the jersey delivered to you." Hao Qiang's post caught the attention of French entertainment media, indicating a burgeoning spark between him and Constance Jablonski. The 6 dazzling reporters were incensed upon witnessing this, exclaiming that Hao Qiang is far too brazen. In contrast to the more reserved demeanor expected of Chinese individuals, he appears to have assimilated into the liberated culture of the West. However, this realization prompts reflection among them. Hao Qiang, having spent considerable time abroad, naturally appreciates the candidness of Western friendship. Open-hearted and exuberant, he prefers this over the pretentiousness exhibited by some women he has encountered in China. Thus, he finds greater enjoyment in carefree outings with Nuomi, opting to avoid excessive interaction with the 6 dazzling reporters. There are countless flowers to be found in the world. Now, Hao Qiang has also begun to sense a shift in his romantic fortunes, which seems only fitting. While he typically avoids nightclubs, carve and others occasionally return from such outings, sharing their tales in the locker room. What do men discuss after a night out? Undoubtedly, it revolves primarily around women. In European football, achieving even modest success makes it nearly impossible to evade the advances of beautiful women, unless one publicly declares their orientation. Only those with tremendous determination would attempt to redirect a player from their inclinations. Yet, after establishing his social media account, Hao Qiang discovers that it bears a striking resemblance to his Chinese account. His inbox is flooded with messages, and a glance reveals a rather crude reality, almost entirely filled with paid photographs. A group of European young ladies has invited him to join them for an outing. Hao Qiang has yet to contemplate whether to embrace this new experience. Just then, Mendes' call came through. "Provide me with your social media accounts. I have a team to manage them for you." "What is there to manage?" he inquired. "Certainly there is. This is your social persona. Every statement you make could yield varying repercussions. If you wish to garner greater support from fans and enhance your influence, you must refrain from speaking indiscriminately. You should understand the concept of trouble stemming from careless words." Enlightenment dawned on Hao Qiang. Mendes remained the consummate professional. Thus, he shared his account details with Mendes. Of course, he still retained access, but he must exercise restraint. For instance, he must not respond to those young ladies who send him paid photographs. Any attempt to reply would lead to his downfall. How many individuals seek to rise to prominence by leveraging his burgeoning fame? Midweek, Lille competed in the Europa League. Hao Qiang was not included in the roster. At least for now, Rudy Garcia has firmly resolved to ensure he excels in the league, not overexerting him, 1 match per week. Striving to maintain good form, Lille triumphed over Genoa with a 3-0 victory on home turf. Hazard shone throughout the match. The prowess of this prodigy is undeniably evident. His stellar performance was well within everyone's expectations. However, the question remains, how sustainable is his endurance? Chapter 41. Who can depose the Crown Prince? Lille stands at the pinnacle of the Europa League group stage with 2 victories and 1 draw. This indicates a lack of seriousness among the participating teams. The stronger sides hold back, while the weaker ones exert themselves, yet remain limited in strength. After Friday's training, assistant coach Bampal noticed Hao Qiang practicing diligently, so he chose to stay on the field to observe. As Hao Qiang repeatedly practiced his shooting, Bampal's gaze reflected admiration. Since joining the team, Hao Qiang had consistently devoted extra time to honing his shooting skills. Bampal recognized that Hao Qiang understood how to leverage his strengths while avoiding his weaknesses. Had he chosen to focus on dribbling at this juncture, his progress would likely be slow. However, with dedicated effort in shooting, the benefits would be immediate, particularly for a striker whose primary role hinges on scoring. After taking 300 shots, Hao Qiang paused for a drink. As he rested, Bampal approached him. Initially, Hao Qiang anticipated casual conversation, yet Bampal spoke earnestly. "Do you know why Hazard enjoys certain privileges?" Hao Qiang casually replied, "Because he possesses great talent. He is also a product of the club's youth training." Bampal shook his head, stating, "Your reasoning is rather superficial. To put it simply, Hazard's skill level, particularly in technical aspects, is remarkably certain, namely, his ability to dribble and break through defenses. Such players inherently possess the potential to become top stars. Hence they garner privileges on the pitch. Looking ahead, if he successfully evolves, he will undoubtedly emerge as a top-tier player. Even at present, his dribbling skills provide advantages that others cannot replicate." Hao Qiang nodded slightly in understanding. Bampal continued, "Thus, I advise you to focus on cultivating definitive abilities as you develop and strengthen your own skills." Hao Qiang appeared contemplative, reflecting upon himself. Considering his attributes, if he excels in heading the ball, the team could adopt a crossing strategy centered around him. While traditional, this approach is timeless. Similarly, if his physicality and ball control allow him to maneuver within the box to create shooting opportunities, the team can implement a ground attack strategy, striving to deliver the ball to his feet. Ultimately, Hao Qiang, if you wish to become a more formidable striker, you must possess distinctive traits and capabilities that compel the head coach to base tactics around you. I believe this is the path you should pursue." Hao Qiang experienced a moment of clarity, as if the clouds had parted. He expressed gratitude to Bampal and resumed his shooting practice. On Saturday evening, after sending Womi off on the train, Hao Qiang returned to the hotel, indulging in a bath and a spa treatment, before engaging in a ritualistic preparation for the lottery. His monthly objectives were straightforward. Winning just 2 matches would yield substantial rewards. Entering the peculiar space, he collected his monthly task rewards. With 1 goal short of the second tier's 400 points, he lamented his near miss. Including the bonuses for victories and the maximum running distance, he amassed a total of 600 points. Together with his previous balance, this brought him to precisely 1,000 points. Opening the lottery interface, he initiated a 10-fold draw. The scene transformed, and as he gazed towards the horizon, surprise illuminated Hao Qiang's face, quickly followed by excitement. Not only was there a burst of flames, but upon closer inspection, there were 3. Fortune was on his side. As meteors struck the ground, the smoke dissipated. Fixing his gaze, 3 fiery players invigorated him: Crespo, Eto'o, and Trezeguet. A bountiful harvest. Returning to the storage, Hao Qiang began organizing his cards. The interface categorized them broadly into goalkeepers, defenders, midfielders, and forwards. After a thorough review, he gained a solid understanding. In the near future, if no promising star with flames appeared, he would need to rely on ordinary cards to enhance his practical abilities. Bampal had indeed inspired him. Beyond targeted training efforts, strengthening complementary skills during matches was equally crucial. Simply focusing on heading would bolster even a central defender's aerial prowess. Thus, he resolved to categorize these ordinary cards as well. Once he completed this task, he exited the system and peacefully drifted into slumber. On Sunday afternoon, Lille traveled to face Auxerre. After a brilliant midweek performance in the Europa League, Hazard arrived at the weekend brimming with confidence. As the match commenced, Hazard continued his individualistic style, while Hao Qiang maintained a serene demeanor. He positioned himself appropriately, ready to seize any opportunity that arose. Yet he was reluctant to create chances for Hazard, preferring to collaborate with the right-sided Gervinho. Carve, distributing passes from midfield, treated both Hazard and Hao Qiang equally, delivering the ball to Hazard when positioned well, but decisively opting for Hao Qiang or Gervinho otherwise. Auxerre, however, failed to perceive the underlying disconnection in Lille's attacking front. Gervinho, not daring to be as extravagant as Hazard, played conservatively. Hazard was the golden child, while Hao Qiang demonstrated scoring efficiency. Neither player was someone Auxerre could afford to provoke. Consequently, Gervinho would only advance when opportunities were particularly favorable, otherwise opting to set up Hao Qiang. Lille's previous aerial bombardment had resulted in Hao Qiang's decisive header. Thus, the team's wing play prioritized crosses today, albeit with limited success. Within the penalty area, Hao Qiang struggled against Auxerre's towering defenders, Adama Koulibaly and Gritton, who stood a full 12 centimeters taller, robust and fierce in their challenges. Hazard's influence waned, his performance seemingly diminishing compared to midweek. Rudy Garcia displayed a sense of resignation. The volatility of young players often leads to inconsistent performances. While Hazard was relatively stable, today his crucial touches within the box were lacking, and he failed to pose a significant shooting threat, as both he and Hao Qiang could not capitalize on opportunities within the penalty area, alleviating pressure on Auxerre's defense. Hao Qiang, feeling the weight of physicality, contemplated utilizing his cards, yet watching Hazard's solitary efforts, he refrained, maintaining composure. In the 26th minute, he received a pass from Balmont at the edge of the box, shielding the ball against Pedretti, whose slight frame offered little resistance. Quickly evading his opponent, he deftly slipped the ball into the right side of the penalty area. Gervinho surged in, skillfully maneuvering past Gritton before unleashing a shot that found the far corner of the net. Lille led Auxerre 1-0. After providing the assist, Hao Qiang rushed to congratulate Gervinho, while Rudy Garcia applauded. Hao Qiang's role as a central forward became increasingly apparent. His growing experience enhanced his adaptability during matches. Upon witnessing Gervinho's goal, Hazard became more insistent in his solo plays, actively seeking the ball and attempting to assert dominance. However, Lille's attacking rhythm faltered as Auxerre intensified their marking of Hazard, strategically launching counterattacks from the right flank. In the 39th minute, Auxerre initiated a concerted effort against Hazard, quickly transitioning to a counter. Caught off guard, Lille's defense struggled to regroup. Auxerre's swift advance pierced through Lille's backline, as forward Yelin received a cross in the central box, striking the ball without pause to breach Notary's defenses. Auxerre equalized at 1-1 against Lille. Following the goal, Lille's players found their spirits dampened. Cabai and Mavuba exchanged glances at the dejected Hazard. Sometimes, they felt reluctant to confront him, often viewing him as still a child. However, Hao Qiang cast a gloomy glance at Azar, wishing fervently for someone to rise and dethrone the prince. He is but a child. Let us not spare him. The sentiments of Lille fans resonate closely with those of Rudy Garcia. Observing Azar's performance this season, one cannot help but feel that he is narrowing his own path. Bursting onto the scene last season, Azar has yet to find his rightful place this season, now facing the competitive pressure from Hao Qiang. Although there is no direct contest for their positions, a rivalry for the core of the forward line has emerged. Even the French media now regard Hao Qiang as the most crucial and impactful player in Lille's attack. Naturally, Azar feels a sense of injustice. He is striving in his own way to reclaim his position and once again become the most resplendent figure in the team. However, the results thus far are far from satisfactory, particularly as Lille prioritizes league play over European competitions, no matter how well he performs in Europe. Any shortcomings in the league will inevitably lead to discontent among those around him. Chapter 42. The Crown Prince's Recklessness, the Might of Emperor Hao. The first half of the match has concluded, with Lille and Auxerre locked in a temporary stalemate of 1-1. Following the halftime break, both teams resumed their contest. Lille's performance remains lackluster, while Hazard's display on the left flank has begun to plummet. It appears that the toll of back-to-back matches has hindered his form and stamina. Conversely, Auxerre has reaped rewards from their continued pressure on the right side. In the 56th minute, Hazard, upon receiving the ball, was swiftly dispossessed, allowing Auxerre to launch a vigorous offensive into the attacking zone. The same formula yielded the same result, as Yelin seized the opportunity in the penalty area to send the ball into Lille's net. Auxerre has taken the lead, now ahead 2-1 at home. Lille's fans shake their heads in dismay. Hazard's performance today is subpar. It is only Hazard's reputation that keeps them calm. Had another player performed similarly, they would have erupted in criticism. Rudy Garcia's expression darkens. The once promising scenario has turned against them. Hazard bears considerable blame for this, as his significance to the team is paramount, rendering the tactical framework reliant on him. With Hazard's form deteriorating, Rudy Garcia decisively substitutes him. Aubameyang enters the fray with tactical instructions. Hao Qiang, Observing Hazard's expressionless departure, feels invigorated. The prince has faltered. Finally, he can play with joy. Yet, Rudy Garcia remains pessimistic. Today, it is evident that Hao Qiang struggles to exploit his physicality and height in the penalty area. Adama Coulibaly and Gritton can effectively contain him. Following the substitution, Lille resumes play, with Hao Qiang initially acting as a pivot to help Aubameyang find his rhythm. Within 3 minutes, he decisively enters a peculiar space and opens the vault. Without hesitation, he invokes Eto'o. Returning to reality, Hao Qiang frequently adjusts his positioning to receive the ball, passing swiftly before darting into the penalty area, repeatedly changing direction to evade defenders. In just 10 minutes, he attempts 3 shots off crosses from Aubameyang and Gervinho, 1 on target, clearly demonstrating an uptick in performance. Rudy Garcia interprets this as Hao Qiang seizing more opportunities post-Hazard's substitution. Though commendable, this performance does not shift the dynamics of the match. It is not until the 72nd minute that Hao Qiang receives a pass from Carve just outside the penalty area. He controls the ball, unexpectedly pulling it back and turning, catching Pedretti off guard. As Pedretti blocks his passing lane, he is taken aback when Hao Qiang advances with the ball. He lunges in, but in a hasty attempt, he finds himself out of position, failing to make contact and tumbling to the ground. Pedretti's slight frame is no match for Hao Qiang's physicality. Witnessing Pedretti's misstep, Adama Coulibaly cannot tolerate it and decisively charges in, intending to teach Hao Qiang a lesson through physical confrontation. However, in the heat of the moment, Hao Qiang skillfully maneuvers the ball, leaving Coulibaly completely unprepared and cleanly bypassing him. Oh dear, that was a hasty move. Coulibaly did not anticipate that this towering figure would possess such refined footwork. In this exchange, Hao Qiang has completely overpowered him with technical prowess. Rudy Garcia's expression grows grave. Momentarily stunned by Hao Qiang's audacious maneuver, Hao Qiang reaches the penalty spot and, without waiting for Gritton to close in, unleashes a powerful shot. The ball flies straight into the bottom right corner of the goal. Wow! After deftly overcoming Pedretti and Coulibaly, Hao Qiang finds the net. Following Hazard's exit, Hao Qiang's performance has soared. Could it be that what Le Parisien reported was entirely accurate? The true star of Lille's front line is indeed Hao Qiang. Moreover, it appears that he and Hazard are entirely incompatible, unable to establish a cohesive partnership. At the core, both require the mantle of leadership within the team. If Rudy Garcia can resolve their collaborative issues, Lille will undoubtedly grow stronger. For now, when Hazard is off his game, all hopes rest on Hao Qiang. Lille 2 Auxerre. After scoring, Hao Qiang dashes into the goal area, cradling the ball and sprinting towards the center circle. His expression resolute. He seems devoid of elation following the goal. The close-up on the big screen sends Lille's fans into a frenzy. Despite his youth, Hao Qiang exudes the aura of a warrior. He does not celebrate the equalizer, as his desire for victory is evident in his actions. His teammates eagerly engage in high-fives with him as they retreat. It must be noted that after Hazard's departure, the midfield led by Carve has shown considerable improvement. After all, playing through Hazard on the left ultimately limits their scope. As a center forward, Hao Qiang requires comprehensive support, demanding more from the midfield. Their performance is crucial. The 6 beauties in the media box, captivated by Hao Qiang's distinctive presence, are enthralled by the atmosphere of the stadium, with his towering figure appearing irresistibly magnetic. A flicker of resentment crosses Hazard's face, who has only just rested for a brief moment after being substituted. It seems as though Hao Qiang has been sent by fate to overshadow him. Not only has he stolen his limelight, but he also consistently contrasts with Hazard's performances during his struggles by scoring goals. He can sense the fan support for him morphing into a form of indulgence. While their fervor for Hao Qiang escalates, Hao Qiang stands at the center circle, awaiting Auxerre to resume play. Hazard looks down upon him, and he now holds the same disdain for Hazard. He has no interest in playing house with the Belgian prince. He seeks goals, victory, and even a championship. He will not sacrifice his own growth for another's benefit. Not a chance. Auxerre swiftly initiates a counterattack. As Lille's offensive opens up, the match becomes increasingly frantic, with both teams' confrontations intensifying due to the time constraints. 2 minutes later, Hao Qiang attempts a solo advance from outside the penalty area, only to be destabilized by Gritton's challenge, missing a promising opportunity. Nonetheless, Lille's fans applaud him, for he has already contributed a goal and an assist today, marking him as one of the top performers in the squad. Yet, Hao Qiang realizes that the boost from Eto'o has waned. He prepares to invoke Trezeguet for the next offensive. However, Auxerre's attack once again penetrates Lille's defense. With Lille's defensive focus on Yellen, another Auxerre forward, Nicolas, seizes the moment to score from the left flank of the penalty area. Rudy Garcia grits his teeth. In truth, Lille's rhythm has been inconsistent. Just as they began to build momentum, they face another setback. The match is becoming precarious. Auxerre takes the lead once more and immediately fortifies their defense, striving to stifle Lille's offense. The dynamics of the match shift. Lille is now on the offensive. Nonetheless, Hao Qiang has no option to retreat. He decisively invokes Trezeguet. As Auxerre's formation tightens, Hao Qiang finds it challenging to carve out space amid the crowd. Thus, he actively runs to create opportunities for Aubameyang and Gervinho. Their inward cutting poses a visible threat, yet their shooting quality in confined spaces leaves much to be desired. Shots go wide or sail over the bar. As time slips away and the match draws to a close, Lille presses forward. When Auxerre's counterattack reaches the attacking zone, they resort to tactical fouls to stifle threats, resulting in a flurry of yellow cards. Lille's fans are tense, unable to feel optimistic about the match. Yet, as the 90th minute arrives, Hao Qiang receives a pass from Balmont just outside the penalty area. Pedretti and Ndinga, the two defensive midfielders, converge on him, one approaching from the side while the other blocks his forward path. Hao Qiang, defying conventional tactics, withdrew one step to shield the ball from Pedretti, promptly delivering a diagonal pass to the advancing carve. Positioned slightly left of the penalty area, carve executed a precise through ball. Aubameyang, poised to strike, noticed Koulibaly obstructing his shooting lane. In a critical moment, Aubameyang spotted Hao Qiang surging into the penalty area and decisively laid the ball across. Gritton dashed forward, intent on blocking Hao Qiang's path, fearing that he would take a direct shot. Ndinga also surged in from behind. Yet, as Hao Qiang prepared to receive the pass, he abruptly halted, pivoting to the right with increased speed. He executed no ball control maneuver, leaving Gritton in front of him utterly astonished. Hao Qiang and the ball glided past him. Ndinga failed to intercept. Arriving at the penalty spot, Hao Qiang made contact and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared into the upper right corner of the net with remarkable precision. The goalkeeper, Solin, displayed a face of turmoil and despair. Gesturing in confusion, "What on earth are you doing?" The Lille fans erupted in thunderous applause. Hao Qiang rushed into the net, retrieving the ball and cradling it in his arms, before turning with a determined expression and sprinting towards the midfield. In that moment, the fierce spirit and aura radiating from him instilled a sense of dread among the Auxerre players. Chapter 43. The man at the pinnacle of the League One scoring chart. Once again, it is Hao Qiang, the savior in times of crisis. A brace to his name, Auxerre ultimately could not withstand the onslaught. Hao Qiang is simply extraordinary. As he has surged to the top of the League One scoring leaderboard, Lille might truly need to reassess their attacking line. Should they choose to center their championship aspirations around Hao Qiang, or continue allowing Hazard to dominate the pitch, squandering opportunities? Rudy Garcia must make a decision. If, throughout today's match, the strategy had revolved around Hao Qiang, would the score still be a stalemate? Lille fans rallied behind Hao Qiang, their cheers resonating like thunder. Over 10 rounds of the league, Hao Qiang has contributed 9 goals, and that is with him not being a constant presence on the field. His brilliance and fervor have captivated the hearts of fans, igniting a flame within them. Hazard sat on the bench, his expression devoid of emotion. Once again, Hao Qiang assumed the mantle of hero. It seems that from the moment he made his debut this season in League One, stepping in as the savior, he has ascended rapidly to claim the position of the foremost striker. Without Hao Qiang, neither Witek nor Melo proved particularly effective. Thus, one cannot truly grasp the pain of witnessing Hazard squander chances. Providing opportunities to others hardly stirs the waters. It may be wiser to allow Hazard to develop his skills. Once he matures into a top-tier player, as long as he does not hastily depart from Lille, the club will eventually reap the benefits. Yet now, the situation has dramatically shifted. Hao Qiang's emergence has brought forth an astonishing efficiency in scoring. Coaches, players, and fans alike have begun to contemplate Hazard's performance. Hao Qiang still yearns for more goals. However, Auxerre has ceased to press on. Hao Qiang's brace sent shivers down their spines. Previously, they had managed to contain him through physical confrontation, but in the last half hour, Hao Qiang appeared remarkably agile, particularly in that sudden moment of ball control and penetration, catching them off guard. In disarray, their defense crumbled. They attempted to stabilize the situation, passing to consume time, launching a final strike in the closing moments. Osair's last attempt posed no threat, and as the final whistle blew, the score stood at 3-3. Lille's winning streak came to an end. Hao Qiang felt a twinge of disappointment. His face reflected the discontent and frustration he harbored. Upon returning to the locker room, many cast helpless glances at Hazard, which deeply unsettled him. Hao Qiang, however, did not share in that sentiment. He quickly showered and tidied himself. Rudy Garcia praised the team's performance in the dying moments of the match during the post-game address, but did not elaborate further. After recovery training tomorrow, a match summary meeting would be held, at which point he would engage the players in reflection on the game's issues. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Hao Qiang exited the locker room, passing through the mixed zone where 6 reporters waved him over. He approached them, noticing their faces alight with excitement. Hao Qiang, you scored 2 goals and provided an assist today. Are you satisfied with your performance? Lu Chang's charming visage radiated a sweet smile. Yet, in the next moment, they perceived that Hao Qiang was not particularly joyful. He sighed softly. It's regrettable that we could not secure a win. His disappointment extended beyond that. Perhaps the only tangible reward from today was the assist in the first half. The 2 goals in the second half were also somewhat fortuitous. Contemplating this, his resentment toward Hazard grew stronger. Everyone must work together and collaborate harmoniously, but Hazard seemed to charge into danger willingly, squandering numerous opportunities despite his impressive visual displays. Naturally, Hao Qiang felt disheartened. He desired to gain more experience and growth through the match, rather than merely going through the motions. Hearing his words, the 6 reporters were momentarily taken aback, yet they were swiftly moved by Hao Qiang's team spirit. Behold, the awareness of China's foremost football star is indeed extraordinary. 2 goals and an assist seemed trivial to him, overshadowed by the disappointment of not achieving victory. Tang Yitong quickly consoled him. It is a pity that Lille could not clinch the match, but the blame does not rest on your shoulders. Some players were too selfish, and I saw it clearly from the stands. Don't take it to heart. Conceding 3 goals in defense is certainly unacceptable, yet you were directly involved in all 3 goals. That is already remarkable. Don't let it affect your mood. You were the standout performer in today's match. Keep it up. Li Yingying also offered her encouragement. Upon hearing their words, Hao Qiang gazed at the 6 with a peculiar expression. Are you all lacking in professional journalistic integrity? Do you not realize that football is a sport where we celebrate victories together and bear the losses collectively? Sighing, he felt their words struck a chord deep within him. His spirits lifted considerably as he smiled at them. Thank you all. Please return to Lille safely. Do take care. Europe is far more tumultuous than our homeland. The 6 reporters beamed, their smiles blooming like a garden in full spring. As Hao Qiang departed, they too headed back to Lille together. Having traversed numerous cities in Europe, Hao Qiang understood that in these nations wrapped in the guise of civilization, true safety is a privilege reserved for the wealthy. Affluent neighborhoods tend to be secure, while some areas in working-class districts can be utterly chaotic. He had lost his wallet twice while riding the subway in Paris. News reports frequently highlighted incidents of violence in various neighborhoods. On the return journey, Hao Qiang accessed the system to collect his task rewards and points, goals, assists, dribbles. This being the 3rd match of the month, he hoped to accumulate more. Yet, the total was merely 600 points, insufficient for a 10-fold reward. His disappointment stemmed from the fact that the victories remained at 2. And with just 1 match left at the month's end, even a win would not yield the maximum reward of 800 points. Missing the opportunity is a lifelong regret. How could he not feel disheartened? The French media lauded Hao Qiang's performance as he stands atop the scoring chart. The 6 reporters, in their dispatches back home, exalted Hao Qiang to the heavens. Domestic sports media focused on his performance at Lille, while the 6 reporters, as frontline correspondents, extolled him. Beyond the customary match analysis, they praised him from various unique perspectives, his sense of team responsibility, spirit, and even the fans' reactions, almost to the point of suggesting that even Lille's pets were applauding him. Meanwhile, many domestic journalists cautioned against excessive excitement. Chinese players are a bunch of frauds. How many supporters and expectations were deceived during the 2004 World Youth Championship? The result was a dismal failure in both the 2008 Olympics and World Cup qualifiers. Have we forgotten? Hao Qiang's HQ brand continues to be in short supply, primarily due to overwhelming demand. Investment firms have approached Hao Guofu regarding financing, eager to invest in the HQ brand. However, Hao Guofu is preoccupied, as financing entails expanding production lines, marketing channels, and even increasing promotional investments. This time, he is focused on steady growth. He would rather hire more frontline staff than recklessly expand production lines. Expanding production lines requires building new factories and purchasing new equipment, an investment that carries significant risk. Currently, the factory operates 24 hours without interruption. Hiring additional workers during low-efficiency periods allows for flexibility in layoffs. However, establishing new production lines means that if sales decline, the space and equipment will inevitably lay idle. Hao Qiang, aside from managing accounts, is also actively expanding the brand's range, introducing leisure shoes, bags, and sportswear. Amidst her busy schedule, she does not forget to remind Hao Qiang, be sure to thank the 6 reporters. Without further ado, Hao Qiang himself is a walking advertisement, promoting his own brand. The 6 floral beauties, in their exuberance, undoubtedly contribute to this promotion in a positive light. As for Hao Qiang, she remarked, if there are those with whom one can converse easily, let us engage more often. This statement was, however, completely disregarded by Hao Qiang, reminiscent of a mother urging her son to find a partner with fervor, almost suggesting that pursuing a girl requires shedding one's pride and that seeking a spouse should not be hindered by modesty. On Wednesday afternoon, after an early training session, Hao Qiang arranged to dine with the 6 floral beauties. Instead of a one-on-one meeting, he opted for a gathering of 6. The beauties, upon receiving Hao Qiang's invitation, spent the entire afternoon preparing themselves. They arrived at the 5-star hotel where Hao Qiang was staying, only to sense something amiss upon entering the restaurant. Li Yingying, what are you doing here? Lu Yushi inquired suspiciously, the first to arrive. Li Yingying appraised Lu Yushi from head to toe and teased, I'm here for a rendezvous. Hao Qiang invited me to dinner. It seems he has also invited you, making this dinner rather peculiar. But look at you, all dressed up in black stockings. Shall I test the waters? Lu Yushi retorted, you have the nerve to talk? Your deep V-neck exposes quite a bit. Hao Qiang may not be swayed by that. Li Yingying took a seat, smiling but silent. Not everyone possesses the allure of a deep V. As the other 4 women arrived one by one, they engaged in light banter, yet inwardly, they were filled with exasperation towards Hao Qiang. Is this how one invites others for dinner? Could it truly be merely a meal? When Hao Qiang finally made his entrance, the 6 women's expressions darkened further. He was accompanied by a girl even younger than himself. The very same girl they had seen feeding him at the Grand Plaza previously. Hao Qiang had not anticipated arriving late. Dressed in sports attire, Hapate glanced at the 6 women, clearly exuding feminine charm, and turned to Hao Qiang to ask, do they wish to pursue you? She spoke in French, a language the 6 women did not comprehend. Hao Qiang shot a glare at Hapate and introduced her to the 6 beauties, saying, this is my friend, Ainomi Hapate. You may call her Nwomi. To Hao Qiang's astonishment, Nwomi then addressed the 6 women in Mandarin, saying, hello, I am Hao Qiang's girlfriend. Hao Qiang was taken aback by Nwomi's ability to speak Chinese, albeit with a hint of a Belgian accent. The expressions of the 6 women shifted dramatically. This young girl was impressive, understanding everything at such a tender age. Once the initial surprise subsided, Hao Qiang chuckled, she's joking. Perhaps Nwomi's vocabulary had yet to encompass the concept of humor, as she did not refute his statement. As they proceeded to order, Hao Qiang turned to Nwomi and asked, when did you learn Chinese? Nwomi grinned broadly, clearly proud. Since the day I met you. Am I impressive? Do you want to kiss me? Hao Qiang found himself speechless with laughter, realizing that Nwomi had become increasingly bold. Though younger than him, their farewell kisses had evolved from fleeting pecks to lingering ones, and now she would grasp his hand and guide it towards herself. Hao Qiang inwardly chastised himself for his lack of resolve, yet he undeniably relished the experience, finding it hard to resist at times. Chapter 44. You shoot, I fire. Hao Qiang expressed his gratitude to the 6 beautiful flowers during the dinner gathering. However, they seemed somewhat reluctant, perceiving him as a quintessential steel-straight man. Yet, upon noticing the presence of glutinous rice beside him, their assumptions were put into question. They certainly did not consider themselves mere pawns in his game. Their reports on Hao Qiang's performance in League One were written from a place of genuine objectivity, free from any fabrication. Hao Qiang acknowledged their kindness, affirming their friendship and offering assistance should they require it. He had always been generous to his friends, eager to lend a helping hand, particularly since they were abroad. After dinner, he accompanied glutinous rice to the train station. The 6 beautiful flowers, each lost in their own thoughts, pondered Hao Qiang's intentions until bedtime. The following day, the 11th round of the League One commenced. Lille faced the weaker Grenoble away. Hazard, Hao Qiang, and Gervinho formed a formidable front line. Grenoble, languishing in the relegation zone, set up a defensive stronghold at home. From the outset, Lille pressed forward, dominating the game as if it were merely a practice drill. Observing Hazard's relentless dribbling into the penalty area, attempting to score solo, Carve and Balmont exchanged worried glances. Despite Grenoble's lack of strength, their dense defense posed a significant challenge. Creating scoring opportunities within the penalty area was no small feat. After a while in the box, Hao Qiang chose to withdraw. The scene before him was a mass of bodies. Even the crosses from teammates were thwarted by the unseen hands that pulled at his jersey, hindering his jumps. Hazard repeatedly broke through, only to find himself lost in the chaos of the penalty area, much to the dismay of his teammates and supporters. Consequently, Carve and Balmont opted to relieve him of the burden, ceasing to pass him the ball in a bid to prevent further fruitless attempts. As Hao Qiang withdrew from the penalty area, Grenoble dared not advance their defensive line, fearing Hazard or Gervinho would exploit the space behind them. Opportunities for him to receive the ball began to increase, and he attempted to send threatening through balls. Yet, the penalty area was congested, and he lacked the precision of a surgeon's touch. After a couple of failed passes intercepted by opponents, he decisively abandoned that approach. Within the peculiar confines of the system, he rummaged through his inventory for cards. Despite possessing Crespo, he had no intention of employing him today, for the current circumstances afforded little room for maneuvering. Opting for simplicity, he decided to enhance his long-range shooting. He selected a card featuring a midfielder renowned for his long-shot prowess. Upon exiting the system, he positioned himself on the edge of the penalty area, ready to unleash strikes upon receiving passes from his teammates. Both Grenoble defenders, Caesar and Jamali, were struck by his powerful shots. They glared at him, visibly pained. Hao Qiang, sensing their hostile gazes, felt bewildered. "I have no desire to shoot at you. If you possess the skill, then step aside." The Grenoble supporters in the stands wore grim expressions, finding the situation quite amusing. One forward stubbornly charged ahead, while another shot blindly. Although the shots posed little threat, the atmosphere remained tense. As Hao Qiang unleashed his third shot, Jamali hurried to block it, but was a moment too late. The ball struck his shoulder and soared away. Gritting his teeth, Jamali seethed, longing to unleash his frustrations upon Hao Qiang. He barked at his midfield comrades, demanding they prevent him from shooting at will. Meanwhile, Hao Qiang felt somewhat dejected, unable to adjust his approach, leading him to seize every opportunity to shoot, albeit with subpar results. This was undoubtedly due to Grenoble's relentless defense. It seemed that the only path to scoring lay in a miraculous long-range strike. However, such moments were not easily conjured. As Grenoble tightened their grip on limiting his shooting opportunities, Hao Qiang found it increasingly difficult to capture even a long-range chance. Before the first half concluded, a cross from Gervinho went amiss as Hao Qiang misjudged his positioning. Turning back, he realized it was not intended for him. Carve, positioned slightly left of center just outside the penalty area, seized the moment and unleashed a shot. The ball rolled low through the crowd, and despite goalkeeper Le Crom's desperate dive, he could not prevent it from grazing the inside of the right post and finding the back of the net. Lille had finally broken the deadlock. Carve rushed to celebrate, while Hao Qiang followed suit. Hazard sighed softly and ambled over. Rudy Garcia felt relatively pleased with the team's performance. The forward line was still finding its rhythm. He recognized the synergy issues between Hazard and Hao Qiang, yet in the context of today's match, mere cooperation would not yield substantial results. With Grenoble retreating into a shell, their crowded defense compressed space, making it challenging to mount threatening attacks. As the halftime whistle blew, Hao Qiang listened intently to Garcia's adjustments in the locker room, feeling invigorated. "We are ahead. In the second half, Grenoble will undoubtedly intensify their offense, creating more space for us up front. You must accelerate the pace of our attack, simplify our progression, and focus on enhancing the quality of our offensive plays." Upon exiting the locker room, Hao Qiang observed Hazard hastily approach Carve, whispering in his ear. He paid it no mind. As they emerged from the players' tunnel, Carve caught sight of Hao Qiang and Hazard, grinning widely. To his surprise, he had become the center of attention in the competition for the forward position. Even the prince himself was eagerly seeking his support. Nevertheless, Carve remained clear-headed about his stance. He had no desire to involve himself in the forward rivalry. As a midfielder, his duty was to create opportunities for whoever could score. Everything else was mere distraction. The second half commenced, and Hao Qiang anticipated more space to showcase his abilities. To his dismay, Grenoble remained resolute in their defense. Lille's players quickly noticed this, casting furtive glances at coach Rudy Garcia. "Boss, your predictions seem to have missed the mark." Garcia wore a troubled expression, taken aback that Grenoble was so willingly playing the role of a hapless fish out of water. Even when trailing at home, they refrained from counterattacking. Grenoble yearned to strike back, but their lack of strength hindered them. Thus, Hazard continued his relentless assaults while Hao Qiang persisted in firing shots. The Grenoble defense began to falter under the pressure. Lille's chaotic style of play was akin to a wild brawl. In the 68th minute, Hao Qiang unleashed a powerful strike from outside the box. Jamali, taken aback, instinctively ducked, shielding himself. He had grown fearful of the shots. Suddenly, there was a loud thud as Caesar crumpled to the ground, struck in the face by Hao Qiang's shot. The Grenoble players erupted in outrage, surrounding Hao Qiang, accusing him of intent. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Don't you realize you could injure someone? Why do you keep shooting at us? You're a menace." Hao Qiang was at a loss for words, retreating not out of fear, but because he felt it inappropriate to have knocked someone down. Carve rushed in to pacify the irate Grenoble players, declaring, "I can vouch for him. He certainly did not mean it. If he had the skill to name precisely, he would have already produced a world-class strike." Carve's words left Hao Qiang feeling perplexed. "You're defending me, yet it feels like an insult." The players from Grenoble gazed at Hao Qiang with palpable disdain. Regardless of whether his actions were intentional, they insisted that he cease his relentless strikes against them. Caesar, despite receiving medical attention, chose to persist in the match, though it was evident that he now harbored a fear of Hao Qiang, dreading another potential blow to the head. As Hao Qiang continued to unleash long-range shots, the Grenoble players erupted with frustration, exclaiming, "Stop shooting. Why do you seem even more addicted to it?" In the 79th minute of the match, Hao Qiang was brought down just outside the penalty area. After enduring a brutal tackle, he was fortunate enough to withstand the impact without serious injury. 3 minutes later, when he unexpectedly opted to dribble forward instead of shooting, Jamali and Caesar were taken aback. "What the hell? Is this kid changing tactics?" The shift came abruptly. Jamali instinctively lunged for the ball, but Hao Qiang deftly maneuvered, allowing the ball to slip past him, only to be tripped by Jamali's outstretched leg. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and he pointed to the penalty spot. The Grenoble players' pupils dilated in shock, and chaos ensued as they converged to accuse Hao Qiang of diving. Hao Qiang, unable to contain his frustration, pushed Jamali aside and stood his ground, his face a mask of fury. Jamali, momentarily stunned by the shove, then fell to the ground, covering his face and rolling about dramatically. Hao Qiang was left dumbfounded. The previously heated argument between the two teams fell silent as they turned their attention to Jamali's theatrical display. In a fit of rage, Hao Qiang laughed sarcastically. "Is your reflex arc spanning the galaxy? Your acting is utterly pathetic." The referee, observing Jamali's antics, remained noncommittal. Grenoble players could no longer restrain themselves and approached Jamali to help him up, urging, "Stop the charade. The audience isn't buying it." Jamali, displaying a hint of embarrassment, could only glare fiercely at Hao Qiang in response. Chapter 45. Not a chance for you. As the referee urged the Grenoble players to retreat, Hao Qiang noticed Hazard stealthily positioning himself at the penalty spot. Anger surged within him. "You little rascal," he thought. He hastened towards the ball at the spot, scooped it up, and cradled it in his arms, then planted himself firmly before Hazard. Hazard stood there, dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. Hao Qiang glanced back at him, retorting, "What are you trying to do?" Wasn't it obvious that the penalty was earned through his efforts? Did Hazard not see how he had been besieged by Grenoble players just moments ago? He had borne the brunt of the insults and the greatest grievances. And now, Hazard wanted to take the penalty? What was he thinking? Under normal circumstances, Hao Qiang might have let it slide. But today was different. If it were anyone else, he might not have objected, but not Hazard. He couldn't indulge this impudent brat. Carve stepped in to pull Hazard away, who grumbled in protest. Did he not know his own capabilities? How could it be his turn to take the kick? Hao Qiang's ire only intensified at Hazard's words. To be frank, taking a penalty requires skill, and those with superior technique are typically given priority. While there was no established penalty taker within the team, based on training performances, Hao Qiang certainly wasn't among the top 3. Yet at that moment, he was resolute. "Even if I miss, I want to let you have it." The Lille fans were not pleased, witnessing the tussle over the penalty. It was hard to determine who was right or wrong. With a lead on the scoreboard, it truly mattered little who took the kick. They were indifferent to the outcome, but the scene was undeniably discordant. However, it was clear to everyone that the two had long been at odds. Now, their conflict had become public. When the referee blew the whistle, Hao Qiang took a deep breath, his expression suddenly firm. He took a few steps back, then launched into a powerful run and shot. Bang! The ball struck the underside of the crossbar and ricocheted into the net. The goalkeeper, Le Crom, could only feebly attempt to save. Hao Qiang's heart raced, but ultimately, the ball found its way in. He sprinted towards the sidelines in celebration, brimming with exuberance. His teammates rushed to congratulate him, but Hazard remained rooted in place, unmoving. On the sidelines, Rudy Garcia tilted his head and turned to Bompard, feeling a sense of helplessness at the scene. The rivalry between the two most capable forwards had become public, and that could not bode well. They would need to have a serious talk with both players. Soon after, Hao Qiang and Hazard were substituted off the field. Lille led 2-0 against Grenoble. The Grenoble defense breathed a sigh of relief as Hao Qiang exited. The relentless attacker who had been targeting them was finally off the pitch. As the match continued, it was clear they lacked the strength to turn the game around. Wittek and Mello put in commendable efforts, yet they could not find the back of the net. The score remained unchanged. Lille triumphed away from home, and Hao Qiang's remarkable record of 10 goals in 11 matches catapulted him to fame. In a post-match interview with the French media, he was asked about the penalty dispute. Hao Qiang replied candidly, "I believe I'm in good form, and such opportunities should be entrusted to me. I can guarantee that I will score." This was not mere boastfulness. As the team's top scorer and the leading scorer in Ligue 1, he had every right to such confidence. The French media interpreted his words as a critique of Hazard, insinuating he was unreliable. After this round of matches, Lille had surged to second place in the standings, just 1 point behind leaders Lyon. During the recovery training session that afternoon, Bompard and Rudy Garcia spoke with both Hao Qiang and Hazard in turn. Hao Qiang spoke openly to the assistant coach and head coach, expressing his willingness to ignite a spark with Hazard. He had made efforts in the past, and if they were observant, they would surely have noticed. But the so-called prince of the team held himself in high regard, preferring to go solo. Once was tolerable, twice was acceptable, but playing solo for an entire match was simply unbearable. Even Buddha would lose his temper. Bompard and Rudy Garcia urged him not to dwell on the actions of a child and to keep the bigger picture in mind. They assured him they would have a word with Hazard. As for what they discussed with Hazard, Hao Qiang could only speculate. On Tuesday afternoon, Hao Qiang departed the training ground. Mendes visited Lille, inviting him to lunch. When they met at the restaurant, Mendes warmly embraced him and, once seated, remarked, "Your performance at Lille has truly impressed me. You've risen to prominence faster than I expected." Hao Qiang felt satisfied with Mendes' efforts in facilitating his transfer to Lille. The competition for the center-forward position was indeed as Mendes had described, presenting him with opportunities. The key was whether he could seize them. Over lunch, they conversed amiably. Mendes proposed assembling a personal coaching team for Hao Qiang, to which he declined, not due to financial constraints, but because he spent most of his time at the training facility. When away, he either rested or returned to his hotel to work out. An additional personal coach would only be useful during holidays. Mendes also informed him of several small companies from China eager to collaborate on endorsements. However, Mendes refused. They were all obscure and unproven companies offering substantial sums, at least 3 million RMB, equating to over 300,000 euros. But Mendes was stringent regarding the market image and positioning of his players. He had no interest in representing subpar companies and understood the risks of endorsements. Who knew what those companies were truly about? If an endorsement went awry, the damage to his reputation would be incalculable. Chasing after small gains was not a path to success. He conveyed his philosophy to Hao Qiang, assuring him that if he continued to perform well, major brands would inevitably seek collaboration and the financial rewards would be plentiful. Hao Qiang had no objections. He too feared endorsing substandard products, which would only lead to becoming a pariah. Earning money must be done with integrity and prudence. They were not destitute. There was no need to grasp at any opportunity. After a pleasant lunch, Hao Qiang returned to the training ground for a brief rest before the afternoon training session. Mendes remained in Lille until evening, having been invited by Lille's sporting director, Van Damme. In the same restaurant, seated in the same spot, Mendes faced Van Damme. The latter began candidly, "Jorge, I regret not signing a longer contract with Hao Qiang last summer. I am prepared for you to demand a hefty price. Please, tell me your offer. We wish to extend Hao Qiang's contract. While we cannot significantly raise his salary, We can offer a signing bonus. Mendes smiled. I anticipated you would invite me to discuss this matter, but I believe you should first express your stance. The whole world knows that Hazard is exceptionally talented and destined for greatness. However, the current situation between Hazard and Hao Qiang at Lille has become a hot topic in the French media. I admire Hazard, but I must ensure Hao Qiang's interests are protected. Can you guarantee that Lille will treat both equally? Van Damme wore a wry smile. Hao Qiang was an unexpected delight, a gift Mendes had brought to Lille. In contrast, Hazard was a product of Lille's own youth academy, brought over from Belgium by Van Damme himself. A fact well known within the club. Rest assured, the prowess of Hao Qiang is evident to all. He has become an indispensable player for the team, and we aspire to cultivate him into the next Benzema. Allow me to correct you. At his age, Benzema did not boast a record of 10 goals and 2 assists in 11 league matches. When considering his performance in the Europa League, with 6 goals and 4 assists, it becomes clear that if you only perceive him as a mere imitation of Benzema, I must candidly say that your perspective is rather limited. Mendes is also pragmatic, although he may have a tendency to conflate concepts. Van Damme shook his head, remarking that the season is not yet halfway through. As other League One teams begin to recognize Hao Qiang's presence and implement targeted defenses against him, whether he can maintain his current efficiency remains a question. Mendes smiled and replied, very well, let us revisit the discussion of his contract renewal at the end of the season. If his efficiency declines significantly, Lille's renewal costs will decrease. However, if he sustains a performance akin to his present one, I cannot guarantee that Lille will manage to retain him. Alas, my concern is that as we delay, he may rapidly develop, ultimately slipping away from our grasp. Mendes chuckled lightly. Lille would struggle to retain him. How many clubs are currently eyeing Hazard? If not for Hazard's inability to translate his performances into efficiency, and given that Lille provides him with an excellent environment for growth, do you believe he can resist the allure of a major club? The same applies to Hao Qiang. Thus, as a friend, my counsel to Lille is this. If you wish to renew Hao Qiang's contract and secure him for a longer term, you must be prepared to invest resources beyond what the club can typically afford, such as providing him with the same as Hazard. Van Damme fell into silence upon hearing this. Offering Hao Qiang the highest salary in the team? That would surely disrupt the locker room. After much hesitation, Van Damme finally said, very well, I hope you can commit to allowing us the priority to renew Hao Qiang's contract next summer. Mendes nodded in agreement. The notion of priority in contract renewal has never been obligatory. Should another club present a more lucrative offer, and if Lille's renewal terms diverge significantly, there would be little justification for Lille to retain Hao Qiang against his will. Chapter 46. Confronting the defending champions. In the middle of the week, Lille faced Genoa in the 4th round of the UEFA Europa League group stage. Key players such as Hao Qiang and Hazard were once again absent. The prospects for advancing in the Europa League appeared optimistic, allowing Rudy Garcia to experiment more freely with his squad. Lille boasted a number of young talents. Yet only Hao Qiang and Hazard, both under 20, consistently secured starting positions. The need for training was significant. Upon arriving in Italy, Hao Qiang finished his training and spent the evening playing tennis with Nwomi and the Six Flower girls at a local court. A fervent sports enthusiast, Hao Qiang relished the opportunity to engage in various athletic endeavors. He found himself playing against 7 women, clearly feeling no pressure. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness as the Six Flower girls seemed less physically capable than the younger Nwomi. Each time they received the ball and swung their rackets, it appeared they exerted every ounce of strength. The court echoed with their various exclamations of exertion, leaving Hao Qiang's mind in disarray. It felt as if they were employing a wheel battle strategy against him. During a break, Li Yingying's phone rang, and she was promptly reprimanded by the editor-in-chief. Li Yingying, what about the live reporting of the match? Lille isn't playing today. No, Hao Qiang isn't playing today. If Hao Qiang isn't playing, are you not working? If he can't play, will you be on holiday in France? What's that noise in the background? That's Liu Yushi. What are you all doing? Playing tennis with Hao Qiang. Playing tennis? You only know how to play. Is Hao Qiang there? He is. Then you better perform well and strive to secure another exclusive interview with him. Have you seen what you presented last time? There was nothing unique about it. The editor-in-chief hung up, leaving Li Yingying both amused and exasperated. All 6 of them had interviewed Hao Qiang, and the questions were largely similar. Anyone observing would struggle to discern who was truly in the lead. The others were also held accountable by the editor-in-chief, but upon hearing they were with Hao Qiang, leniency was granted. Ultimately, the desire to cultivate a good relationship with him was evident, as it would allow them to obtain first-hand information consistently. Yet, in this scenario, none of the six could emerge as a unique source of news. Feeling fatigued, Hao Qiang took a seat to rest, and Nuomi naturally leaned against him. Gutsign didn't mind, but the other six women secretly thought, foreign girls are so open, not shy at all. If there were no one around, they too would have liked to try leaning against Hao Qiang. Judging by his physique, he seemed quite sturdy. Witek and Mello each scored in the away match. Their hard work paid off, yet Lille succumbed to a 2-3 defeat against Genoa. Fortunately, Lille remained at the top of their group standings. Lille with 7 points, Valencia with 6 points, Genoa with 6 points, and Slavia Prague with 2 points. As the weekend arrived, a key match in Ligue 1 unfolded at the Stade Pierre-Marois, where Lille welcomed the reigning champions Bordeaux. Hao Qiang, starting the match, was filled with determination. From the preparation phase, Rudy Garcia had instilled a psychological fortitude in the team to prevent any underestimation of their opponents. Employing a more conservative tactical approach due to the respect held for Bordeaux, Lille lined up in a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper, Landreau, defenders, Debuchy, Rami, Cheju, Biria, midfielders, Cabai, Mavoba, Balmont, forwards, Gervinho, Hao Qiang, Hazard. Bordeaux opted for a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper, Carasso, defenders, Cham, Cheney, Planis, Tremolinas, midfielders, Menegazzo, Alou Diarra, Gorkuf, Jussi, forwards, Chamek, Gouffrin. Bordeaux's coach Blanc stood on the sideline, arms crossed, his serious demeanor belied by his eyes, which darted between Hao Qiang and Hazard. One was a visible talent, while the other was an explosive new star. Despite Lille's youthful attack line, it was enviable. Yet, as defending champions, Blanc exuded confidence. As the match commenced, Lille sought to launch a swift counterattack. When Hao Qiang received the ball just outside the penalty area, he was quickly double-teamed by Diarra and Planis. Reacting rapidly, he passed the ball back. As he did so, Diarra collided with him. Had he hesitated even slightly, he would have lost possession. Cabai shifted the attack to the left wing, where Hazard swiftly cut inside, displaying commendable pace. However, Blanc had meticulously arranged his tactics. Menegazzo was deployed on the right to bolster defenses against Hazard. As Hazard made a sudden stop and change of direction, his explosive agility was remarkable. In Ligue 1, there was no other young player under 20 with such dribbling prowess. Hazard's attempt to break past Cham was met with resistance, and as he maneuvered into the penalty area, his momentum began to dwindle. The imposing center-back Cheney executed a precise interception, stealing the ball from Hazard. As Lille attempted to regroup defensively, Bordeaux's counterattack was swift. Gorkuf advanced from the midfield, seemingly unhurried, yet his pinpoint long pass set up Chamek and Gouffrin in a 2-on-3 situation. The quality of Gorkuf's pass sent shivers through the Lille fans. This was the caliber of last season's Ligue 1 MVP. Once a league dominated by the likes of Juninho, the current era saw a multitude of contenders vying for supremacy in Ligue 1. The Lion dynasty had crumbled, and now teams competed fiercely for the top spot. Gorkuf, who had struggled to find his footing at AC Milan, flourished in Ligue 1. Chamek crossed the ball to Gouffrin just outside the penalty area, who then made a determined run into the right flank of the penalty box and unleashed a shot, only to be thwarted by goalkeeper Landreau. Lille narrowly avoided being countered after their failed attempt. Consequently, the team tightened its formation to bolster defenses, wary of making further mistakes. The match quickly descended into a stalemate. Hao Qiang noticed that he was being closely marked, and with the team's contraction, his starting position for attacks was less than ideal. Even if he possessed exceptional dribbling skills, he would need to navigate from the center circle, evading Diarra and breaking through the defensive lines of Planis and Cheney. It was evidently a daunting task. The ball spent most of its time at Bordeaux's feet. While Cabai had considerable strength, Gorkuf was the premier orchestrator in Ligue 1, setting the standard for controlling the game. Lille found themselves on the back foot. A proficient attacking organizer could mobilize greater offensive power. Bordeaux's organization and progression were fluid, with winger Jussi and both fullbacks pushing forward to supply ammunition to the front line. Lille's defense appeared shaky, yet Chamek and Gouffrin repeatedly squandered their opportunities. During the sporadic fast breaks Lille managed to initiate, Hao Qiang consistently sought to pass to Gervinho, disregarding Hazard. The latter remained unfazed, understanding that frustration was futile, patiently waiting for the right opportunity. Gervinho, hesitant to venture inside for fear of losing possession, delivered a cross after reaching the byline. But the quality of the delivery was subpar. Hao Qiang found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Cheney's physical presence, despite being one of the taller and sturdier forwards on the pitch. Yet, compared to Cheney, he still felt lacking. With the quality of Gervinho's passing being rather inconsistent, Hao Qiang failed to pose a threat in crucial positional battles. Nevertheless, as the reigning champions, their strength across all three lines should not be underestimated. Bordeaux's weakness primarily lay in their attacking front. Observing the team's inability to create threats down the right flank, Carve turned his focus to actively creating opportunities for Hazard. He skillfully ensured that chances were evenly distributed among the forwards, preventing himself from being criticized by both ends of the attack. In the first 30 minutes, Bordeaux was subjected to a relentless assault on Gervinho's side, resulting in a clear shift in defensive focus. At that juncture, Lille redirected their efforts to the left flank, providing Hazard with ample space to operate. In the 37th minute, Hazard received support from the left back, Biria, and executed a series of passes that penetrated Nez's defensive zone. As he made an inward run, he received another pass from Biria. Left back Chalamet was drawn away by Biria, and his sluggish assistance in the middle allowed Hazard to engage in a one-on-one against the imposing Cheney. On this occasion, the formidable Cheney found himself utterly outmaneuvered by Hazard's deft dribbling. As Hazard made a sudden stop and feigned a shoulder drop, he skillfully shifted the ball from one foot to the other, catching Cheney off balance as he accelerated past him along the outside. It was a magnificent display. Hao Qiang, rushing forward, obstructed Plani, confident that had Hazard crossed the ball, he would have been able to find the back of the net. However, after deftly bypassing Cheney and penetrating the left side of the penalty area, Hazard decisively unleashed a shot. The ball, struck with his left foot, soared toward the far corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Carasso, stretching to his utmost limit, could not deflect the ball away. As the ball nestled into the far corner of the net, the atmosphere at the Stade de Moulins erupted in cheers. Hazard, beaming with joy, sprinted to the sidelines, sliding on his knees in celebration, arms outstretched, exultantly shouting. An indescribable sense of triumph enveloped him. Chapter 47. Another beast awakes? Lille leads reigning champions Bordeaux 1-0 at home. Blanc gazes at Hazard, envy evident in his eyes. This extraordinary talent from Lille has left countless teams yearning for his prowess. Rudy Garcia claps his hands, invigorated by the spirit of the match. Hazard's remarkable performance has indeed allowed the coaching staff to maintain their trust in him, even though his performances can be erratic. The consensus is that, from a long-term perspective, Hazard's chances of consistently excelling are only increasing as he continues to grow. Hao Qiang merely joins his teammates in celebrating from the sidelines. To be fair, Hazard's talent and skill set him apart from many of his peers. With his dribbling finesse and explosive agility, Hao Qiang admits that he may never reach such heights. However, he does not feel disheartened. He is resolute. Let them be strong. I too can reign supreme. Bordeaux's defense is in disarray, and they must stabilize their backline. As the first half nears its conclusion, Hazard grows increasingly menacing, drawing frequent fouls from opponents as he breaks through their defenses. The Bordeaux backline, led by Menegazzo and Cham, finds it impossible to contain the rising star from Belgium. As the first half ends, Hazard exhales, a subtle smile playing on his lips. It is evident to all spectators that he is in high spirits today. Had he possessed a stronger finishing ability, he would have surely left Bordeaux reeling. As he walks toward the players' tunnel, Hazard catches sight of Hao Qiang's silhouette and instinctively lifts his chin. He intends to show the world who truly is Lille's key player. Back in the locker room, Rudy Garcia notices Hazard's somewhat arrogant demeanor. Youthful exuberance is expected among players. Garcia refrains from intervening too much or insisting that Hazard shake hands with Hao Qiang. He believes that while both superstars have different styles, they share a common competitive spirit. As long as they do not falter, their rivalry will only spur each other on. Indeed, the lack of teamwork is evident, yet the growth in individual capability cannot be overlooked. Hao Qiang feels the pressure. Hazard has effectively turned this clash against the reigning champions into his own one-man show. How could he remain indifferent and willingly subordinate himself? As the second half commences, he opens up a peculiar space to unleash his potential. Crespo go. Bordeaux accelerates, frequently creating threats in Lille's penalty area. Rami and Cheju struggle, yet Chamek and Gouffrin fail to seize their opportunities, leaving Gourcuff and Jussi fuming. Bordeaux fans are on the verge of tears. The two forwards remind them of Lille's mellow and Wittig, inept. Though Hao Qiang has made a connection with Crespo, Hazard's dominance means that most fast break opportunities are directed toward him. Hao Qiang finds himself running aimlessly. He finally receives a pass from Gervinho during a forward run, and as he touches the ball, he deftly evades the defensive midfielder Diarra. Just as he attempts to maneuver past Plani in the box, the towering Qiang charges in, disrupting his rhythm, causing him to lose control of the ball. Goalkeeper Carasso seizes the opportunity to claim it. Hazard, having made his runs in vain, remains indifferent to Hao Qiang. Meanwhile, Rudy Garcia closely observes Hao Qiang's performance, noting an improvement in his condition and a marked enhancement in his skills. In the 61st minute, Hao Qiang makes a forward run to connect with a cross from Belhaj but heads the ball off target. Gritting his teeth, he tries again. He pulls out an ordinary forward's card to utilize. Bordeaux increases their offensive efforts, and Lille's counterattacks begin to flourish. Bordeaux's defense struggles to contain Hazard, and by the 70th minute, they resort to indiscriminate fouling. Yellow cards are flying everywhere. Hao Qiang has fewer opportunities, yet he strives to maximize the quality of each attack. In the 73rd minute, after combining with Gervinho to penetrate the right side of the box, he feels confident as he prepares to shoot. However, what greets him is a stunning save from Carasso, deflecting his shot out of bounds. Lille fans sigh, then erupt in applause for Hao Qiang. Despite not scoring, he has managed to rattle Bordeaux's defense. Blanc watches nervously. With Hazard and Hao Qiang in the mix, Lille's attack becomes a formidable force. The key lies in their contrasting styles, one a master of finesse, the other a powerhouse. They embody both strength and grace in their interplay. Strictly speaking, Ligue 1 lacks top-tier stars. The players here comprise three groups: the ambitious new generation, the mediocre mid-tier, and the aging veterans. Whenever a promising new star crosses into the mid-tier, they are usually snatched up by teams in the Premier League, La Liga, or Serie A. The Bundesliga rarely poaches from Ligue 1, focusing instead on nurturing its own talent. Thus, in Ligue 1, superstars like Hazard find not only a stage to shine, but also the opportunity to become the most prominent rising stars. If he were to be placed in the Premier League, La Liga, or Serie A, even with ample chances, he would struggle to match the performances of established icons. Hao Qiang, too, boasts a decent goal rate, yet whether he could replicate such success in the other top leagues remains uncertain. Blanc then glances at Chamek and Gouffran, the former a young star, the latter a seasoned mid-tier player. Their skills are undeniable, yet their ceiling is inherently limited. Hao Qiang has played 2 cards, but has yet to earn an assist. Disappointment flickers momentarily in his heart, only to be replaced by unwavering confidence as he resolves to keep fighting. As the clock ticks past 80 minutes, with Bordeaux trailing by a single goal, the reigning champions are compelled to take risks. More players surge forward, pushing their formation high up the pitch. This should have been the moment for Hazard to shine, but Bordeaux's restrictions on him are nearly absolute. In the 83rd minute, Carve, controlling the ball in the center circle, intends to pass to Hazard, but ultimately opts for a diagonal ball to the right. Balmont races up to deliver a ground pass. Hao Qiang makes a forward run to evade Plani, seemingly succeeding in his offside maneuver. However, Qiang closely pursues him. As he takes a step forward with the ball, Qiang quickens his pace to block his path. As Hao Qiang enters the penalty area, he suddenly makes a pronounced cut to the left. His movement is clear, easily readable by anyone. No need for prediction. Yet, he overexerts his touch. Lille fans gasp in disbelief. My Hao Qiang, how has he become so clumsy with his turns? Qiang's leg collides with the ball, but it deflects off Hao Qiang's right leg and continues rolling to the left. Qiang is taken aback. Is this even possible? He quickly shifts his weight to intercept Hao Qiang. Yet, despite his clumsy footwork, Hao Qiang's body positioning remains advantageous. He boldly collides with the taller Qiang, pushing him aside with force. Qiang stumbles, nearly losing his balance, disbelief etched across his face. This is indeed a display of a powerful center-forward's play. Though his dribbling is awkward and halting, his brute strength prevails. At this moment, Blanc's eyes widen in astonishment, as he recalls a figure that epitomizes such raw power and dominance. Once a player whose lackluster performance in Ligue 1 was almost unbearable to witness, the now-renowned beast Didier Drogba has undergone a remarkable transformation. Hao Qiang, in a determined drive past Qiang, adjusted his shooting posture with intent to use his right foot as he closed in on the ball within the penalty area. Meanwhile, Hazard, charging in from the left, vocally urged him to pass the ball. With an unwavering confidence of 1,000%, Hazard believed he could effortlessly find the back of the net, securing victory for Lille. Yet, in that moment, Hao Qiang was consumed by a fervor. As carve advanced, Hao Qiang unleashed a shot with his right foot. Carve, anticipating a strike aimed at the far corner of the goal due to Hao Qiang's adjustment, had shifted his weight prematurely. However, as the ball approached, he stood frozen in disbelief. To his astonishment, Hao Qiang had opted for the near post instead. Was the adjustment merely a guise for increased certainty? Goodness! How misguided was that anticipation? Bang! The ball struck the inside of the left post and ricocheted into the net. The Lille supporters erupted into euphoric cheers, reveling in a 2-goal lead against the defending champions. In a display of exuberance, Hao Qiang sprinted toward the sidelines, raised his right hand, tracing an arc through the air before placing it to his ear, feigning a gesture of attentive listening. The ecstatic roars of Lille fans reverberated throughout the Stade Pierre Marois. Chapter 48. You are flamboyant. I am straightforward. Hao Qiang has scored again. Though his ball control appeared somewhat disjointed, his confrontation with Cheney was fierce and relentless. The dual stars of Lille's attack, embodying both strength and finesse, are the envy of countless teams. The score stands at 2 o'clock. Lille's match against the defending champions Bordeaux seems to be all but secured. The attention now shifts to Lyon. Should they fail to secure a victory, Lille will seize the top position. Hao Qiang savored the cheers of the fans, relishing the moment with a hint of pride. His technique may not rival that of Hazard's seamless artistry, but so what? You score, I score. You are flamboyant, I am straightforward. As long as I remain Lille's top scorer, you have no right to look down upon me. I will not indulge you. Hazard, witnessing Hao Qiang surrounded by teammates, wore a bittersweet smile. Today, his overall performance undoubtedly outshone Hao Qiang's, yet looking solely at the statistics, they both had 1 goal each. Nevertheless, he maintained a positive mindset. The media would undoubtedly laud him with higher praise, while Hao Qiang, aside from his goal, had little else to boast about. Blanc's expression darkened as he compared Hazard and Hao Qiang with Chamac and Guffrin. The disparity was infuriating. Rudy Garcia, after celebrating, gestured for his team to tighten their formation and focus on counterattacks. As the reigning champions, Bordeaux had no intention of yielding, even with time running short. They launched an even more ferocious assault. However, Chamac and Guffrin had lost their way on the front line, their confidence waning with each passing moment. Lille's counterattacking opportunities seemed more promising, yet Bordeaux committed nearly all remaining defensive resources to stifle Hazard and Hao Qiang. In the 89th minute, Hazard, having dribbled into the attacking zone but feeling fatigued, opted to pass the ball back to carve. Whether it was reluctance to pass to Hao Qiang or a desire for carve to control the tempo remained unclear. Nonetheless, Bordeaux's defense still exhibited considerable gaps. Carve, upon receiving the ball just outside the center circle, decisively delivered a low, diagonal pass. Hao Qiang, observing the ball's trajectory, and Hazard had drawn the defenders away. Gervinho, stealthily breaking into the box, executed a brilliant run, creating a clear chance. Bordeaux's defenders were left to rue their oversight. This lad had hidden himself well. Gervinho, one-on-one with carve, coolly slotted the ball into the far corner, sealing the victory and dismantling the reigning champions. 3 o'clock. The Lille fans erupted in ecstatic cheers. For much of the match, Lille had been on the back foot, yet they had managed to strike 3 decisive blows against the defending champions. One could easily mistake the scoreline for a total rout. Blanc shook his head slightly. The team's shortcomings lay in their front line, without the ability to score. Lille certainly had opportunities for a counterattack. Sighing, he pondered whether, should the discord between Hazard and Hao Qiang continue, he might be able to recruit one of them during the winter break. Whether through purchase or loan, either would suffice. Lille triumphed over Bordeaux with a score of 3 o'clock. As the match concluded, Hao Qiang embraced his teammates and applauded the stands before exiting the field. Today, Hazard indeed garnered significant media attention post-match. Hao Qiang could only continue chatting with the 6 lovely ladies, feeling comfortable in their company. Chao Qingqing asked him, "Hao Qiang, is there really a conflict between you and Hazard?" The other 5 ladies looked on with curiosity. Hao Qiang scratched his head, realizing that the nearby reporters likely could not understand their conversation in Chinese. Thus, he sighed, "I can address this question, but whether or not it gets reported is up to you." Hazard possesses remarkable talent, impeccable technique, and undeniable strength. This is evident to all. I acknowledge that my skill does not measure up to his, although it may not be a personal affront. It is normal for a player with superior technique to hold a relatively higher status within the team, so his condescension towards me is understandable. I have encountered similar situations in other teams. Such dynamics are quite common. This isn't merely disdain or belittlement. As forwards, it involves core competition. Who becomes the focal point? Who garners more support from the team? And who wields greater influence? It can be seen as a conflict, but it essentially boils down to both of us being unwilling to concede. I do not yield to him, nor does he to me. It is as simple as that. I believe such phenomena occur across various industries in society. Therefore, I do not take it to heart. I focus on improving myself, growing stronger, and ensuring that the position and status that belong to me cannot be taken away by anyone. The 6 ladies nodded in understanding, subsequently encouraging Hao Qiang with words of support. They stood firmly on his side. Whether or not to criticize Hazard remained a separate discussion, contingent upon whether they deemed Hazard's actions excessive. Regardless, their audience comprised primarily Chinese fans, with European supporters largely indifferent. Did they truly believe that the media should always maintain objectivity and neutrality? That would be a delusion, unbeknownst to them. Different countries' media certainly adhere to varying principles and stances. The 6 lovely ladies had come to France to act as neutral observers. Why would they need to serve as mundane judges? They would undoubtedly support Hao Qiang. Even if he were in the wrong, they would find a way to excuse him. If Hao Qiang were being bullied, they would certainly defend him. Otherwise, wouldn't that make them bystanders, offering a few neutral and objective comments that would be no different from knifing him in the back? Hazard was surrounded by reporters, akin to a star amidst a constellation. He smiled while accepting interviews, speaking animatedly, occasionally glancing at Hao Qiang, aware that he was merely conversing with media from China, a detail almost negligible. However, the crowd's attention was soon drawn to a figure making her way through. Whispers began among the reporters. Was that Konstantina Yablonsky? It turned out she had come to watch the match live. Now appearing in the mixed zone, was she looking for Hao Qiang? The renowned French supermodel Konstantina Yablonsky, glowing with elegance, approached Hao Qiang, accompanied by the stadium staff. This scene left the 6 lovely ladies in a state of astonishment. They had heard of Hao Qiang's interactions with Konstantina on social media, but had not given it much thought. Hao Qiang, noticing the sudden change in the expressions of the 6 ladies, turned to look. He was taken aback. The tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman radiated an almost ethereal glow, impeccably dressed and striking. Hao Qiang furrowed his brow, then recognized her. Wasn't he this Konstantina Yablonsky? How had she jumped from the internet to reality? Konstantina smiled at Hao Qiang and said, "Hello, Hao Qiang. I am Konstantina Yablonsky. You can call me Konstantina. I'm here to collect the signed jersey you promised me." Hao Qiang blurted out, "Didn't I ask you to send me your address?" Konstantina maintained her smile, but refrained from answering. Hao Qiang then realized that her reluctance to share her address stemmed from concerns. As a supermodel, she frequently traveled for events and was understandably hesitant to expose her residence. Moreover, if the package Hao Qiang sent went unclaimed for an extended period, it would ultimately be returned. Today, as Lille faced Bordeaux in a top-of-the-table clash, she was present to show her support. Although Hao Qiang was not the most illustrious figure on the pitch, she was still particularly thrilled when he scored. Despite Hao Qiang's imposing stature, his outings with the diminutive Nuami might seem mismatched, yet they made for an endearing pair. However, the tall supermodel standing before Hao Qiang appeared to create a visually harmonious scene. With a physique reminiscent of the slender Eden Hazard, Konstanz Jablonski stood alongside him, and one could scarcely discern any disparity in strength. Dressed in women's attire, they would undoubtedly resemble close friends. Hao Qiang removed his jersey and requested a pen from Li Yingying, subsequently signing his name upon it before turning to present the jersey to Konstanz Jablonski. This gesture was indeed quite sincere. Signed jerseys vary in prestige, and what he offered was a post-match edition. Upon receiving the jersey, Konstanz Jablonski positioned herself closely beside Hao Qiang, facing the media with a smile, asking, "Could you assist us with a group photo?" The 6 flower-like beauties wore expressions devoid of joy, as the unexpected appearance of the alluring supermodel placed immense pressure upon them. The salient factor was that she possessed both the allure and the flair of a true supermodel, capturing the attention of all present from the moment she arrived. Before the 6 beauties could react, other reporters hurried over to take photographs. Eden Hazard observed as the surrounding journalists swiftly flocked to Hao Qiang's side, his smile freezing in place, suppressing the urge to express his frustration vocally. Chapter 49. You have your own style, and I have mine. Shortly after Lille triumphed over Bordeaux at their home ground, the fierce clash between Lyon and Marseille commenced. The two teams engaged in a spectacular goal fest, culminating in a remarkable 5-5 draw. As a result, Lille surged ahead of Lyon by a single point to claim the top spot in the standings. A photograph of Hao Qiang and Konstantin Zablinski also graced the headlines of entertainment news. The next day, Konstantin extended an invitation to Hao Qiang for dinner, but he politely declined, citing a lack of time. Despite her status as a supermodel, Hao Qiang felt no spark. He preferred not to pursue relationships with excessively slender women. The excuse of being busy was genuine, as the FIFA matchday arrived, and Hao Qiang accepted Mendes' invitation to witness the Portuguese national team in action. Thus, the following afternoon, he journeyed from France to Portugal. Mendes hoped Hao Qiang would experience the allure of superstars firsthand, serving as both temptation and motivation. Cristiano Ronaldo was akin to a deity in the hearts of Portuguese fans. In the stands, Hao Qiang found himself swept away by the rhythm of the crowd, eager to cheer for Portugal. The match itself showcased a high level of play and an electric atmosphere. After the game concluded, Hao Qiang remained in a contemplative state for an extended period. Though Mendes did not utter a word, his expression clearly conveyed a message. Do you see the superstar's popularity? Do you aspire to become a superstar? Then strive harder. Upon returning to France, Hao Qiang indeed fell into an obsessive training regimen. Yet, after exhausting himself, he experienced a moment of clarity. Scientific training emphasizes a balance between work and rest. If one overexerts during practice, how can they compete? After the FIFA matchday, Lille faced Montpellier away. The team's overall performance seemed affected by the FIFA virus. Montpellier, taking advantage of home ground, launched a fierce offensive against Lille from the outset. Lille found themselves on the back foot, with sporadic counterattacks squandered by Hazard. The Belgian talent, returning from national duty, was evidently out of sorts. Hao Qiang had points, but no lottery wins. He yearned to accumulate a significant reward. Simultaneously, he wished to enhance his central forward skills according to the path designed by Bonpal, running hard on the field and actively assisting in defense. However, he could not withstand Hazard's repeated solo incursions being intercepted, leading to counterattacks from Montpellier. As the first half neared its end, Lille's defense ultimately succumbed. Montpellier broke the deadlock, taking the lead. At the start of the second half, Hao Qiang began utilizing his cards while retreating deeper to relieve carve of the organizational pressure during transitions from defense to attack. The two quickly helped Lille stabilize the match, and the offense began to show signs of improvement. In the 57th minute, after a wall pass with carve in midfield, Hao Qiang distributed the ball to the right. Debuchy surged forward, and just 2 minutes after coming on, Aubameyang made a decisive run, cutting inside from an offside position. Debuchy delivered a through ball, and Aubameyang, one-on-one with the goalkeeper, unleashed a powerful shot into the far corner of the net. Lille equalized at 1-1. Witnessing Aubameyang's brilliance, Hazard attempted to elevate his game, seeking to make an impact. However, just 10 minutes later, his ball loss in the midfield presented Montpellier with a swift counterattack opportunity. Lille's defense was caught off guard. Rami and others glared at Hazard, their frustration palpable yet unvoiced. Rudy Garcia shook his head and substituted Hazard with a brainiac 3 minutes later. Montpellier led Lille 2-1, and as the match entered the final 20 minutes, they intensified their defensive efforts. Lille managed to retain possession in the attacking third, with Aubameyang frequently advancing, careful not to disregard his teammates' positioning. Hao Qiang seized the moment in the center, shooting with urgency. He aimed to capitalize on every opportunity within range, striving for higher quality shots. Montpellier's two center-backs frequently blocked Hao Qiang's attempts, their tempers flaring. They believed Hao Qiang was disrupting their rhythm. Despite being denied clear pathways, he persisted in shooting. 2 ordinary cards had already been utilized, yet he was finding his rhythm. In the 87th minute, he received a pass from a brainiac at the edge of the penalty area and struck the ball with exceptional quality, only to witness Montpellier's goalkeeper, Hudeler, execute a spectacular save, averting disaster. Lille's fans sighed in disappointment. However, Montpellier's defenders remained vigilant, reinforcing their marking to restrict Hao Qiang's shooting opportunities. Hao Qiang's confidence surged. Although many of his shots were indeed blocked, it was evident that he was consistently targeting the goal. The more he shot, the more in tune he felt. As Montpellier's center-backs began to mark him closely, space opened up behind them. In the first minute of stoppage time, Hao Qiang returned the ball to Balmont in front of the penalty area, who then distributed it to the right. As a brainiac prepared to cross, Hao Qiang decisively made a forward run, positioning himself just ahead of the penalty spot, using his body to shield against the challenge from center back El-Qatari. After controlling the ball with his chest, he executed a volley as the goalkeeper, Hudler, advanced. Bang! The ball struck the underside of the crossbar and ricocheted into Montpellier's net. Rudy Garcia applauded, invigorated. In a critical moment, Hao Qiang shone. Lille's fans erupted in joy, chanting his name. Unfazed, Hao Qiang collected the ball from the net and cradled it in his arms before sprinting towards the center of the field. Montpellier's defenders were incensed, their tempers flaring. The two center backs glared at Hao Qiang, believing he was toying with their emotions, deliberately shooting the ball towards them, forcing them to limit his shooting opportunities. This exposed space behind them, allowing Hao Qiang to seize a golden opportunity to score. They felt as if they were being led around by the nose. And the painful reality of their situation was undeniable. The final 2 minutes devolved into a physical contest. Lille, wary of conceding again, resorted to rough defensive tactics. Montpellier countered with rapid attacks, leading to aggressive tackles and intense collisions. Lille's last chance came from a set piece. Amidst a crowded box, Hao Qiang was impeded, leaping to connect with the ball, but his header went astray. The match ended in a 2-2 stalemate. Both teams shook hands. Rudy Garcia was not troubled. The team's overall performance had barely reached passing standards, and escaping the away game with a draw was a stroke of luck. Post-match, Hao Qiang's timely intervention garnered him headlines in League One once more, as he remained the leading scorer in the league. His every move was now under greater scrutiny. With no midweek match, Hazard focused on recuperating, firmly believing that once he regained his form, he would shine brighter than ever, with no one able to eclipse his brilliance. As November drew to a close, Lille hosted Valenciennes, who had performed exceptionally well this season, remarkably standing sixth in the league table as the halfway mark approached. Their success was attributed to resolute defense and relentless counterattacks. Lille, playing at the Stade Pierre-Mauroy, showcased a marked improvement in overall performance. Hazard kicked off with vigor, charging into the fray. Yet Valenciennes had prepared well, employing a strategy to contain him, restricting his pace and breakthrough opportunities while also striving to sever his connections with teammates. Similarly, they applied tight marking on Hao Qiang, who, despite the dense defense, began utilizing cards to elevate his performance. Though he could not create shooting threats amidst the concentrated defense, his personal form surged rapidly. In the 28th minute of the match, Hao Qiang received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, skillfully shielding it while fending off the defender's pressure. As the defensive midfielder attempted to intercept, he decisively passed the ball laterally. Balmont made a forward run to receive the ball and delivered a precise through pass. Gervinho cut in, slicing through the Valenciennes defense. Inside the penalty area, he controlled the ball, adjusted his stance, and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared into the far corner of the net. Lille took the lead. Hazard initially believed that Valenciennes would weaken their defense after conceding a goal, yet he underestimated their tactical discipline as they continued to apply relentless pressure on him. Before the halftime whistle, Hao Qiang once again played a pivotal role up front. Engaging in physical battles and positioning himself effectively, he fell to the ground while under duress, deftly sweeping the ball aside. Carve surged in from the side, taking a touch before charging into the penalty area and delivering a fierce shot towards the far corner. Another goal. After scoring, Carve turned around, smiling and pointing at Hao Qiang, praising his assist. The Lille players rushed to celebrate, their spirits soaring. Hazard's expression, however, was one of discontent. Despite the challenging circumstances of breaking through a compact defense, Hao Qiang had made significant contributions, yet he had not delivered a truly spectacular performance. Chapter 50. Behind luck lies strength. During halftime, Hazard intensified his recovery efforts. Before the second half commenced, he sought out Carve, hoping for increased support from the midfield. Carve, however, spoke earnestly, explaining that it was not a lack of desire to pass more, but rather the situation on the pitch was evident to all. Valence's defense against him was akin to guarding against a thief, and Hao Qiang's circumstances were equally grim. At this juncture, it was imperative to focus on the right flank. Ignoring the right side would be unthinkable, wouldn't it? Carve's words rang true. If Lille's defense were to concentrate solely on one player, it would be manageable. The defensive resources would not be excessively skewed towards Hazard and Hao Qiang. Yet, both were being closely marked. The left flank, where Gervinho operated, was more favorable. and the space for penetrating the right side of the penalty area could be exploited effectively, with Hao Qiang serving as a pivot for collaboration. As a midfield orchestrator, Carve could hardly overlook this situation. Hazard's desire for more support appeared to be a stubborn insistence on leading the midfield headlong into a wall. With the situation favoring them, Carve was reluctant to prolong the conversation with Hazard. After all, in the first half, he had already assisted Hao Qiang in scoring. As the teams returned to the field, Hazard found opportunities increasingly scarce. Valence maintained their tight marking on him. Yet, Valence began to adopt a more aggressive formation. As trailing by 2 goals necessitated their efforts to turn the tide, Hao Qiang faced a similarly challenging environment. When closely guarded, shooting towards the goal became quite difficult. Nevertheless, he remained composed, striving to fulfill his role as a pivot. Gervinho frequently cut inside to create shooting threats, and Hao Qiang felt no envy. After all, he was the team's leading forward with 12 league goals. He was not solely a striker, and thus could not fixate purely on the goal. In the 59th minute, Hao Qiang received the ball with his back to the goal just outside the penalty area, laying it off for Gervinho. After passing, he turned and advanced. Gervinho dribbled forward and delivered a short pass. Hao Qiang, in the right side of the penalty area, took a touch to create space from the center-back Bald. His timing was impeccable, yet after taking that touch, he was tripped by Bald's outstretched leg. Sitting on the ground, Hao Qiang heard Bald angrily accuse him of diving. The referee had already pointed to the penalty spot. Unfazed, Hao Qiang remained composed, even appearing somewhat disdainful of Bald's fury. Could he not choose a different word? Diving. Diving. It made him sound like a drama school graduate. A penalty was awarded. Hazard remained still, and Hao Qiang did not enter the penalty area. Carve stood at the penalty spot. Since the incident where Hao Qiang and Hazard contested a penalty, Rudy Garcia had designated Carve as the first-choice penalty taker. This decision might discomfort both Hao Qiang and Hazard, but it was preferable to appointing either of them as the designated taker, which could breed resentment over perceived injustice. If they wished to compete, so be it, but they would have no part in the penalty. Want to score? Do it through the flow of the game. Carve converted the penalty with precision. 3-0. Lille secured their victory. Valence's morale plummeted, as if their promising momentum had been forcefully extinguished by Lille. Meanwhile, Lille grew increasingly fluid in their offensive play. Hao Qiang's pivotal role invigorated the midfield and right flank with remarkable vigor. Yet, Valence could not afford to disregard Hao Qiang. After all, it was he who had won the penalty. In the 72nd minute, it was again Hao Qiang who headed the ball back to Carve after receiving a cross from D. Butchie at the edge of the penalty area. Balmont followed up with a pass to Carve, who delivered a through ball that pierced through Valence's right flank. Gervinho cut inside, calmly maneuvered past Bald, and slotted the ball into the net. Lille led 4-0 against Valence. The fans erupted in ecstatic jubilation. Hao Qiang rushed to congratulate Gervinho, and they embraced, their spirits soaring. However, Hazard appeared somewhat despondent. If he previously felt that only Hao Qiang outperformed him statistically, today, both Carve and Gervinho had each scored twice. His standing within the team had rapidly declined. It felt as though Hao Qiang and the others were a cohesive unit, while he was merely a temporary worker at Lille. Out of sync with the team, Rudy Garcia observed Hazard's state, contemplating that perhaps the time had come for a change. Valence seemed to be subtly conceding. Lille, on the other hand, pressed their advantage, launching relentless attacks against Valence. The midfield was in high spirits, taking long-range shots with reckless abandon. After all, Hao Qiang was continuously setting up the artillery. In the 89th minute, even defensive midfielder Mavuba surged forward to take a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. Hao Qiang turned towards the goal amidst a crowd of players, instinctively rushing forward upon seeing the ball headed towards the goalkeeper. The keeper, Asenjo, reflexively parried the shot, but the ball deflected off Hao Qiang's lower abdomen and into the net. The Valence players instinctively raised their hands, signaling for offside against Hao Qiang. Yet the linesman remained silent. Hao Qiang turned and ran to celebrate his goal, while Carve rushed over, laughing heartily, asking, "What part did you score with?" Realizing the implication, Hao Qiang understood it seemed as though he had scored with his third leg. He simply smiled in response. "What does it matter which part one scored with? The fact remains, I scored." Rudy Garcia clapped and laughed, unreserved in his admiration for Hao Qiang. It was evident to all that Hao Qiang was consistently proactive. Some goals appeared fortunate, but how much luck truly exists on the football pitch? Luck is merely strength as support. Leading 4-0, Had Hao Qiang wished to rest and relax? Would that goal have materialized? The match concluded. The Lille fans erupted in thunderous cheers. A resounding victory left the supporters utterly satisfied. Meanwhile, criticism of Hazard began to emerge in the French media, suggesting that the previous season's Ligue 1 Rookie of the Year needed to enhance his tactical acumen on the field. Hazard was in dire need of a standout performance to validate himself. Midweek, Lille traveled to Spain to challenge Valencia. Hao Qiang did not make the squad, but Hazard was brought along by Rudy Garcia. As the Europa League group stage approached its final phase, Lille, though at the top of the table, had a slim lead, making their progression precarious. Thus, Rudy Garcia dared not adopt a purely experimental approach in his lineup. A mix of substitutes and starters took on Valencia, hoping to secure at least a draw and return unscathed. Ultimately, Lille was utterly outmatched by Valencia away from home. In the first half, Hao Qiang and Mata scored 3 goals for Valencia, sealing their victory. In the second half, Valencia controlled the pace, and despite Lille's best efforts, they could only manage a consolation goal from Chaik Nias via set piece. The final score was 1-3. Lille returned defeated. Hazard played the full match, but failed to make an impact. His lackluster performance was intricately tied to the team's overall struggles. Yet, considering himself the team's star player, he had not stepped up at a critical moment to turn the tide. It seemed the throne of the supposed star player was on the verge of being relinquished. Genoa drew with Slavia Prague, preventing Lille from dropping out of the top 2 in the group. Valencia had 9 points, Lille 7, Genoa 7, and Slavia Prague 3. In the final round, a do-or-die clash awaited, as Lille needed to defeat Slavia Prague to secure their advancement to the knockout stage of the Europa League. The weekend is poised to witness a fierce showdown for the top spot. After careful consideration, Hao Qiang ultimately resolved to utilize his points. After all, he is set to face Lyon on home turf. The balance is sufficient for a tenfold draw, though it remains uncertain if fortune will smile upon him. Entering the lottery interface, he embarks on the 10 draws. The scene shifts as he gazes toward the horizon. Among 10 shooting stars, one blazes with fiery brilliance. Hao Qiang's eyes fixate upon it. The stars descend, dissipating into the ether. A smile graces Hao Qiang's face as he beholds the fiery player. Not bad at all. The soul of Roma, Totti. On the eve of the match, during a pre-game preparation meeting within Lille's squad, Rudy Garcia unveiled the starting lineup for tomorrow's game. His teammates were taken aback, and even Hao Qiang could not resist stealing a glance at Hazard. To his surprise, Hazard was not among the starters. Although Hazard has been known to shine brilliantly one match and falter the next, his prowess has always been acknowledged by all. Yet now, Rudy Garcia has opted to bench him for such a crucial encounter, leaving much to the imagination. Hao Qiang averted his gaze, choosing not to dwell on it. There is no need for idle worry. After all, he is the starting center forward. Chapter 51. Suppressed? Nonsense. On December 6th, Lille hosted Lyon in a clash for the top spot. The Stade Pierre-Mauroy was packed to capacity, buzzing with an electric atmosphere. Following the downfall of the Lyon dynasty, the attitude of Ligue 1 teams towards Lyon has undergone a subtle transformation. It seems that every team now desires to vanquish the former champions to assert their own prowess. Lille shared this sentiment, harboring no fear of Lyon, but rather hoping to validate their position at the summit of the standings by defeating them. As the starting players took to the pitch, Lille fans observed with puzzled expressions. What was going on? Why was Hazard on the bench? Was he injured, or was there another reason? The fans were empathetic. They were not like the arrogant supporters of Real Madrid. Hazard's erratic performances were tolerable to them, as he was last season's Ligue 1 best young player. It was only natural for a young player to have ups and downs, just as they would show leniency towards Hao Qiang if he underperformed. However, the same leniency did not extend to Witek and Melo, as their age indicated a diminishing ceiling for their potential. It was time for results, and if they couldn't deliver, they ought to step aside. Lyons coach, Puel, observed Lille's starting lineup thoughtfully. Was Hazard's absence a strategic move? As a legendary player from Monaco and the architect behind Lyons' downfall, Puel faced considerable pressure. Yet he retained the trust of Lyons' president, Aulas. This season, Lyon had performed admirably across multiple competitions, with a promising outlook for advancing to the Champions League knockout stage and contending for the league title. Lille's starting formation was a 4-3-3. Goalkeeper, Landreau. Defenders, Debuchy, Rami, Churu. Biria. Midfielders, Balmont, Cabai, Mavuba. Forwards, Gervinho, Hao Qiang, Aubameyang. Lyon also employed a 4-3-3. Goalkeeper, Loris. Defenders, Gassama, Bumsong, Chris, Arvale, midfielders, Ma Qiang, Janik, Karlstrom. Forwards, Gomes, Lisandro Lopez, Gervinho. The whistle blew, and the match commenced. Lille launched a quick counterattack, with Aubameyang cutting in from the flank to pass to Hao Qiang, who, under pressure from Ma Qiang, attempted to release the ball, but Bumsong intervened to clear it. As Lyon tightened their defensive line, the intensity of their defense made Hao Qiang feel the space was limited. The patient and methodical Lyon began to organize their attacks. Janik and Karlstrom combined seamlessly, while Cabai and Balmont's efforts to regain possession yielded little success. Gomes tried a long-range shot that went wide. Lille's goal kick was launched forward, where Hao Qiang managed to outjump Karlstrom and flick the ball towards Gervinho. However, Arvale intercepted just in time. Arvale swiftly advanced down the left flank, combining with Gomes to penetrate Debuchy's defense and deliver a cross. Lisandro Lopez was thwarted by Rami's timely block, yet Mavuba failed to control or clear the ball on the edge of the penalty area. Janik seized the opportunity, driving into the box and delivering a short pass to Lisandro Lopez, who, after receiving the ball, deftly evaded Cheru's challenge. Lopez turned and unleashed a powerful shot. Landreau was nearly caught off guard as the ball soared into the top right corner of the net. Lyon took the lead away from home. After a brief silence, Lille's fans rallied to support their team once again. The match had only just begun. Why panic? The Lille players shared this sentiment. If conceding a goal caused them to lose composure, what future did such a team have? Following the restart, Lille aggressively sought to attack. The two wingers attempted to make individual breakthroughs. It was worth a try. What if Lyon's defense faltered? However, the outcome proved otherwise. Aubameyang and Gervinho only managed to evade the midfielders, but once faced with the towering Bumsong and Chris, their efforts were stymied. One was intercepted, and the other was forced wide with no angle to cross. Lille's defense remained vigilant, countering Lyon's swift counterattacks. Although they could not entirely avoid dangerous situations, they frequently escaped peril. Hao Qiang worked hard to serve as a pivot in the attacking front, yet with limited success. Karlstrom's strength and Ma Qiang's speed posed significant challenges for him, but they did not entirely immobilize him. Nevertheless, the pressure they exerted meant that whenever he attempted to control and evade, he risked being surrounded by the imposing Chris and Bumsong. While Hao Qiang had an advantage against the midfielders, he found himself at a disadvantage against the might of Bumsong and Chris, both of whom epitomized the pinnacle of physicality in League One. Hao Qiang remained composed, aware of the stagnation plaguing their offense. Cabet's creativity faltered without a forward to provide support or distraction in the densely packed defense. Compared to Janik's agility and penchant for delivering incisive passes, Cabet's offensive ingenuity paled in comparison. Meanwhile, Lille's offense found itself in a stalemate, while Lyon's approach was straightforward. Janik orchestrated play from the front, with Gomes and Gervinho alternating their assaults on the penalty area, effectively linking with Lopez. Though their attacking variations were few, the frequent shifts in play provided a stronger rhythm. In the 27th minute, Lopez acted as a pivot in the box, assisting Gervinho as he cut in. Just as Gervinho prepared to shoot, Mavuba intervened with a tackle. But Gervinho, having taken a touch, was brought down. The referee blew his whistle, signaling a foul by Mavuba and pointing to the penalty spot. Lille's players stood with their hands on their hips, resigned to their fate. There was no disputing this foul. Lisandro Lopez stepped up to take the penalty and scored effortlessly. 2-0. Lyon led Lille by 2 goals away from home. Facing the once dominant Giants, Lille, the current leaders, seemed poised to relinquish their top position today. Thus far, Lille had yet to pose a significant threat offensively. Perhaps Rudy Garcia's decision to bench Hazard was intended to play a strategic hand. Yet the trajectory of the match had clearly exceeded his expectations and was beyond his control. Puel, witnessing Lopez's penalty conversion, clenched his fist and let out a triumphant roar, exuding newfound confidence. After a dismal previous season, he was determined to lead Lyon in reclaiming their lost ground and returning to prominence. On the bench, Hazard crossed his arms, wearing a look of indifference. The cameras frequently focused on him, seemingly suggesting that only his presence could rescue Lille from their predicament. A tumult of anger and frustration churned within him. Although he had underperformed in the last 2 matches, it now felt as though he had fallen into the realm of the discarded. How could he remain calm in such a situation? He was eager to observe how Lille would fare against the formidable Lyon without him. French Ligue 1 media had lauded Hao Qiang, yet today he was nearly invisible on the pitch. How revealing. The pressure mounted on Lille's players, their faces etched with gravity. Rudy Garcia gestured to uplift his team's morale. Hao Qiang stood at the center circle, gazing towards Lioness half. It was indeed a daunting challenge. He understood how to elevate his performance, yet the inadequacy of his skills became evident. Talent is either present or absent, it cannot be conjured. Today, there was no question of form. Moreover, abilities are relative. In matches against weaker opponents, he possesses a plethora of skills, even relying on sheer physicality to break through defenses. However, when faced with Lion's restrictions, his capabilities appear somewhat lacking by comparison. As Lille initiated the game, just 3 minutes in, Hao Qiang closed his eyes and entered a realm of peculiar dimensions. He opened a repository and discovered a conspicuous card, Toddy. He activated it. His consciousness returned to reality. The Lion defense stood firm as a mountain, believing they had effectively neutralized Lille's attacking prowess. Particularly, they had tightly contained the Chinese forward who topped the scoring charts. Despite their numerical disadvantage, they had managed to stifle his potential to create any significant threat. Hao Qiang signaled to Aubameyang and Gervinho, who, upon noticing, nodded in understanding. In the 33rd minute, when Hao Qiang received a pass from carve just outside the penalty area, he deftly maneuvered the ball to his right. Karlstrom immediately lowered his center of gravity, preparing to press. Meanwhile, McCown retreated diagonally to obstruct his path. Yet, Hao Qiang abruptly halted, pulling the ball back and pivoting to the left. Karlstrom's attempt to press failed. McCown quickly shifted laterally to continue blocking his advance. However, Hao Qiang delivered a perfectly weighted lob pass. The ball soared gracefully, tracing an elegant arc through the air. Bumsun, who had taken a step forward to close in on Hao Qiang, was caught off guard by this exquisite lob. As he turned in haste, he beheld Aubameyang swiftly cutting inside towards the left flank of the penalty area, receiving Hao Qiang's brilliantly executed pass. Without a moment's hesitation, he sent a cross into the box. Loris had just taken a step towards the left post when he halted, watching the ball soar past him from a mere 3 meters away. He swiftly pivoted towards the right post. Just as he turned, he witnessed Gervinho arriving in perfect position to deftly flick the ball into the net. The Lion players turned to gaze at Hao Qiang. While they were not surprised by the speed and crossing abilities of Aubameyang and Gervinho, the extraordinary skill Hao Qiang had displayed in evading defenders and delivering such a sublime pass left them in astonishment, their expressions akin to having encountered a ghost. Chapter 52, a stunning comeback. Lille strikes back to boost their spirits. Hao Qiang retreated swiftly, maintaining a calm demeanor. His lack of ability did not equate to a deficiency in intellect. While Lions surrounded him, restricting his play, they paid the price of leaving space vulnerable behind them. With the speed of Aubameyang and Gervinho, opportunities were ripe for the taking, provided the ball reached them. The Lille fans erupted in exuberant cheers as Hao Qiang's lofted pass became a topic of admiration. His prowess seemed elusive, yet he consistently delivered moments of brilliance. Discussions about Hao Qiang filled the air. On the bench, Hazard gritted his teeth, sensing an impending shift. Hao Qiang was poised to play a pivotal role once again. Upon returning to midfield, Hao Qiang immediately exchanged a few words with carve, who nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, Lions' defense struggled to maintain composure as Lille's attacks frequently targeted the depths of the two flanks. Hao Qiang received the ball in the center, skillfully maneuvering to the right side, narrowly evading the oncoming Karlstrom. Before the opponent could react, he executed a precise ground pass. Gervinho cut inside successfully, but was thwarted by Chris's desperate tackle, which sent the ball out for a corner. Rising to his feet, Chris barked orders at his fellow midfielders. Could they afford to fall into the same trap twice? They needed to restrict Hao Qiang's shots. Lion intensified their defensive efforts against him. However, Hao Qiang continued to receive and control the ball, drawing defenders in before returning the pass. Carve surged forward, attempting a lofty through ball aimed at exploiting the spaces behind Chris and Bumsun. Aubameyang and Gervinho relentlessly penetrated Lion's defensive line. Although the quality of Carve's lofted passes varied, Aubameyang and Gervinho persistently created threats. The momentum of the attack surged. Lille had discovered their offensive direction and strategy. In the 39th minute, when Hao Qiang proactively received a pass from Beaumont just outside the box, he took a touch and stepped back. As McCown rushed in, Hao Qiang used his body to shield the ball. Karlstrom then stepped in to intercept, but Hao Qiang anticipated the move, pulling the ball back and turning. With Chris advancing to block and McCown alongside Karlstrom closing in, Hao Qiang executed a deft back heel, evading their press. Cabai dashed up behind him, delivering a lofted pass. Gervinho, cutting in from behind Chris, found his path obstructed but remained poised, passing the ball back to the edge of the 6-yard box. Bumsong turned to see Aubameyang charging forward to unleash a powerful shot. The ball soared into the net in an instant. Loris, scrambling along the goal line, was helpless to intervene. 2-2. Lille had equalized with 2 quick goals. Aubameyang sprinted to celebrate, but noticed only Gervinho rushing to congratulate him. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Hao Qiang already retreating, engrossed in conversation with Cabai, evidently unwilling to squander a moment. With spirits high, Lions' defense appeared disoriented. Time was of the essence. They needed to capitalize on this momentum. Aubameyang, too, wasted no time, quickly returning to his position after relishing the fans' cheers. Rudy Garcia clenched his fist, his face radiating determination. He was confident in his faith and judgment regarding Hao Qiang. Puel, in stark disbelief, struggled to comprehend the rapid turn of events. How had they squandered a 2-goal lead? Hazard, though somewhat accustomed to such situations, felt an increasing frustration. Fear gripped him for the first time this season. Lille's performance was making him feel expendable. In truth, the collective effort of Lille's team made it apparent that his absence would not diminish their fighting spirit. It could even be said that their efficiency had improved. While Hazard possessed individual talent, Lille thrived on teamwork. When individual prowess failed to integrate positively with the collective, it resulted in a dissonance that failed to enhance the team's performance. His personal excellence only shone through in the goals scored. Everything else was inconsequential. Lions' defense found themselves in disarray, caught off guard by Lille's wingers repeatedly cutting inside. Chris and Bumsong promptly adjusted their defensive strategy, retreating to compress the space behind them. Simultaneously, Karlström and McCown made their own adjustments, with the former assisting the defensive line in containing Hao Qiang, while the latter focused on limiting Cabai. As the first half approached its conclusion, Balmont surged to the edge of the penalty area to receive a short pass from Hao Qiang. Balmont then delivered a direct ball into the box. Gervinho, now in scorching form, cut inside but, seeing Chris in his path, opted not to be overly ambitious. Instead, he wisely passed to the center. Hao Qiang made a forward run, leaving Karlström behind. As he stopped the ball, he feigned a shot. In a moment of urgency, Bumsong raised his leg to block the shot's trajectory, while Loris prepared to make a save. However, Hao Qiang remained composed, deftly flicking the ball to his left. Though his turn was slightly slow, Bumsong's weight had already shifted, leaving him unable to pivot in time to block the shot. Deceptively feigning a strike, Hao Qiang then executed a precise shot towards the bottom left corner of the net. Loris stretched to his utmost, but, despite the ball's lack of speed, its tricky angle eluded him by mere inches. As the ball grazed the inside of the left post and rolled into the net, the Lille fans erupted in ecstatic cheers, their faces radiating disbelief and joy. No one had anticipated such a turnaround. From being 2 goals down, they had scored 3 before the halftime whistle. Hao Qiang had found the net. Lille had taken the lead against Lyon. It was utterly surreal. Over the past 20 minutes, Lille had displayed an outstanding offensive synergy, leaving Lyon's defense in a state of bewilderment. The score stood at 3-2 in favor of Lille. Puel, dumbfounded, quickly transitioned to anger. What had transpired? A sudden and catastrophic collapse? It seemed that Lille had not only discovered the correct offensive approach, but that Hao Qiang's individual performance had soared dramatically in the last several minutes. This 19-year-old Chinese forward was indeed enigmatic and unpredictable. Just when it seemed he had been rendered ineffective, he had unleashed an explosive display of talent. Hao Qiang roared in celebration as he dashed towards the sidelines, where Lille fans showered him with fervent cheers. Rudy Garcia felt invigorated, relishing the sight of Puel's suppressed fury. The players on the Lille bench exchanged glances, equally astonished by the team's performance. The rapid succession of 3 goals within 13 minutes was nothing short of astounding. Hazard now felt not only fear, but a sense of despair. This was it. He had truly become invisible. Who would even notice him now? As Hao Qiang returned to his half, surrounded by his jubilant teammates, confidence radiated from every face. Meanwhile, Lyon's attacking players appeared utterly bewildered. After nearly half an hour of play, they had scored 2 goals, only to concede 3 in a matter of minutes. The speed of the scoreline's shift was unfathomable, leaving them reeling. The defenders, now exasperated, called for their teammates to regroup. Regardless of the score, they needed to fortify their defense. They were genuinely struggling to hold their ground. Before the conclusion of the first half, Lions' final strike was rather insipid. The first half has now ended, and both teams retreated to their locker rooms for a brief respite. Rudy Garcia wore a satisfied expression, as if everything lay well within his grasp. His assessment of Lion was not misguided. At the season's onset, Lion displayed remarkable strength and stability. However, as the season progressed, their focus on the Champions League amidst dual competitions led to significant fluctuations in their league performance. This inconsistency was primarily evident in their defensive line. In the last 6 league matches, Lion managed to keep a clean sheet only once, suffering a staggering 4 goals from Nice and conceding 5 to Marseille. Lille only needed to apply sufficient pressure on Lion's defense, and Garcia was confident that they could breach Lion's goal. Most importantly, Hao Qiang did not disappoint him today. Inside the locker room, Hazard was eager to take the field. However, Rudy Garcia had no intention of making substitutions at this moment. Who would he replace? Aubameyang or Gervinho? Hazard himself likely lacked the confidence that he could surpass Aubameyang's impressive performance of a goal and an assist. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Hao Qiang. If he could establish a positive synergy with Hao Qiang, what would the outcome be? Chapter 53. How formidable is Lille's clarity in kicking the ball? As the second half of the titanic clash between Lille and Lyon commenced, Lille swiftly resumed their momentum from the first half, launching a series of relentless attacks. Hao Qiang, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, began to find his rhythm, adapting seamlessly to the intensity of the match. His focus was unwavering as he engaged in fierce confrontations, unperturbed by the escalating challenge. During the skirmishes, he discerned that Karlstrom appeared to be a FA of strength, and with greater ferocity, he could gain the upper hand. Although McCown was nimble, Hao Qiang employed positioning tactics to counter him effectively. Meanwhile, the towering central defenders, Chris and Bumsong, were beleaguered by the incessant assaults from Aubameyang and Gervinho, struggling to maintain their composure in the penalty area amidst the chaos. Lille's continuous onslaught posed a persistent threat, though it seemed that the two wingers and the midfielders, Carve and Balmont, garnered more opportunities. Hao Qiang too seized chances to shoot amidst the tight spaces. His attempts, both with headers and kicks, were thwarted by Loris, yet rather than feeling disheartened, his confidence soared. Loris found himself in a state of constant alarm, becoming the most overworked player on the pitch. Lyon, though suppressed, was actively recalibrating their strategy. In the 64th minute, they launched a swift counterattack from the backline. Gao received the ball on the flank and executed a quick horizontal pass. Janik, following suit, deftly maneuvered past Mawuba after receiving the ball and delivered a precise ground pass. Lisandro Lopez, making a well-timed run, evaded Rami's challenge and unleashed a powerful shot that soared into the top left corner of the net, leaving Landreau helpless. Puel seethed with frustration. They had finally equalized the score. Yet, Lyon fans felt a bittersweet taste. Having once led by 2 goals, they now merely equalized at 3-3. Lille's players were visibly incensed. It was clear to all that they had dominated the match, yet they found themselves leveled by Lyon. The game resumed, and Lille's players, undeterred by the setback, showcased remarkable composure. They recognized the potential threat of their offensive prowess. Hao Qiang, having exhausted the efficacy of his ordinary cards in the second half, began to assess the situation on the field, actively forming a cohesive partnership with Cabai and Balmont in the central attacking area. They frequently created opportunities for the wingers to cut inside, igniting the tempo of the game. In the 75th minute, Hao Qiang noticed a significant gap between Chris and Bumsong, perhaps unnoticed by them. As Aubameyang and Gervinho executed their intricate movements in the penalty area, Hao Qiang received a pass from Cabai and quickly returned it to Balmont, then made a forward run. Balmont delivered a precise diagonal pass to the right, allowing Gervinho to cut inside, where Debuchy awaited to receive the ball. After controlling it, Debuchy decisively crossed into the box. Chris, witnessing the ball soar towards the center of the penalty area, suddenly regained his awareness, only to see Hao Qiang surging towards the penalty spot. Although Bumsong was closer to him, he was still a step behind in his attempt to challenge. It was as if the floodgates had opened. Hao Qiang surged forward, unimpeded, executing a perfectly angled and powerful header. Loris, gritting his teeth, leaped in a desperate attempt to save, but the ball rocketed towards the net like a cannonball. Boom! The ball struck the underside of the crossbar and sailed into the goal. The stadium erupted in thunderous cheers, the fans ecstatic and fervent. Hao Qiang sprinted towards the sidelines, sliding on his knees in celebration, his expression imbued with pride. He had netted a brace, delivering yet another crucial goal. Lille's collective offensive display was nothing short of mesmerizing. Hao Qiang demonstrated exceptional tactical acumen and individual skill throughout the match. An outstanding center forward can dictate the tempo of a team's attack, and it was evident that Hao Qiang achieved this. He forged a close connection with Lille's midfield, consistently executing fluid and cohesive attacks with pinpoint precision. Gervinho and Aubameyang also shone brightly today. This team, in their battle for the top, continuously tapped into their potential, showcasing an escalating performance. The score was now 4-3, with Lille regaining the lead. Lions players appeared disheveled and beleaguered. Rudy Garcia was brimming with satisfaction as the team's progress was palpable. Although key players had excelled, the collective effort of every individual was indispensable. This was the holistic outcome that a head coach yearns to witness. Puel's demeanor darkened. Was Lyon performing poorly? Lisandro Lopez had already achieved a hat trick, surpassing scoring expectations. Yet, if their defense could not withstand Lille's onslaught, scoring more goals would be futile. The Lion players, equally unwilling to accept defeat, launched another offensive. At this juncture, Lille brimmed with unprecedented confidence, resolutely refusing to relent. This tenacity allowed them to maintain their commanding performance. Lyon, trailing behind, was compelled to bolster their attacking forces while resorting to desperate defensive measures. Their aggressive press, employing both hands and feet, resulted in the front line being continuously tugged or collided with by opponents. The referee brandished yellow cards in a flurry of warnings. As Lyon pressed forward, Lille's defense intercepted the ball. Hao Qiang, actively dropping back to support Carve, executed a wall pass that allowed Carve to escape. He then delivered a lofted through ball. Chris and Bumsong, turning to pursue, were met with despair. In their eyes, Aubameyang and Gervinho were not merely fast, they were practically flying. The duo surged down the flanks, carving through the defense. With ample space, the central defenders found themselves racing against the wingers. Moreover, they needed to turn to initiate their run. They were utterly outpaced. Loris, exasperated, felt like crying. 1 against 2? This was absurd. He charged forward to block Gervinho, who naturally delivered a cross. Aubameyang, taking a touch towards the empty net, effortlessly slotted the ball home. Lille's fans were entranced, ecstatic and jubilant. The score now stood at 5-3. Lille had struck again, demolishing Lyon with a rapid counterattack. The suspense of this top-of-the-table clash had come to a definitive conclusion. Lille was poised to assert their dominance atop the standings. As the two wingers celebrated their goal, Hao Qiang and Carve exchanged smiles and embraced, then jogged towards Aubameyang. Despite a rocky start, 30 minutes into the match, they found themselves in a state of sheer exhilaration. Loris, with his hands on his hips, felt immense frustration. Chris and Bumsong shook their heads, fully aware that their all-out offensive approach was a path to self-destruction. If they continued this way, they would inevitably concede a sixth goal. The reasoning was straightforward. As long as Lille can deliver the ball behind the defense, who among Aubameyang and Gervinho can keep pace? If they cannot, a goal is highly likely to be conceded. Lille has executed their strategy with clarity. Meanwhile, Lyon finds itself in the awkward predicament of wanting to thwart their opponents, yet feeling utterly powerless. A minute later, Rudy Garcia calls for a halt, substituting the entire trident. Hazard, a brainiac, and Melo make their entrance. Nonetheless, Lyon's defense remains apprehensive. Just because Aubameyang and Gervinho are swift, does that imply Hazard is slow? The forwards on Lille's front line are akin to a cadre of athletes. If they shed their jerseys and donned vests, they could represent their nations in sprinting competitions. Lyon chooses to resign to their fate. Head coach Puel dares not insist on a vigorous counterattack. Everyone is aware that Lyon's aggressive maneuvers, seemingly a counteroffensive, are in reality playing with fire. The newly introduced Lille trident cannot help but feel disheartened. Lyon, wary of repercussions, while Lille seeks to maintain control of the game. Suddenly, the rhythm is lost. Hazard attempts a solo advance, but still lacking form. He is swiftly dispossessed by the combined efforts of McCown and Cassima. The experience is far from satisfactory. The Lille fans hold no expectations for the spectacle. They sing and dance in jubilant celebration from the stands. As the final whistle blows, the broadcast camera captures the smiling figures of Hao Qiang, Aubameyang, and Gervinho on the Lille bench, rising to embrace one another, clad in warm down jackets, exuding an air of ease and contentment. Chapter 54. The pattern unfolds, stupefied. Lille sinks Lyon 5-3. In the post-match dressing room, the players are engaged in lively banter. Pop music reverberating through the space, some singing along, others dancing with abandon. Hao Qiang and Rami find themselves in a second arm wrestling duel. Hazard has seemingly faded into the background. At the post-match press conference, Rudy Garcia exudes confidence, his usual stern demeanor now adorned with a proud smile. It is evident to all that Lille, after 4 months since the season commenced, has finally begun to showcase exquisite team football in the elite battles of Ligue 1. Their youth signifies a burgeoning potential, with ample room for growth. Rudy Garcia answers reporters' inquiries with poise, offering measured praise for his players' performances. When asked about Hazard's role, he confidently responds, "I believe Hazard's excessive playing time at the season's outset has affected his form. He needs to alleviate some pressure. Hence, I will be more prudent and judicious in granting him opportunities." With Lille leading the points table, even with Van Damme's backing, Rudy Garcia feels empowered to manage Hazard effectively. If Van Damme wishes to avoid internal conflict, he will wisely refrain from meddling in the dressing room. French media, upon hearing Rudy Garcia's words, perceive a hint of arrogance. Yet, it seems Rudy Garcia possesses the grounds for such confidence. After all, Lille's most formidable asset is the opportunity bestowed upon them by Rudy Garcia, enabling rapid ascension. Hao Qiang's performance has transitioned from individual brilliance and madness to becoming an indispensable tactical core in the attack. With just 15 goals in Ligue 1, he stands proudly among the elite. He deserves a starting position in any Ligue 1 team. With Hao Qiang excelling, Lille robustly leads the points table. 6 reporters fervently pen articles, elevating Hao Qiang to a pedestal. Hao Qiang dares not relax. Instead, he intensifies his training. Acutely aware of his rapid development in this season's Ligue 1, the practical experience in the top league proves immensely beneficial. Hard work and training may not draw immediate attention, yet steadfast perseverance certainly can. His relationship with teammates grows warmer. They no longer regard him with unusual glances. In fact, they feel a considerable pressure from Hao Qiang, fostering healthy competition within the team. As Hao Qiang strives, others naturally refuse to lag behind. Hazard, upon learning of Rudy Garcia's post-match remarks, feels dejected for 2 days. However, during training, everyone is spirited, diligently completing tasks, and during breaks, they playfully bicker like eternal children. Hazard, observing from the sidelines, realizes his presence within the team is rapidly diminishing. Midweek, Ligue 1 resumes at a brisk pace. Lille hosts Saint-Étienne, who are teetering just above the relegation zone, tightening their defense in anticipation of pressure. The trident of Aubameyang, Gervinho, and Hao Qiang continues to mount their offensive. Lille launches an aggressive attack from the outset, maintaining the strategy from the previous match to create opportunities for the 2 wingers. However, today's execution proves less than ideal. Unlike Lyon, Saint-Étienne compresses their defensive line and minimizes space within the penalty area. Lille's midfield struggles to deliver the ball accurately into the gaps on either flank. Or perhaps the gaps themselves are not substantial. Precision in passing is required, alongside the wingers timing their runs perfectly for effective combination plays. Achieving this is no simple task. Under the interference of defensive midfielder Matuidi, Hao Qiang manages to protect the ball using his physical advantage, yet the persistent issue remains. Attempting to breach a dense defense solely through individual skill proves challenging. After enhancing his state with ordinary training methods, Hao Qiang unleashes long-range shots from the edge of the penalty area. Expecting the wingers to penetrate the gaps today seems futile. Thus, Hao Qiang resorts to more rudimentary methods to generate threats. Even shots on target are easily thwarted by the goalkeeper. The threat remains minimal. However, after Hao Qiang's 2 long-range efforts, defender Benalouane's expression darkens with frustration. In the 25th minute, Benalouane aggressively charges forward, using his knee to shove Hao Qiang's thigh, causing him to lose his balance and fall. The referee blows the whistle for a foul and issues a yellow card. Hao Qiang rises, taking a moment to compose himself, casting a fierce glance at Benalouane. Is this how we play? Are we resorting to dirty tactics? 3 minutes later, as Hao Qiang leaps for a header in the penalty area, he is already out of position, yet he collides with Benalouane as he attempts to clear the ball. Benalouane lands, shaken, fearing a severe injury from an improper landing. Hao Qiang also receives a yellow card, but as he retreats, he fixes a cold, piercing gaze on Benalouane. If you wish to play rough, I shall oblige. You can play dirty. I can be even harsher. If things escalate to an intolerable degree, let no one cast blame. Benalouane, feels a twinge of fear. He perceives Hao Qiang as a reckless lunatic. Even when he resorts to foul play, he maintains control. Yet Hao Qiang's retaliation could land him in the hospital or even force him into early retirement. Hao Qiang bears no psychological burden. The spirit and ethics of competitive sports rest on mutual respect. If an opponent employs underhanded tactics, must one still adhere to morality? We are all players, not saints. Expecting him to suffer for the sake of who? For what compassion? He is first and foremost a human being, then a player. A man of integrity cannot simply be bullied. In the 37th minute, Hao Qiang receives the ball at the edge of the penalty area, pushing past the pressing Fernandez as he prepares for a long-range shot when Matuidi intervenes, intercepting the ball. However, as Matuidi attempts to regain control, Balmont sweeps in to steal it, advancing into the penalty area. Hao Qiang immediately positions himself centrally. As Balmont enters the box, he delivers a diagonal pass to the right. Gervinho cuts in, and as Benaloane turns to block, Gervinho swiftly crosses the ball to the penalty spot. Hao Qiang arrives just in time, striking the ball directly into the bottom right corner of the net. Saint Etienne's goalkeeper, Gino, stretches to his limit but is unable to stop it. Lille takes the lead. Hao Qiang sprints off to celebrate, the Lille fans ecstatic, chanting his name in unison. The 6 reporters, listening to the deafening roars of the crowd chanting Hao Qiang's name, are flushed with excitement. The fans may not pronounce his name perfectly, but their collective enthusiasm is overwhelming. The 6 women, caught between exhilaration and amusement, capture the moment on video to share back home, allowing fans to feel as if they are present at the match, experiencing Hao Qiang's rising popularity at Lille. Rudy Garcia claps in approval, and Bompard is equally thrilled. Everyone witnesses Hao Qiang's progress. Though he may not possess the finesse of a technical player, he is excelling in his role as a traditional center forward. Hazard feels himself spiraling into despair. Hao Qiang scores once more. He appears numb. If this continues, he may very well begin to loathe football. With Saint Etienne trailing, they dare not take risks. After the first half, Rudy Garcia makes tactical adjustments in the dressing room, criticizing the performances of the 2 wingers. They cannot always expect to penetrate the box waiting for teammates to supply them. Lille is on the path to victory, and no one dares to disregard the coach's words. Shortly after the second half commences, Lille's offensive efforts still face obstacles. However, they actively created opportunities for the players making late incursions. Carve and Balmont tirelessly surged forward to take long shots, weaving through the field with relentless enthusiasm. Little did they expect that the midfielders, who were often at the mercy of the forwards, were now enjoying their own share of fortune. In the 57th minute, Hao Qiang distributed the ball to Gervinho just outside the penalty area. Matuidi swiftly retreated to assist Benaloane in sealing off the inside lanes. Gervinho then opted for a back pass. As the focus shifted, the defenders of Saint Etienne intensified their marking of Carve and Balmont. Yet, at that moment, Debuchy surged in with a powerful run. Without hesitation, he struck the ball directly towards the goal. Everyone turned their gaze back to the Saint Etienne net. The football traced a magnificent arc before nestling into the top left corner of the goal. A stunning strike. Lille fans were left in disbelief. Engulfed in the euphoria of the goal, Debuchy, too, wore a look of astonishment as he joyfully dashed to celebrate. Rudy Garcia applauded, exclaiming, "Now that's more like it." The scene was electrifying, leaving everyone in awe. Hazard was truly flustered now. "If you continue to play like this, I might have to catch the next train to find a new club." Chapter 55. Should the national football team summon Hao Qiang? Lille's momentum is unstoppable. After the halftime break, Lille continued to exert immense pressure on Saint Etienne. Despite trailing by 2 goals, Saint Etienne remained cautious, opting to wait until at least the 65th minute before launching a full-scale offensive. Once they decided to gamble everything, there would be no retreat. Confronted with Saint Etienne's tightened defense, Lille's attacking trident, Hao Qiang, Aubameyang, and Gervinho, thrived on the challenge, creating opportunities for their teammates by exerting a formidable presence. Carve and Balmont frequently surged forward, taking shots at goal with fervor. In the 59th minute, Balmont unleashed a powerful strike from the edge of the penalty area, forcing goalkeeper Gino to parry the ball, which Aubameyang swiftly followed up, finding the back of the net. Lille led 3-0 against Saint Etienne. The fans erupted in jubilation, their excitement heightened by the unexpected fireworks ignited in the stands, enveloping the wintry Stade Pierre-Mauroy in a haze of smoke. The players of Saint Etienne were left in despair, having yet to fully commit to their strategy. now facing a daunting 3-goal deficit. As morale plummeted, they resorted to desperate tactics against Lille's relentless onslaught, committing frequent fouls with reckless abandon. Lille's players, however, wasted no time engaging in futile disputes, focusing instead on increasing their tally. In the 68th minute, after Gervinho was fouled on the right flank, Carve prepared to take a free kick. Hao Qiang, standing out in the penalty area as the player who had initially broken the deadlock, caught the attention of the two Saint-Étienne center-backs. As Carve's free kick soared toward the goal, Hao Qiang and Rami deftly maneuvered to create space, ultimately drawing defenders away and leaving Rami unmarked. The ball landed perfectly for Rami, who charged forward and headed it into the net. Lille had scored again, now leading 4-0. The dominant Lille team showcased their unyielding team spirit under the guidance of Rudy Garcia. Rami celebrated exuberantly, turning to find Hao Qiang rushing to join him, and they exchanged playful gestures, laughing heartily together. Meanwhile, the fans of Saint-Étienne looked utterly defeated, acutely aware of the stark contrast in quality between the teams. Garcia made substitutions to preserve energy for the upcoming weekend match, bringing on Wittek, Hazard, and Oblak, while replacing Hao Qiang, Aubameyang, and Gervinho. Although Oblak played a supportive role, both Hazard and Wittek were eager to make their mark. Consequently, Lille's attacking threat waned as the new trio lacked the same synergy. Hazard, suppressing his more selfish instincts, grew increasingly frustrated watching Wittek squander opportunities. A thought crossed his mind, acknowledging the vast difference between Wittek and Hao Qiang. Recognizing his own irritation, Hazard wondered why Wittek felt entitled to showcase his skills. In the final 10 minutes of the match, Hazard started taking matters into his own hands, attempting spectacular shots both inside and outside the penalty area, much to the fans' delight. However, his efforts went astray, further dampening his spirits. The match concluded, Lille triumphing 4-0 over Saint-Étienne. The locker room was once again filled with laughter and joy as Hao Qiang left in high spirits. Upon encountering 6 lovely ladies, his smile radiated even brighter as they casually discussed their victorious streak, with Hao Qiang contributing his share of the conversation. Suddenly, Hao Qiang inquired, "The national team might summon you for training in preparation for the East Asian Four Nations Invitation Tournament next month. What are your thoughts?" Hao Qiang's smile faltered at the mention of the national team. "Oh, it seems someone is calling me. I must check," he said, turning to leave. The 6 ladies exchanged bewildered glances. Li Yingying exclaimed, "You scared him away," while Hao Qiang looked hurt. "I was merely stating a fact." Hao Qiang hurried to the parking lot, reflecting on how splendid the day had been. Why had the national team been brought up? He had no interest in the East Asian tournament, finding it trivial compared to playing in League One for Lille. Moreover, with the ongoing crackdown on corruption in domestic football, associating with the national team seemed ill-fated. Hao Qiang did not wish to squander his opportunities in League One for a lackluster competition. Lille, riding high on their momentum, prepared diligently for the upcoming weekend match. Hazard felt increasingly unsettled, his presence in the team diminishing, which instilled an unprecedented sense of urgency. Thus, before the weekend arrived, he sought out Rudy Garcia for a discussion. Garcia, possessing ample patience for Hazard, recognized the young star's significance in League One. However, he also understood that it was crucial for Hazard to conserve his energy. Since the season's inception, Hazard had been juggling responsibilities with both the national team and his club, participating in both League and Europa League matches. For a player yet to turn 19, excessive play could adversely affect his performance. More importantly, Garcia sought to impress upon Hazard the necessity of contributing effectively to the team's objectives, transforming his abilities into tangible results. While Hazard's role might diminish, his impact could remain significant if he adapted his mindset. Previously, Lille had catered to his individual brilliance, but now the emphasis was on cohesive team play, requiring him to serve the collective. Hazard engaged in an hour-long dialogue with Garcia. When the weekend finally arrived, Lille traveled to Monaco for their match. After landing in Nice, they took a bus to the Stade Louis II. As they journeyed along the coastline, Hao Qiang gazed out at the stunning scenery, feeling cheerful. The tiny yet opulent Principality of Monaco was renowned as a global vacation hotspot, and Hao Qiang envisioned bringing his loved ones here someday. At the Stade Louis II, as the starting players prepared to take the field, Hao Qiang was unexpectedly tugged by Carve. Turning around, he heard Carve whisper, "Look, your compatriot. Aren't you going to greet him?" Following Carve's gaze, Hao Qiang spotted Park Ju-young among the starting lineup of Monaco. After retracting his gaze, he darkly replied, "You are the real Korean, and and your whole family is too. Carve, initially taken aback, soon recognized his mistake and chuckled. So he asked Korean, why the animosity towards them? Hao Qiang had no desire to engage in a trivial conversation. In the realm of sports, regardless of South Korea's prowess, their penchant for unsportsmanlike conduct was well known. If Carve were Portuguese, Spanish, or Italian, he likely wouldn't pose such a ridiculous question. The two teams took the field. Monaco is experiencing a decline, burdened by debt, and the football club has long lost its former glory in League One. The lackluster condition of the team has significantly dampened the enthusiasm of its supporters. In a match against the league leaders Lille, the attendance was astonishingly less than 30%. The stadium, with a capacity of 20,000, is already relatively small, and the number of local fans in Monaco is limited. The mere 6,000 spectators present for the game starkly illustrates the dismal state of the local football market. Lille's fans came to cheer, but left promptly after the match, wary of lingering in Monaco due to the exorbitant prices that far exceed those in the French capital, Paris. As the whistle blew to signal the start of the match, Lille immediately took charge, demonstrating aggressive pressing and fluid transitions between offense and defense. Eden Hazard was again not included in the starting lineup. Coach Rudy Garcia had promised him that he would lead the team in the crucial Europa League match 4 days hence, with his performance determining whether he would start in the following weekend's league match. Though Hazard felt a sense of dissatisfaction, he understood that the current circumstances were beyond his control. Lille's attacking unit functioned seamlessly, leaving even him to ponder whether his inclusion in the starting 11 would enhance the team's performance. Chapter 56. Stand up if you're not dead. Lille, in terms of strength, condition, and momentum, exerted a firm dominance over Monaco, who was playing on their home turf. As Lille persistently created threats on goal, Monaco's defense tightened further, particularly intensifying their marking on Hao Qiang, who was undoubtedly seen as a thorn in their side, leading the scoring charts. In the 11th minute, when Hao Qiang was shielding the ball near the penalty area, he found himself besieged from 3 sides and caught in a chaotic scramble. After fending off Nkulu, he was abruptly tackled by Perez, who cleared the ball away. Just as Hao Qiang was about to dash for a counter, he was unexpectedly stepped on, causing him to stagger and grimace in pain. Glancing back, he noticed the culprit hurrying away, Monaco's forward, Park Ju-young. The referee seemed rather lenient today, neglecting to call the foul. Monaco's fast break into the attacking zone yielded little variation. The dual strike force of Park Ju-young and Season Gudjonsen failed to establish a potent partnership. Lille's defense consistently stifled Monaco's advances, resulting in a serene scene in front of goal. In the 18th minute, while retreating to receive the ball in the center, Hao Qiang encountered Nkulu once more. He decisively passed to the right, but was bumped from behind, nearly losing his balance. When he turned to look, he saw Park Ju-young nonchalantly moving away. Monaco's attack continued, yet the referee did not halt the game nor issued a yellow card. Hao Qiang's temper flared. If Park Ju-young was relentless in his aggressive pressing against him, he should extend the same intensity to the other Lille players, even resorting to dirty tactics. But it was evident that Park Ju-young only dared to employ rough measures against him, while maintaining a more conventional approach against others. Hao Qiang's expression darkened. Was he being regarded as a soft target? Did Park Ju-young assume he could always ambush him while Lille focused their attack elsewhere? Hao Qiang steadied himself. As Lille's threat in central attacks diminished, the team promptly shifted tactics, beginning to exploit the flanks with frequent crosses. Hao Qiang advanced his position, shedding his role as a pivot to focus solely on finding scoring opportunities. The towering Monaco center-backs, Mongongu and Pishué, posed a challenge for Hao Qiang in aerial duels, compounded by goalkeeper Rufiel's keen ability to command high balls. After 10 minutes of aerial attempts yielded little success, Lille adapted to ground crosses. Without Hao Qiang's pivoting role, the wingers' direct cuts became easier to anticipate, prompting them to engage in triangular passing combinations. On the left flank, Carve, Biria, and Aubameyang combined, while Beaumont, Debuchy, and Gervinho coordinated on the right. In the 36th minute, Debuchy, having received a pass from Gervinho and exploiting the depth of the attack, returned the ball in a triangular setup. Beaumont surged forward, releasing a quick pass before Nkulu could close in. Gervinho, cutting inside to receive the ball, swiftly turned towards the baseline. After bypassing Pishué, he delivered a cross, which Hao Qiang met at the near post, deftly redirecting it into the bottom corner of the net. Mongongu was unable to block it, and Rufiel failed to secure the near post. The Lille fans erupted in cheers. Hao Qiang ran towards Gervinho to express his gratitude for the assist. As he celebrated with his teammates, he cast a glance towards the Monaco players, his eyes betraying a fierce intent, locking onto Park Ji-young, who remained oblivious. Rudy Garcia remained composed in the wake of Lille's goal. In this formidable phase, Lille seemed unstoppable, demonstrating an evident superiority over the faltering Monaco side, who appeared as mere underlings, capable of withstanding blows but still enduring punishment. After Monaco resumed play with a vigorous attack, they finally managed a respectable shot on goal, but Landreau's steady save thwarted their efforts. The match intensified, with the referee's leniency contributing to an escalation in physicality. As Mavuba clashed with Gudjonsen, both fell to the ground but quickly exchanged heated words, nearly escalating into a scuffle. Only then did the referee produce a yellow card, punishing both players. Mavuba and Gudjonsen's frustration only heightened the tension. As the first half concluded and the teams retreated to their locker rooms for a brief respite, the second half commenced with Lille accelerating their offensive tempo. The attacking unit actively repositioned and coordinated, leaving Monaco's defense disoriented. In the 53rd minute, Hao Qiang received a pass from Gervinho on the edge of the penalty area and promptly returned it. Nkulu, a step slow in his challenge, allowed Hao Qiang to turn and release a low diagonal pass to Carve, who then set up Aubameyang. The latter cut into the left side of the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot. Manganga failed to block it, and the ball rocketed towards the goal. Rufiel instinctively managed to deflect the shot, but as Pichouet rushed in to clear, Hao Qiang, quicker on the uptake, pounced on the loose ball, hammering it into the top right corner. Rufiel, having only half risen, succumbed to despair, collapsing back to the ground, utterly defeated. 2-0. Hao Qiang scored a brace. Lille's overall offensive prowess was overwhelming. Their fluid play and relentless rhythm starkly highlighted Monaco's lack of parity and strength. Such a disheartening performance at home would likely deepen the fans' disappointment. Perhaps Monaco should take a risk. After sliding onto the pitch in celebration, Hao Qiang embraced his teammates, feeling the weight of personal grievances lift as he had yet to employ any cards. Following Monaco's kickoff, Hao Qiang retreated instead of advancing, leaving Cabai and Balmont in astonishment as they watched him position himself behind them. At the defensive midfield position, Hao Qiang closed his eyes and accessed the system, retrieving 2 ordinary defensive midfielder cards. As long as he wasn't substituted, he intended to utilize both cards in succession. As Monaco's attack progressed into the final third, Park Ji-young received a pass from the wing. As he controlled the ball, he aimed to advance, only to be startled by the imposing figure of Hao Qiang, whose presence exuded an unnerving pressure. Park Ji-young thought, "What is happening?" They were both forwards, facing each other directly, a rare occurrence outside of kickoff. Yet the imminent arrival of Hao Qiang was unmistakably real. Instinctively, Park Ji-young attempted to evade him by shifting direction. However, in that split second, Hao Qiang, with unwavering tenacity, lunged forward, intercepting the ball and colliding with Park Ji-young's chest. Park Ji-young let out a dramatic yelp before tumbling to the ground. A theatrical cry, yet the fall was genuine. The referee remained silent. Hao Qiang passed the ball and stayed vigilant near Park Ji-young, watching intently. As Park Ji-young rubbed his chest and rose, he caught a glimpse of Hao Qiang's predatory gaze, reminiscent of a beast locking onto its prey, causing him to avert his eyes in sheer trepidation. 3 minutes later, when Park Ji-young sought to receive a pass from Nkulu on the flank, Hao Qiang charged in with fervor. At the moment he was about to receive the ball, Hao Qiang collided with him from behind, sending him tumbling out of bounds. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Hao Qiang glanced back at the official, who showed no intention of issuing a card. After all, the match had been quite lenient today. Park Ji-young crashed into the advertising boards outside the field, curling up on the ground in pain. Gudjonsen rushed over in a fit of anger to confront Hao Qiang, who retorted, "Do you wish to exit the match like him?" There was still a considerable amount of time left to play. Gudjonsen immediately deflated. He had no desire to attract the attention of more Monaco players for the sake of a mere Korean. Ma Wu Ba was already enough of a challenge for him. Did he still consider himself the Icelandic spearhead? It was time to stop resting on past laurels. Hao Qiang had no fear of the opponent's former affiliations with European powerhouses. If they continued to bicker, he would gladly take them on as well. When Park Ji-young returned to the field, his expression was somewhat unnatural. Hao Qiang continued to hover nearby. As Monaco regained the opportunity for a fast break, Park Ji-young eagerly supported the play, unwilling to hold onto the ball. striving to pass it quickly. However, even after he passed the ball to Nene, he was once again brought down by Hao Qiang, who fell atop him, his elbow striking Park's face with evident force. Seething with rage, Park Ju-young pushed Hao Qiang away and attempted to rise. Yet, Hao Qiang quickly retreated after getting up, as the referee had not blown the whistle, favoring the attack. Nene's cross was blocked by Rami. At that moment, Park Ju-young rushed towards the referee, accusing Hao Qiang of his previous actions, loudly lamenting his misfortunes. The referee was notably lenient today. It seemed that unless a fight broke out or blood was drawn, he was reluctant to show a yellow card. Frustrated and desperate, Park Ju-young found Hao Qiang approaching him once more. Hearing Park's insults directed at him, Hao Qiang remained unfazed. 2 minutes later, as Monaco cleared the ball from their defense, Park Ju-young leaped to contest the landing spot of the ball, only for Hao Qiang to jump alongside him with a running start, causing Park to lose his balance and fall onto the grass. Hao Qiang headed the ball away. After landing, he turned to glance at Park Ju-young, who lay on the ground, either howling in agony or groaning. Hao Qiang bent down and extended a hand to him. Park Ju-young was taken aback. How dare he offer help? Yet, Hao Qiang spoke to him in English. If you're not dead, get up. The match isn't over yet. Park Ju-young stood there, dumbfounded. What did that mean? As long as the game continued, he wouldn't relent? Was there no law to uphold? Was there truly no one to rein this man in? Chapter 57. Do not kneel. I am not accustomed to it since scoring twice. Hao Qiang has retreated to a defensive midfield position. The players of Lille are left bewildered, while Rudy Garcia stands on the sidelines, tilting his head in confusion. What is happening? Has the center forward decided to abandon his role? Or has he sensed vulnerabilities in the defense and returned to bolster it? Only when he observes Hao Qiang repeatedly clashing with Park Ju-young, pursuing him relentlessly, does Rudy Garcia realize the truth. It seems he is exacting revenge. Initially intending to remind Hao Qiang to return to the front line, Garcia notices that since Hao Qiang's return, Monaco's offense has posed little threat. Hao Qiang single-handedly neutralizes Park Ju-young, leaving only 2 more obvious offensive points, Nene and Gudjonson. Lille's defense handles the situation with remarkable ease. With the score in their favor, Garcia plans to make substitutions to strengthen the defense around the 75-minute mark. He no longer frets over Hao Qiang's position and instead feels a sense of relief. Hao Qiang appears to have taken the initiative, alleviating some of Garcia's concerns. At this moment, Park Ju-young ignores the hand extended by Hao Qiang. Turning to face the intense pressure exerted by Hao Qiang, he dares not rise, instead gazing up at him with gritted teeth. Do not think I am afraid of you. If you continue like this, you will surely receive a red card. If you provoke me, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Hao Qiang looks down at Park Ju-young, his poor English causing him discomfort. Upon hearing the other's threats, he cannot help but nod in approval. Very well. You display some spirit. But could you refrain from kneeling? I find it quite unsettling. Meanwhile, Chinese fans watching the live broadcast of the League One match are abuzz with discussions about Hao Qiang's performance. Hao Qiang is truly perplexing. After scoring twice, he returns to defend. What an unexpected move. You haven't seen how Park Ju-young fouled him in the first half. The players from that country are all the same. Park Ju-young is rather amusing. It seems he is berating Hao Qiang, but his kneeling posture is quite appealing. Ha ha. His expression is defiant, yet his limbs are honest. Just watch. As long as Hao Qiang remains on the field, Park Ju-young will be the one in trouble. Is Hao Qiang's approach truly commendable? Where did this saint come from? What do you think football is about? I admire Hao Qiang's style of repaying grievances. At the Louis II Stadium, with the match surpassing 70 minutes, Monaco must intensify their offensive efforts. As the formation presses forward, Lille's backline faces increased pressure. Yet, Hao Qiang remains focused with a singular task, to confront Park Ju-young. In the 72nd minute, Monaco launches a hasty counterattack. But Hao Qiang intercepts a pass from Perez intended for Park Ju-young. Immediately, Park Ju-young lunges forward in an attempt to reclaim the ball, fiercely attempting a slide tackle. Hao Qiang, however, shoots the ball away with force. Bang! The ball strikes Park Ju-young's face and ricochets out of bounds. Park Ju-young collapses to the ground, covering his face in agony. Monaco's players gather around the referee, while Hao Qiang raises his hands in innocent surrender. He merely cleared the ball. It was a normal defensive action. The referee disperses the Monaco players and briefly speaks with Hao Qiang, advising him to exercise caution. It is evident to all that he is targeting Park Ju-young. Park Ju-young, seated on the ground with tears of pain, instinctively reacts to the discomfort. When he finally stands and looks towards Hao Qiang, a wave of dread washes over him. The next time he attempts to position himself for a pass and feels Hao Qiang closing in, he trembles with fear, leading to a mishap that sends the ball out of bounds. In a panic, he scurries away, desperate to avoid another encounter with Hao Qiang. Park Ju-young has turned coward. How could he not? Just from those few hits, one can feel the pain through the screen. It is only natural for an attacking player to avoid a defending player. However, Park Ju-young is no longer just evading. He is fleeing. Monaco's offense becomes chaotic, while Lille seizes the opportunity to counterattack with increasing effectiveness, as Monaco's formation leaves space for the two wingers to exploit. Carve and Balmont, with Hao Qiang's retreat, find themselves with more energy to contribute to the offense. Within 5 minutes, Gervinho and Aubameyang each score, elevating Lille's tally to 4 o'clock. Monaco's situation becomes dire. Their morale shattered. In the 85th minute, Hao Qiang is substituted for Wittek. Park Ju-young had exited the field 2 minutes earlier. Ultimately, Lille crushes Monaco 4 o'clock away, continuing their commanding lead in the standings. Hazard remains calm, seated on the bench, witnessing his team conquer the Louis II Stadium. Hao Qiang's 2 goals leave him feeling numb. Yet Hao Qiang's South decision to confront Park Ju-young opens his eyes to a new perspective. This individual is not only outrageous, but also remarkably fierce. After the match, when Hao Qiang encounters the 6 flower girls in the mixed zone, he notices their heavy hearts and hesitance to speak. Finally, Zhu Shiru expresses her concern, saying, "Hao Qiang, your performance in the match was outstanding, but your actions towards Park Ju-young may be unacceptable to many." Hao Qiang, unfazed, replies, "Oh, if they cannot accept it, then so be it. I never expected the whole world to accept, support, or like me." Tang Yitong gazes at him and asks, "Are you certain you are not acting impulsively?" Hao Qiang shakes his head with a smile. "No. Football is not merely a test of skill. I am first a human, then a player. My principle on the field is not to suffer losses. If I lose in a challenge, that is not a loss. But if someone fouls me, I will not go easy on them, regardless of who they are." Park Ju-young is certainly not the first. Ben Arfa has also experienced the cold sweat of fear after being tackled in the air by Hao Qiang. Lu Chong softly tells Hao Qiang, "I will continue to support you, uphold your principles, and keep pushing forward." The other 5 girls exclaim in surprise. "You certainly know how to find opportunities to provide Hao Qiang with emotional support." Hao Qiang smiles brightly, reminding the 6 to return home early and stay safe on the road. He then heads towards the parking lot. A reporter from Korea hurls insults at Hao Qiang, but he merely casts a disdainful glance before continuing on his way. Other reporters from different countries look at the Korean journalist with contempt. Although they may not approve of Hao Qiang's vengeful style on the field, they can understand it as youthful exuberance. Furthermore, European journalists are intrigued. Typically, when players seek revenge on their opponents, they either lash out in a fit of rage or resort to physical confrontations. However, Hao Qiang's rational retreat, using brutal and fierce tactics to overpower his opponents, astonishes them. He resembles a beast, yet one with reason. Such individuals are indeed formidable. Unlike the French media, which has labeled Hao Qiang as the Asian beast, Korean media has launched a tirade against him, angrily proclaiming that he should be suspended. Unfortunately, their voices hold little sway. Northern France grows colder as Lille welcomes the first snowfall of winter, enveloping the entire city in a beautiful silver landscape. Midweek, Lille prepares for the final match of the Europa League group stage, facing Slavia Prague at home. Only a victory can secure their advancement to the knockout stage. Hao Qiang does not make the matchday squad. Hazard leads the frontline attack. On the evening of the matchday, after watching a movie, Hao Qiang treats the 6 flower girls to dinner at the hotel restaurant. The 6 girls adorn themselves exquisitely once more for the occasion. Upon their reunion, they internally lament that this ironclad man, Hao Qiang, remains oblivious to when he might finally awaken to the nuances of life. Upon witnessing the intimate gestures between Hao Qiang and Nuomi, an unwelcome pang of jealousy stirred within them. Could it be that Hao Qiang harbored a particular fondness for foreign women? He was well acquainted with the hotel staff, having charmed the culinary team to the point that they were his admirers, even requesting their autographs and photographs. This evening, they prepared a lavish feast of hot pot, featuring a seafood broth accompanied by an abundance of beef, lamb, seafood, and vegetables, truly a sumptuous spread. Hao Qiang opted for a low-oil dipping sauce, relishing the meal that delighted his palate. After dinner, he returned to his room, emerging with 6 large tote bags in each hand. The 6 ladies remained in the restaurant's lounge area, while Naomi sat to the side, engrossed in her phone, each respecting the other's space. Once he descended, Hao Qiang presented the 6 bags to the ladies with a cheerful, "A small token, please don't be modest." Each opened a bag to discover a stylish, insulated coat designed for women. "It's from our own brand. I hope you won't find it displeasing," Hao Qiang chuckled. The 6 ladies accepted his gifts with delight. How could they possibly reject such kindness? This was a thoughtful gesture from Hao Qiang, who had specifically instructed Hao Qiang to deliver them. As long as they wore the coats or shared a selfie, it would serve as advertising for their brand. Together, they departed from the hotel, with the 6 ladies returning home while Hao Qiang accompanied Naomi to the train station. However, upon arriving, Naomi unexpectedly chose not to disembark, clinging to Hao Qiang, engaging in playful intimacy for what felt like an eternity. From their initial farewell kiss, the exchanges had evolved into more fervent caresses, the boundaries increasingly blurred. Chapter 58. In the absence of Hao Huang, Mello ascends to kingship. Beneath the night sky, the dazzling lights of the Stade Pierre-Mauroy create a vibrant atmosphere. As Christmas approaches, Lille revels in a triumphant conclusion to their Europa League campaign, defeating Slavia Prague 3-1. Although Hazard did not score, his performance was universally hailed by the media and fans as the best on the field. With crucial breakthroughs and timely passes, he showcased both individual brilliance and immense contribution to the team. Lille secured their spot among the top 32 in the Europa League, and Rudy Garcia beamed with satisfaction, taking pride in Hazard's transformation. The prodigious talent had finally found his spark. With only 2 League One matches remaining before the winter break, Lille sat proudly atop the league with 12 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses. Garcia hoped the team could clinch victory in the last 2 matches of the first half, securing the title and establishing a more comfortable lead for the second half of the season. As the 18th round of the weekend league approached, Lille prepared to face Le Mans, who lingered in the relegation zone. Hao Qiang was somewhat surprised to find Hazard in the starting lineup, having almost forgotten about his existence due to his recent absence from league matches. Aubameyang, seated on the bench, wore a dejected expression, yet he had no grounds for complaint, as he was merely on loan and not a permanent member of Lille. The stands of the Stade Pierre-Mauroy were filled with fans fervently supporting Hao Qiang, with a giant portrait of him making an appearance in the southern stand. Hazard could hardly dismiss the reality. Hao Qiang's remarkable tally of 18 goals in 17 league matches had not only astounded League One, but also reverberated across Europe. Despite the historical lack of prestige in the title of League One's top scorer, with many winners not even regarded as elite in European football, Hao Qiang's scoring efficiency left them far behind. Last season's top scorer, Benzema, led with 20 goals, and Lille fans believed Hao Qiang could match that figure by the end of the first half of the season. His popularity was thus entirely justified, as it had been years since such a prolific forward graced the pitch. As the match commenced, Lille launched their assault. Through months of practical experience, Hao Qiang had become adept at playing as a striker. The opposition marked him closely, yet he remained composed, skillfully positioning himself to create opportunities, ensuring the flow of the attack remained uninterrupted. His positioning and physicality made him an imposing presence within the penalty area. Throughout Lille's offensive efforts, Hazard skillfully maneuvered down the left flank, and Hao Qiang consistently made himself available for support. He understood the importance of not being passive. After all, if he stood still, he would squander precious time. Surprisingly, Hazard frequently sought him out with passes, cutting into the center after each delivery. Hao Qiang was astonished. Had the prince finally matured? Hazard's inward cuts were becoming predictable, and when Hao Qiang attempted to deliver a threatening ball, he found his path obstructed. He gestured for Hazard to diversify his movements, emphasizing the need to exploit the tight spaces rather than remaining rigidly confined. Hazard nodded in response, not only showing understanding, but also a newfound willingness to adapt. Little did Hao Qiang comprehend the internal struggle Hazard faced. Previously, when Hazard had trailed in statistics, he could find solace in his individual skills. However, with Hao Qiang's extraordinary goal tally now starkly contrasting with his own, comparison became futile. As the match progressed, Hao Qiang adeptly transitioned between various roles in the attacking setup, shooting from distance, making runs, and acting as a pivot, utilizing ordinary cards to enhance his performance. He felt a marked improvement in his foundational skills. In the 34th minute, as Hao Qiang positioned himself on the left side of the penalty area to receive a pass from Hazard, he noticed that Hazard had cut inside but failed to make a forward run. Instantly, they were in sync. Hazard quickly passed the ball and surged into the central area of the box. Hao Qiang drew defenders away, creating space as he turned and passed the ball to Hazard, who accelerated past the defense to deliver a confident finish into the bottom right corner of the net. The stadium erupted in jubilant cheers. Despite the frigid air, Hazard celebrated with a jubilant slide on his knees. As Hao Qiang approached, he noticed the marks on Hazard's socks, possibly from the celebratory slide. It seemed that in his excitement, Hazard had not even felt the pain. The clouds of doubt that had lingered in Hazard's mind began to dissipate, and he couldn't help but admire Hao Qiang's strength. Their brief embrace was filled with mutual respect, and Lille's supporters were filled with elation. Hazard had not lost Garcia's trust. Now, united with Hao Qiang, they could bolster Lille's attacking prowess. The teammates shared in the excitement, while Carve watched the scene with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Aubameyang sat forlornly on the bench, longing for acceptance in the squad, but recognizing that with Hazard's return to the starting lineup, his chances were limited. Le Mans was no match for Lille's relentless onslaught. The team's recent form had become almost monstrous. Shortly after the second half commenced, Hazard continued his impressive display on the left wing, not only finding synergy with Hao Qiang, but also creating opportunities for long-range shots. In the 55th minute, Hao Qiang received another pass from Hazard in a left-sided position outside the box. This time, he returned the pass to Balmont before swiftly turning to make his run. Balmont shifted the attack to the right flank, where Gervinho made a decisive cut towards the baseline, delivering a cross into the center. Hao Qiang soared to meet the ball with a powerful volley, sending it crashing into the net. He charged towards the sidelines, arms crossed and chin held high, exuding an aura of authority and dominance. Lille fans are ecstatic, celebrating the 19th league goal. The 6 dazzling flowers in the press box were instantly captivated by the imposing figure of Hao Qiang, who stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. Chinese fans were equally enchanted by Hao Qiang's celebratory gestures following his goal. If high-definition images of his celebration are made available post-match, they must be cherished. Hao Qiang possesses the potential to become a world-class striker. Finally, Chinese football has produced a player who truly understands the game. It is my fervent hope that Hao Qiang remains humble and does not succumb to arrogance, avoiding a fleeting rise followed by a swift decline. Such a fate seems unlikely. If Hao Qiang were to abandon his ambitions, he would have done so long ago. After wandering for so long, his hard work has finally borne fruit. I have a strong premonition that Hao Qiang will soon find himself among the elite forwards. Do you know what his devoted fans are saying now? Haha. I know, without Hao Qiang, Messi and Ronaldo reign supreme. Chapter 59, Enlightenment and Ascendancy. Lille, leading by 2 goals, maintained its formidable momentum at home since December. Hao Qiang and Hazard gradually developed an exquisite synergy, their attacking prowess increasingly causing trepidation among the Le Mans defenders. In the 72nd minute, Hao Qiang received a pass from Carve, deftly controlling the ball and shifting direction to the left. As Hazard made an inward cut, Hao Qiang relinquished possession to engage in a protective confrontation, effectively shielding Hazard from the defensive midfielder. Hazard, with a series of deft touches, accelerated into the left side of the penalty area, evading defenders with a deft feint and advancing towards the byline to deliver a precise cross. Gervinho surged forward, expertly redirecting the ball into the net with a delicate flick. The Lille fans erupted in jubilant cheers, seemingly destined for a joyous Christmas. Hao Qiang approached Hazard and Gervinho for a celebratory high-five, and after a brief embrace, they retreated, eager to press for more goals against Le Mans. With Le Mans trailing by 3 goals, their morale was evidently shaken. 3 minutes later, Hao Qiang and Hazard were substituted, with Aubameyang and Melo taking their places. Although they sat on the bench in silence, the performance of both players left Lille's supporters feeling gratified and hopeful. The chemistry between Hazard and Hao Qiang had blossomed into something remarkable. In the context of Ligue 1, who could compete with Lille's formidable frontline? A promising top-tier striker and an exceptional winger united, promising great achievements ahead. Lille secured a resounding 3-0 victory over Le Mans. Since a draw with Montpellier at the end of last month, Lille had achieved 5 consecutive wins in December, clinching the halfway championship. In the post-match dressing room, Hazard mingled seamlessly with the team, having transformed from a near outcast to a central figure once again. French media praised Lille's attacking transformation, commending Rudy Garcia for tempering Hazard's talents, guiding this prodigy back onto the right path, and instilling a sense of team responsibility within him. In the midweek, Lille faced Nancy in the final match of the first half of the League One season. Hao Qiang was uncertain whether Hazard's newfound discipline was a permanent change or merely a fleeting moment. However, upon arriving at Nancy's ground, he observed that the Belgian superstar's awareness of teamwork had indeed improved significantly, actively collaborating with him. Nancy deployed a 4-5-1 formation at home, intensifying their control over Hao Qiang and Hazard. Consequently, Hao Qiang's role as a pivot in front of the penalty area was diminished, as the opposition's targeted marking effectively severed the connection between the midfield and Hao Qiang, further constricting his space for ball control. Nevertheless, Lille's momentum soared, with the team collectively elevating their performance. When the central route became congested, they exploited the flanks. Debuchy and Beria tirelessly supported the attack from the wings, while Hao Qiang focused on positioning himself within the penalty area. He noticed Hazard actively delivering crosses, yet Nancy's defense remained resolute. In the 41st minute, Beria sent in a cross from the left. The ball was slightly behind Hao Qiang, forcing him to retreat and head it back. The ball found Hazard, who expertly controlled it with his chest before executing a skillful turn and advancing past the defenders, unleashing a low shot that pierced the near post, breaking the deadlock. Hazard sprinted off in celebration, turning back at the corner flag to raise his hand and share a joyous high-five with Hao Qiang. He understood that without his transformation in match awareness, Hao Qiang would likely not have assisted him. With consecutive goals in 2 matches, scoring seemed to have become a more straightforward endeavor. Shortly after the second half commenced, Lille relentlessly attacked from both wings, with Hazard delivering precise crosses. Hao Qiang narrowly missed a chance in the center, but the ball reached the far post where Gervinho executed a volley, finding the bottom corner of the net. Lille led 2-0 against Nancy. Gervinho stealthily increased his goal tally, now the second highest scorer for Lille, although he trailed behind Hao Qiang. The framework of Lille's attacking trident was firmly established: Hazard, Hao Qiang, and Gervinho. As the match surpassed the 60-minute mark, Nancy began to mount a counteroffensive. Lille's attacking space widened during fast breaks. In the 70th minute, Hao Qiang received a pass from Balmont at the edge of the penalty area. With Hazard and Gervinho drawing defenders inward, Hao Qiang deftly redirected the ball towards the flank before turning and charging into the penalty area. Seeing an opening, central defender Ender Luis was caught off guard by Hao Qiang's sudden advance. As he lunged to intercept, Hao Qiang skillfully maneuvered to evade him. Although his control was somewhat rough, the penetration was successful. After shaking off Luis, Hao Qiang unleashed a shot towards the lower left corner of the goal. The impact of the shot was minimal, yet as the ball rolled into the net, Lille's fans erupted in thunderous applause. Nancy's players were left exasperated, unable to counter Lille's striking force. Hao Qiang's efficiency was astonishing. With 20 goals in 19 matches, his average scoring rate exceeded 1.2 per game. Thus, despite Hazard's dazzling dribbles and tricks, the true backbone of Lille was undoubtedly Hao Qiang. Rudy Garcia felt immense pride, observing both Hao Qiang and Hazard. This season, their unequivocal ambition was to contend for the League One championship. With the Lion dynasty crumbling, the championship landscape had transformed into a battleground of contenders, and Lille naturally harbored aspirations for the throne. As this was the final match before the winter break, Rudy Garcia opted not to make substitutions, allowing his players to savor the fans' adulation until the final whistle. Nancy resolutely defended, while Lille unleashed an onslaught. In the 86th minute, Hazard's shot after an inward cut was blocked. Hao Qiang followed up with a shot, which also met resistance. The deflected ball landed at Gervinho's feet, who skillfully slotted it into the near corner of the net. Chaos ensued in Nancy's penalty area. As Gervinho celebrated, he glanced at Hazard and Hao Qiang, secretly amused. "You two have stirred up quite a fuss, yet I still managed to score twice." With Hazard and Hao Qiang drawing defensive attention, Gervinho thrived as the most effective member of the trident. The match concluded, and Lille celebrated a perfect December, winning all 6 league matches and averaging over 4 goals per game. Their offensive prowess was nothing short of terrifying. After the match, the players joined hands to express gratitude to the Lille supporters in the stands. Lille's fans could joyfully embrace the Christmas spirit. In a post-match interview, Hao Qiang reflected on his 6-month journey with Lille, stating, "The challenges I faced, both in training and matches, have significantly increased compared to my previous experience in Portugal. I realize I have much to improve upon. Youth may not be an excuse, but it does mean I have time to enhance my skills. I aspire to present an even better version of myself to the fans after the winter break." The 6 lovely ladies nearby listened attentively, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Hao Qiang's professionalism was exemplary. Having matched last season's top scorer Benzema's tally, Hao Qiang remained humble, exuding remarkable poise. With enlightenment and ambition soaring. Perhaps we underestimated his aspirations from the very beginning. Chinese fans were thrilled to witness Hao Qiang establishing himself in League One, as if he had reached the pinnacle of success. Yet it was evident that Hao Qiang was not content with merely that. Such a star is impossible not to adore. With the first half of League One concluded, Hao Qiang's tally of 20 goals and 5 assists was undeniably phenomenal. That evening, Hao Qiang returned to his hotel and indulged in a restful slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he found himself immersed in the holiday spirit. He descended to the spa for a rejuvenating treatment, followed by a grooming session to refine his hairstyle. After returning to his room and dressing impeccably, he accessed the system to collect his monthly reward points. He had achieved all 3 tiers of scoring rewards, 100, 400, and 1,000, culminating in a total of 1,500 points. He had only met the first tier for assists, completing the requirement of 2 for 100 points. All tiers for league victories were fulfilled, earning another 1,500 points. He successfully completed the first tier of 5 dribbles for 200 points and the first tier of 6 tackles for 100 points. In total, he amassed a remarkable 3,400 points in one go. The joy of this achievement exhilarated him, akin to nearly a decade's worth of sign-in rewards. Indeed, points are swiftly garnered through scoring and winning matches. Switching interfaces, he initiated a tenfold draw. Today promised to be a delightful indulgence. After 3 consecutive tenfold draws, Hao Qiang returned to the warehouse, gazing at 5 cards shimmering with ethereal light. Yet, amidst the initial thrill of the draw, he suddenly furrowed his brow. He had become overly fixated on the glow. A closer inspection revealed that these 5 luminous cards were all midfielders: Pirlo, Modric, Xavi, Fabregas, and Xabi Alonso. All were midfielders? Where were the forwards? Hao Qiang felt a pang of disappointment. 3 tenfold draws resulted in this. However, upon reflection, he recognized that these players possessed exquisite technical skills. Experiencing their prowess would undoubtedly enhance his own abilities. Even if regarded merely as skill development, they would surely prove far more effective than ordinary cards. Chapter 60. Hot Commodity. No moving. Ding dong. Just as Hao Qiang finished his lottery draw, he heard the doorbell ring and went to open the door. He was taken aback to see Chao Qingqing standing outside, exquisitely dressed, her demeanor radiating elegance, adorned with a gentle smile. "I have an afternoon flight back home, so I came to bid you farewell and see if you have some time," she said. Hao Qiang casually replied, "I have time. I'm on vacation now. Would you accompany me to buy some souvenirs?" Without giving it much thought, he agreed, went back to grab his belongings, and headed downstairs with Chao Qingqing. Chao Qingqing was secretly delighted to have some time alone with Hao Qiang. However, as the elevator doors opened on the hotel's first floor, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Qiang. Lu Qiang was momentarily taken aback. Then upon seeing Chao Qingqing, their eyes met, and both displayed a hint of displeasure. "Did you sneak away?" Lu Qiang quipped, her expression playful. Chao Qingqing shot her a glare. "Are you ruining my good fortune?" Hao Qiang asked Lu Qiang, "Are you looking for me as well?" With a smile, Lu Qiang replied, "I'm heading back home this afternoon and wanted to invite you to accompany me to buy some gifts for my family." Hao Qiang chuckled and turned to Chao Qingqing. "You two are on the same flight, right?" Chao Qingqing nodded helplessly. "Perfect. Let us go together then," Hao Qiang said as he stepped outside. Just as he was about to leave the hotel, he spotted Li Yingying, who was approaching with enthusiasm. He crossed his arms and smirked. Upon entering the hotel, Li Yingying saw Hao Qiang and her face lit up with a smile. However, upon noticing Chao Qingqing and Lu Qiang, her expression dimmed slightly. Hao Qiang teased, "Let me guess. You want me to accompany you to buy some local specialties for your friends and family, right?" "How did you know?" Li Yingying exclaimed in surprise. Can he read minds? Chao Qingqing and Lu Qiang thought, unable to look him in the eye. Well, we are all high achievers here. How uncreative can our excuses be? Yet, their tacit understanding was undeniable. "Are you waiting for someone?" Li Yingying asked as Hao Qiang lingered at the hotel entrance without retrieving his car. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and called Lu Yushi, Zhu Shirwei, and Tang Yitong. To his surprise, all 3 were on their way and would arrive at the hotel shortly. Accustomed to being with a larger group, he decided to wait until everyone gathered before heading out, to avoid any awkward encounters. The 7 of them set off for a shopping excursion. It was Christmas Eve, and many shops would close early in the afternoon. However, there were numerous discounts for Christmas, making shopping quite worthwhile. Hao Qiang generously treated each of them to gifts and then escorted them to the airport shuttle in the afternoon. During the winter break, Hao Qiang had no plans to return home. His parents, Hao Guofu and He Yuqing, were busy with their careers from dawn till dusk. He felt he would be of no help, and with his parents having little time to spend with him, it was more practical to remain in Lille and avoid the exhausting travel. He opted instead to work out, enjoy a Turkish bath, get a massage, and dine alone on Christmas Eve. He felt no inclination to force himself into the festivities of a foreign holiday. That evening, he casually watched movies in his room. Without the pressure of competition, he found himself reminiscing about the past 3 months spent in the company of Nwomi. On Christmas Eve, Nwomi should have been at home enjoying time with her family. At nearly 11 p.m., just as Hao Qiang was preparing for bed, he heard the doorbell ring again. Having never been concerned about safety, he went to open the door. "Nwomi," he exclaimed, astonished. Wrapped in a warm coat, scarf, and hat, Nwomi stood at his door, holding 2 bags. "What brings you here?" he asked. With a playful squint and a wide smile, she replied, "I missed you." Hao Qiang ushered her into the room. Noticing she had brought an array of food, including her homemade snacks and roasted chicken, Hao Qiang suddenly remembered something and asked, "How did you get here?" "I drove," she replied nonchalantly. "Wait, what? My mom doesn't know?" she added. Hao Qiang shook his head. "You have quite the audacity. Are you watching a movie?" "I brought snacks," she said. Hao Qiang chuckled. "I don't eat snacks, and you know that." The two settled on the sofa to watch a film, with Nwomi leaning against Hao Qiang's shoulder. It was as if their thoughts were far removed from the movie, enjoying the simplicity and joy of each other's company. The 6 girls often remarked how their relationship resembled that of siblings. However, if Hao Qiang were to think that way, it would be quite absurd. Nwomi was youthful, lively, and exuberantly bold. As the film lost its appeal, she found herself sitting atop Hao Qiang, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her passionate demeanor was irresistible, and he had never resisted before. "Hao Qiang, this is my first time," she whispered. "Oh, what a coincidence, it's mine too. How is that possible? You're already so old. That is not something to boast about." Hao Qiang and Nwomi explored a new realm of biology throughout the night, only rising the next afternoon. After a meal at the restaurant, they discussed how to spend the holiday. Hao Qiang recalled the place and decided to drive Nwomi from Lille to Monaco that afternoon. They meandered along the way, appreciating the scenery, reveling in a sense of freedom. Visiting the opulent Monaco, neither was particularly drawn to the extravagant venues, but strolling hand in hand through the streets and participating in Christmas activities brought them joy. Before leaving Monaco, Hao Qiang noticed a French newspaper during breakfast, picking it up to examine its contents. He couldn't help but be intrigued, as the cover featured a photo of him and Nwomi taken outside the Monaco Palace the previous day. Did the paparazzi catch us? He pondered. But what truly caught his attention was the headline: Lille's new marvel and his 16-year-old girlfriend enjoy Monaco. Hao Qiang glanced at Nwomi and asked, "Are you really only 16? Nwomi blinked, nodding. "Yes, almost 17. Hao Qiang felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He had always thought Nwomi was merely a year younger than him. He was 19, and she was 18. Now, he realized things were not as straightforward as he had imagined. Would he end up facing serious consequences for being with a 16-year-old? Noticing the expression on Hao Qiang's face, Nwomi quickly reassured him. "Are you worried about my age? Don't worry, I will grow up." Hao Qiang felt like crying. "It's not that I mind your age. I'm just worried that if you're any younger, my football career might take a detour into prison life." He hastily consulted a legal dictionary. Phew. Hao Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. No worries. No need to face any legal troubles. As he scrutinized Nwomi again, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The 16-year-old Nwomi appeared remarkably mature. Perhaps it was a sign of early development common in Western cultures that led to his misjudgment. But she was indeed only 16. What would happen in a few years? The thought was daunting. On the other hand, he realized she was merely enjoying her youthful vibrancy, appearing more energetic than he did. Youth truly brings boundless energy. While Hao Qiang and Nwomi were embarking on a spontaneous journey in France, chaos erupted back home. Wow. Hao Qiang is quite the character. Taking advantage of a 16-year-old girl. Can you tell she is only 16 by looking at her? In China, she looks at least 18. Foreigners mature quickly. Honestly, if no one mentioned it, Hao Qiang certainly doesn't look 19 either. Has the age been altered? He Yuqing even called Hao Qiang to confirm whether he had started dating a foreign girlfriend. Hao Qiang admitted it. She is only 16? Well, in a couple of months. She will turn 17. So, when will I be able to hold my grandchild? Mom, I may have eaten too much. I need to exercise a bit. Hao Qiang hurriedly ended the call. The 6 golden flowers were taken aback to discover that upon returning home, Hao Qiang had been publicly confirmed by the media to be in a relationship. Although they were surprised that Nwomi was just 16, they envied the romantic journey shared between Nwomi and Hao Qiang. As the year 2010 dawned, Hao Qiang and Nwomi returned to Lille. After sufficient relaxation, he began a disciplined fitness regimen to enhance his physical condition. Nwomi was inseparable from him every day. When the winter transfer window opened, rumors regarding Hao Qiang's transfer began to proliferate. Lyon was set to offer 10 million for Hao Qiang. Marseille joined the fray for his signature. Lille's fan representatives urged the club to expedite the renewal of Hao Qiang's contract. During the winter break, Mendes had actually invited Hao Qiang to visit Portugal, treating him like family and inviting him to partake in various Christmas festivities. However, Hao Qiang had no interest and did not go. Now, with the winter transfer window in full swing, Mendes was busy once more. He took the initiative to call and reassure Hao Qiang. I have spoken with Van Damme. For the time being, we cannot reach an agreement on the contract renewal. Do not overthink it. If Lille accepts offers from other clubs, we will address it then. For now, I still believe staying in Lille is the best choice for you. If you can maintain your performance from the first half of the season in the second half, I assure you that by summer, you will have numerous options with far better conditions. Mendes's opinion coincided perfectly with Hao Qiang's thoughts. Having only played half a season, he truly did not wish to relocate. He aimed to focus intently on completing the second half of the league, eager to see what rewards it may bring. What he needed most at present was stable playing time. Chapter 61. Is this a precaution or a prophecy? As the winter transfer window opens, Lille fans tremble with anxiety. Daily rumors surrounding Hao Qiang's transfer bombard their nerves. The most alarming aspect is the troubled negotiations regarding Hao Qiang's contract renewal with Lille. Given Lille's financial constraints, securing Hao Qiang for the long term proves exceedingly challenging. It is not merely Mendes's exorbitant demands that pose a problem, but rather Hao Qiang's unexpectedly stellar performance. With half a season showcasing exceptional efficiency in Ligue 1, retaining him requires Lille to take considerable risks, offering a salary that surpasses the league's highest tier. Only in this way can Lille hope to reap substantial rewards when Hao Qiang eventually departs. A low-cost renewal with hopes of future profits is a fool's errand. Mendes, as the agent, would never acquiesce to such terms, as it would betray Hao Qiang's interests. During the winter break, Hao Qiang's routine at Lille remained steady. He spent his days closely entwined with Noemi Happet, training by day and indulging in romantic outings by night, maintaining peak physical condition. He returned to the team post-break, seemingly unchanged. Lille commenced preparations for the second half of the season. Rudy Garcia remained unconcerned about the lack of a renewal for Hao Qiang. Some matters are beyond his control, and he chooses not to fret over them. There is no need for him to urge the club to expedite negotiations. Van Damme has exerted every effort to promote the renewal. However, the disparity in Mendes's asking price poses a significant hurdle. He can sense Mendes's lofty expectations for Hao Qiang. Perhaps 6 months prior, when bringing Hao Qiang to Lille, Mendes envisioned a nurturing environment for his steady growth. Yet, Hao Qiang's rapid ascent has transformed him from a fortunate lad into a linchpin of the team within a mere 4 months. Mendes's perspective on Lille has shifted. He now views it as a stepping stone for Hao Qiang to reach grander stages. Before the commencement of the second half of the season, the French League Cup beckons. Lille hosts Rennes at their home ground. Hao Qiang does not make the matchday squad, conserving energy for the impending clash with Paris Saint-Germain. Lille's squad, composed of substitutes and rotating players, faces Rennes, who also field a less than full-strength team. The match unfolds with dramatic flair. Yet the quality of both teams' attacks leaves much to be desired. It is not until extra time that the victor emerges. Lille triumphs 3-1, advancing to the next round. However, Rudy Garcia's expression reflects concern. Balmont has sustained an injury. With only a handful of key players absent, the young Balmont, tasked with leading the charge, has been sidelined. He will miss several upcoming matches. On January 16th, Ligue 1 officially resumes. Lille welcomes Paris Saint-Germain to the Stade Pierre-Mauroy. Due to historical rivalries, Lille and PSG share a contentious relationship. The capital's team, bolstered by its economic and cultural advantages, has fostered enmity with numerous clubs, including Marseille and Lyon. Yet, PSG currently finds itself in a dismal state, akin to a drowning dog, subject to ridicule. Lille fans, still seething from a humiliating defeat at the Parc des Princes in the first half of the season, are eager for retribution. The stadium is filled to capacity. When Hao Qiang takes the field, his spirit is resolute. His objectives for the second half are straightforward: to win the championship and claim the golden boot. Everything else is secondary. Lille's starting lineup features a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper, Landreau. Defenders, Debuchy, Rami, Ria, Emerson. Midfielders, Dumont, Carve, Mavuba. Forwards, a brainiac, Hao Qiang, Hazard. With players like Gervinho away for the Africa Cup of Nations, Lille's tactical options are somewhat limited, yet this presents invaluable opportunities for others. Paris Saint-Germain fields a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper, Edler. Defenders, Ciara, Traore, Sako, Armand. Midfielders, Makelele, CL Ment, Champney. Forwards, Leyindola, Erding. As the referee's whistle pierces the air, the match begins. PSG adopts a cautious approach away from home. Lille's formidable reputation compels them to retreat from confrontation. From the outset, Hao Qiang employs a typical forward tactic to elevate his performance, as he finds Makelele a challenging opponent. While he cannot overpower him, Makelele's experience allows him to intercept decisively and accurately. Hao Qiang, akin to a young knight encountering a seasoned master, admires the expertise displayed. Subsequently, Hao Qiang actively positions himself to assist Hazard, making a determined run into the penalty area. Hazard unleashes a long-range shot, delivering a quality cross to Hao Qiang, but he heads the ball wide under the imposing presence of Traore. He turns to Hazard, giving a thumbs up in appreciation. Although Lille's attacks lack the fluidity of earlier performances, Cabay's presence in midfield ensures a steady flow of opportunities. However, Balmont's absence has diminished their midfield synergy, reducing unexpected breakthroughs. In the 21st minute, Cabaye receives a pass from Hazard but is suddenly clattered by CL Ment as he attempts to change direction. He collapses, clutching his ankle, unable to rise. Hao Qiang rushes over to check on him. Grimacing in pain, Cabaye curses, "I've twisted it, damn it. It feels like they're playing dirty, but I have no proof." With PSG on the back foot, their pressing and challenges intensify. Makelele, once a sweeping force in his prime, now plays a more reserved role, focusing solely on critical interceptions. Rudy Garcia's expression darkens. With Balmont and now Cabaye sidelined, Lille's midfield lies in tatters, utterly disintegrated. He is compelled to reposition a brainiac to play as an attacking midfielder and substitute in striker Flo, who, while versatile, struggles to adapt to the right flank. A brainiac's return to a central role proves disastrous, as he has not played as a creative midfielder for nearly half a season, leaving him lost and ineffective. Lille's attack gradually falters, unable to maintain possession, often scrambling for loose balls. The fluidity of their offensive coordination has vanished. Frustrated Lille fans pound their fists in anger. Balmont is injured, Cabaye is injured, our midfield is utterly ruined. It is not just the midfield. Have you not noticed that Cheju is off to the Africa Cup of Nations? Ria is filling in as a center back, Emerson is playing left back, and Hazard is receiving increasingly scant support on the flanks? Alas, to hell with the Africa Cup of Nations. With Gervinho, Aubameyang, Cheju gone, we are suddenly deprived of so many crucial players. The offensive organization has collapsed, and the intensity of wing attacks is insufficient. No matter how strong Hao Qiang and Hazard are, they still require possession to make an impact. Dumont and Mavuba are defensive-minded midfielders, offering little in terms of offensive creativity. A brainiac's catastrophic performance in the attacking midfield role tilts the match in favor of Paris Saint-Germain. As Lille grew increasingly agitated, the composed Paris Saint-Germain seized the opportunity to penetrate the right flank, with Leyindola assisting Erding in breaching Lille's goal. The atmosphere among Lille's supporters erupted in despair. Rudy Garcia, clearly struggling to contain his emotions, endeavored to maintain his composure, yet the corner of his eye twitched unnaturally. The players of Paris Saint-Germain celebrated exuberantly at the Stade Pierre-Mauroy. The Lille fans seethed with animosity. Was it possible that, as the league leaders, they would suffer a double defeat at the hands of the beleaguered Paris Saint-Germain? Hazard sighed heavily. No matter how exceptional he was, if his teammates could not deliver the ball smoothly to his feet, what could he do? Kick it thin air? Control the ball with sheer will? Although Hao Qiang wore a frown, an inexplicable sensation began to rise within him. He recalled the 5 glowing cards quietly resting in the system's repository. Could that series of consecutive 10 draws during the winter break have been a precautionary measure? Or was the system endowed with foresight? Lille's midfield was rudderless. What they desperately needed was a central organizer to bolster the team's backbone and assert control over the game. Otherwise, Lille would struggle to make an impact on their home turf. Chapter 62. Hao Qiang's deep concealment, tears without vision. As the first half of the match concluded, the visiting Paris Saint-Germain led Lille by a score of 1-0. The Lille players, burdened with anxiety, made their way to the player tunnel. Depleted and lacking key personnel, they had begun the first half with vigor but faltered towards the end. The threat of their attacks had noticeably diminished, especially following Carve's injury, which left them entirely devoid of offensive potency. Rudy Garcia, at halftime, appeared at a loss for how to adjust. It is difficult for a skilled cook to prepare a meal without ingredients. With no suitable players at his disposal, what could he change? Ultimately, he instructed Hao Qiang to extend his retreating range in hopes of supporting a Blagnac to stabilize the midfield and alleviate some of the pressure. As the second half commenced, both teams resumed their battle. Paris Saint-Germain, now in the lead, placed greater emphasis on defense. Hao Qiang slightly withdrew, wishing to first ascertain the effectiveness of Garcia's adjustments. Should they prove successful, he would not need to resort to extreme measures. However, a Blagnac was struggling to find his rhythm, and Hao Qiang's attempts to assist him merely amounted to playing a supporting role. With the main player underperforming, the support could hardly bear the load. Several chaotic offensive attempts ensued, leaving Lille's fans restless. If this continued, they might play for a day and night without generating any real offensive threat. What good are complaints? The midfield was a jumbled mess, and how long had it been since a Blagnac played as an attacking midfielder? Were they to rely on Dumont and Mawuba? If they possessed exceptional organizational skills, they would likely be among Europe's top midfielders. Perhaps an early night's sleep would be more beneficial, for dreams hold everything. Lille's overall movement remained quite spirited, but they lacked a central figure in the midfield to streamline their offensive and defensive strategies. It was akin to a fullback making runs with no one in midfield to pass to. Such efforts would be in vain. Wingers seeking to receive the ball would find themselves thwarted by opposing defenders, rendering their space non-existent. In the 60th minute, Florence's attempt down the right was cleared. Leyendela, positioned closer to the ball's landing spot, attempted to dribble forward but ended up losing control, sending the ball out of play. As Landreau prepared to take the goal kick, he noticed changes in positioning among the players and delayed the restart. The Lille fans, taken aback, watched as Hao Qiang jogged over to the disoriented Blagnac. Hao Qiang instructed him, "You return to the forward line, I will take the midfield." Blagnac was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend whether he doubted Hao Qiang's abilities or simply was unsure of his own positioning in the forward line. Hao Qiang gently nudged him. "You go to the right winger, let Florent play center forward." Blagnac, still skeptical, moved towards the right flank while glancing anxiously at Garcia on the sidelines. "You all saw that, right? It's not that I abandoned my post. Hao Qiang sent me back to the front line." Garcia, though furrowing his brow in concern, allowed Hao Qiang's switch to the midfield, treating it as a last-ditch effort. After all, it was clear that Blagnac could not hold the midfield together. It was perhaps better to observe what Hao Qiang could deliver. Hazard gazed at Hao Qiang, astonished. He had always regarded himself as the core leader. Yet in a moment of crisis, he found himself merely watching. Regardless of how Hao Qiang performed, he had at least stepped up when it mattered. The Lille fans exchanged bewildered glances. Hao Qiang was to play in midfield. What was he thinking? His technical style did not seem to support such a bold move. Yet, one could not deny that Hao Qiang possessed the remarkable quality of daring to experiment. He gestured to Mawuba and Dumont. "Provide me with cover." They nodded in agreement. Wasn't he that the goal? His foray into the midfield was likely less effective than Blagnac's. If he faltered, Lille's defense would only face greater pressure, placing an even heavier burden on his teammates. Clement, observing the imposing figure of Hao Qiang retreating into midfield, paid him no mind. Did the goal-scoring leader truly believe he was invincible? As Landreau prepared to take the goal kick, Hao Qiang sighed, closed his eyes, and accessed the system. Opening the inventory, he selected 5 fiery cards, opting to utilize Perlot's abilities. Exiting the system, he returned to the match. Landreau's goal kick was headed towards the center circle by Sack. Dumont received the ball and immediately passed it to the approaching Hao Qiang. Upon controlling the ball and turning, Hao Qiang realized that his ball-handling skills had indeed improved significantly. He felt unusually agile, though his explosiveness remained unchanged. Yet, the sensation of the ball at his feet was exceptionally harmonious. Initially, he had hoped to use players like Pirlo to enhance his control during forward assaults. Yet, now he found himself performing Pirlo's primary role. Turning, he noticed Clement charging towards him. With an air of nonchalance, Hao Qiang deftly evaded him, creating space before dribbling forward. Though his speed did not drastically increase, he maintained a keen awareness of the evolving situation. Clement, taken aback, seemed to strike at thin air. Hao Qiang had effortlessly slipped past him. Clement turned to pursue. As Hao Qiang entered the attacking danger zone, he encountered Makelele and deftly delivered a diagonal pass to the left side of the penalty area. Though Hazard was surprised by the timing and accuracy of Hao Qiang's pass, his excitement surged as the situation shifted. With a precise touch, he cut inward, creating an angle to shoot past Traoré. Edouard leaped to save, deflecting the ball out of bounds. Although it did not result in a goal, Hazard glanced back at Hao Qiang, who remained unfazed. Hazard blinked, suddenly realizing, goodness, he is truly capable. 3 minutes later, after Hao Qiang pressured Chantome into a forward pass that Debuchy intercepted, he proactively withdrew to support Debuchy's pass. When confronted by Chantome, he executed a quick wall pass with Debuchy, turning and surging forward to continue the attack. He appeared calm and composed, exuding an air of confidence. As Clement approached from the side, Hao Qiang momentarily paused his dribble, deftly changing direction to evade him. Clement, aghast, wondered, had he been evaded once more? The critical aspect was that Hao Qiang seemed unfazed by any sense of urgency. Garcia's eyes widened in surprise, his expression a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Could Hao Qiang truly play as an attacking midfielder? Was this a serendipitous revelation or a result of necessity stimulating his latent potential? Observing his composed demeanor, it was evident he possessed a quality far beyond that of a novice. Forwards typically engage in proactive assaults, while midfielders focus on evading pressure before advancing to safer zones, seldom opting for direct breakthroughs due to the severe repercussions of turnovers leading to counterattacks. As Clement continued his aggressive pursuit, Hao Qiang felt empowered to navigate freely. Whether through timely changes in direction, sudden bursts of speed, or using his physicality to shield the ball, he was in command. As he surged towards the left side of the central zone, Hazard's inward run became unmistakable. The Paris Saint-Germain defense instinctively shifted to support Hazard, tightening their grip on him. As the defenders adjusted, Traoré actively blocked Hazard's inside path, while Seiko focused on limiting Florent. When Hao Qiang delivered the ball, the players of Paris Saint-Germain were taken aback. His precise ground pass sliced through to the right side of the penalty area, not seeking Hazard or Florent. Oblakniak, exploiting the space on the right side of the penalty area, struck the ball with precision. The shot soared towards the far corner of the net. Clean and decisive. Goalkeeper Edouard stood motionless, caught off guard. Oblakniak erupted in a fervent celebration, while Hazard, ever perceptive, dashed into the goal, retrieved the ball, and cradled it as he sprinted toward the midfield. Hao Qiang, maintaining his composure, turned and retreated. At that moment, the roar of the crowd at Marua Stadium was deafening. Yet the eyes of the fans were firmly fixed upon Hao Qiang. My goodness, that incisive pass he delivered was nothing short of surgical precision. I could scarcely believe my eyes. Hao Qiang not only anchored the midfield, but did so with remarkable finesse. Indeed, he exuded the aura of a maestro. Witnessing his evasion, advancement, and distribution was an absolute delight. Hao Qiang had concealed his talents so profoundly that he could assume the role of the orchestrating linchpin. Rudiger Garcia was equally astonished, feeling the impact no less than that of Paris Saint-Germain. Van Damme, watching from the box, was so incensed he felt as though he could shatter his own legs in frustration. Why hadn't he decisively signed Hao Qiang to a 5-year contract last summer? Even if it meant offering a higher salary and a more substantial signing bonus, Lille would have undoubtedly profited immensely. He was on the verge of shedding uncharacteristic tears of regret. Chapter 63. Transformation in the midfield? A call to duty. Lille 1 Paris Saint-Germain. Hao Qiang, stepping in as the central figure in attack organization, stabilized the situation for Lille. Makelele cautioned Clement to avoid further blunders. Despite repeated attempts to press Hao Qiang, he deftly evaded their advances, undoubtedly learning valuable lessons. Hao Qiang was racing against time. Following the kickoff, Paris Saint-Germain altered their approach. With the score equalized, they naturally intensified their offensive efforts. After all, Paris Saint-Germain is not a relegation-threatened team. Even if their situation seemed dire, their intrinsic desire was to dominate every opponent. After Makelele's warning, Clement hesitated to act recklessly. He diligently formed a joint defense with Makelele, aiming to intercept Hao Qiang head-on rather than pressing too aggressively. The pace of the match quickened. It became exceedingly difficult for Hao Qiang to penetrate the Paris Saint-Germain defense directly. However, his strategic orchestration in midfield significantly bolstered Lille's overall attack. Creating good opportunities by targeting the front line proved challenging, and the midfield partners lacked the necessary attacking instinct. Only the fullback Debuchy's rapid forward runs could offer more support to the forward line, yet the midfield's timely passing was still lacking. Now, what Debuchy sought, Hao Qiang provided. The more Rudy Garcia observed Hao Qiang's poised and versatile organizing abilities, the more pleased he became. The previously chaotic scene transformed into a well-ordered one. Lille's front line continued to exert pressure, while the players of Paris Saint-Germain ramped up their offensive efforts. The two teams engaged in a tug-of-war in midfield. In the 74th minute, as Dumont received the ball in the center of the backfield, Erdin intercepted it, and Mavuba swiftly passed it to the just-positioned Hao Qiang, who had crossed into the midfield. As Hao Qiang controlled the ball, Clement was retreating. At this moment, it was too late for Clement to back off, and he could only charge forward. Hao Qiang, under pressure, performed a deft feint before changing direction and breaking through from the right front. After outmaneuvering Clement, he advanced a step and delivered a precise through ball. The Paris Saint-Germain defense, caught off guard, suddenly witnessed Hao Qiang's surgical pass slice through the left half of their defense. Hazard swiftly cut inside, maneuvering past Traoré, receiving Hao Qiang's incisive through ball and charging into the penalty area. One-on-one with the goalkeeper, Hazard calmly executed a delicate chip shot. The ball curved slightly inward, descending into the bottom right corner of the goal. The stadium erupted with thunderous cheers. As Hazard dashed to celebrate, he glanced back at Hao Qiang, utterly impressed. Well done, Hazard. But Hao Qiang's surgical pass astonished me. How on earth did he accomplish that? Perhaps Hao Qiang's true calling is indeed in midfield. Lille 2-1 Paris Saint-Germain. The Paris Saint-Germain players were not surprised to see their defense breached by Hazard. His speed and skill ensured he capitalized on such opportunities with ease. Yet, they looked at Hao Qiang as if gazing at an enigma, their faces reflecting confusion and questions. Meanwhile, Paris Saint-Germain fans were in a frenzied uproar. This Hao Qiang, with 2 remarkable assists, was utterly unbelievable. It seemed impossible for him to perform such feats. Yet he excelled remarkably. Why does Lille need someone like Carve? Hao Qiang can handle the midfield just fine. Why don't we have players like him, capable of both scoring and organizing assists? After taking the lead, the effectiveness of Hao Qiang's contributions began to wane. He wished to return to the front line, but glancing at Flo and a brainiac, he ultimately held his tongue. Alas, he continued to occupy the midfield. Following the reversal of the score, Paris Saint-Germain became agitated and launched a counteroffensive. This provided Lille with better opportunities for rapid counterattacks. However, Hao Qiang's consecutive attempts at through balls fell short, almost connecting with the front line, yet the fine line between success and failure remained. Lille fans experienced a fleeting moment of joy but still applauded Hao Qiang's performance. It was unrealistic to expect every one of Hao Qiang's through balls to become a threat. Aware that his effectiveness had faded, he swiftly adjusted to employ more reliable short and medium passes. Paris Saint-Germain intensified their assault, creating significant gaps in their defense. Yet, apart from obstructing Hao Qiang's direct deliveries, they nearly maximized their focus on marking Hazard, which hindered Hazard's ability to showcase a solo run. In the 88th minute, Hao Qiang distributed the ball from the center circle to the flanking Debuchy, who advanced along the right, dribbling into the penalty area to deliver a cross. Flo made a brilliant run in the middle and struck the ball into the net. Lille 3-1 Paris Saint-Germain. Victory secured, a remarkable comeback. As the match concluded, the Lille players approached Hao Qiang with smiles, eagerly embracing him and celebrating a hard-earned victory. Most importantly, they had clawed their way back from the depths of despair, not only returning to life, but also triumphing over Paris Saint-Germain. Hao Qiang's pivotal role in orchestrating the midfield was undeniably commendable. Rudy Garcia, brimming with joy, sought out Hao Qiang in the post-match celebration. During the interview, Rudy Garcia discussed the team's midfield personnel crisis. Losing Balmont and Carve was a heavy blow to the team. At this moment, unity was paramount, and other players needed to step up. Clearly, Hao Qiang exemplified this aspect for the team. and I believe he is a model for every young player to aspire to. Today, he astonished everyone once again. He displayed no signs of unfamiliarity in midfield and quickly helped us regain control of the match. I can hardly express enough praise for him, as he continues to surprise us. As Hao Qiang exited the pitch, he encountered the 6 flower girls returning from vacation, exchanging casual remarks before departing. The 6 flower girls gazed wistfully at his retreating figure. With Hao Qiang rising in prominence in League One, even entertainment media began to capture glimpses of his private life. Photos of him alongside Nua Omi occasionally graced the tabloids. Naturally, the 6 flower girls felt a pang of jealousy. This was our Chinese superstar, who had seemingly been whisked away by a foreign beauty. During training, teammates began to jest with Hao Qiang, suggesting he fully transitioned to playing in midfield. Hao Qiang merely smiled and brushed it off. Midweek, as League One was set to accelerate, Rudy Garcia specifically sought out Hao Qiang for a conversation the day before the match. "I intend to position you as an attacking midfielder tomorrow night. Do you have any objections?" Rudy Garcia stated plainly. Hao Qiang sighed inwardly, well aware of the team's circumstances. The Africa Cup of Nations had taken several players away, and injuries had sidelined others. The team was indeed in a bind. Particularly in the midfield organizer role, there was a palpable shortage of available players. For the greater good, Hao Qiang nodded in agreement. The following day, Lille traveled to face Socox, currently ranked 15th in the league, with their season's objective clearly focused on avoiding relegation. As the league leaders, Lille aimed to secure a victory regardless of personnel challenges. When Lille's starting lineup was revealed to the audience, Hao Qiang appeared in the attacking midfielder position, which excited many Lille fans rather than causing concern. Ha ha ha, Hao Qiang is an attacking midfielder. Rudy Garcia must have been convinced by Hao Qiang's previous performance in that role. Currently, no one in Lille was more suited to play as an attacking midfielder than Hao Qiang. Perhaps Hazard could play there, but I don't believe he possesses the exceptional capabilities that Hao Qiang showcased in the last match. Anticipation for Hao Qiang's performance today is high. The match commenced. Lille faced the struggling Socox with a vigorous offensive momentum. In the initial stages of the match, Hao Qiang refrained from deploying any cards, opting instead to establish a rhythm and proceed with caution. Socox tightened their defensive line. Lille launched a fierce attack, with Hao Qiang's straightforward support facilitating the ball's distribution to the flanks, proving that extraordinary measures were not a prerequisite for success. After all, many roles on the football field share commonalities, albeit in different contexts, resulting in varying demands on one's abilities. When he served as a central forward, the expectations for ball retention and playmaking were significantly heightened. In the attacking midfielder position, barring extremely fast-paced scenarios, standard passing posed little difficulty. Lille's continuous assaults down the flanks were reasonably vibrant, yet they failed to create any palpable threats. What caught them off guard was Socox's swift counterattacks, who, merely 10 minutes into the match, earned a series of set pieces in the attacking third. Initially, a foul by Emerson awarded Socox a free kick on the wing, followed shortly by a corner kick. Within the span of 4 minutes, Socox capitalized on both opportunities, scoring twice. Defenders Pex and Dalmate each found the net with headers. Lille was caught unprepared, seemingly blinking. They found themselves 2 goals down. Chapter 64. Nostalgia for his days as a center forward. The Lille fans arrived at Socox's home ground, brimming with excitement to cheer on their team. When Hao Qiang managed to secure his position as an attacking midfielder, their anticipation for the forthcoming match soared. However, they were soon met with a shocking reality as Socox scored 2 quick goals. The Lille supporters felt as if struck by lightning, left bewildered and seemingly with smoke rising from their heads. How could Socox be so fortunate? 2 set-piece attacks, both resulting in goals. Alas, with Chizhu off for the Africa Cup, the vulnerabilities in their defense had been laid bare. It appeared they were starting the match with a 0-2 deficit. The players on the pitch for Lille were equally disheartened. Although Belia, filling in as a center-back, bore some responsibility, no one could rightfully cast blame upon him. With Chizhu absent, he was merely a makeshift player. Could one still expect him to exhibit the prowess of an exceptional center-back? He was no Hao Qiang. Hao Qiang felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing the team might ultimately compel him to assume a defensive role, gradually pushing him from the forward line to the back. If that were to occur, he couldn't help but question whether he had unwittingly become a pawn in a larger game. Rudy Garcia rolled up his sleeves, clapping his hands to boost morale, signaling the team to quicken their pace and decisively thwart Socox's counterattacks. He particularly emphasized the roles of the two defensive midfielders, Dumont and Mawuba. You two are responsible for protecting the backline. If the opponent penetrates our defensive third, you cannot evade your duties. Socox, now leading by 2 goals, resolutely intensified their defense. As long as they could maintain their lead without conceding, they would triumph over the league leaders. Hao Qiang, too, felt it unnecessary to hesitate. He closed his eyes, accessed the system, and selected a card from the 4 glowing options remaining, opting for Xavi's card. With the kickoff, Lille accelerated their tempo. Hao Qiang actively positioned himself in the front, orchestrating play with clarity and precision. However, Socox's formation resembled a fortress, and Hao Qiang struggled to find space for a through ball. An occasional attempt at a lofted pass yielded little success. Yet, after 25 minutes of play, Lille had established an undeniable dominance in the offensive zone, launching a relentless barrage. Hao Qiang was undoubtedly the focal point of Socox's defensive efforts, while Mawuba and Dumont's sporadic long-range shots proved ineffective. Ultimately, the performance of the attacking trio would be paramount. Hazard found it challenging to create prime shooting opportunities in tight spaces, while Ablaniak and Flo garnered relatively better chances, yet neither could capitalize. As the effects of the earlier boost faded, Hao Qiang regained his rhythm, maintaining control of the match and fulfilling the responsibilities of an attacking midfielder. On the surface, Lille performed commendably, yet trailing by 2 goals evoked a sense of frustration regarding their attacking prowess. As the first half drew to a close, Lille's supporters lamented their fate, especially after Flo squandered 2 promising opportunities and Ablaniak's finishing left much to be desired. How they longed for the days when Hao Qiang played as a center forward. They hoped to endure until the return of their Africa Cup players and the recovery of injured teammates, believing that brighter days awaited them. During the halftime break in the locker room, the players maintained a stable demeanor. At least the match had not descended into chaos. They were undeniably dominating Socox. Yet their finishing abilities were now under scrutiny. In light of Flo's previous performance, Rudy Garcia granted him a starting role today, but his display had not met expectations. Consequently, a substitution was made before the second half commenced, with Wittek replacing Flo. As the second half resumed, Hao Qiang decisively employed Modric's card to establish an immediate offensive presence. He methodically orchestrated play in the attacking zone, rallying the entire team to exert pressure. Wittek, however, needed time to find his footing in the match. Hazard, striving for form, was thwarted twice in quick succession by the defense from the left side of the penalty area. Socox, intent on preserving their lead, resorted to desperate measures, employing various fouls to disrupt Lille's rhythm. The Lille supporters erupted in disdain, chastising Socox for their unsporting tactics. In the 72nd minute, as Hao Qiang received a pass in the central attacking zone, he was fouled while attempting to shield the ball. Though he felt the flames of frustration within him, now was not the time for complaints. Rising swiftly, he distributed the ball to the flanks. Having predominantly played on the right, he unexpectedly sent the ball to the left, where Emerson surged forward to support, quickly returning the pass to Hazard. Hazard, after controlling the ball and driving down the line, delivered a cross into the box. Wittek, positioned centrally, leapt to head the ball towards goal, which sailed into the upper right corner of the net. At that moment, Lille's spirits soared. The fans erupted in jubilation, finally pulling one back. Wittek's impact as a substitute was evident. Had it not been for his goal, Hao Qiang might have forgotten they even had a center forward named Wittek. Alas, with the squad stretched thin, how could he have expected to play center forward himself? Socox made substitutions, further strengthening their defense, still holding a 2-1 advantage over Lille. The pressure exerted by Lille rendered Socox's counterattacks ineffective, as the transition from defense to offense proved cumbersome due to the lack of attacking players. Consequently, they resolutely committed to maintaining their defensive stance. A series of tactical fouls ensued, aimed at disrupting Lille's momentum as time slipped away. As the match approached the 85th minute, Hao Qiang felt a surge of urgency. Lille was pushing to their limits, while Socox's defense reached a critical juncture. In the 88th minute, after finding Hazard on the left flank, Hao Qiang surged into the penalty area, only to find Hazard's cross poorly directed. He could only attempt a header, sending the ball off target and out of play. Socox's defense trembled at the sight of Hao Qiang's intrusion into their penalty area, which instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure. As the match entered stoppage time, Socox dared not commit further fouls, fearing a dangerous free kick opportunity for Lille. The Socox supporters fervently urged their team to hold firm. as the countdown to a potential upset commenced. Meanwhile, Lille's fans united in vociferous encouragement. When Hao Qiang attempted to deliver a through ball to Wittek outside the penalty area but was thwarted by an opponent, Dumont seized the opportunity, regaining possession and distributing the ball to the right flank. Debuchy raced towards the byline and delivered a cross, which Oblaniak, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, half-turned to send back to Wittek, who occupied a critical space near the goal. In that instant, Hao Qiang surged in from the right side of the penalty spot, unleashing a powerful shot that rocketed into the lower right corner of the net. The goalkeeper had no chance to respond. Lille's fans erupted into ecstasy. It was clear that any hopes for scoring relied heavily on Hao Qiang's brilliance. Had he not been preoccupied with orchestrating the attack, he might very well have dismantled Socox's defense single-handedly. Time was of the essence, and he hoped for one or two more chances to strike. Socox's supporters were left in stunned silence. Ultimately, they could not hold their lead. The expressions on the players' faces grew somber, yet they encouraged one another to maintain composure. The match was not over, and any lapse in focus could result in a last-minute disaster. As the Lille players retreated like a receding tide, Socox initiated a kickoff, prompting Lille to launch a counterpress. However, Socox's backline played cautiously, running down the clock. Their final clearance sent the ball forward, and as Lille prepared to mount an offensive, the final whistle blew. Socox 2, Lille 2. The Lille players stood dejectedly, their 7-match winning streak severed. A sense of dissatisfaction lingered. Had it not been for the Africa Cup and the absence of key playmakers, they would have found it all too easy to dominate Socox. Despite the difficulty in finding joy in the outcome, Hao Qiang remained resolutely optimistic, believing he had gained significant experience. Navigating through the complexities of the situation while organizing the offense undoubtedly honed his abilities. Following the match, Rudy Garcia inspired the team's morale in the locker room. They still held the top position, with a substantial advantage over their pursuers. Objective factors limited Lille's strength, and the team found itself in a challenging phase. The head coach needed to embrace greater tolerance towards the team while providing the players with appropriate psychological support. As the league concluded, Lille faced a series of cup matches. The French Cup commenced over the weekend, with Lille fielding an entirely substitute team against the lower league side, Goma, a quintessential small club. Goma adopted a defensive strategy throughout, and Lille's limited substitute strength resulted in a lack of goals over 120 minutes. The penalty shootout extended to the 10th round before a victor emerged, with Lille suffering a humiliating elimination at the hands of a minor team. In the midweek, the French League Cup reached the quarterfinals, where Lille visited Marseille. Rudy Garcia again chose to deploy substitutes, ostensibly for training purposes, but in reality, to alleviate the burden on the squad. They were set to compete in the UEFA Europa League knockout stage next month and simply lacked the energy to manage domestic cup competitions. Marseille capitalized on their home advantage and easily overcame Lille. Within a week, Lille faced elimination from both the French Cup and the League Cup. Chapter 65. Abandoning archery for the art of war. The Africa Cup of Nations commenced on January 10th and concluded on January 31st. The national teams of Aubameyang, Jeju, and Gervinho failed to reach the finals, thus returning to their clubs early. On January 31st, Lille hosted Lens. As the three players returned from the Africa Cup, they occasionally glanced at Hao Qiang in the locker room. During the pre-match briefing the previous evening, Rudy Garcia announced the starting lineup and tactical arrangements, leaving the trio in a state of bewilderment. Their return from Africa necessitated an adjustment period, and the sight of Hao Qiang positioned as an attacking midfielder was something they struggled to accept. Even as the match drew nearer, they were still grappling with the absurdity of it all. How had the leading scorer of the league been relegated to a midfield role? Was Lille's offensive prowess so extravagant that it could not accommodate a player averaging a goal per game? As the match commenced, Hao Qiang calmly orchestrated the attack from his midfield position. Jeju, starting in defense, watched in disbelief. Gervinho, back from the Africa Cup and starting in the lineup, was keenly aware of Hao Qiang's movements while making runs on the right flank. Yet, each time he glimpsed Hao Qiang, he felt a surge of admiration. This Chinese forward, no, this Chinese player, was simply extraordinary. Lille's fans had grown accustomed to it, even deeming Hao Qiang's performance as more reliable than Cabay's in that role. Lens, fighting to avoid relegation, adopted a predictably conservative approach against the league leaders. In the first 20 minutes, Hao Qiang's performance was steady, distributing opportunities evenly among the attacking trident. Though their shooting lacked threat, nevertheless, he managed to maintain a consistent output. However, it was evident that both Melo and Gervinho were underperforming. After the first 20 minutes, Hao Qiang decisively employed Fabregas tactics. The Lens defenders, witnessing Hao Qiang's commanding presence in midfield, felt a sense of helplessness. Typically, an attacking midfielder is agile and technical. Yet Hao Qiang stood firm, a formidable figure in that position. His physicality made it nearly impossible for defenders to reclaim possession. Even if he could not make a forward pass, he skillfully shielded the ball and turned to safely distribute it to his teammates. Hao Qiang, unfazed and unhurried in his role as an attacking midfielder, understood that if Lens did not press forward, it would be challenging for them to dispossess him with just one or two players. He refrained from attempting aggressive breakthroughs, focusing instead on creating space through intelligent positioning. As the match approached the 25th minute, Hao Qiang began to quicken the pace of his passing, frequently delivering threatening balls to the right and central areas. With Debuchy supporting from the right, Gervinho and Melo were presented with opportunities, yet they squandered each chance. After Gervinho missed a clear shot on goal, Hazard expressed his frustration, throwing his hands up in exasperation as he returned to assist Hao Qiang. It was as if he felt like an overlooked partner, akin to a neglected wife. In the past, he would have reacted with anger, but now he feared that Hao Qiang might hold a grudge against him for not receiving the ball. Observing Hazard's reaction, Hao Qiang remained composed, gesturing for him to stay calm. Hazard suppressed his irritation, recognizing that Hao Qiang had not completely ignored him. At least he had responded. He was left wondering what his teammate was truly thinking. Gervinho, returning from the Africa Cup without rest, struggled on the field, his poor form evident from afar. Melo, having finally earned a starting spot, worked tirelessly but was ultimately ineffective. Lille's fans were left questioning why Hao Qiang consistently created chances for Gervinho and Melo when both were having off days. It seemed as though Gervinho had returned physically but left his spirit behind. In the 36th minute, as Lens instinctively tightened their grip on Melo and Gervinho, Debuchy found no viable passing options and opted to pass the ball centrally. Hao Qiang received it, spun towards the middle, and, before the defenders could close in, executed a precise ground pass into the left side of the penalty area. Lens' defense shifted, but the space was now significantly larger. Hao Qiang focused intently on Hazard as he made a penetrating run, delivering the ball just as Hazard cut past the approaching defender, unleashing a powerful shot that found the top right corner of the net. The stadium erupted with jubilant cheers. Lille's supporters were ecstatic. See, it was all about relying on Hazard. Hao Qiang's through ball was like a surgical strike. Was it deliberate on Hao Qiang's part? If so, his tactical awareness as an attacking midfielder had reached elite levels. Hazard sprinted to celebrate, sliding on the ground, and as Hao Qiang joined him, Hazard embraced him. Smiling as he asked, "You feigned an attack on the right deliberately, didn't you? How did you come up with that?" Hao Qiang felt a swell of pride. "Let me share a bit about our Chinese strategies. Deceiving the heavens to cross the sea, besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, creating a diversion, secretly maneuvering, drawing the tiger from its lair, and luring the enemy into a trap." Hazard was momentarily taken aback, his eyes betraying a sense of admiration for Hao Qiang. Look at this, the top scorer in League One, not studying archery, but delving into the art of war. Recently, Hao Qiang had embraced the spirit of dedication to his craft. With Cabai and Balmont temporarily unavailable, his role as an attacking midfielder seemed firmly established. Thus, he utilized his free time to watch numerous videos of top attacking midfielders. Combining this knowledge with the insights provided by Bompard when he occasionally filled in as an attacking midfielder, he discovered that the role of a playmaker was quite complex, akin to the ancient strategies of warfare passed down through generations. Ultimately, it was about delivering unexpected blows to the opponent. The entire world knew that Lille's most significant threat came from Hazard. If Melo and Gervinho did not create some distraction, solely focusing on Hazard would yield little success. Lille led Lens 1-0. After taking the lead, Rudy Garcia signaled for the team to exert control over the match. Dumont and Mawuba had developed a solid partnership, gradually improving their synergy. Despite Lens' attempts to counterattack, they struggled against Lille's formidable midfield, characterized by their strength and resilience. Mawuba brought the toughness, while Hao Qiang and Dumont provided the unyielding support. As the second half unfolded, Lille's counterattacking opportunities began to improve compared to the first half. However, with Melo and Gervinho's declining forms, even Hazard's stellar performance could not breach Lens' defense again. Thankfully, the team's defensive structure remained solid. Hao Qiang did not rush to change the tempo. The attacking trident, with two players faltering, relied solely on Hazard's brilliance, which proved insufficient. Hao Qiang chose to control the pace, slowing down the game, which, while reducing offensive efficiency, prevented Lens from posing any real threat. They managed to keep Lens from crossing into their half for an extended period. As the match drew to a close, Lille's fans erupted in cheers. The team had achieved victory with minimal effort. Lille continues to maintain a formidable lead atop the standings. Following the match, Hao Qiang offered a succinct response to the interview conducted by the Six Blooming Flowers regarding Lille's decision not to release him for the Four Nations Invitational Tournament. Domestic public opinion regarding this matter is quite divided. A segment of fans believes that Hao Qiang should promptly join the national team and take on a leadership role. Conversely, the overwhelming majority of fans feel that the timing for his call-up to the national team is inappropriate, as it may hinder his performance at Lille. This situation is not entirely within Hao Qiang's control. During the competitive season, outside of FIFA match dates, clubs possess the authority to decline national team summons. Lille has indeed exercised this right. What nonsense would it be to send Hao Qiang to participate in a national team warm-up match? One would have to be quite irrational to consider such an option. They have outright refused. Hao Qiang's response to this matter has been rather understated. The club has resolved the issue with the Football Association, so my current agenda is to accompany Lille in their League One campaign and the upcoming UEFA Europa League matches. Naturally, Hao Qiang cannot overtly declare, I have no desire to participate in this Four Nations Invitational Tournament. The Six Blooming Flowers are quite understanding and will undoubtedly speak favorably of Hao Qiang in their reports, hoping that domestic fans comprehend and support his circumstances. Chapter 66, A Promising Midfielder. As February dawned, Lille fans could finally exhale. The incessant transfer rumors surrounding Hao Qiang had subsided, at least for the winter transfer window, allowing the team to focus intently on their pursuit of the championship in the second half of the season. Having long dominated the points table, Lille supporters harbored clear ambitions, hoping to savor the sweet taste of sitting atop League One by season's end. In January, the team played 3 matches, achieving 2 victories and 1 draw. Hao Qiang amassed 700 points, having secured a 10-game streak, though he opted to hold off on redeeming them for the time being, waiting to see if he could score big after February's matches. On February 6th, Lille faced Nice away, with Carve still sidelined. Hao Qiang had been firmly positioned as an attacking midfielder. League One media hailed him as a versatile genius, but rival teams were not merely spectators. Nice deployed 3 midfielders to stifle his influence. As the match commenced, Hao Qiang found himself frequently marked. Unless he retreated significantly, it was challenging to gain possession. Even when he tried to offer support in the attacking third, he faced relentless pressure from Nice double pivot. The Lille fans, though concerned, harbored no negative sentiments towards Hao Qiang. His performances had already surpassed expectations, and his contributions were undeniable. Even if he faltered, there would be no complaints. Yet, Hao Qiang maintained a calm demeanor, standing in the center circle, contemplating the situation. The central route was indeed blocked, and the defense was highly targeted. To create opportunities, Lille needed to rethink their strategy. Before the restart, Hao Qiang gestured to Belia and Debuchy, urging them to advance and support the attack. He also communicated with Mawuba and Dumont, prompting them to actively assist in defending the flanks. If the fullbacks ventured forward, it was essential to cover for any potential gaps left in defense. Mawuba and Dumont exchanged glances before looking back at Hao Qiang. The central area? Hao Qiang replied nonchalantly, I'll handle the defense. They nodded in understanding, realizing Hao Qiang's intent. Since the midfield could not create threats for the forwards, relying on flank assaults was a viable tactic. While traditional, this approach suited Lille's current circumstances. Hao Qiang withdrew, facilitating the shift in offensive momentum while enhancing defensive coverage. Without them realizing, the Lille players now instinctively followed his lead, responding wholeheartedly to his rhythm. Hao Qiang may not have overtly exuded leadership qualities, but he undeniably became the backbone of Lille on the field. As Lille resumed play, Hao Qiang withdrew to orchestrate the attack, frequently redirecting the offensive thrust to the wings. Although Mawuba and Dumont were capable of this role, they lacked Hao Qiang's finesse in rhythm and timing. Rudy Garcia's eyes lit up. Hao Qiang truly possesses the makings of a fine midfielder. He mused, but quickly dismissed the thought. His primary striker was merely a makeshift midfielder. He could not afford to let Hao Qiang stray from his intended role. Belia and Debuchy tirelessly interchanged positions, providing support to Gervinho and Hazard, as Lille's front line began to pose a threat. Wittek's performance as the starting striker was underwhelming, with Hao Qiang dropping deeper. Nice transitions smoothly from defense to attack, repeatedly challenging Lille's backline. Hao Qiang's ability to retreat and act as a defensive midfielder liberated Mawuba and Dumont to assist in the defensive efforts. Despite the constant threats, Lille managed to avert crises. As the first half concluded and the players retreated to the locker room, Rudy Garcia reaffirmed the strategy of utilizing both flanks. The Lille players exchanged glances, an unspoken thought passing among them. Wasn't this adjustment initiated by Hao Qiang? The coach's confirmation merely validated Hao Qiang's tactical acumen from the first half. As the second half commenced, Lille and Nice exchanged blows. To quicken his team's tempo, Hao Qiang activated a card featuring the fiery figure of Xabi Alonso. Exiting the system, he returned to reality, his passing speed and accuracy markedly enhanced, driving Lille's flanking assaults to new heights. However, both Hazard and Gervinho struggled with their finishing, while Wittek failed to make a significant impact. The Lille fans grew increasingly anxious. Though Hao Qiang had not shown in the final third, he had diligently orchestrated their offensive efforts, yet the front line's performance was disappointingly lackluster. If only we could place Hao Qiang at striker, perhaps we would have found the back of the net by now. By the 65th minute, Lille made a substitution, bringing on Melo for Wittek. The rotation of strikers left Rudy Garcia with limited options. Nevertheless, Hao Qiang resolutely continued to energize the wing play. Lille, despite their struggles to capitalize on opportunities, excelled in other aspects of the game. The Nice fans erupted in fervent cheers, eager to topple the league leaders and elevate their own standings. In the 75th minute, after using his second card, a standard midfielder, Hao Qiang swiftly distributed the ball to the left. Bellia penetrated deep, executing a wall pass with Hazard before delivering a cross. Melo not only got on the end of it, but also seized the opportunity to head the ball into the net. In that exhilarating moment, the Lille fans roared with delight. Hao Qiang, Mawuba, and Dumont exchanged exuberant high fives. Melo sprinted off in celebration, only to turn around in confusion. Where were his teammates to congratulate him? Hazard, while retreating, frowned and gestured for him to hurry back. Meanwhile, Gervinho, Hazard, and the assisting Bellia returned to the defense, seeking out Hao Qiang for a celebratory exchange, their expressions resolute. Melo hastened back, pondering why it had become a consensus to abstain from celebrating during a draw. The Nice supporters sighed in defeat, unable to withstand Lille's surge. Yet, they rallied their spirits, reminding their players that the match was far from over. Lille's morale soared, and as Nice resumed play, they immediately pressed forward. Hao Qiang remained in midfield, diligently facilitating swift ball movement while keeping a keen eye on the unfolding situation ahead. In the 86th minute of the match, Hao Qiang distributed the ball to the right flank, where Debuchy skillfully controlled and advanced the play. After engaging in a wall pass with Gervinho, he reached the edge of the penalty area and delivered a cross. A Nice defender cleared the ball with a header, sending it into the central area of the field. As a Nice midfielder rushed to clear the ball, he was taken aback. Hao Qiang seized the moment, skillfully controlling the ball with his chest. How did he manage to arrive there so swiftly? Without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, he accurately sent it to the left side of the field. Hazard, keenly aware of the situation, dropped back to offer support. As he began to dribble inward, the Nice defense immediately shifted to block him. Hazard found no suitable space to penetrate, yet he noticed a figure darting into the penalty area. He deftly maneuvered along the outside to evade the defenders obstructing his passing lane. From the edge of the box, he decisively delivered a cross. Melo was poised in the central area before the goal, only to realize that the ball was sailing towards the back post. As he turned his head, he could see the expressions of dread etched on the faces of the Nice players. With an awe-inspiring surge of energy, Hao Qiang charged toward the edge of the 6-yard box, leaping to meet the descending ball with a powerful header. The ball soared into the top right corner of the net. The Nice goalkeeper was rendered helpless. Boom. Lille fans erupted in unrestrained joy. After landing, Hao Qiang pivoted and raced toward the away supporters' stand, where he encountered Hazard mid-course. Embracing one another, they made their way to the corner flag, raising their fists in jubilant exultation. Chapter 67. Preserve strength for the European Championship. Hao Qiang scores with a header. Lille 2-1 Nice. Hao Qiang once again emerges as the pivotal figure of the match. Even playing in a midfield role cannot hinder his relentless pursuit of goals. This 19-year-old Chinese prodigy has proven to be the most remarkable discovery of the League One season. Perhaps Rudy Garcia is torn over what position should be assigned to Hao Qiang. For nothing on the field seems capable of restraining his drive to secure victories for the team. Nice was left bewildered. Today, Hao Qiang made very few incursions into the penalty area, primarily during set-piece attacks. However, this time, he unexpectedly surged into the box, connecting with Hazard to deliver a powerful header that pierced their goal. The admiration of Lille fans for Hao Qiang knows no bounds. At that moment, a surge of ambition ignited within them. Nothing can impede their march toward the championship. Following the celebrations, Hao Qiang exchanged a few words with Hazard, advising him to control the pace in the attacking third. Hazard nodded repeatedly, willing to heed his elder's counsel. As Nice launched a counterattack, Lille fortified their defense. Hao Qiang retreated further, enhancing control over the midfield and defense. Nice attempts were futile. Ultimately, they were left to lament their defeat at home. With Bordeaux losing in their away match, Lille expanded their lead over second-placed Bordeaux to 10 points in the standings. Marseille and Lyon trailed closely behind. Despite a shortage of midfield personnel, Lille remained a force to be reckoned with, a fact that surprised and incited envy from other teams. As Valentine's Day approached, Hao Qiang prepared a watch for Nuomi. In return, Nuomi set a pot of poppies she had personally planted in his room a day before the occasion. To Hao Qiang's surprise, since the winter break, the 6 flower girls had maintained a noticeable distance from him. Yet on Valentine's Day, they sent him gifts. However, they did not deliver them in person, but instead had the hotel front desk send them to his room. Upon unwrapping, he discovered a collection of men's items. Though modest, the gesture conveyed profound sentiment. Hao Qiang accepted the gifts, but had no intention of reciprocating, as he was unprepared and felt that a sudden return gift would seem overly contrived. On February 14th, Lille hosted Boulogne. Boulogne, sitting second to last in the league, faced unprecedented pressure at the Stade Pierre-Mauroy. Drawing from the experience of the previous match, Rudy Garcia emphasized a dual-wing strategy in the team's preparation. Hao Qiang not only orchestrated the offense as an attacking midfielder, but also took on the role of a shadow striker, making runs to seize opportunities in the box. Critics had previously lamented Lille's midfield shortcomings following the departures of Balmont and Cabaye, yet Lille adeptly resolved this issue internally. Hao Qiang successfully navigated the role of the organizing core, delighting Rudy Garcia while continuously developing new tactics. Boulogne, determined to hold their ground, focused on blocking Hao Qiang in the center, yet Lille did not rely solely on central play. The fullbacks and wingers created significant pressure on the flanks, relentlessly launching assaults into the penalty area. The starting Melo displayed spirited activity, but struggled to convert opportunities. Hazard and Gervinho, supported by the fullbacks, exhibited exceptional ball control on the flanks. With Boulogne tightening their central defense, they were powerless against the wings. Observing the two players' composed ball handling and deft escapes, Hao Qiang felt a tinge of envy. It seemed they were blessed by fortune, while he had to fight for every morsel. Nonetheless, he did not succumb to self-doubt. Different types, each with their own path. As long as Hazard and Gervinho did not attempt to break into the box, they were free to operate as they pleased on the flanks. It wasn't that they were unwilling to penetrate the area. The team's soaring morale, coupled with Rudy Garcia's tactical demands, and both Melo and Hao Qiang eagerly waiting for supplies from the wings, kept them at bay. They could disregard Melo, but dared not underestimate Hao Qiang. Should they squander an opportunity, it would be difficult to explain to him, risking the fragile trust they had built, which could lead to irreparable consequences at this critical juncture. In the 13th minute, Hao Qiang once again surged into the penalty area. This time, he deftly intercepted a cross from Gervinho at the near post, evading his marker to execute a sublime volley into the bottom corner. Hao Qiang exuberantly sprinted to the sidelines in celebration. Boulogne's players shook their heads in disbelief. How could they defend against him? If Hao Qiang were stationed as a forward, it might be manageable, but he lurked behind Melo, making him nearly impossible to mark. The key was Lille's relentless wing play, delivering a barrage that left no room for error. The Lille fans erupted in chants of Hao Qiang's name, filled with exhilaration. Another goal from him. He is truly remarkable. No one misses the days when he played as a central striker. He can score from any position. I believe his physique could even make him a competent center back. Roll on. Why not suggest he play as a goalkeeper? Hao Qiang brimmed with confidence. He was well aware that Lille was effectively employing a 4-4-2 formation today. However, instead of positioning himself alongside Melo as a traditional forward, He thrived in the shadow striker role, allowing his forward abilities to shine. Without even needing to use cards, he scored. This indicated his significant improvement over the past 6 months at Lille. Bulogne's demeanor began to shift towards anxiety, leading to increasingly aggressive defensive maneuvers. In the 25th minute, Hazard, showcasing his skills on the wing, was unceremoniously brought down. Hao Qiang was the first to rush in, warning the opponent not to overstep. Otherwise, while the ball may go unplayed, he would ensure they felt the repercussions. Hazard, lying on the ground, felt touched, almost moved to tears by Hao Qiang's protective gesture. Life is splendid with a big brother around. Fortunately, Hazard was unharmed and, after a brief pause, took the free kick. Naturally, Hao Qiang positioned himself for a potential strike. He and Malo were closely marked, yet after a tussle with the defenders, he decisively made a run. The ball floated into the box, only to be met by Rami, who headed it into the top left corner of the goal. Rami joyfully celebrated, but in his excitement, he misjudged his landing and fell flat on his face. Earning a chuckle from the crowd, Hao Qiang rushed to help him up. Rami's face turned sheepish. Clearly, he was inexperienced with such celebrations. Lille's fans laughed heartily, reveling in the joy. Lille 2:00 Boulogne. Riding the wave of momentum, Lille pressed on, launching aggressive assaults in the attacking third. Hao Qiang nearly remained within the penalty area. Yet, in the 37th minute, Boulogne executed a swift counterattack, breaching Lille's defenses to score. Boulogne saw a glimmer of hope for leveling the score. Lille, however, maintained their attacking posture. Just before halftime, Hao Qiang and Malo charged through, causing chaos in Boulogne's defense. Despite their attempts to shoot, the ball was blocked by defenders and the goalkeeper at close range. As the ball ricocheted away, Hao Qiang turned to retreat, only to see the ball flying toward him like a cannonball. He swiftly dodged, avoiding a collision. Glancing back at the goal, he witnessed the ball nestling into the corner. What a strike! Who unleashed such a world-class shot? It was Dumont, exuberantly sprinting toward the sidelines to celebrate. A rare occurrence indeed. Lille 3-1 Boulogne. With spirits soaring, the Lille squad entered the locker room, eager to continue their relentless assault on Boulogne. However, Rudy Garcia ordered them to sound the retreat. Adopting a defensive counterattack strategy in the second half, Hao Qiang was initially taken aback, but soon came to understand. Rudy Garcia aimed to conserve energy for the dual challenge of the UEFA Europa League. In just 4 days, they would face Fenerbahce at home. Although the head coach did not explicitly state his intentions, the players grasped the underlying reasoning. As the second half commenced, Hao Qiang withdrew his position. If Bologna were to press forward aggressively, they would certainly create excellent counterattacking opportunities. Yet, throughout the first half, the flanks had been thoroughly battered, and Bologna found themselves unable to exert pressure on Lille. Their lack of courage was matched only by their insufficient strength. Were they equipped with better resources, they would not languish at the bottom of the league standings. Observing Bologna's feeble demeanor, Hao Qiang suddenly recalled his time at Trefense, which seemed to perform similarly in the Primera Liga. To achieve anything worthwhile, one could only look to the whims of the opponent. Lille deliberately slowed the pace, controlling the rhythm of the game, while Bologna dared not make any rash moves. In the 67th minute of the match, Hao Qiang was substituted, alongside Hazard and Gervinho. Undoubtedly, Rudy Garcia was preparing for the UEFA Europa League. Even Hao Qiang sensed that the head coach harbored ambitions for success in the European competition. After all, with a substantial lead in the league, there was no reason to abandon their pursuit in continental tournaments. Chapter 68, Judging by Appearances. After being substituted, Hao Qiang sat on the bench, engaging in casual conversation with Hazard. Perhaps buoyed by recent joyous events, Hazard even shared a few personal details with Hao Qiang. Just after the new year, his childhood sweetheart had moved in with him following her graduation from high school. Intrigued, Hao Qiang inquired, "When did you two meet?" "Since we were very young," Hazard replied. "And when did you become a couple?" "About 5 or 6 years ago." Hao Qiang nodded thoughtfully, calculating in his mind. Goodness, this young man had been in a relationship for quite some time. By reversing his age, it seemed he had started dating around the tender age of 12 or 13. This made sense, considering he had moved from Belgium to Lille at 14. After such a long love affair, it appeared that Hazard's girlfriend was poised to embrace the role of a full-time housewife, as it was unlikely she would settle in Lille immediately after high school otherwise. Hao Qiang couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Hazard. "You are quite the unconventional star." Hazard smiled shyly in response. Hao Qiang sighed internally. He too longed for a childhood sweetheart, but regrettably had no one to share those formative years with. Yet, he did not feel particularly remorseful. The match held no suspense. Lille controlled the tempo while Boulogne played dead. As the match concluded, Lille's fans erupted in fervent cheers, brimming with pride for their team's triumph. The Lille players hurried off, seemingly pressed for time. It was Valentine's Day, and everyone had their own plans. Whether married or single, players would certainly not spend the night feeling like lonely souls. Rudy Garcia wasted no time, delivering a brief talk before freeing the players to leave. Hao Qiang briskly traversed the mixed zone, nearly jogging toward the exit, eager not to waste time. As he passed 6 young women stationed in the media interview area, he waved and smiled. "Happy Valentine's Day? I have something to attend to, so I won't chat today." With that, he swiftly made his way to the parking lot. The 6 young women exchanged glances. It was Valentine's Day, and they naturally surmised that Hao Qiang was off to have a romantic evening with his Belgian girlfriend. With a collective sigh, they left in a dispirited manner. Upon leaving the Stade Pierre Marois, Hao Qiang met up with Nwomi. He had made reservations at a countryside hot spring hotel for the evening. After enjoying a delightful meal, the two spent a splendid night in the hot springs. Lille had established a significant advantage in the league, drawing attention for their European campaign. When the Turkish powerhouse Fenerbahçe came to visit, French media held high expectations. Historically, Ligue 1 has struggled in European competitions, with Marseille being the only club to have claimed a Champions League title. Therefore, any Ligue 1 team reaching the knockout stages of the Europa League would garner considerable media attention, as fans hoped for their teams to earn honor on the European stage. Most top European clubs dismissed the Europa League, but Ligue 1 teams, unfortunately, lack the financial backing to boast a plethora of European accolades in their trophy cabinets. Consequently, fans held high hopes for their team's performances in continental competitions. The return of Balmont from injury alleviated Lille's midfield woes. On Thursday night, when Lille played host to Fenerbahçe, the fans were thrilled to see Hao Qiang back in the starting lineup as a central forward. The challenges of European competition were undoubtedly greater, prompting Rudy Garcia to adopt a more conservative strategy while also seeking to enhance the forward line's ability to capitalize on opportunities. Hao Qiang's return to the center forward position was met with widespread approval, partnering with Hazard and Gervinho to form Lille's complete attacking trio against Fenerbahçe. The roar of the fans was more passionate than ever. Hao Qiang felt a surge of excitement. After all, it was the Europa League knockout stage. A year ago, he had been sitting on the bench at the trophy, as the starting players from both teams took part in the kickoff ceremony. The Fenerbahçe players glanced at Lille's lineup, their eyes darting among the 3 forwards. They seemed remarkably youthful. Lille's attacking line was indeed young. At just 19, Hazard was younger than Hao Qiang, who was a mere half-year older, and the oldest among them, Gervinho, was only 23. The average age of their forward line was less than 21. The Fenerbahçe defenders, however, were not complacent. They felt Lille's lineup was not as formidable as anticipated. Judging by appearances is a universal human flaw, and the same applies on the football field, regardless of Lille's impressive domestic form. Fenerbahçe considered Ligue 1 to be a chaotic league. Had this been Lion, they would have approached the match with utmost caution. Yet, since the decline of the Lion dynasty, Ligue 1 now appeared to outsiders as a league where when the tiger is away, the monkeys rule the jungle. Despite their youth, Lille was expected to perform well in both competitions. The trio of Mabuka, Balmont, and Dumont formed the midfield. At the onset of the match, Lille adopted a cautious defensive stance, with their forwards retreating behind the halfway line. After a few minutes of relative calm, Fenerbahçe began to sense Lille's trepidation and started to push forward offensively. However, Lille, fielding their strongest lineup, did not allow themselves to be easily manipulated. After successfully defending against 2 consecutive attacks, Lille began to generate threats on the counter. Hao Qiang, positioned in the center circle, received the ball and distributed it to the right flank for Gervinho. Hazard, witnessing this, was not displeased. He understood Hao Qiang had his own plan. The thoughts of a seasoned player are not easily deciphered. After successfully thwarting Gervinho's attempts twice, Fenerbahçe felt reassured and resumed their methodical defensive strategy. Early in the match, Hao Qiang had activated a standard card to enhance his performance. In the 11th minute, Lille launched another swift counterattack from their defensive end. Hao Qiang sprinted through the center, while Gervinho advanced down the right, decisively passing the ball centrally as he faced the oncoming challenge from Inder Santos. Hao Qiang controlled the ball, facing Fenerbahçe's center-back Lugano, and swiftly maneuvered to create space before delivering a precise through ball. Lugano turned to follow the trajectory of the ball, only to be struck with a sense of panic. Hazard cut into the center, leaving the center back Bilica completely unprepared. Bilica turned to chase, but quickly realized he could not keep up. Hazard seized the opportunity, advancing into the penalty area, and faced the rushing goalkeeper Vulcan. With composure, he slotted the ball into the far corner of the net. The Lille fans erupted with joy. Hazard celebrated passionately, sliding on his knees, before turning to share a high-five with the approaching Hao Qiang. Hao Qiang's return to the front line made all the difference. The threat from the forward line was palpable. How delightful it was to see him and Hazard developing an increasingly potent partnership. Hazard's recent performances had also improved significantly. Although he had struggled in the first half of the season, he seemed to have found his footing once again. Fenerbahçe's players were left dumbfounded. Lille's youthful attack was proving to be remarkably strong. Chapter 69. Endless Hidden Dragons. Fenerbahçe was clearly unprepared for the lightning-fast counterattacks launched by Lille. Initially, they believed that Gervinho's relentless threats in the opening stages were formidable, yet they soon discovered that the younger Eden Hazard, perceived as a mere child in their eyes, was even more formidable. The rapid counterattacks dazzled with their intensity. The defenders of Fenerbahçe immediately signaled to one another, reinforcing their defensive measures against Hazard. After the kickoff, Lille continued to adopt a defensive counterattacking strategy. Rudy Garcia remained calm on the sidelines, acutely aware that the tactics required for Ligue 1 differed vastly from those necessary for the Europa League. The opponents in the Europa League were significantly stronger than the mid to lower tier teams Lille faced in Ligue 1. After all, this was a knockout stage, not a group stage. While Lille could secure victories against a couple of opponents by taking the initiative, progressing to the final stages of the tournament was an unrealistic expectation. Therefore, Lille's tactical approach in the Europa League was straightforward: steadfastly execute defensive counterattacks. The two teams were locked in a fierce contest on the field, with Fenerbahçe intensifying their offensive efforts, causing occasional alarms within Lille's defense. Despite consecutive threats from Gervinho and Hazard in the attacking third, Fenerbahçe's enhanced control denied them any clear shooting opportunities. As Fenerbahçe's offensive pressure mounted, Lille's defense was increasingly under strain, causing Rudy Garcia a sense of unease. However, Lille's counterattacks were also growing in menace. In the 25th minute, after Hazard received a pass from Biria on the flanks, he skillfully dribbled forward into the attacking zone. The Fenerbahçe defense retreated while continuously reinforcing their ranks to block Hazard's cutting path. Finding no suitable space to advance, Hazard deftly adjusted his direction, moving towards the wing. Fenerbahçe aimed to corner Hazard on the flanks or directly intercept him. With decisive footwork, Hazard created an angle and delivered a cross. Meanwhile, Hao Qiang rushed in, striving to match the pace of Hazard and Gervinho during the counterattack, a task that proved challenging. Yet, Hazard maneuvered in an S-curve along the wing, allowing Hao Qiang to finally catch up. Inside the penalty area stood only the center-back Lugano, who advanced to press Hao Qiang. Upon receiving Hazard's cross, Hao Qiang feigned a shot, attempting to create an opportunity. Lugano reacted swiftly, accelerating to block his shot path. However, Lugano was taken aback when Hao Qiang executed a fake shot and a quick dribble, albeit the motion was somewhat obvious and lacked fluidity. Nonetheless, it was sufficient to slip past Lugano. Lugano was momentarily startled. How could this young player display such composure? At 10 years his junior, Lugano regarded Hao Qiang as a child. After evading Lugano, Hao Qiang found himself in a more advantageous shooting position. Faced with an advancing Vulcan, he unleashed a powerful strike. The ball flew like a cannonball toward the far corner of the net. Vulcan managed to deflect it slightly, yet to no avail. The ball sailed into the net. Vulcan was left bewildered. How could Lille's young forwards be so extraordinarily talented? The Lille fans erupted in euphoric cheers as they witnessed Hao Qiang celebrate, raising his fist in triumph alongside Hazard, their hearts swelling with pride. Fenerbahçe had been caught off guard. They had assumed Gervinho and Hazard were Lille's secret weapons, unaware that their true scoring machine was Hao Qiang. His composure in seizing the opportunity was remarkable. Hao Qiang had long recognized how playing in midfield had significantly contributed to his development. He understood that as long as he was not merely a spectator on the field, any role he assumed would yield valuable experience. The distinction lay only in the magnitude of that experience. However, playing as the core organizer differed fundamentally from being a center forward. While the organizer required a broader perspective, rhythm, and creativity, The foundational skills remained positioning, ball control, and passing. The frequency of touches was exponentially greater than that of a forward in a single match. Through numerous matches, Hao Qiang had significantly improved his technical fundamentals. If Lille's players were to reassess Hao Qiang's technical skills, they would find that the player they once ridiculed at the season's onset had evolved beyond their derision. The disparity in technical ability with ordinary players had diminished. Moreover, in terms of critical abilities like shooting and instinct, Hao Qiang had already reached the pinnacle within the team. While Hazard might possess a higher shooting accuracy, the art of finding the back of the net encompassed more than mere precision. Fenerbahçe's players were left dazed. Lille's youthful front line compelled them to abandon their underestimation. Initially believing Gervinho to be the strongest, they soon realized that Hazard was the true mastermind. After intensifying their defensive efforts against Hazard, they were blindsided by Hao Qiang's emergence. It felt endless, as if Lille were a treasure trove of hidden talents. Fenerbahçe had completely miscalculated the match. The waters at the Molenbeek Stadium ran deep, and Fenerbahçe struggled to navigate them. With a 2-goal deficit, Fenerbahçe had no choice but to amplify their offense in pursuit of goals. They could not reinforce their defense without compromising their attacking capabilities. Consequently, they adopted a more decisive approach, resorting to tactical fouls. After several counterattacks from Lille, the opportunities improved. Yet, the lack of manpower allowed Fenerbahçe to disrupt Lille's rhythm through fouls, stifling their counterattacking threats. Before the end of the first half, Fenerbahçe finally managed to score through relentless pressure. Midfielder Vettersen surged into the penalty area to score. The score stood at Lille 2, Fenerbahçe 1. As the halftime whistle blew, Fenerbahçe's emotions stabilized somewhat. However, the realization that they had incurred 3 yellow cards in their defensive efforts to stifle Lille's counterattacks left them pessimistic about the second half. Upon returning to the locker room, Rudy Garcia emphasized the importance of maintaining a calm mindset and continuing their defensive counterattacking strategy. The players encouraged one another. As they took the field, Hazard and Hao Qiang exchanged hushed whispers. Hazard, being the more easily contained player due to his speed and effective progression, needed to strategize with Hao Qiang, who trailed slightly behind in pace, to maximize their attacking threat. Hazard suggested, "I will cut into the center. You need to sprint faster." Hao Qiang felt a twinge of discomfort. Did Hazard think he had held back during his movements in the first half? Hazard replied. Hao Qiang wished to run faster, yet his physical condition limited him. As a center forward, the primary focus was on explosiveness rather than endurance. As long as he maintained a satisfactory speed in short sprints, that was deemed acceptable. However, expecting a tall center forward to undertake long-distance runs was unrealistic, as such exceptional athletes were rare and often gifted. Hao Qiang was still developing. Whether he would become such a player in the future was a matter for time to reveal. He thought for a moment before saying to Hazard, "I will adjust my positioning to support you, and you can make your run into the box, keeping an eye on Gervinho's position." Hazard's eyes lit up, and without speaking, he gave Hao Qiang a thumbs up. The elder brother's experience as a core organizer enabled him to think swiftly. The second half commenced, with both teams resuming the battle. Fenerbahçe, having secured an away goal, could afford to be slightly more conservative. The current score indicated that they needed only a 1-0 victory at home to eliminate Lille. Lille adhered strictly to Rudy Garcia's tactical directives. As long as there are no opportunities for counterattacks, even if the offensive situation in the front court appears bleak, allowing the two wingers to engage in a rapid exchange of attacks can suffice. To execute an effective counterattacking strategy, patience is indispensable. Fenerbahçe's offensive efforts have diminished, resulting in a fierce tug-of-war between the two teams, yet neither has managed to generate any threatening offensive play. When the match reached the 70-minute mark, Fenerbahçe suddenly accelerated, slightly intensifying their offensive input. Observing this, Hao Qiang promptly employed his second ordinary card. Although Lille did not enjoy the same unimpeded counterattacking opportunities as in the first half, they began to find some space. In the 77th minute, as Hazard swiftly advanced along the left flank, Hao Qiang followed closely from the center, entering the dangerous attacking zone before shifting to Hazard's blind side. Hazard, facing a blockade, decisively delivered a horizontal pass to the left. After making the pass, he quickly repositioned himself to make a forward run. Hao Qiang responded with a perfectly timed through ball. The Fenerbahçe defense was caught off guard. This intricate passing and movement combination left Lille's opponents in disarray. Just as Hazard found himself with a shooting opportunity at the left side of the penalty area, he unexpectedly pulled the ball back in front of Lugano, and then sent a diagonal pass to the back post. The Fenerbahce players turned to look, their faces draining of color. Gervinho arrived perfectly in position to effortlessly slot the ball into the bottom right corner of the net. Chapter 70. The Tiger descends the mountain. The stadium of Lille erupted with thunderous cheers. Gervinho laughed heartily as he ran to celebrate. Hao Qiang and Hazard exchanged joyful high-fives before dashing towards Gervinho. Gervinho stealthily trailed behind Hao Qiang and Hazard, reaping the rewards quietly. Alas, if only Aubameyang were not on loan. Otherwise, such opportunities would be his for the taking. The synergy between Hao Qiang and Hazard deepened, ensuring our front line could stand its ground even against the mightiest of teams. There is no need to boast prematurely, for should we face a formidable opponent, it would be wiser to allow Hao Qiang and Hazard to further mature. The players of Fenerbahce wore grim expressions. They had exhausted all efforts to defend against Hao Qiang and Hazard, only to let Gervinho slip through their fingers. Though our front line is youthful, it is brimming with talent. And more importantly, their teamwork exhibits a remarkable level of maturity. Should anyone be able to shine individually, the threat they pose would be significantly diminished. Fenerbahce, unfortunately, found themselves out of luck. Had they faced Lille earlier in the season, they would not have encountered the current Lille, whose team coordination is exceptionally efficient. Rudy Garcia celebrated with a clenched fist, feeling assured. The score of 3-1 provided Lille with a substantial lead. He decisively made substitutions. A brainiac, Aubameyang, and defender Emerson entered the fray. Lille's attacking trident left the pitch. Hao Qiang and Hazard felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. However, with Lille also competing in the league, the dual demands would test the stamina and form of our young players. Lille switched to a 4-5-1 formation. Fenerbahce intensified their offensive efforts after the 80th minute, but found Lille's dense defense insurmountable. The pace of the match slowed, and neither side managed to create further threats. As the final whistle blew, Lille triumphed over Fenerbahce with a score of 3-1 in the first leg of the UEFA Europa League round of 16. French media lauded Lille, proclaiming the prowess of their youthful frontline in European competition. The team atmosphere remained positive, though the hierarchy among players was evident. Yet, the underlying competition among the players was far from over. This weekend, Lille faced Rennes as guests. Hao Qiang continued as the starting center forward. Lille's strategy had shifted. Rennes, positioned in the mid-table, adopted a notably conservative approach at home. Lille, on the other hand, aimed to be proactive. The midfield trio of Balmont, Mavuba, and Dumont displayed solidity in defense, but their offensive creativity fell short. Thus, the two flanks flourished, with the fullbacks surging forward, while Hazard and Gervinho relentlessly bombarded the penalty area. Hao Qiang darted about the box, constantly positioning himself to seize opportunities, never pausing for breath. In the first half, Rennes midfielder Mvila managed to trouble Hao Qiang somewhat. However, the dynamics had changed. Now, the entire team worked to create opportunities for him. His singular task was clear: to send the ball into the net. In the 32nd minute, Gervinho, collaborating with Debuchy on the right flank, skillfully penetrated the wing. As he approached the center-back Fanny, he deftly redirected the ball and delivered a swift cross. The ball rolled rapidly towards the goal area, and Hao Qiang, ever alert, anticipated the pass, deftly flicking it into the near corner of the net. After scoring, he exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had not let down the efforts and support of his teammates. In celebration, he beckoned to his comrades, who rushed over, and he embraced them warmly. This display brought a sense of joy to Lille's supporters. Just look at Hao Qiang's leadership charisma. He fosters a stronger sense of unity within Lille. Alas, though, Hao Qiang would not renew his contract with Lille. That scoundrel Mendes. Watching the match on live television, Mendes suddenly sneezed several times. The game continued, with Lille intent on controlling the pace. In this dual challenge, Rudy Garcia hoped for a mature performance from the team. If a victory could be secured economically, it would be wise to conserve energy. As the match reached the 61st minute of the second half, Hao Qiang collided with Fanny during a contest for the ball. He stumbled slightly, twisting his ankle. Though the injury was not severe, Lille's medical team rushed onto the field, and the fans looked on with palpable anxiety. Fearing for Hao Qiang's health, Hao Qiang received brief treatment on the sidelines, but Rudy Garcia, prioritizing caution, opted for a substitution. Aubameyang replaced Hao Qiang. As he walked back to the bench, his expression was one of frustration. He approached Rudy Garcia, stating, "If I rest a moment, I can continue playing. It's unnecessary to substitute me." Rudy Garcia appreciated Hao Qiang's eagerness to compete, but he reassured him, "It's fine, take a break. We have to travel to Turkey in a few days." With the decision made, Hao Qiang had no choice but to sit on the bench. Rudy Garcia estimated he would substitute Hazard and Gervinho within 10 minutes. However, in less than 5 minutes after Hao Qiang's departure, Rennes launched a rapid counterattack, creating chaos in Lille's penalty area. Forward Gans seized the opportunity and struck the ball into the net, equalizing the score. Rudy Garcia's previously relaxed demeanor soured instantly. The live broadcast camera focused on Hao Qiang, as if silently conveying, this substitution was a blunder. Yet, having reached this point, Rudy Garcia refrained from altering his predetermined strategy. At the 70-minute mark, he replaced Hazard and Gervinho. Lille's attacking threat diminished significantly, adopting a defensive posture. Rennes hesitated to press forward, and ultimately, the match concluded in a stalemate at 1-1. Lille's lead was slightly reduced, but they still maintained a robust 9-point advantage over second-placed Marseille, which was not enough to induce panic. Rudy Garcia consoled himself, acknowledging that in a dual campaign, sacrifices would be necessary. It must be admitted that Lille's squad depth was insufficient to sustain a vigorous dual campaign unless they maintained a significant lead in the league, allowing them some leeway for errors. With the dense schedule, Hao Qiang began to feel the accumulation of fatigue from consecutive matches. The time spent with Nuami on outings was reduced. Sometimes, Nuami would stay in the hotel, watching Hao Qiang fall asleep, quietly snuggling into his strong embrace, only to rise early the next day to catch a train back to Brussels. On February 24th, Lille ventured to Turkey to challenge Fenerbahce. The long journey impacted Lille's performance, as Hao Qiang took to the field as a starting player alongside his teammates. The Fenerbahce fans conjured a terrifying atmosphere akin to hellish home support. Simultaneously, Hao Qiang endured derogatory remarks rooted in regional and racial discrimination from the Fenerbahce supporters. Even Lille's players felt uncomfortable, yet Hao Qiang remained unfazed. Having traveled through numerous European nations, he had long grown accustomed to the insidious nature of racial discrimination. Beneath the veneer of civilization lies a soul tainted with filth, a universal truth. As the match commenced, Lille adhered to a defensive counterattacking strategy. Fenerbahce, however, sought to accelerate the pace. With their key players and superior preparations, combined with Lille's need for time to acclimatize to the away atmosphere, Fenerbahce seized the initiative, pressing Lille relentlessly. The Lille defense faced mounting pressure, teetering on the brink of collapse. Under such circumstances, their counterattacks yielded little success. As the clock ticked past the 30-minute mark, Lille gradually found their footing, beginning to organize coherent counterattacks. However, Fenerbahce, through relentless assaults, finally breached Lille's defense. The aggregate score shifted to 2-3. Lille's lead had dwindled to a mere goal. Should Fenerbahce score again, they would gain the upper hand based on the away goals rule. Fenerbahce players raced against time, while Lille regrouped. Under the relentless pressure from Fenerbahce, both Hazard and Gervinho's counterattacks were repeatedly thwarted as they pressed inward. As the first half drew to a close, the duo had entirely abandoned their attempts to cut inside. They advanced along the flanks, seeking opportunities to deliver crosses from just outside the penalty area. As the match approached the stoppage time, another wave of counteroffensives surged into the attacking third. Gervinho swiftly pushed down the right flank, surveying the situation in the center. Although Hao Qiang was a step behind, he quickly caught up. Defender Bilica, noticing Hao Qiang charging directly at him, prepared to tug at his jersey, but was taken by surprise as Hao Qiang abruptly changed direction, darting towards the near post. Gervinho's cross soared forward, and Bilica could not grasp Hao Qiang in time. A header. The ball flew straight into the upper right corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Volkan's attempt to save was feeble and ineffective. Hao Qiang, like a wild beast, raced towards the sidelines, roaring in celebration. Chapter 71. In full bloom, ready to shine. The fans of Fenerbahce erupted in a roar of fury as they witnessed Hao Qiang's header find the back of the net. What is happening? How could that Chinese forward score again? He had already netted a goal in the first leg, and now he strikes again on their home turf. It is utterly humiliating. This Chinese forward seems to possess remarkable skill, having already scored 24 goals in League One. So what? If they cannot even defend against a single Chinese player, perhaps these athletes should consider other professions. The outrage of the Fenerbahce supporters was palpable, particularly among those who harbored racist sentiments towards Hao Qiang. Their anger spilling over onto the players, blaming them for failing to contain him. In stark contrast, the Lille fans experienced an entirely different sentiment. They regarded Hao Qiang's goals as a matter of course, having long since moved past the initial surprise. At this moment, they brimmed with confidence in him, their hearts swelling with well wishes. Sir Hao Qiang, show the other teams your prowess on the European stage. The sight of Hao Qiang's opponents left in a daze after his goal is simply delightful. Indeed, he remains the most reliable player. The score shifted from 3-2 to 4-2, with Lille regaining a 2-goal advantage. As the first half concluded, Hao Qiang and Eden Hazard exchanged thoughts on the match while walking towards the players' tunnel. Despite their clear lead, it was undeniable that Lille was at a disadvantage playing away from home. They needed to enhance the quality of their counterattacks, which was intricately linked to the active cooperation among their forwards. During halftime, coach Rudi Garcia rallied the team, asserting that Fenerbahce was not as formidable as they appeared. We have already proven we can decisively defeat and humiliate them at home, and we can do the same away. I understand we were at a disadvantage in the first half due to our slower start, but in the second half, we must convey to Fenerbahce that if they consider us easy prey, they are gravely mistaken. We shall leave this place with our heads held high, victorious. The outside world may deem us young, as if it were a weakness, but they are mistaken. It is our strength, and everyone envies our youth. You are talented. You are in your prime, and you shall undoubtedly shine. The Lille players were invigorated. Garcia's words ignited a fervor within them. Upon returning to the field for the second half, Lille surged with determination. As Fenerbahce adopted a more aggressive offensive strategy in an attempt to suppress Lille, they discovered that Lille's defense stood resolutely firm, while their counterattacks grew more decisive and incisive, sending shivers through Fenerbahce's defense. Time and again, Hao Qiang assumed the role of the offensive fulcrum, delivering precise passes to Gervinho and Hazard, who repeatedly attacked with breathtaking speed. Fenerbahce, facing a series of defensive crises, was suddenly filled with trepidation. In the 62nd minute, after Hazard's attempt to shoot from the left side of the penalty area was blocked by Vulcan, Hao Qiang followed up, entering the box and preparing to shoot. However, at the last moment, he deftly angled the ball to the right side of the area. The Fenerbahce players turned in despair. Gervinho cut inside, expertly maneuvering the ball almost into the net. The Lille fans erupted in ecstatic cheers, while the Fenerbahce supporters seethed with frustration on the verge of destruction. Hao Qiang remained unflappable, faced with a golden opportunity for a follow-up. He discerned Gervinho in a better position and not only saw him, but successfully delivered the pass. Indeed, the ability to see and the decision to pass marks the dividing line of a player's skill. Though he may possess visible shortcomings when the moment arises, he knows better than anyone how to place the ball in the net. He is the emblem of Lille's attack, the undeniable core. Gervinho dove into Hao Qiang's embrace. As the season entered its second half, the unity of thought among Lille's squad was unprecedented. Undoubtedly, Hao Qiang is the strongest pillar of this team. All that remains for the coach and players is to open their arms and embrace him tightly. The score shifted to 5-2, effectively signaling Fenerbahce's exit from the tournament. Lille's 2 away goals meant that even if Fenerbahce equalized the aggregate score to 5-5, Lille would still advance on the basis of having scored more away goals. To overturn the situation, Fenerbahce needed to score 4 times without conceding, an arduous task indeed. The players of Fenerbahce found themselves in a precarious position, as the fervent home crowd would not permit them to concede defeat or retreat. As they launched relentless assaults, Lille responded with wave after wave of counterattacks against their defense. Had luck not eluded Hazard, he would have already dismantled their goal. In the 73rd minute, a set piece for Fenerbahce created chaos within Lille's defense, allowing midfielder Alex to poke the ball home amidst the scramble. Although Fenerbahce managed to pull one back, the fans remained pessimistic. Time was running out. As Fenerbahce pressed forward, Lille's counterattacks once again shattered their defense. Gervinho cut inside from the right, evading a defender, and delivered a cross into the goal area. Hao Qiang surged forward, while Bilica positioned himself to block. After controlling the ball, he attempted to maneuver for a shooting angle. Having evaded Bilica, he was met by goalkeeper Vulcan, who again thwarted his attempt. Rather than forcing a shot, Hao Qiang passed to the left. Hazard then seized the opportunity, advancing the ball into the open net from a tight angle. Lille led 3-2 against Fenerbahce, with an aggregate score of 6-3. As Lille's attacking trio celebrated at the corner flag, Rudi Garcia felt a surge of encouragement, raising his chin confidently to survey the field. The psyche of the Fenerbahce fans shattered. Their vitriol continued, but it was directed at their own team. This left the Fenerbahce players fraught with anxiety and immense pressure, yet powerless to alter the course of the match. Lille began to make substitutions. When Hao Qiang departed the field, the Fenerbahce fans erupted in even harsher insults, as if trying to inflict pain upon him for not having played well. French journalists in the media area exchanged concerned glances, with some claiming they would support Lille in filing a complaint with UEFA. Yet, Hao Qiang remained unfazed, adopting an air of indifference. As the match concluded, he walked towards the players' tunnel with a smile, despite projectiles being hurled at him from the nearby stands, prompting him to quicken his pace. Other Lille players faced similar fates. Post-match, Rudy Garcia lauded his team's performance and commented on the atmosphere at Fenerbahce's home ground. People claim it to be a hellish venue. I wonder if the so-called terror stems solely from the fans' ability to create chaos, abuse, discrimination, and even hurl objects to harm the visiting opponents. If this is what constitutes a hellish home ground, then such terror does not render them stronger, but rather highlights their depravity and incompetence. A truly formidable team does not need to resort to such tactics. As Hao Qiang passed through the mixed zone after leaving the field, 6 female journalists waved at him with concern. Having witnessed the abuse and racism he endured throughout the match, they felt deeply pained and could hardly fathom his emotions. Yet, when Hao Qiang approached them, he wore a smile. Chao Qingqing remarked to Hao Qiang, "Colleagues from France suggest that Lille lodge a complaint with UEFA. The behavior of the fans here is utterly excessive. They possess no moral compass." Lu Chang's furious demeanor elicited laughter from Hao Qiang. "Hey, how can you still find this amusing?" Lu Yushi gazed at Hao Qiang incredulously. "Is it simply because of the victory that it doesn't matter?" Hao Qiang shrugged nonchalantly. "Such occurrences are quite commonplace. There's no need to dwell on them. You speak of French journalists supporting Lille's protest. Yet have you considered that every match in Ligue 1, comprising 10 fixtures, is marred by acts of racism? This is a societal issue that pervades our entire planet. What are you truly contemplating? Do you expect to transform scoundrels into moral exemplars? Or shall we amend the rules to expel these individuals from the ranks of fans and spectators? I am not humanity's adversary. Why should I not revel in the cheers of my supportive fans, instead of concerning myself with those who seek to harm me? I lack the time and energy for such trivialities. Now, I shall return to my hotel in Lille, recline on a comfortable bed, and indulge in a restful slumber. I hope you all return home safely and enjoy a splendid evening." With that, Hao Qiang departed with an air of nonchalance. The 6 blooming flowers exchanged glances. Tang Yitong sighed with a wry smile. "In comparison to him, we may appear more youthful." Li Yingying lamented, "In truth, his experiences far exceed our own. Madrid, Munich, Paris, Monaco, Portugal. Over the span of 3 to 4 years, he has encountered far more than we have in different countries." The group fell silent, their gazes fixated on Hao Qiang's receding figure, which seemed to grow ever taller. Chapter 72. Struggling yet unyielding. According to L'Equipe, Lille completely dismantled Fenerbahce. The French media lauded Lille's performance in the Europa League, leading the league and advancing to the round of 16 in the Europa League. Lille has far exceeded the expectations set for them at the beginning of the season. Hao Qiang once again captured the headlines, even making it to the front page of the UEFA website. The rising Chinese star is shining in European competitions. Both UEFA and FIFA share the responsibility of promoting football across the globe. The essence lies in expanding the market, solidifying football's status as the world's premier sport, and reaping maximum benefits from it. Consequently, when players from vast markets demonstrate commendable performances, they spare no effort in promoting them. Undoubtedly, Hao Qiang has emerged as the ambassador for Chinese football in Europe and serves as a symbol of China's international football image. During a training break, Rudy Garcia suddenly inquired of Hao Qiang, "How many players like you are there in China?" Hao Qiang was momentarily speechless. Europeans possess scant knowledge about China. From its historical culture to its economic entertainment, they are largely uninformed. Their self-perception is often inflated, and in terms of football, their worldview is limited to Europe. Therefore, there is no need to concern themselves with the desolate landscape of the world beyond. All teams in France envy Lille for securing Hao Qiang on a free transfer, considering it an exceptionally valuable acquisition. Naturally, Rudy Garcia hopes to replicate more such transactions. He faintly recalls a few years back when a Chinese player at Metz was hailed as a prodigy by L'Equipe, yet now, little is heard of him. Hao Qiang reminisced about his glorious youth. As a key player in the under-17 national team for the 1990 age group, he began competing with the team in 2004. Though he cannot boast of invincibility, he has achieved notable victories, such as defeating Japan in the Ingtong Cup. In that match, he scored a dramatic last-minute goal, leading to post-match remarks from the Japanese team that he must have altered his age, as the 14-year-old Hao was evidently taller than the Japanese players and dominated the match. For nearly 2 years leading up to the Asian U-17 Championship, the national youth team rarely faced defeat in Asia, against opponents like Guam, Mongolia, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. Hao Qiang led the team to overwhelming victories. He once set a record by scoring 13 goals in a single match against Mongolia, resulting in a staggering 21-0 triumph. Even at the Granakin Cup in St. Petersburg, the youth team triumphed over Finland and Lithuania, drawing with Slovakia, though they were soundly defeated by Russia. At that time, they radiated the vigor of a rising sun. It was regrettable that they could not advance further in the Asian Championship, shattering their dreams of competing in the World U-17 Championship. However, it was through the youth team's performances that European scouts took notice of Hao Qiang, leading to his opportunity to join Real Madrid. Years have passed, and he wonders how his former teammates from the youth team are faring now, if they have made it to the professional arena, and if they are still pursuing their dreams. He cannot provide Rudy Garcia with a satisfactory answer, only expressing uncertainty. Each person walks their own path, and Hao Qiang is acutely aware of the gap that once existed between them and European clubs. The youth team had also participated in the Montague Cup, narrowly losing to England and Portugal, suffering a comprehensive defeat to France, while only managing a win against Tunisia. It was during that period that they truly understood the disparity between themselves and their counterparts from traditional football powerhouses. On February 28th, in the 26th round of Ligue 1, Lille hosted Auxerre. The demands of competing on two fronts had evidently affected the team's overall performance. Despite playing at home, Lille found themselves on the back foot against Auxerre. The team, under persistent pressure, appeared anxious and disorganized, with their attacks lacking coherence and plagued by numerous errors. Just before halftime, Auxerre's forward, Conti, broke the deadlock, leaving Lille trailing 0-1. Lille's fans, however, showed immense patience towards their team. They understood the toll that competing on multiple fronts was taking, especially considering Lille's youthful lineup. Maintaining consistent form required more than just mental focus. At this stage of the season, accumulated fatigue and the intensity of competition inevitably led to fluctuations in player performance. As the second half commenced, Auxerre continued to dominate Lille. The home team struggled to regain momentum. Approaching the 60-minute mark, Hao Qiang decisively utilized a standard card from his reserve. He sought to elevate the team's energy and rhythm. After some vigorous defensive efforts, he attempted to regain possession and create opportunities for the wingers to accelerate. Seeing Hao Qiang's determination, both Hazard and Gervinho understood what needed to be done. They executed rapid counterattacks, though the quality still required improvement. The Lille supporters watched in awe as Hao Qiang, a fierce competitor who frequently accelerated the pace of play, displayed his fighting spirit. They could sense his unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit. It is in adversity that the true spirit of a team's leader shines through. In the 72nd minute, after a vigorous effort in the midfield, Hao Qiang intercepted a pass from Dinga and quickly executed a wall pass with Balmont. Before turning and driving forward with the ball, Dinga attempted to challenge him, yet Hao Qiang skillfully maintained his position, thwarting Dinga's attempts to dispossess him. As Pedretti charged in from the front, Hao Qiang made a decisive pass. Gervinho, cutting in from the flank, deftly maneuvered the ball into the center before delivering a through ball. Hazard, now in full stride, reached his peak speed. With ample space, no one in Ligue 1 could keep pace with him. Hazard surged into the penalty area, deftly nudging the ball before unleashing a shot that soared into the far corner of the net. Auxerre's goalkeeper, Soren, was powerless to intervene. Hazard dashed into the goal, retrieved the ball, and turned to race back to the pitch. The entire Lille crowd erupted in cheers, fists raised in celebration. Hazard placed the ball at the center mark and strode purposefully towards Hao Qiang, their expressions still serious, yet filled with a fierce high five. As the team leaders, they would not settle for a draw at home. The Auxerre players seemed incensed. Despite Lille's evident struggles due to competing on multiple fronts, they dared to retaliate. After the kickoff, Auxerre immediately launched a ferocious assault. Lille fought valiantly, yet Auxerre's relentless onslaught disrupted Lille's defensive organization. In the 77th minute, Conti capitalized on a chaotic situation in the box, scoring once more. The Lille fans felt a pang of heartache. If it weren't for the demands of competing on two fronts, Lille would never have allowed Auxerre such audacity. Now trailing 1-2, it felt as though defeat was imminent. Rudy Garcia's expression grew somber. Overall, Auxerre had indeed outperformed Lille today, exhibiting greater stability and excellence. However, this was not a reason to concede. Thus, he chose not to make substitutions. Since the young players were still fighting, Rudy Garcia granted them the time to strive. Auxerre's coach, Fernandez, immediately made defensive substitutions, hoping to avert any further complications as time dwindled. Yet, the changes inadvertently provided Lille's already disorganized midfield with space to control the ball. Auxerre's defense became more compact. Yet the flames of battle began to ignite in front of their goal. Hao Qiang had already expended his second standard card. As Lille pressed forward, he actively positioned himself in the penalty area, ready to receive or make a play. The Lille supporters erupted in a deafening chorus of encouragement. Despite their struggles, the young men chose not to succumb to despair. They are deserving of cheers and applause, and even more so, they warrant fervent encouragement from their supporters. As the match reached the injury time, Lille refused to relinquish their offensive efforts, although their attacking threats had dwindled over the past 10 minutes. Hazard and Gervinho's successive crosses failed to create significant opportunities for Hao Qiang. In the third minute of injury time, Hazard executed a 1-2 with the advancing Barria near the left sideline before cutting back into the penalty area. Perhaps this was his sole chance to penetrate the box. Once he drew the defenders to converge upon him, Auxerre's defense focused intently on obstructing his crossing routes. At this moment, however, Hao Qiang chose not to position himself towards the goal, but rather moved to receive the ball in the left flank of the penalty area. Hazard delivered a back pass to Hao Qiang. By the time he repositioned after the pass, it bore no significance. The outcome now rested solely on Hao Qiang's performance. With his back to the goal, Hao Qiang controlled the ball, remaining stationary, yet he proactively engaged in physical confrontation. The 10-year-older Adama Koulibaly approached, attempting to intercept the ball. Their bodies collided, Hao Qiang gritting his teeth and exerting force at the moment of impact, perfectly balancing stability while fending off his opponent. Following the collision, Koulibaly quickly advanced, instinctively seeking to reclaim the ball. However, he was taken aback as Hao Qiang deftly maneuvered the ball and turned towards the center. With both players positioned diagonally to one another, Koulibaly attempted to pivot. In a decisive moment, Hao Qiang unleashed a powerful shot. Time and space were no longer on his side, as other defenders would descend upon him in an instant. Boom! The ball soared into the upper left corner of the goal. The goalkeeper, Soren, was drenched in cold sweat. Hao Qiang charged into the net, oblivious to the stunned, astonished, and shocked expressions of the Auxerre players surrounding him. The Lille fans erupted into a frenzy, chanting Hao Qiang's name with unbridled enthusiasm. Clutching the ball, Hao Qiang sprinted towards the midfield, his expression resolute, yet his gaze radiated a fierce intensity amidst the calm. The commentator repeatedly roared, "The Chinese beast." Chapter 73. Hao Huang brings warmth. The central midfielder returns. Hao Qiang yearned to seize every fleeting moment to create another offensive opportunity. Yet, the referee did not grant Lille any additional time. Following a break in their attack, Auxerre's kickoff was immediately met with the referee's final whistle, signaling the end of the match. The Auxerre players were left with a palpable sense of dissatisfaction. Having conceded an equalizer in the dying moments, no one could remain calm under such circumstances. Watching their hard-earned 3 points dwindle to just 1, Auxerre's aspirations for a Champions League spot faced a setback. Hao Qiang sighed deeply but bore no lingering resentment. Though his teammates wore somber expressions, they still approached him for a fist bump and embrace, acknowledging their collective subpar performance. Rudy Garcia, as head coach, discerned a silver lining in the draw, the team's resilience and tenacity, often lacking in youthful squads. They withstood the pressure and did not capitulate in adversity. Hao Qiang netted his 25th goal of the season, sending ripples through League One. This tally could have earned him the league's golden boot over the past 5 seasons. It is evident that if Hao Qiang maintains his health, he stands a substantial chance of surpassing the 30-goal mark. The last player to achieve such a feat in a single League One season was Papin 2 decades ago. As February came to a close and March dawned, Lille enjoyed a midweek respite. Hao Qiang, primarily playing in midfield during February, had not fully met his goal-scoring quota. However, victories over Fenerbahce in the Europa League and in League One ensured he fulfilled his target of wins, ultimately allowing him to gather 2 sets of 10 draws. That night, embracing his sleeping partner, Naomi, he realized he had entered the system. Since an influx of midfielders arrived last month, he had adopted a more laid-back attitude. Today, he decided to try a different approach to the lottery, diving straight into a 10-draw session. The first wave revealed a serene blue sky, as if nothing had transpired. The second wave showcased two meteor-like figures aglow, yet he remained unfazed. As the meteors fell, dissipating into nothingness, Hao Qiang's heart raced with excitement, yearning to don his running gear and dash outside for a marathon. Before him stood two remarkable figures, the seemingly frail, yet undeniably formidable Ronaldinho, alongside the Welsh left-wing maestro. Giggs. During the midweek training session, Lille's intensity had lessened, and the fitness coach advised Hao Qiang against overexerting himself, emphasizing the need to maintain his form and conserve energy as the season approached its climax. Whether the young players could withstand the pressure and sustain their performance would be pivotal to Lille's success this season. Carve had finally recovered from injury and rejoined training. The atmosphere within the team was buoyant, granting Hao Qiang more leisure time than usual. Each day post-training, he would date Nwomi, enjoying singing, watching films, and leisurely drives in the countryside, leading a life of contentment. His personal brand spring collection was also launching. While Hao Qiang typically shared casual selfies, Nwomi would don feminine or androgynous outfits, posing for him as a model for his brand, adding a touch of charm to his venture. However, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. It seemed that Nwomi had matured slightly since they first met 6 months ago. Indeed, Western girls tend to grow up rather quickly. He once thought she was around 18, but now it was apparent that she was still developing on March 6th. In the 27th round of Ligue 1, Lille faced Saint-Étienne away. The relegation threatened Saint-Étienne was determined to secure points at home. Although they dared not launch a full-scale assault, lacking the strength to do so, they displayed commendable aggression and tenacity in their defensive efforts. Carve returned to the starting lineup, and Lille fans believed his presence would bolster their attacking prowess. However, Carve required time to regain his form. Saint-Étienne's midfielders relentlessly pressured, causing Hao Qiang, Hazard, and Gervinho to scurry about in search of opportunities, while frequent passing errors plagued the midfield. Carve found himself ensnared in Saint-Étienne's relentless grip, appearing disoriented from the outset, seemingly unable to match the tempo and rhythm of the game. In the 27th minute, Saint-Étienne breached Lille's defenses, leaving the home fans bewildered. What had happened to their midfield? Carve had returned, yet his form seemed lost. A wave of nostalgia washed over Hao Qiang, recalling his early days in midfield. Following the goal, Carve became increasingly agitated. After being pressured by Payet and tumbling to the ground, he immediately engaged in a tussle with him, nearly resorting to fisticuffs. His composure shattered. What was meant to be a glorious return had turned into a humbling experience at the hands of Saint-Étienne. Although Carve's frustration was palpable, his teammates stood firmly by his side. Hao Qiang rushed to shield Carve, glaring menacingly at Payet, effectively pushing him back, while other players engaged in a heated exchange. Hao Qiang embraced Carve, offering reassurance. "Adjust your mindset. I'll drop back to help you." Carve's expression was one of discomfort. Although he had returned from injury, he acknowledged his form was far from optimal, yet he felt Saint-Étienne's tactics were excessive. As the season neared its conclusion, teams without objectives tended to meander, while those with aspirations would inevitably fight tooth and nail. Saint-Étienne, grappling for survival, would naturally push the limits. To label their approach as excessive would be an understatement. It was merely human nature to shift blame onto others. Yet, Hao Qiang understood that Carve required a period of adjustment. The referee issued yellow cards to both Payet and Carve. After the restart, Hao Qiang proactively retreated to alleviate the pressure on Carve. He did not usurp the midfield's organizational duties. Instead, he provided support, aiding Carve in regaining his rhythm. After all, Hao Qiang was unwilling to squander valuable cards on a midfielder. With the scoreline against them, he was keen to make an impact as a forward. With Hao Qiang's return to midfield, Lille's defensive solidity improved, while Carve felt bolstered by the support. Not only did Carve sense the warmth and encouragement, but his teammates also cast respectful glances towards Hao Qiang, their confidence surging. With a teammate like Hao Qiang, why fear failure? Lille gradually regained control and began to mount some threatening attacks. However, with Hao Qiang absent from the center-forward position, the two wingers relied solely on their abilities, which proved insufficient. As the first half concluded, Hao Qiang made his way to the tunnel, where Carve approached him, saying, in the second half, "You should return to the forward line." "I'm fine." Hao Qiang noted the determination in his eyes, brimming with confidence, and nodded in agreement. Carve hesitated momentarily, but ultimately refrained from expressing gratitude. Among men, there was no need for sentimentality. He did not perceive Hao Qiang's contributions as an inherent obligation. Players must rely on their own abilities to secure their positions. Hao Qiang's dedication moved him, yet he refused to develop a sense of dependency. Such a mindset could prove perilous. While it was acceptable to rely on someone for support once, to expect continuous assistance would likely lead to a decline in one's career. After a brief intermission, both teams resumed battle in the second half. Carve utilized the halftime break to regain his rhythm, demonstrating a marked improvement upon his re-entry. Rudy Garcia nodded in approval. With Hao Qiang's support in the first half, Carve, who had appeared on the verge of collapse, experienced a rapid resurgence. Hao Qiang, returning to the center-forward position, acted decisively, employing a standard forward card. Against a relegation contender, there was no need for him to deploy Ronaldinho or Giggs. He possesses such confidence. During Carve's injury, Lille's offense relied either on Hao Qiang's retreat to organize play or on the flanks surging forward. Now that Carve has returned, rejuvenated and in fine form, Lille's attack begins to exhibit a richer variety of strategies. The interplay through the center combined with the wing play creates a formidable assault on Saint-Étienne's defense. Opportunities abound along the front line, with Hao Qiang taking long-range shots from outside the box, making penetrating runs within the area, or assisting the wingers. The two wingers either cut inside or race to the byline, maintaining a relentless tempo. Saint-Étienne's defense finds itself in constant peril. In the 67th minute, Hao Qiang received a cross from Hazard just outside the penalty area. Lacking space to turn and shoot, he opted to lay the ball back. Carve charged in from the edge of the box and unleashed a powerful strike. Hao Qiang, having turned and advanced, saw goalkeeper Jean Rieux block the shot. The save was fumbled. Center-backs Diacat and Benalain swiftly rushed to clear the danger. But Hao Qiang was quicker. With remarkable agility, he deftly slotted the ball into the net. Following the goal, he immediately glanced towards the sidelines. The assistant referee did not raise his flag. A splendid goal. Lille equalizes.